Chapter 1336. At this moment Simo Domo's mind was in a mess. He wanted to find out why the great Tang had come to his side. He knew that helping the Arabs had angered the great Tang, and they had even stolen many of the things stored in his tribe. Fortunately, the current season was not bad. If they had stolen the things in the winter, many people on his side would have starved to death. A group of great Tang soldiers had just left, and now another group had arrived. There were even more people than before, and the ones leading them were the legendary Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The Arabs had told him that these two were ruthless. Most importantly, in their first meeting today, the two of them did not seem to be very friendly. It seemed that he had used the wrong strategy and should have lowered his head. Now that the other side had brought up a competition, he did not know what the other side was planning. Could it be that they wanted to capture everyone on his side during the competition? With so many thoughts in his mind, the delicious taste of the hot pot gradually faded away. Simo Domo he slowly swallowed a piece of meat and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who had suddenly become amiable, and asked, "What are we competing in?" "We can compete in anything. Hunting, fishing, chopping wood, fighting, whatever you say, we'll compete according to what you say. But the rules have to be the same so that we can get to know each other better. Who knows, maybe we'll become a family." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and smiled at Simo Domo He took a small bowl in front of him and scooped out some soup from the hot pot. "Drink the soup. It's fresh." The taste of the hot pot soup depends on how it tastes when drunk directly. If it's not fresh, then it's not a good hot pot. Good. Simo Domo also took a small bowl and imitated Zhang Xiaobao's actions. He scooped out a bowl of soup and blew on it. He raised his head and gulped down half a bowl of soup. He praised, "It's delicious." Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobei, and the others were speechless. "Is this how you drink soup?" "That's sour plum soup and mung bean soup, okay? To relieve the heat." Eat meat. We've found good meat today." "Xiaobei, don't eat too much." Once again Zhang Xiaobao invited Simo Domo to join his chopsticks. He didn't forget to shout at his younger brothers and sisters. Otherwise, if they ate too much, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. They rubbed their stomachs and strolled around to digest the food. Xiaobei was explaining to the children of the Duo tribe how to best match the ingredients in the hot pot. He was very serious. When he heard his brother's words, he responded with a big smile and promised, "Don't worry. I won't eat so much meat today, nor will I eat rice. I'll just eat mushrooms and green vegetables. Also, I'll chew them up to help my stomach digest. Just now I drank a bowl of soup to fill my stomach. When the soup is gone, I won't be full anymore." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This was a good idea. He would drink the soup first, and when he felt full, he would stop and wait for the soup to be digested. He would feel better. Xiaobei turned around, picked up a plate of mushrooms, and placed it in front of the children of the tribe. "Eat mushrooms. Eating mushrooms is good for the body. Don't just eat rice. I found that you guys can eat too much. Your appetite is comparable to people with big appetites." Immediately, an interpreter helped to explain to the children. The child in front of Xiaobei quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Only then did he put more than 10 mushrooms into the small hot pot. He smiled at Xiaobei embarrassedly and continued to eat. The children in the tribe liked to eat two things, venison and rice. They even knew how to soak in the soup. Duo blushed shyly and explained to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's because your rice is too fragrant. We don't have the same kind of rice in our area. We eat wheat and the meat doesn't taste good. Usually we exchange the meat with the tribe. We can only eat one meal every few days. Sometimes, according to your calendar, we can't even see meat in a month. Yes, there is no oil in the stomach, and there is little salt, so the children eat more. You don't have to worry in the future. The children eat for 10 days to half a month. Look, they won't feel hungry after eating 3 meals like now." Zhang Xiaobao understood. In the past, the children of the villagers were like the children of the tribes. One reason was that they exercised a lot and needed to grow up. Another reason was that they didn't eat much oily food. The more they ate, the poorer they became. The poorer they were, the more they could eat. Their productivity couldn't keep up, so it was useless to say anything else. When Duo and Zhang Xiaobao talked, Simo Duomo was unwilling. He admitted that he couldn't compare to the Tang people, and that he had used the wrong strategy. But he was the leader of the entire tribe. Unless he returned to the country, his status would be lowered. If he was afraid of the Tang people, how could he be on equal footing with the leaders of a small part of his tribe? So he glared at Duo and said, Duo, why didn't your people stay at the place I arranged? What are they doing here? He was speaking in his native language. Zhang Xiaobao found it difficult to translate, but he still understood what he meant. He smiled and continued to eat the meat with his chopsticks. Duo was shocked and lowered his head. Then he realized, that's not right. I won't be under your command in the future. What right do you have to criticize me? I don't have many people, 126 in total. But I'm following the Tang people now. I'm not afraid of you. Thinking of this, Duo suddenly felt very comfortable and happy. He drank a mouthful of soup and nodded in satisfaction. He pushed a plate of deer tendons in front of Simo Duomo and said with a smile, Simo Duomo, leader Simo Duomo, try this. There's something called chili in it. It tastes very good. You're here as a guest, so don't be polite. Eat well and eat until you're full. The meaning of these words was obvious. Duo treated himself as the host and Simo Duomo as a guest, and not as Simo Duomo's subordinate. You. Simo Duomo was dumbfounded. How could he not see Duo's attitude? He clearly wanted to leave the tribe. Simo Duomo couldn't say the rest of his words, nor did he touch the plate of tendons. He lowered his head, suppressed his anger, and began to think. Simo Duomo had to admit that he had never directly looked at Duo's small tribe of more than 100 people. In a small tribe of more than 100 people, there were old people, women, and children. There were far too few people who could participate in the hunt. Moreover, Duo's tribe didn't know how to grow wheat, nor did they know how to use nets to catch fish. When they finally managed to catch a few fish, they had to exchange it for wheat and salt. They were used to being bullied, and then they were sent to that outpost. He had never imagined that they would one day betray him. This was truly too infuriating. Duo, if you're not willing to go back now, I won't care. You can follow the Tang people for a while. Once the Tang people are gone, the things you earn will still be yours. I won't take them, Simo Duomo said to Duo after thinking for a while. Duo wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the meaning of his leader's words? He was clearly threatening him. Duo didn't say anything, instead looking at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished rinsing a piece of meat and was about to put it into his mouth. When he heard the conversation between the two, he also used his rather poor Hindustani to answer. Haha, leader Simo Duomo, you don't need to worry about Duo. We'll always lead his tribe. Once the Duo people are beaten into submission and obediently give us tributes every year, I'll bring Duo and the others back to the Great Tang to live a better life. You should think about the competition. What are we competing in? Simo Duomo was shocked. He originally thought that he knew a bit of the Great Tang language and could use the local language with Duo to get around this Zhang Xiaobao. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao also knew the language of his people and even stood up to help Duo? He finally understood that he wouldn't be able to control Duo and the others in the future. Betrayal, this was betrayal. If I didn't treat you well, would you betray me? Simo Duomo glared at Duo again, but Duo responded with a sneer and straightened his neck with an attitude that said, do whatever you want. Simo Duomo couldn't think of any other way. He took a pair of chopsticks and put it in his mouth to chew. The more he chewed, the more satisfied he felt. The spiciness and toughness of the tendon made his whole body feel comfortable. After eating the tendon, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, I think there's no need to compete. You guys go your own way. We can give you some things. No need to compete? Okay, then let's talk about how you helped our enemy, the Duo people. With your help, the Duo people dared to camp by the river and attack us, causing us great losses. A few people even lost their precious lives. How do you think I should settle this with you? Zhang Xiaobao slammed his chopsticks down and asked Simo Duomo with a gloomy face. The commotion around them suddenly disappeared, and everyone looked over. How could Simo Duomo have known that Zhang Xiaobao's mood would change faster than one could flip a book? He opened his mouth slightly, looked at Zhang Xiaobao, and then glanced at the various gazes staring at him. After a few breaths he trembled and said, We helped them. In fact, it was them who threatened us. No, it wasn't us who wanted to fight with you. In other words, you were afraid of them threatening us and then causing us to suffer great losses because you weren't afraid of us, right? Zhang Xiaobao pressed. You didn't lose anything. We died 6 people. Zhang Xiaobao grinned, revealing his teeth. I know that the 6 people who died weren't killed by the Arabs. They died of their own accord. Simo Duomo refused to admit it. They could have died if they stayed in their own homes. If you didn't help the Duo Eaters, they wouldn't have set up camp by the river. If they didn't set up camp, we wouldn't have sent troops over. If we didn't send troops, there wouldn't have been a battle. If we didn't fight, how could our 6 people have died? And our supplies, the ammunition we used to kill the Duo Eaters, isn't that money? In order to support us in this battle, some of the great Tang people collapsed in the munitions factory from exhaustion. Others suffered heatstroke while helping to repair the road. The donkey that should have been pulling the mill didn't pull the mill. When they came here to pull things, someone had to pull the mill. Our losses were great. What did the Duo Eaters threaten you with? Tell me, and I'll treat you like how the Duo Eaters threatened you. Aren't you not afraid of my great Tang? Zhang Xiaobao slapped the table as he spoke. It sounded very reasonable. Of course, Simo Duomo couldn't tell the truth. He could say that the Arabs had agreed to give them a lot of salt after taking over the salt-producing area. After being pressed by Zhang Xiaobao, he had no choice but to lower his head and say to Zhang Xiaobao, Sir, don't be angry. What do you think we should compete in? We'll compete. Oh, I'm not angry. I'm just excited. Haha, come eat. What are you standing around for? Eat. Leader Simo Duomo, are the tendons tasty? When you go back, I'll bring some back for you. We'll talk about the competition later. You can go back and think about it. But what I want to say is that since it's a competition, there naturally needs to be a reward. Why don't we make a bet? What do you think? Okay. What else could Simo Duomo say? He only felt sullen. He had to endure Zhang Xiaobao's constant flip-flopping because he couldn't beat the Tang. Chapter 1337. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy and personally sent Simo Domo out of the camp. Simo Domo was not full yet. He had many things on his mind. At the same time, he felt a lot of pressure, so much so that it was unbearable. The people who followed him here ate quite well, especially the salted vegetables prepared by the camp. Basically, each of them ate at least 2 plates. Finally, they saw salt that was free and not bitter to eat. They reckoned that they could drink water to their heart's content before going back to sleep. Walking back in the darkness, Simo Domo was still regretting that he had chosen the wrong person. He shouldn't have been swayed by the Arab's words. Even if the king had ordered him to stay so far away, disobeying a little wouldn't have been a big deal. He had helped the Arabs, but he hadn't received any benefits. Now that trouble had come, the king had offered no help at all. He didn't believe that the king wouldn't be able to get some information. It seemed that just like how he didn't care about Duo's some men, the king didn't care about him. The stakes are too high. You want to wipe out my clan? As Seymour Demoga walked, he remembered the last bet they had discussed. He stopped and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. The sky was pretty good tonight. There were stars twinkling and there was also a crescent moon. But Seymour Domo always felt very oppressed, as if there was going to be a heavy rain. The content of the competition was decided by him. When the time came, both sides would discuss the specific rules to ensure fairness. However, the stakes could not be changed. If the tribe won, they would be forgiven by the Great Tang. Furthermore, in the future, large amounts of salt would be sent to them every year. Just like what they ate today, there was no bitter taste, just a comforting saltiness. If they lost, the tribe would have to follow the Tang people. They would hunt, carry things, and dig for wild vegetables. Of course, they would also be able to obtain salt. However, the food would depend on what the Tang people gave them. There was definitely no good rice, and there were other foods that they had never seen before. King, let's fight it out with them. He didn't know what had happened to the king, but he could feel that the king was not happy. That's right. One of the bodyguards said to Simo Demoga. Using the light of the moon and stars, Simo Duomo looked at the person who was speaking. The corners of his mouth moved as if he was mocking himself. He said, Fight? More than 3,000 of us? They won't be afraid of us dying in front of them. They won't hesitate to kill us. Go back and have a good rest today. I'll think of something. The group sped up and returned to their home. The place where Seymour Domo lived was not bad. It was not a shack. He had a stone house, a courtyard, and a woman in the courtyard. Today, he was not in the mood to pamper the women. He knew that he had to think of a few good competitions to win against the Great Tang people first. As for whether the Great Tang people would be angry after winning, the worst result would be that he would lead his people to act together with the Great Tang people as if they had lost. As for the children, they ate the candy and were taken care of by Xiao Bei and the others. He didn't betray the tribe, but the tribe didn't treat him as a member of the tribe. The happy Duo did not care about his own people when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were drinking tea. He joined in the fun. He had never drunk something that was a little bitter and then a little sweet. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of making tea. He did not put out the kung fu tea. There was an outsider who did not understand kung fu tea. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was better to just chat casually instead of explaining from beginning to end. It was just a teapot filled with tea leaves. He washed it and then poured it into the three people's tea bowls. Duo was not afraid of the heat. After pouring more than half a bowl, he drank it directly. He watched as Zhang Xiaobao refilled it and drank it again. The bitter taste in his mouth seemed to be very comfortable. Fill it up for me. There's always a gap. Duo found that every time Zhang Xiaobao poured tea for him, there was still a gap between the bowl and the mouth. He felt that he was drinking less. Zhang Xiaobao still poured more than half a bowl for Duo and explained, "It's rude to fill the bowl with tea. It's not convenient to hold the bowl when drinking. In our Tang, it's called bullying the guest when the tea is full. When you go to the Tang in the future, you must be careful. What competition do you think Seymour Duomo will propose?" Wang Wan slowly lifted her own tea bowl and drank gently. She tasted 2 small sips and then drank a big mouthful. She also thought about Duo. After all, the other party was the most familiar with the local traditions. Duo first felt that Zhang Xiaobao's words about not filling the bowl to the brim were very interesting. Then he was stumped. He also could not guess what kind of competition the original chief would propose. It seemed that his people had no advantage over the people of the Great Tang. Competing in eating and drinking? The difference was too big. Competing in hunting? The Great Tang people had guns. Competing in fighting with warriors? When Zhang Xiaobao set up camp at night, the knife that suddenly appeared seemed to be very powerful. Shaking his head, Duo said embarrassedly, "I don't know. Maybe it's a competition of strength to move big stones." "Oh." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and began to ponder. He tried to determine if the people on Seymour Domo his side were strong or not. According to their race, daily nutrition and training, he found that the people on Seymour Domo his side did not have any advantage. There were a few strong people in his team who were born with great strength. There's no need to think about what competition. If there are rules, we can continue to talk. Wang Wan was very relaxed and did not seem to be anxious. "That's right. If they want to move stones, we can add tools in the rules. I don't believe that their tools can be compared to ours," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He raised his head and drank the tea in the bowl. Then he poured more for the 3 people. Duo drank and felt that this thing called tea was very magical. In the past, he had only heard about it from others but had never tasted it. Even the people of Great Tang who saved him did not let him drink it. He watched as Zhang Xiaobao squeezed a small ball into the flask and poured the water non-stop. The water that flowed out had that smell, so he drank as much as he could. He wanted to see if the small ball would always have that smell. In addition to the food he had eaten before, he finally could not drink anymore. He could only slow down and ask, "Why does this tea always have that taste?" "Because this is good tea. It can be brewed more than 10 times. Now it has only been brewed 4 times. If it's your first time drinking, I advise you not to drink too much. Otherwise you will get drunk and can't sleep at night." Zhang Xiaobao finally understood why Duo kept staring at the teapot and drinking. He wanted to drink until the tea lost its taste to verify his guess. How persistent was he? A persistent man was very cute, even though he was a little darker, thinner and shorter. Duo nodded repeatedly. So it was not that the tea could be brewed continuously. It was because the tea was good. As for why he could not sleep, he would know at night. Leader Seymour Domo used to have tea before, but he never let me drink it. He treated it like a treasure. Is it not as good as your tea? Duo recalled something and drank another sip. He felt better. The leader did not let him drink before, but now he could drink it. Zhang Xiaobao continued to pour water for him. Yes, the tea that Simo Domo drank was fermented black tea. If it was the tea that he got 20 years ago, he could not bear to drink it. Now it is not bad. What we drank was green tea. Even if he kept the black tea for 20 years, it would not be as valuable as our tea now. Because no one would bring good black tea here. The good tea was sold in Great Tang. Anyway, you don't know how to drink it, so it would be a waste to give it to you. Duo sighed. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth, but it was really a blow. He wanted to know the value of the tea, so he asked, "How much salt can it be exchanged for?" Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Wang smiled. Did they have to use salt to calculate the value of everything? The pot of tea that we drank is enough for 126 of you to eat for half a year, including the cost of transporting it. Zhang Xiaobao kindly gave a rough estimate. Duo rubbed his stomach and said, "I can still drink it. If I continue to brew it, it will lose its taste." "You can still drink it tomorrow. We brought a lot of tea," Zhang Xiaobao kindly advised. Duo firmly said, "Brew it." After thinking for a while, he asked, "If Simo Domo did not work with the Arabs to fight Great Tang, would I not have met you?" A smile appeared on Zhang Xiaobao's face. After a pause, he said, "You were too close to Great Tang. You didn't use this area very well. It's just that if we met in that situation, we wouldn't know if we were friends or foes. Forget it, there are no ifs." Duo understood. No matter what Simo Domo chose, the Tang would eventually come. It was just like how a large tribe would eventually occupy a small tribe. "It's good that you came. Drink some tea." Duo rubbed his stomach and felt that he could drink again, so he signaled to Zhang Xiaobao to pour some tea for him. The next morning, everyone else was very energetic, but Duo's eyes were a little bloodshot. Even after washing his face with cold water 3 times, he was still in a daze. He finally understood why one could not drink too much tea. Yesterday, he was the only one drinking tea. Afterward, he felt a little dizzy and returned to his tent. Before lying down, his head hurt a little. He wanted to sleep, but when he lay down, he found that he could not. He still had a headache. After some time, his head no longer hurt, but he still could not sleep. Thinking and thinking, he finally fell asleep in a daze. But just as he closed his eyes, someone came to wake him up for breakfast. After washing his face 3 times and drinking a bowl of porridge, Duo felt a little better. He advised Zhang Xiaobao, who had finished breakfast first and was drinking tea with a small pot. "You can't drink too much tea. It will make you feel guilty and then you won't be able to sleep." "Thank you for reminding me. I changed to a small pot." Zhang Xiaobao thanked Duo very seriously. The one with redder eyes than Duo was Simo Domo, who did not drink tea yesterday and also did not rest well. When he woke up in the morning, he did not eat. He simply washed up and brought 25 people to the Great Tang camp. He was led to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang. Along the way, he smelled the porridge. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he also smelled the faint fragrance of tea. His stomach growled. "Leader Simo Domo, have you thought about what you want to compete?" Zhang Xiaobao asked very kindly. He even took a small tea bowl and poured tea for Simo Domo. Simo Domo first nodded his head and expressed his thanks. Then he said, "I've thought it through. 3. 2 wins." Chapter 1338. Alright, best of 3. What's the content? Zhang Xiaobao asked casually. Simo Domo was not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaobao. He raised a finger and said, "Climbing. Let's see who can climb faster." Duo suddenly said, "There's a cliff with water below. Will we climb there?" "Yes, that's it." Simo Domo finally smiled. He felt that his men were familiar with the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and asked, "What about the second one?" "Swimming. Swimming under the water. Let's see who can swim further." Simo Domo had been staring at Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao's expression. Zhang Xiaobao blinked again and asked, "What about the third one?" Simo Domo, who did not see anything, raised a third finger and said, "Throwing dice." Zhang Xiaobao was finally stunned. He seemed to be very surprised. People from the Indian region knew how to play dice? He asked. How do we play? Dice. Seymour Domo was satisfied. He finally saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression change. He smiled and said, Haha, it's simple. 3 dice from 3 to 18. Throw them into a bowl. Whoever gets the highest number wins. Alright, but I want to see the dice first. Have the rules for the other 2 been decided? The simplest one is that during the competition, can we attack each other? Zhang Xiaobao asked. He was afraid that Xiaobei would not be able to win against the adults underwater. What Seymour Domo was thinking was that if they could attack each other and the other party used guns, wouldn't they die before they could do anything? He shook his head and said, We can't attack. We can only worry about ourselves. Alright, we'll start in the afternoon. I'll choose the people. Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. The competition that the other party suggested was beneficial to his side. If they were to compete in hand-to-hand combat, it would be very easy for his people to be in danger. If they were to play a game of fighting alone with a pack of wolves, he would have to admit defeat. Otherwise, people would really die. Seymour Domoga left happily. He went back to prepare and sleep first. Zhang Xiaobao found Xiaobei and told her to compete with him in diving and swimming. Xiaobei was very excited. She nodded vigorously in agreement and began to prepare the tools. She realized that the rules did not say that she could not bring an airbag down. Su Yilong also took this opportunity to find Xiao Yuan. When they reached the place, she wanted to fulfill the promise of the competition. She wanted Xiao Yuan to find a place with good scenery so that the 2 of them could compose a poem. Xiao Yuan wasn't afraid at all. She said that after the competition with the locals in the afternoon, if it didn't rain at night, they could look at the scenery as the sun set. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the time, ate some meat and lay down to sleep. He also sent people to the cliff to see how deep the water was and whether there were any shallow reefs. He didn't want to accidentally fall to his death. The pool where Xiaobei was going to compete in diving also had to be checked. If there were big water snakes or other water monsters, Xiaobei might not be able to handle them. In the end, when Zhang Xiaobao woke up in the afternoon, the people who went to report that the cliff and the lake were the same place. The water was very clean and deep. There were big fish in it, but they couldn't dive too deep. There were water plants. Hence, Xiaobei brought 2 small knives with her to cut the water plants. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately went to the toilet. He didn't eat lunch and only drank some soup to adjust his body to its best condition. The group of people came to the lake where Seymour Domoga's tribe was. Seymour Domoga had also woken up and brought people to welcome them. Everyone in the tribe had basically gathered. Only those who were farther away like Duo didn't know the news. Anyway, Seymour Domoga didn't care. Everyone already understood that the 3 bets today would affect their fate. If they won, they would have good days and no longer have to worry about salt. If they lost, they would have to work for others. Moreover, they didn't know what would happen in the future. What shall we compete in first? Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the cliff. On the west side of the lake there was a cliff. The bottom of the cliff was hollowed out by the water. On the east side there was a mountain that extended into the water. The bottom of the mountain was also hollowed out, but it wasn't as serious as the west side. Zhang Xiaobao knew at a glance that a river had once passed by, and it was a very big river. It formed a canyon and then turned into a lake. The west side was affected by the Earth's rotation, so the impact of the water was stronger. There was no way to know the specific changes, but the local scenery was indeed very good, especially the lake. It was suitable for farming and raising fish and prawns. After completely occupying it in the future, he had to build a beautiful restaurant with a polo field, a football field, a table tennis court, and all kinds of football fields. Water polo couldn't be left out. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Xiaobao felt that the future was better. For a moment, he began to design the layout according to the scenery in front of him. Let's compete in dice first, Zhang Xiaobao. Simo Damoka's voice interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. Yes, we can also build a casino. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said happily. Then he turned his head and looked at Simo Damoka. Okay, dice. Are you ready? Simo Damoka nodded and brought Zhang Xiaobao to the front of his courtyard. There was a place that looked like a square. It seemed to be used for some kind of ceremony. There were a few people in the tribe wearing clothes that were of good quality. They were fine linen and had color. They stood beside a bowl. Zhang Xiaobao understood that they were witnesses. They were afraid that he would go back on his word. He nodded to Duo and Wang Wan. The two of them also stood over. Looking at the bowl, Wang Wan praised, "Not bad, it's made of ivory." Then she said to Duo, "Your tribe doesn't lack good things." Duo looked at Simo Damoka with anger in his eyes. "You use ivory things, but no one cares if my children starve to death." Simo Damoka didn't have the mood to care about Duo. His attention was focused on Zhang Xiaobao. He waved his hand and someone brought over a box with beautiful carvings. He opened the box and there were a few dice inside. He signaled to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them. The dice were also made of ivory. It was the same as the ones used in Tang. There were 6 sides and the number of points was the same. So he took out the dice one by one and weighed them in his hand. In the end he picked out 3 that were about the same weight. They felt good. It seemed that they were often played with. "Let me try a few throws." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he didn't wait for Simo Damoka's agreement. He picked up a dice and threw it into the bowl. He took it out and changed to another one. He did the same 3 times. Then he threw 2 pairs of dice into the bowl. In the end he threw 3 dice together. "Okay, let's start. Who's going first?" Zhang Xiaobao threw a few rounds and asked Simo Damoka. Simo Damoka didn't say anything. He also took the dice. Like Zhang Xiaobao, he tried it. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao's casual manner, his hands were sweaty. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You go first. Best of 3 wins." "Okay." Zhang Xiaobao happily agreed. He took the dice and wiped them on a white cotton cloth. He weighed them. The 3 dice lined up in a row in Zhang Xiaobao's palm. Zhang Xiaobao's flat hand suddenly flipped and the 3 dice spun into the bowl. There was some distance between each dice and they didn't collide with each other. After they spun a few rounds in the bowl and were about to stop at the bottom of the bowl, there was a slight contact. When they stopped, 3 sixes appeared in the bowl. The spectators looked at the 3 sixes in astonishment. Then they looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was indifferent. When he met Wang Wan's gaze, there was a hint of embarrassment. This was because he had cheated. Normally, when throwing dice, one couldn't make the dice rotate around a single point. That way, one could easily grasp the state of the dice when they stopped. Moreover, although it looked like he was throwing them together, there was a sequence to prevent them from colliding. But people nowadays didn't pay attention to this, so he cheated to bully others. Of course, he first had to have a strong foundation. Otherwise, even if he knew the theory, he wouldn't be able to throw it. Simo Damoka didn't know that there was such a trick. When he used it against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his hands would be chopped off. In an instant he was sweating all over. The sweat on his forehead gathered together and dripped down his temples and eyebrows. He knew that what he saw was definitely not a coincidence. 3 sixes. Why did he choose this kind of game? He had met an expert. "Simo Damoka, please." Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand. Simo Damoka used his sleeves to wipe his sweat and rubbed his hands on his body. He trembled as he picked up the dice in the bowl. He put his hands together and shook them while chanting. When he opened his hands again, the 3 dice hit each other in the ivory bowl and made a crisp sound. When he stopped, it was for 5-3. The spectators in the tribe were disappointed. They felt that their leader wasn't performing well. Usually, when he threw, he would always throw a big number. 6-6-6-6 was also possible. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the dice again. Just like before, he gently shook it twice. The 3 dice faced up and lined up in a row. There was a gap in the middle. He then continued to throw. This time there was finally a deviation. The dice in the bowl were 6-6-4. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. "I missed." The last bit of hope in Simo Damoka's heart disappeared. He confirmed with Zhang Xiaobao that he was not stupid. When he picked up the die again, his hands were trembling even more. His whole body was trembling as well. With a crash, when the die came to a stop, he swayed a few times and gasped for breath. Only then did he not collapse. He then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and laughed. I also got 6-6-4. Congratulations." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. He did the same thing as before. He waved his hands and the dice stopped. 6-6-6-6. He said to Simo Damoka, Please. Simo Damoka reached out to take the dice. Suddenly, he raised his left hand and grabbed his left chest. His face was pale, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was open. His body slowly fell. Ugh! His psychological quality is too bad. Quick, doctor, take a look. Don't let him die. Zhang Xiaobao knew what was going on. Was there a need to be so nervous? It was just a competition. A doctor immediately came over and listened to his heartbeat. He took his pulse and opened Simo Damoka's mouth. He let him sit there and took out a nitroglycerin tablet and put it under his tongue. After waiting for a while, Simo Damoka's face finally returned to normal. His lips were no longer purple, but his eyes were still hollow. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Simo Damoka's state and was in a dilemma. He wanted to remind him that he hadn't thrown the dice yet, but he was afraid that if he said that, his eyes would roll back. Chapter 1339. What did you feed me just now? Seymour Duomo waited for a while before he regained his senses. The first thing he thought of was not gambling but something that could save his life. Zhang Xiaobao could understand this, and at the same time, he was not afraid of revealing his secret. He explained, "It's a type of medicine. At first, the people who made this medicine wanted to use it to help with explosives. Later, it was used in war. For example, the weapons we are using now contain this thing. But at the same time, it can also save people. The effect is very good, like what you are doing now. But let me tell you the truth. Your illness is not that simple. Otherwise, the doctor would have given you the quick-acting heart rescue pill, and not the nitroglycerin tablets. Did you suffer from the same illness in the past? The doctor's methods are very good." Seymour Duomo did not really understand, but he knew that the Tang dynasty's medical skills were very good, whether it was killing or saving people. He was now worried about what Zhang Xiaobao said. He did suffer in the past. Could it be that he was in a very dangerous situation now? Zhang Xiaobao also thought so. He did not know why the doctor gave Seymour Duomo nitroglycerin and not the heart rescue pill because nitroglycerin was cheap. The heart rescue pill needed to be added with other medicines, and the cost was high. It was not worth it to use it on outsiders. As for these Chinese medicine formulas, both Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan easily obtained them. Wang Wan's family background was there, while Zhang Xiaobao's was simple. He just had to go overseas. The formulas that were kept secret in the country had to be told honestly when they were sold overseas. Some formulas even had to be told about the process. This was because the foreigners would doubt if there were any harmful substances in the production process. At the same time, the taboos and side effects were written very clearly. It was unlike in China. When you read the instructions, the taboos and side effects would be unknown or not clear. At that time, it really scared the people in China for a while. Later, when the internet was developed and basic education in English was available, everyone jumped over the wall to look for information. No one knew if this was the misfortune or luck of the smart people. Conflicts were everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao could even obtain additional benefits in this kind of struggle. As long as he used some small tricks, he would be able to obtain many secret recipes. Then, he could change his appearance and take them out to swindle money. Then, they would work together with the local drug dealers to increase the price of medicinal herbs. Now was the time for him and Wang Wan to play their roles. In other words, the two of them had been playing their roles all along. They had saved a lot of detours. From the production of nitroglycerin to its application, the process had been smooth. Not a single person had died. It was very miraculous. They had to thank those who had died before. Right now, Seymour Duomo and Zhang Xiaobao were not clear about the specifics of the situation. The doctor, who was clear about the situation, was very clear about the cost of the heart-saving pill and the things that could be used as explosives. Furthermore, he was also clear that when the heart-saving pill was not effective, he had to eat explosives. The explosives worked quickly. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao and Seymour Duomo both felt that Seymour Duomo was about to die. If his illness acted up again in the future, he would definitely not be able to survive. Zhang Xiaobao felt that if Seymour Duomo was willing to lead his tribe to serve him, he could always provide him with medicine and tell him what to pay attention to, just like how he treated Li Longji and his family. Seymour Duomo felt that if Zhang Xiaobao could prevent him from dying, there was nothing wrong with leading the tribe to follow him. If he died, would the tribe still listen to him? Thinking of this, Seymour Duomo stood up again, took the dice and casually threw it into the bowl. When the dice stopped, the numbers 1, 1, 2, 3 and 3 appeared. I lost this round, Seymour Domo said calmly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. The two of them looked at each other and saw joy and sadness in each other's eyes. They were happy that they had taken down the tribe, but sad that a leader had lost his will to fight and betrayed not only himself. In the face of life and death, Seymour Domo had lost. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew each other very well. If the other was the leader now, they would definitely fight to the last moment. Even if they lost, they would not let the other side look down on them. Thus, they would fight for more benefits. Leader Seymour Domo, what's the second round? Zhang Xiaobao did not cheer and asked very calmly. You say. Seymour Domo was also very straightforward. His meaning was very clear. They would compete in whichever one you felt had the greatest chance of winning. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the cliff. Xiao Bei, who was beside him, quickly said, Let's compete in diving. Let me do it. I haven't swum to my heart's content in a long time. Let me do it. Okay, let's compete in diving. Let's see who can swim further. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Seymour Domo was in a difficult position. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao's side would have a very strong person, but he did not expect that it would be a little girl. They would definitely lose. When the time came, they would win by climbing the cliff. They had the salt, but where was the medicine? Actually, It's diving. Zhang Xiaobao did not let Seymour Domo finish his sentence. Seymour Domo sighed secretly. He looked at the person beside him and gave him a lot of hints. The person he was hinting at nodded vigorously. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The two sides began to change their clothes. Xiao Bei wore a very large set of clothes, while the tribesman only wore a small pocket around his waist. If his opponent was not a girl, he probably would not have given up on such a cumbersome thing. The two stood by the lake. With Zhang Xiaobao's order, they both dove into the water at the same time. As soon as they entered, they disappeared. After a while, the people on the shore could vaguely see a blurry thing moving forward under the water. Time passed slowly. Sweat appeared on Seymour Domo's forehead again. He hated that he could not personally jump into the water and catch the tribesman. He had hinted just now, but he did not expect that this idiot would think that he was asking him to persist. You persisted until the end. How much longer can I persist? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to look at their watches. 3 minutes had passed. The two could not help but worry. They were not worried about Xiao Bei, but the other party. They could no longer see the figure under the water. It was too far away. After waiting for another minute, a head finally appeared on the surface of the water in front of them. Seeing this head, Seymour Domo did not know whether to be happy or sad. He did not wait for the other head. If that head did not appear, would Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kill all the tribesmen in his tribe? That was their sister. At this moment, everyone felt that time was passing very slowly. It was as if they could hear their own heartbeat. Every beat was very clear. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the surface of the lake. 2 long minutes passed just like that. Just as Seymour Domo was about to send a few more people over to take a look, Xiao Bei's head finally appeared from a further place. She then placed her hands in front of her chest and treaded on the water as she walked back. From her upper body, it could be seen that she had taken off her bloated outer clothes. Inside, she was wearing a swimsuit. The tribesmen looked at Xiao Bei, who was treading on the water, as if they were looking at Buddha. She had been underwater for so long, but she was actually fine and came back alive. As she got closer, Xiao Bei did not show any joy on her face. Instead, the corners of her mouth turned downwards. She looked very unhappy as she opened and closed her eyes. When she got closer to the shore, the tribesmen on the shore were shocked. Xiao Bei's hands under her chest were digging into the eyes of a fish. That fish did not look small. Zhang Xiaobao quickly waded into the water to help. It was a carp. Zhang Xiaobao weighed it twice and estimated that it was around 12 to 3 caddies. If he was in the water, he would not touch it unless his head was out of the water. Such a big fish would kill him. After throwing the fish back with all his strength, Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and said, "Amazing." Xiao Bei whispered into his brother's ear, "I don't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. I thought he was very powerful, but in the water his speed was so slow. I didn't even need to take a breath before I ran in front of him. leaving him far behind. By the time I needed to take a breath, I was already a long way away from the surface of the water. If I had known, I would not have cheated. That would have been faster. Even if he held his breath for 10 minutes, what was the use if he could not swim the distance? I felt that this was very unfair to him, so I took a few breaths and caught a fish. Brother, don't you think it's amazing? There are carps here too. It's amazing. In the future, we will not cheat when we deal with him. Where is the thing? Zhang Xiaobao replied softly. It sank with the heavy object. I used up my qi. If we still have to bring the heavy object back, how are we going to get the fish? Let's make fish soup tonight. One fish is enough for us to drink. Xiao Bei still had a look of regret on her face. She had overestimated her opponent. On the shore, Shima Duomo's eyes revealed happiness, but his face was full of pain. He glanced at his tribesmen and shouted, "We have lost. I know that all of you think the same as me and are unwilling to leave here, but we have to abide by our oath. We have lost the bet. From today onwards we will follow the Tang people. We have to go to dangerous places, but we do not lack warriors. I believe that the places that the Tang people can go to will not be difficult for us. Now, I want to ask the Tang people if they are willing to abide by the bet and provide us with enough salt in the days that we follow them." As he shouted, Shima Duomo looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao immediately cooperated and shouted, "We are willing. Did you hear that? Although we have lost some things, we have also gained some things. Now go back and take the useful tools at home. Don't not come back. That is against the bet. Buddha will punish you. I will send troops to catch you back." Shima Duomo shouted at the people around him again. Except for the original people on his side, those who came later immediately turned around and left to get the things. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Shima Duomo's confident look and could guess what was going on. The important materials were in the hands of Shima Duomo. If those people did not come back, once they lost the resources here, they would have a hard time in the future. They might even die because of lack of things. Zhang Xiaobao really admired Shima Duomo. He could hide the idea of surrendering so deeply and speak of it so openly. If he did not consider his illness, but really knew the gap between his tribe and the Tang Empire, and thus gave up his independence, he was really great. Someone in the crowd on the shore was not satisfied and said to the person next to him, "Is it over? What about our competition?" "Now is fine," Xiao Yuan said to Su Yilong. Chapter 1340. Su Yilong and the 9 little guys did not participate. They stayed by the lake, looking at the mountain, the water, and the cliff hanging upside down. "Are we not waiting for the sunset?" Su Yilong's body trembled as she asked Xiao Yuan. He was excited. He had been suppressed all the way and never had the chance to show off his ability. He was always looking at the 9 little guys' performance. At this moment, he felt that he finally got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would defeat Xiao Yuan first and then defeat them one by one. Xiao Yuan looked up at the sun and quickly closed his eyes, saying, "We're not waiting. Maybe we'll be busy with other things later. Right now, this mountain, this water, this warm sun, and the slowly floating clouds. Of course, if you pick up a fish and write about it, it's fine too. Last question, is it writing modern poetry?" "What modern poetry?" Su Yilong did not understand. "Brother and sister will write it occasionally. It's a modern poetry written strictly according to the standard requirements. It's divided into 5 or 7 words. The standard poems and quatrains are different according to the beginning and end of the cycle. For example, no need, we're not writing this. The rules are too strict and affect our performance. Writing poetry is not about rules. It's about expressing one's inner feelings, understand?" Su Yilong was confused and quickly interrupted Xiao Yuan, saying with a guilty conscience. Xiao Yuan followed the good advice. "Okay, not following the rules. Writing poetry can express one's feelings. Isn't it the same if it's written in vernacular? It's like a newspaper story." "Yes, it's the same. But don't you think that poetry can better reflect one's literary level? Beauty, knowledge," Su Yilong advised. "Isn't modern poetry more beautiful? Is it more knowledgeable?" Xiao Yuan continued. "Let's not think about this today, okay? Let's talk about poetry. I'll go first. Do you see that cliff?" Su Yilong also knew that she could not win against Xiao Yuan on the same topic because she used double standards, so she quickly changed the topic. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction Su Yilong pointed and nodded. I see it. There's a depression below. Very good, the poem is out. The first sentence, I see the cliff is depressed. The second sentence, why? We're leaving. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded. She stared at Su Yilong unhappily. Are you playing with us? I can follow up with your question, why is there a groove? When I turn my head to look at the other side, there is also a groove there. Haha, Xiao Bei, you're so cute. I'm just kidding. I'm not done yet. Wait, let's start. The water surface is boundless, reflecting the cliff. The mountains and ridges are hard to stop the rushing current. The movement and stillness are in harmony with the quiet and distant. After Su Yilong finished speaking, she looked at the 9 little guys and waited. After waiting for a while, seeing that they did not respond, she asked, how is it? To be honest, I don't know what it means. Xiao Bei pouted and said to Su Yilong, yes, you are still young and can't understand so deeply. It's my fault. Su Yilong was helpless and had to apologize to the 9 children. Actually, it's not your fault. Let Lil Yuan do it. Lil Yuan, tell us a jingle. It has to be like a nursery rhyme. Lil Bei revealed a big smile to Su Yilong and instructed Lil Yuan. Xiao Yuan nodded and looked at the surrounding scenery. She raised her hand and pointed. The birds on the trees are chirping, and the water flowing under the trees is splashing. The fish and shrimp swam and swam until they reached the end of the cliff. There were vines halfway up the mountain, and green grass was sprouting. Can those wild vegetables be eaten? We have to dig them up. Hehe, it's really nice. Lil Yuan, you're not bad. Continue to work hard and you'll be very powerful in the future. After listening to the nursery rhyme made by Xiao Yuan, Su Yilong felt that it was very difficult for such a big child to be able to write the rhyme. She quickly praised him and looked like a teacher. Her smile was so reserved and conceited. Xiao Yuan smiled shyly, then pointed to the tree and said, the birds on the trees are chirping, and they complain about the world when they reach the top of the mountain. Chun Xian's hair is frosty, and she's young. She's like a destroyed king, and she's killed in battle. She's like a gentleman, and she's worshipping the temple. My song Rufeng always praises, and she's like a poem. Su Yilong was stunned when she heard it. She just felt that it was not easy for a child to write the rhyme, but in the blink of an eye, he started to use the rhyme. Moreover, it ran through the book of songs and praised the elegance. It was about a woman in a family who supported the family business on her own. Every time she reached the top of the mountain, she would complain about the long journey. There were elders and children in the family, and her husband was ordered to kill in the flames of war. This was fighting together with the king in order to open up new territory. Whether it was her song or your wind, they were praises. Was it a rhyme? This was actually called life. Using rolling ears, Ru Fan, Zhangbei Lui Wu Wu, and Guanzi. Was this kind of ability something a child could have? Now that they were going to take the imperial examination and advancement examination, it was really easy to solve the questions. It was too demoralizing. This rhyme is better than the previous one. Brother Yilong, don't you think so? Xiao Yuan continue. I like to listen to rhymes the most. I don't understand any poems. Xiao Bei's voice was still so sweet, and her smile was still bright. Su Yilong looked at the rippling lake in front of her that was blown by the wind. She really wanted to jump in and never come up again. It was so embarrassing. She even wanted to show off in front of Xiao Yuan. She finally came up with 4 lines, but Xiao Yuan used the rhyme right away. This was an impromptu poem. No one gave you time to think about it one by one. It tested not only your quick wit but also your foundation. How was it possible? Su Yilong felt that she was a failure, especially when she heard what Xiao Bei said. Why was the usually cute smile so awkward at this moment? Yes, I don't understand poems, let alone compose them. The only thing Su Yilong could do was to agree with Xiao Bei and return a smile. But no matter how she smiled, it was unnatural. Xiao Yuan's expression did not change much. Just like before, she pointed at the big tree again. The birds on the tree chirped. Looking up, the warm sun set in the east. Wild vegetables grow in the remote jungle, and new melons grow in the fertile soil of the hometown. Tian Qingming crossed 1,000 rivers, and dreamt of the 100 Gorge last night. Singing nursery rhymes softly, sleeping early, and smiling like a flower in auspicious times. I miss home too. Auspicious times and auspicious times can call people, right? No, we can't come here for nothing. We have to find more things that can't be seen in the capital, and make them into specimens to bring back for our brothers and sisters to see. Are there any gems here? I don't know if they broke the pearls that I dropped last time. When Xiao Bei heard Xiao Yuan's words, her eyes turned red. She sniffled and pulled Xiao Yuan along as she ran towards the place where Simo Domo lived. She felt that it was best to ask the local leader first. If there were any, they could use other seasonings to exchange for them. After all, the locals were stupid and could not eat gems. If they gave them something real, they would definitely be very happy. The 9 little guys ran to find Simo Domo and made a fair exchange with him. Su Yilong stood by the lake for a long time without moving. She understood what Xiao Yuan meant. She started with the same scenery and used 3 ways to tell him what it meant to go from simple to complex, and from complex to simple. There was no need for rhyme in the depths of love. Every word came from the heart. Using the simplest words to express the deepest meaning, this was the realm. As for herself, she was still in the process of going from simple to complex. She had not entered the stage of complexity. One day, she would use illusion and deliberately carve words and sentences to see Xiao Yuan's footsteps. Perhaps Xiao Yuan was still a little far from the truth, but he didn't need to carve anything. He said what he thought. It seemed like a habit, but it was actually accumulated to a certain extent. Su Yilong once again felt the terror of the 9 children of the Zhang family and Wang family. It seemed that her grandfather was right to send her over. Otherwise, she would still be flattering each other with the other officials of the same generation. She would be proud and complacent when she did something. Looking at the 9 little guys, they did a lot of things. When they met many tribes, they could immediately take the children to play and take good care of them. When she saw them every day, she felt that they were very happy. Of course, when she saw them happy, she was also happy. But thinking about it carefully, she realized that the places where they played every day were places where they were needed. When someone was sick or the work was not easy to do, they would immediately go over and help as if they were playing and chatting with the others. In other words, they took on the task of adjusting the atmosphere in the team. They had been infecting everyone with their happiness and innocence. They would also fall down and accidentally get scratched. Looking at them pouting and saying that it didn't hurt, the adults who were also injured seemed to feel that they didn't hurt, even if their injuries were more serious than the children. They can actually play a role in stabilizing the hearts of the troops and improving morale. They have never been a burden to the team. They never made others worry. Why did I only find out? Su Yilong said to himself in the lake. Then he was very annoyed. He thought that he was the only one who was useless. He couldn't do physical work, he didn't know how to cook, he couldn't bring happiness to others, and he didn't have the affinity that Xiao Bei and the others had with the tribe's children. Damn, I'm actually a good for nothing. No, I have to follow and learn. Su Yilong strengthened his confidence. He was full of yearning for the outside world. He came to a conclusion. Once he followed the team to the end of this journey, he would learn 1,000th of the strengths of everyone in the team. When he went back and met the other officials of the same generation, those people would not be a threat to him. Just like Xiao Yuan's indifferent look when he was pulled away by Xiao Bei after he finished his last poem. Xiao Bei didn't take him seriously at all. It was really depressing. Chief Seymour Domo, where are you? Seymour Domo. Xiao Bei and the others shouted. They were brought to the hall where Seymour Domo had invited Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Chief Seymour Domo, I see you again. Hello, what's that? I heard that you have a white jade beauty. When Xiao Bei saw him, he first spoke with his hands behind his back and his feet moved. Chapter 1341. Xiao Bei, come here. Where's Su Yilong? Without waiting for Xiao Bei to finish, Wang Wan shouted first, then stared at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be very wronged and said, "There's only one sentence. The content is different. Don't you think this sentence is very domineering? I think it's very hooligan. It's the prelude to taking advantage of others. Xiao Bei, why did you run over?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao and hugged Xiao Bei, who ran over. Xiao Bei looked at Simo Domo he and said to his sister, "It's all Xiao Yuan's fault. It would have been better to compete with Su Yilong in poetry, but he had to suppress her. He also had to choose the theme of homesickness, which made me homesick. Then I thought Jixiang Rui and the others can leave, right? They can call for help, right? I remember when I was young, I had such a big pearl and put it in the house. When I go back, should I bring them a bigger pearl? If they really can't find a big pearl, gemstones and the like will do. Naturally, I have to ask leader Simo Domo he. I won't ask for it for free. We can use our ancestral secret seasonings to exchange. 13 spices. Usually we can't bear to eat it. For example, when they eat barbecued meat, we can put some. Brother. The latter part of the sentence was directed to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded solemnly. Yes, the ancestral 13 spices. If they are willing to take out more things to show their sincerity, 18 spices is also fine. It's easy to eat curry. While they were talking, Xiao Yuan and the others had already started to communicate with Simo Domo he. Simo Domo he could speak the Tang language, so there was no problem in communication. I know my brother is the best. Of course my sister is also good. 18 spices? Why didn't I know? Xiao Bei whispered to his brother and sister. That's because your brother has never used seasonings that are 13 spices, let alone 18 spices. Those are for people who don't know how to cook. Look at the chefs in our restaurant. Which one of them would grind seasonings into powder and add them to their dishes? Also, I asked you to teach Su Jian's grandson something. Look at how you bullied him. Can't you let him have some self-confidence? Wang Wan also said in a low voice. Xiao Bei pouted. It's not that we're bullying him. It's just that he wants to gain confidence in his poetry through Xiao Yuan. If he were to look for me, wouldn't there not be so much trouble? How stupid was he? Using one's own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. So it's not that we bullied him, but that he didn't succeed in bullying little Yuan. Yes. It's all his fault. It's fine. People get used to it after a few more blows. Don't ask Seymour Demoga for anything. He is also a poor man. If you want gems, you can find jadeite in the places we pass by on our way here. Now is a good time. I think we can find jadeite the size of a house. Zhang Xiaobao could imagine how big of a blow Su Yilong had suffered. Not to mention her, even he and Cuckoo sometimes had to memorize the information for their younger brother, little Yuan. When they needed to use it, they would ask him. 1% of talent was too powerful, and 99% of hard work could not make up for it. Of course, according to another theory, 100% of children had their own talent. It depended on the environment and the guidance of the adults. The simplest example was when a child was born. The right side of the brain was better developed. He used to use chopsticks with his left hand, but he was forced to use chopsticks with his right hand. Every time his left hand touched the chopsticks, he would hit it. After a long time, the child would not only change the hand that held the chopsticks, but it would also form a conditioned reflex to suppress the use of the right side of his brain. Then the parents would say that their child was stupid. Was there any reason? Xiao Bei did not consider whether Su Yilong's heart was hurt. She was most interested in places with jadeite. She had jadeite jewelry of various colors, mainly red and green. No matter how she looked at it, it was more beautiful than glass. Brother, it's a mine, right? Our precious candy house. It involves too many lives and interests. Behind the beauty of every gem, there is blood. We will occupy the place where jadeite is produced, but we must stay away from our precious candy house. You can give every child a big cake, but it's impossible to make a jade bracelet for every child. The sweetest thing is the honey pastry of our precious candy house. The happiest way to eat it is to taste it with family. This is the true meaning of our precious candy house. It's not that the most beautiful thing is the jade bracelet of our precious candy house. The easiest way to get it is to gamble on raw stones. Our precious candy house has lost its soul at the same time that it has lost its care for its children. We let you participate in the animal husbandry industry because you can get substantial things to help the children from this industry, such as milk and meat. The mining industry can't provide direct help to the children. It's nothing more than making money, and then using the money to buy the things the children need. Seems to be the same thing, but it's actually a different concept. As the owner of the candy house, when you see something, the first thing you think of should be what this thing is for the children, not how much this thing can be sold for. Then, you use the money to buy things for the children. After a long time, you will only remember money, but forget the most direct needs of the children. Everything will start to be measured by money, understand? Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained to his sister that it involved the inertia and philosophy of human thinking. Xiao Bei blinked his big eyes and thought for a while. He nodded and said, I understand. It's like when I fell and hurt my arm, the first thing you and big sister thought of when you saw me was, does Xiao Bei hurt? Was the fall serious? Instead of hearing that little Bei fell, you estimated that it would cost 5 strings of cash to treat her. Go get someone to get 7 strings of cash. A fallen little Bei doesn't just need money. Even if the former doesn't have money, it's still love. Even if the latter has money, it's still indifference. Of course, it's even better if there's money and love. Once we participate in the mining industry, our thoughts will gradually turn to money. Zhang Xiaobao picked up his sister and placed her on his lap. He kissed her hard and said, "Moi Aya, our little Bei is so smart. It can't be helped. She's always been smart. Who's as stupid as Su Yilong? 10 years. It'll probably take 10 years to catch up to the current little Yuan. If he starts practicing every day from now on and works hard to learn, 5 years might be possible." Little Bei patted her chest and deeply agreed with her brother's words. Wang Wan finally asked about the specific situation. What did little Yuan do? Little Yuan let him know something about Buddhism and something you guys talked about before. That is, seeing a mountain is a mountain, seeing water is water. Seeing a mountain is not a mountain, seeing water is not water. Seeing a mountain is a mountain, seeing water is water. According to what you guys said, the last one is to find it 1,000 times in the crowd. It was as if Xiao Bei had won the competition. He was overjoyed and delighted. Little Yuan is already so amazing? Wang Wan was a little surprised. She naturally knew what that was. 3 realms. In literature, very few people could reach the last realm. When you deliberately emphasized in writing, the reader would feel the beauty. When you didn't emphasize, the reader would forget the way you wrote and only remember the plot. Zhang Xiaobao spoke at this time. He's not that amazing. Little Yuan doesn't have enough life experience. He can't understand many things thoroughly just by relying on the knowledge in books. His success this time is because he chose the topic of homesickness. Even children know how to miss. That's why he made Su Yilong suffer a blow. Little Yuan, right? Yes. My little Yuan didn't write about the profundity of history. He simply expressed his longing for his younger brother and sister because he's not stupid. Little Bei understood everything. That was why she said a jingle and a nursery rhyme to cooperate with little Yuan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and stood up to walk out. Brother, where are you two going? Little Bei looked at Simo Domo when she asked. Didn't they want to discuss something with him? Zhang Xiaobao patted little Bei's head. You guys talk to him. Your sister and I will take a look at Grandpa Su's grandson. Otherwise, when we go back and talk about it, I'm afraid your Grandpa Su will fall ill and be hospitalized. Okay, leave this to us. Little Bei agreed and ran to Simo Domo. Zhang Xiaobao just nodded at Simo Domo, and then walked out with Wang Wan. Simo Domo, who was sitting there, was angry. He felt that he was left out. He looked at the children in front of him who were talking to him about a deal. He gritted his teeth and decided with a hint of revenge to get some benefits from the children. After that, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't agree, he would return the benefits. If the two of them didn't say anything, he would take it that they agreed. Compared to Simo Domo's complicated thoughts, Little Bei and the others were much simpler. They didn't think about who would get how much. They only felt that according to the actual situation of the local poverty, they would use 13 incense to exchange for other people's good things. Moreover, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and could easily estimate the approximate value of each item. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were outside, didn't know what Simo Domo was thinking. Otherwise, they would have kindly advised him not to play this kind of game with Little Bei and the others. That way, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Not everyone could take advantage of the little guys. When the two of them found Su Yilong, they saw that Su Yilong was holding a basket that had just been carelessly woven with branches in one hand and a leek scythe in the other. The leek scythe was specially used to cut leeks. It was very easy to use. Once the scythe was cut, a bundle of leeks would fall. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt the roots. As long as you used your strength, it would definitely be a flat cut. The tool itself limited your normal movements, unless you deliberately cut in a crooked direction. When you encountered leeks with rotten roots, you could still dig downwards. With a gentle turn, the rotten roots would be dug out. Su Yilong was digging wild vegetables along the lake. When she encountered those that ate the top part, she would directly cut them. When she encountered those that ate the leaves, she would cut them close to the ground. When she encountered those that ate the roots, she would use the scythe to cut them out. For every wild vegetable, she would carefully shake off the soil, separate them, and carefully arrange them in the basket. What is he doing? Wang Wan looked at Su Yilong and realized that it was different from what she had thought before. She thought that Su Yilong should be sitting by the lake in a daze, listless. Zhang Xiaobao revealed a gratified smile. Digging wild vegetables. And then? Wang Wan asked. Then she would comprehend life and settle down to do the little things around her, instead of looking at the clouds and fantasizing about flying. If Grandpa Su saw this, he would definitely be very happy. Zhang Xiaobao praised. So that's how it is. It seems that he isn't afraid of being shocked at all. He adjusted himself really quickly. Let's dig too. Boil the wild vegetables in boiling water and dip them in sauce. Wang Wan suggested. Zhang Xiaobao picked the wild vegetables with her. After an hour, Seymour Duomo walked out of the hall, looking very tired. Then there was an obvious dejected look. Xiao Bei and the others were still happily talking and laughing. It's over. Another person who has been shocked. I don't know if he can recover as quickly as the previous one. Zhang Xiaobao looked up, shook his head, and said to Wang Wan, I guarantee that he took the initiative to scheme against the little guys. Otherwise it would be impossible. Wang Wan added. Chapter 1342. The sound of Xiao Bei's laughter woke up Su Yilong, who was digging for wild herbs by the lake. He looked up at the 9 happy little guys, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was a look of relief on his face. Zhang Xiaobao happened to see Su Yilong's appearance when he raised his head. At this time, Su Yilong was not as high-spirited as before when he was following the team. He looked very easygoing and natural. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was a sublimation of thinking. When Su Yilong returned, he would be much higher than the others of his generation. In that case, he would have an explanation to old man Su Jian. At the same time, the Tang Empire would have one more useful talent, or a good official. Although the children nowadays were educated, and the requirements for students during the imperial examination were getting higher and higher, which seemed very fair. In fact, it could not offset the advantages of the official family. This was inevitable. The same situation existed in any country and era with a system. Whether it was China, the United States, Japan, or Russia, one's family background had always played a very important role. Since he could not stop it, it was better to find a way to improve the personal quality of the official's children. If using a knife to cut off the water did not work, then adding fuel to the fire. Use the system to limit some of the power, and use the humanities to influence some of the officials. Even if there were still various kinds of corruption in the end, the number would naturally decrease. Try to improve the ability of the officials as much as possible, and at the same time ensure the relative income of the officials. Their salary must be in the upper class of society, and their welfare must be higher than ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be in a strong temptation. Yilong, how many wild vegetables have you dug? Zhang Xiaobao, who was in a good mood, waved to Su Yilong and shouted. Su Yilong slowly stood up, carrying a basket in one hand and a leek scythe in the other, and walked over. After a few steps, she tilted the basket so that Zhang Xiaobao could see the wild vegetables inside. She said, Not much, only half a basket. It's enough to boil soup for a few people. It's not enough to cook vegetables. Huh? Why is it different? Xiao Bei jumped twice and came in front of Su Yilong. It looked at her carefully from head to toe, and then looked at the wild vegetables in the basket with a curious look. Xiao Bei felt that the Su Yilong in front of her was like a different person compared to before. Her tone and actions gave her the feeling that she was calm, not deliberate or pretentious. Her gaze was no longer aggressive but so gentle. You've changed so quickly. What are you doing? Teach me. You teach me how to change my expression. I'll teach you how to negotiate. I'm very good at negotiating. Xiao Bei nudged Su Yilong and said, I want to thank you all. Actually, I'm still me. It's just that I'm a little different after meeting you all. As for your skills, I must learn them. Even if I have to cook for you all every day, I must learn all of your skills. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come all this way for nothing? Su Yilong lifted the basket in her hand and said to Xiao Bei, meaning that she was going to cook today. Xiao Bei took a step back and waved his hand. No, let's learn from each other. As for cooking, please spare us. You're a good person. You can't torture us like this. But we have a seasoning called 13 spices. It's still very good. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chief Simodomo-he. Xiaobei smiled and looked at Simodomo-he. Simodomo-he's expression was not very good. During the negotiation just now, he did want to bully the little ones. He wanted to use an ivory bead to exchange for 50 kilograms of salt from Xiaobei. His idea was very good. It was safer to exchange for the salt in his hands. Although they followed the Tang team and discussed before that there would be salt to eat, if one day they were angry, or if the whole team did not have enough salt, it would inevitably be a burden to the people in his tribe. He had some salt in his hands that could be used at critical moments. If the little ones could exchange for a few more ivory beads, he would have a lot of salt. He could dissolve it in water and drink it to make people feel strong. In the end, it was Xiaobei and the others who asked what kind of seasonings they needed. He said that if they sold the salt directly, they would not sell it. They had to match it with seasonings. Therefore, the seasonings were expensive. He said that there were 18 kinds of seasonings, matching them with the salt 1 by 1, then 2 by 2, 3 by 3, until there were 18 kinds of seasonings. In the end, there were 153 kinds of seasonings that were matched with the salt alone. Then, adding the 18 kinds of seasonings that were matched with the salt alone, it became 171 kinds of seasonings. Then he added 3 by 3, 4 by 4, and so on. He was confused, but there were a lot of them. After calculating, it was obvious that it was not possible. Simodomo-he was not stupid. He did not want to talk about other things and only wanted to talk about salt. Xiaobei and the rest of the 9 could not directly sell the salt. Although there was a lot of salt in the Tang, it was only useful if they carried it with them. Otherwise, if they did not eat salt, they would fall sick. They saw this point and used salt as the main condition to talk about other seasonings. This was because there were many seasonings in the area. Other than chili, many of the other seasonings grew well. Xiaobei and the rest were puzzled. Why were there so many seasonings in the area? They did not know that if there were not so many varieties, their brothers and sisters could not eat curry every day in India. Even if they were imported, they had to take the climate into consideration. Therefore, it was said that the area itself was produced. Xiaobei and the rest took out a few pieces of deer jerky for Simodomo-he to taste. Deer jerky was made with a few kinds of seasonings. They could not carry any seasonings with them. The smell was too bad. After Simodomo-he ate it, he felt that it was indeed not bad. When he heard Xiaobei and the rest say that it would taste better with more seasonings, he could not help but be tempted. Xiaobei and the rest struck while the iron was hot. They said that they could provide an unlimited amount of seasonings to Simodomo-he and his people. As long as they could eat it, they would provide all they had, including salt. The prerequisite was that Simodomo-he also had to give all he had. Simodomo-he was happy and said, "You can give me as much as I want." Xiaobei said, "No, I want as much as you can eat. If you eat 1 jin of salt per person a day, I will give you 1 jin per person. If you can eat 2 jin, I will give you 2 jin." They went back and forth on this topic. Simodomo-he was very tired. They had 9 people, but he was only 1. After an hour, he agreed. When he agreed, he was in a good mood. He felt that he could hunt for ivory in the future, but he could not find seasonings and salt. Just as they were about to leave, Xiaobei told him that there were seasonings in the area. If they wanted them, they had to send people to pick them. Then, there would be people in the group who would specially make them. They could eat as much as they wanted, but the prerequisite was that they had to pick them. If they did not pick them, it was fine. Their own group would pick them and provide seasonings. However, their own group would pick them, and the usual hunting of wild animals would be left to their tribesmen. Simodomo-he became depressed when he knew that there were seasonings in the area, and that his own people had to work for them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw his tired and depressed appearance. The 9 of them were, of course, happy because they still had a backup plan. They did not usually eat 13 spice, but it did not mean that 13 spice was worthless. There were many Tang people who did not eat much of it. If they continued to move forward and entered the territory of the man-eaters, they could still sell it to them. Besides 13 spice or 18 spice, other than the influence of the season, there was also the secret recipe for processing. It was not that you would get 13 spice if you collected 13 kinds of plants. If the combination was not good, people would fall sick. There were things that were sun-dried and shade-dried, and special ones needed to be smoked. This was not told to Simo Domo He, and it was not in the agreement. When the time came, they would collect the plants that were in the current season and process 10 portions. They would just give them 1 portion and say that the processing process failed. Simo Domo He did not know, or else he would fall to the ground again. Nitroglycerin would not be able to save him. When he heard Xiaobei's words, Simo Domo He smiled at Su Yilong, but it was a forced smile. Su Yilong didn't even need to ask to know what was going on. She had heard too many legends about Xiaobei, and the others when they were negotiating with others. She knew even more about 13 spice. Although it wasn't very cheap, it wasn't so expensive that it was unbearable. Even if an ordinary family did not eat it, they could buy a bag for a dozen copper coins and leave it at home. When guests came, they could cook it to enhance the taste. Just like tea leaves, that bag was enough to last them for half a month. Those who were slightly better off could eat it casually. Its biggest use was to cook meat. No matter how bad your cooking skills were, you could cook a chicken or some pork, put water in the pot and add 13 spice. The taste would be good. Salt had to be added last. This was the current rule. If you added salt in advance, you would find that the same level of saltiness would require more salt. Unless it was specially made to make braised food, the salt had to be added first, and then it had to be soaked for a long time. At this time, Su Yilong was thinking about how Xiaobei bullied Simo Domo He with the 13 spice. Simo Domo He's condition was obviously not right. He had just fallen ill and it was not easy. However, after seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Seymour Duomo, who was in a bad mood, suddenly revealed a peaceful smile. He instantly understood that what was his might not necessarily be his. Since he was going with the Tang people, he still had many good things in his hands. What would happen? Why not take this opportunity to exchange with the 9 children? He thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be happy to see that their younger siblings had more good things. You also know how to change your face. Xiaobei was about to show off his achievements when he suddenly realized that Simo Domo He's expression had also changed. He could not help but feel puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Xiaobei, "They did not change their faces but their hearts. People know how to give and take, so they are open-minded. Pack up and we will leave in 2 days." Oh, Xiaobei agreed, but he still did not understand what was going on. He realized that he could not figure it out at the moment, so he stopped thinking about it. He snatched the basket from Su Yilong's hand, grabbed one end, and passed the other end to Xiao Yuan. The 2 of them carried the basket and skipped towards the campsite. "Do you still need me to do anything?" Simo Domo He asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Don't bring too many things, especially wooden tools that you don't usually use. Throw away what you need. When everyone is here, gather those who are sick together," Zhang Xiaobao said to Simo Domo He. Simo Domo He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I know, kill those who are sick." "What did you say?" Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. Chapter 1343. Zhang Xiaobao was shocked, and his gaze towards Simo Domoka was no longer friendly. Simo Domoka didn't know what was going on and was still explaining. "I said that I am willing to listen to your orders and kill the sick people." Don't say you'll listen to my orders. I'm not that heartless. If you were my enemy, I'd just be happy if you all died. But now you're my people and not my slaves," Zhang Xiaobao said firmly to Simo Domoka as he stared at him. Simo Domoka was stunned. Then why do you want me to gather the sick people? To treat them. Most of the people here are still young. They died because of illness or other problems, so those who are alive now don't have any serious illnesses. We have a medical team that can give you simple treatment. Not only the sick but also your people. You all have to cut their hair and take a hot bath. I have medicine specially used for bathing. After that, change into new clothes. If you don't have new clothes, find a cloth to cover yourself. Zhang Xiaobao once again felt the cruelty of the slave system. This kind of disregard for life was even more thorough than his and Cuckoo's. He and Cuckoo had killed people, and he had used all kinds of methods to destroy the enemy. But that didn't mean that he didn't know how to respect life. He also felt uncomfortable when he killed people. He only did it for the benefit of the Tang Empire. There was no right or wrong. He had never said that he would torture people after they surrendered. Even if it was mining, he would give them enough food. He used the captives' physical strength, not their lives. The work they were doing was indeed dangerous, but that kind of danger was probabilistic. It was dangerous for anyone to do it, not just because of the captives. But the rulers of the slave system didn't treat slaves as people at all. They killed them so easily that it was no different from killing a chicken. It was no different from using boiling oil to feed a live donkey meat. Wang Wan also frowned. She had never thought that her hands were clean. If a soldier didn't have blood on his hands, what kind of soldier was he? He had also massacred a Tubo village before, killing both the old and the young. However, that was against outsiders. Now, Seymour Duomo understood the meaning of a massacre within the village. No wonder Duo didn't want to go back to the tribe. No wonder the local tribesmen didn't have such a strong sense of resistance. It wasn't that they didn't understand unity, but that their leaders abandoned them too easily. If they didn't have religious beliefs, they would have been finished long ago. Did you hear that? We're not asking you to kill him. We're treating him. Wang Wan looked at Seymour Duomo with a cold gaze. Seymour Duomo couldn't help but shudder. After he reacted, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. You are the one who treated them. Let me say this first, I have nothing to exchange for this. This help when you do things. Our medical services are free. We don't expect you to give us anything. You arrange it. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Then, he didn't want to look at Seymour Duomo anymore. He pulled Wang Wan and left. Seymour Duomo stood where he was and watched the two people leave, as well as the guards hiding in the dark one after another. He sighed and muttered, "If I had known that you weren't going to kill, I wouldn't have said kill. Anyway, the old and weak will die slowly. I'll see if you can save them when we're on our way. You don't understand the cruelty here." Seymour Duomo felt that he was right. In fact, he also wanted to kill a lot of burdens. He felt that it was useless to keep those people alive. In the past, he always sent the old, powerless and sick people outside so that they could contribute to him at the last moment of their lives. With a sneer, Seymour Duomo touched the small bottle that contained the medicine to treat him and walked unhurriedly to his palace. A race that doesn't know how to love cannot survive. They will eventually be ruled or controlled by others. I guess he's still thinking that we don't understand the situation here. There are many weak and old people in the team and they think that our kindness is a joke. But he definitely doesn't think that without this kindness, we wouldn't have the status we have in Tang today. Should we give up on the old and weak? If we lost a battle and were running away, maybe we would choose to give up. But we definitely can't be so calm. I believe that every night, I will be awakened by nightmares. I saw Seymour Duomo's hesitation. At that moment, I didn't know whether he didn't want to kill or whether he was considering who to kill, and whether he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the disobedient. Therefore, only a ruler who recognizes his own power and responsibility is qualified to survive in this world. Otherwise, when the people know that there is another ruler who cares for their people, they will inevitably rebel. At the same time, the foundation of the country will be shaken. You will find that even if you don't give him advanced weapons, many people in the country will die from violence. There will be more violent deaths than when you give him advanced weapons but know how to care for the people or fear the people. Zhang Xiaobao was provoked by Seymour Duomo. When he spoke, he was thinking about how to find a chance to kill Seymour Duomo. This kind of person can't be left alive. If he wanted to achieve a certain political goal, he could send Seymour Duomo to do things that would harm others. When he reached the point of infuriation, he would appear and kill Seymour Duomo. He believed that he would gain the favor of those who were bullied by him. But obviously he couldn't do that. If he did that, his heart would be dirty. Sending someone to do it and using the lives of the people who did it to achieve his goal was worse than doing it himself. You mean to give everyone in Tang a gun? Wang Wan turned and asked. Why not? Do you think that you have to use a gun to kill people? As long as the laws against the people at the grassroots level are fair, even if they have the means to kill people who make them angry, they won't use it. It's people who kill, not guns. If possible, not only will I give the people of Tang guns, but I will also tell them that if an official bullies you and you don't have the chance to send a telegram and your life is threatened, then you should shoot. Shoot at that official and shoot at the person who threatens your life. Zhang Xiaobao made a shooting action as he spoke, and there was a cold smile on his face. If we do as you say, Tang will be in chaos. Well, at least that's what the corrupt officials of Tang will think. You don't need to say it, I'll say it for you. Wang Wan smacked Zhang Xiaobao's hand that was about to raise the gun and said. She actually understood that when people said that more people died from gunfire in other countries, it was actually a one-sided view. Countries without guns had more people dying from knives and bricks. When everyone had a gun, they naturally knew how to respect life. When everyone had their own car, they naturally wouldn't think that pedestrians had to let them go first. Respect came from the same social status. Social status depended on hard work and effort. Whether hard work and effort produced results, or rather the probability of producing theoretical results, depended on the policies of the ruling class of the society. That's why we have to cherish this era. We have to maintain the development of economy and technology, strengthen traditional morals, strengthen the law, and create a stable social environment. Even the rulers have to act in the interests of the majority when they do things. Zhang Xiaobao concluded. Wang Wan smiled. Does that mean that Li Longji has no choice but to compromise? Li Longji is actually quite cute. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. How is he cute? What are you looking at? As Wang Wan spoke, she saw Zhang Xiaobao looking around, so she followed suit. I'm looking to see if there are any spies. We have people in the palace providing information. Don't you think he's cute? He has no choice. Can't he just get rid of us? He's not stupid. He still wants to be the emperor. He's probably thinking of us right now and wants us to go back quickly so that he can travel. This means that his power is restricted. Even if he can tolerate the turmoil in the country, he can't tolerate the powerful weapons of an unknown country that can attack from thousands of miles away. When it reaches this level, he'll probably have other thoughts. Then he has to wait. Wait, aren't we all waiting? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chatted all the way back to the camp, and they happened to see the little ones busying themselves there. There was a large basin filled with a lot of yellow-black scrambled eggs. On the other side was a chopping board. Xiao Bei and the others took the small root vegetables out of the water and handed them to Su Yilong. Su Yilong held the knife in one hand and the small root vegetables in the other, working hard to cut them. Be careful, don't cut your hand. Our knife is very fast. You cut it one by one. Don't think that you're as agile as the logistics master in the team. When you find that you feel uncomfortable cutting the vegetables, you have to stop and adjust. Don't think that there's only a little left and cut through it, understand? Xiao Bei held a few washed small roots in his hand and nervously watched Su Yilong cut there. His mouth didn't stop talking. Su Yilong was sweating profusely. Looking at the muscles on his arms that were exposed when he rolled up his sleeves, she knew how nervous he was. But he still insisted, cutting while replying to Xiao Bei. I know I've written it all down. You guys know more. I'm far worse than Xiao Chong and Xiao Gang. Then you still want to cut, let them do it. Xiao Bei glanced at Xiao Chong and Xiao Gang who were kneading the dough and said to Su Yilong, how can I let you do dangerous things? Otherwise, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo see it, I don't dare to imagine the consequences. If the knife is not sharpened so fast, will it? It will cut off your hand. A blunt knife hurts people. Xiao Bei and the others usually use very fast knives. Not to mention cutting hair, as long as your hand touches it, it will definitely be cut. Zhang Xiaobao's voice came. Brother, sister, you're back. We were cutting the stuffing. We wanted to cut it, but we found that if we cut it, all the vegetables will fly away, so we had to cut it. Why, brother? Xiao Bei grabbed the small root vegetables and ran in front of Zhang Xiaobao. As he spoke, he put the small root vegetables in front of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth and let him eat. Zhang Xiaobao dodged back. Who put the garlic together with the small root vegetables? The color and size are different. Let's take a good look. Oh, I know the garlic, but there are only a few. It's not good to eat raw as it's too spicy. This thing is useless. Brother, why do you think it flew away when you cut it? Xiao Bei retracted his hand and looked. That's right, the garlic is their purple skin. This is physics knowledge. If you want something to fly out when it's under force, you have to control the transmission of force and the physical characteristics of the current object. On the other hand, if you don't let something fly, you also have to control it. The easier it is to cut something, the harder it is to fly, so you have to fix it when processing metal parts. Then there are two ways to cut vegetables. One is to do it like me. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he stepped forward and picked up the other kitchen knife beside him. He took the mixture of root and garlic from Xiaobei's hands and placed it on the chopping board. The knife rose and fell, and after a few swings, the mixture was cut into small pieces. Then he continued to cut it into smaller pieces. This is the familiarity of the tool and the thing being cut. It also requires strong control. Practice makes perfect. It's very simple, but you need to persevere. Wow, brother is so awesome. Xiaobei clapped his hands and shouted. Su Yilong stopped and listened carefully. She knew how Xiaobao's cooking skills were, but she had only eaten before. She had never seen Xiaobao cook. Today it was an eye-opener. Why couldn't it fly? The knife was obviously not used for cutting. Zhang Xiaobao continued. There's another way. It's much simpler. Bring all the vegetables you've washed over. The few little guys brought the things up and piled them together. Zhang Xiaobao gathered them again and then began to cut with the knife. As he cut, he said, this method is to use other things to block the vegetables that are about to fly out. Stack the vegetables together, and the knife cuts in the middle. In fact, they will fly, but they will be blocked. The premise is that the chopping board must be fixed firmly. Otherwise, with the force of the chopping board, the vibration produced will still shake the things away. Observe more in your daily life. You will find that the thickness of the chopping board used to cut vegetables doesn't matter, but the chopping board used to cut vegetables must be thick wood, and it must be one piece, not a few pieces of bamboo stuck together. But we can't put metal plates, springs, and shock absorbers on the chopping board. That will reduce the kinetic energy of the falling knife. We need a tool table that can mitigate the force and hold it in. Only then can we use it to cut. This is actually the simplest physics analysis and application. When cutting vegetables, there is also a need to guide the flow. Similarly, when cooking, heating is inseparable from physics. We also have to pay attention to the chemical reaction. When different ingredients are put together, poisonous substances will be produced. This is called the mutual promotion and restraint of ingredients. The purpose of learning knowledge is to apply it. You have to do more often when you have nothing to do. Do it purposefully. This will not only promote your hands-on ability, but also deepen your grasp and understanding of knowledge. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the vegetables on the chopping board were also chopped. A few pieces flew, but most of them were not a problem. This was within the normal range. The vegetables that were chopped by the special grade chef would also fly. If he didn't want them to fly, he would cut them. Of course, there were also experts who would cut things flying when cutting vegetables. We have to think more about how to play in the future. Xiaobei understood and said happily. Su Yilong's face was full of gratitude. She knew that Xiaobao said this for her to hear. She usually had access to a lot of books, but she just read them. She never thought that physics and chemistry could be used in cooking. Chapter 1344. The 9 little guys were not willing to think about things that were too deep. They would only think about it when they needed it, and they were not worried about not being able to figure it out. They had brothers and sisters to back them up, and they had very powerful brothers and sisters. Therefore, what they were thinking about now was how to wrap the small root cabbage in a box and fry it in a pan. Today they planned to cook a meal by themselves, including the cat ear soup that went with the small root cabbage box, but there was no fresh cucumber pickles. If the team came to travel, fresh cucumbers would not be a problem. Someone would specially carry soil and grow cucumbers on it. But now it was a war. Who dared to waste manpower and material resources like that? If there was a spare place, it would be better to fill it with salt or bullets. The 9 people who made the box for the first time were very nervous. Su Yilong also did not cook. He could not cut the vegetables well. What else could they expect him to do? As the main force of the box, Su Yilong was very excited. He felt that the action of making pancakes could be regarded as a kind of art. But only those who made pancakes every day understood that it was actually a kind of life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan no longer went in to rest. Instead, they took out folding stools and sat down, watching their younger siblings and Su Yilong cook. The two looked at each other and remembered the first time they made wontons for their family. The same passion, the same excitement, and the different craftsmanship. Even if the little guys put their heart into the box they made was also strange. They could not even squeeze the edges of the box. Only the clumsiness can be seen in the simplicity. Great skills appear clumsy. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. There were only 3 consequences if the box was not wrapped well. First, the stuffing was leaked. Second, the stuffing was not cooked in the thick part, and third, the thin part was scratched. This was not a big problem. If the stuffing was leaked, it could also be fried and eaten. If it was not cooked, it was not a big problem. In the stuffing of wild bird eggs and small root cabbage, the bird eggs had to be fried first. The small root cabbage could be eaten raw or cooked. As for the scratched part, it could be eaten as a strange rice crust. As long as the little ones put their heart into it, no matter what they made, the adults would feel that it was delicious. Even the delicacies made by the top-class chefs were not as delicious as the noodles made by the children. This was the consensus of the adults in the world. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care and just waited to eat. The little ones also didn't think about the food they made. They maintained absolute confidence that the food they made would definitely be good. Only Su Yilong, who was slightly older, was afraid. She was worried that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not like the food she made. From time to time he would look at the pot, then at Xiaobei and the others who were wrapping the boxes. He looked at the stuffing in the basin and suddenly had an idea. He suggested, "Can we add some meat inside?" Xiaobei was tasting the newly mixed stuffing to see how it was salty. When she heard Su Yilong's movement, she raised her head to look at him and said helplessly, "Brother Yilong, cooking is the same as composing poems. It doesn't matter how much flavor you add, it depends on whether you can express a flavor. Just like the chive stuffing, if you want to add meat, you can. It's very simple. No matter what kind of meat you add, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter if it's nutritious mutton, warm chicken, or cold crab meat. Can all be mixed in." "But," I said, "but, understand?" Xiaobei was like an adult. It was very difficult for her to make food, but she ate a lot. When she reached a certain level, when she was used to the wind and waves, the trickling stream was the pursuit. Su Yilong knew what chives were. She didn't like to eat them usually. Every time she ate them, she would have a stomachache. It was only when she ate at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant that she was fine. He also didn't know what was going on. Seeing that Xiaobei said that she could put everything, he asked, "Isn't it good to put venison?" "Okay, but we want to eat the pure taste of the root vegetables. The monarch, the minister, and the assistant minister are the rules. Whether it's used in medicine, calligraphy, or food now, who is the monarch and who is the minister? When you put venison, I only want to eat venison. Moreover, eating venison and root vegetables together is too nutritious." "Then why did you put wild bird eggs?" Su Yilong asked as if he was asking for advice. In terms of enjoyment, he was very clear that he was not the opponent of the little guys. Although they suffered a lot, that was because they were willing to. However, if they didn't suffer when it came to enjoyment, he was far behind them. Xiaobei spat out the stuffing in her mouth and reached for the salt. When she touched the box of salt, she paused. She bit her lower lip, looked up at the sky, rolled her eyes, and retracted her hand. "You can't put any more salt. If there's less salt, you can eat it with other seasonings. If there's too much salt, you can't reduce it. It's not like you're making takeout." "Then what did you say? Bird eggs?" "It's fresh." Brother and sister said that the simpler the organization structure, the fresher the taste. If you want to put things, you can put river prawns. It has to be big. Only meat, no shell. Sea prawns can't. Sea prawns are too fresh and will suppress the taste of the root vegetables. We want to eat the root vegetables. Then why not put river prawns? Su Yilong felt that there was a lot of knowledge in eating, so he became more and more curious. Because no one catches and peels prawns. If you want to eat something with 3 fresh stuffing, the egg has to be cooked, but the prawns have to be raw. If you boil the prawns in water, they become stuffing and then heat them up again. It's easy to cut your hand when you peel the raw prawns. I'd rather not eat it than do it. What if you get injured or infected? Xiaobei shook her 2 chubby little hands, indicating that she didn't want to be cut. Su Yilong had to admit that she couldn't compare with the little guys in many aspects of life. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel envious. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced life, but that no one had ever told her this in her daily life. It seemed very simple, but there was endless knowledge in it. No wonder His Majesty also put his youngest children beside Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They were the eldest princess and the first prince. It turned out that their education started from the bits and pieces of life. After an hour, the root vegetable boxes were done. Black, yellow, and gray, they were stacked one by one. They were put on a plate and sent to the dining table in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was also a bowl of wild vegetable soup with the smell of oil floating in it. Because the root vegetable boxes were limited in quantity, they were usually only eaten in the inner courtyard for Xiaobei and the others. The wild vegetable soup was much easier to make. In addition to some chopped green onions, there was water, salt, pepper powder and some uncooked oil. There were 2 full pots, less than half a basket of vegetables in them. They were distributed to more people to drink. There were a few wild vegetable leaves in each bowl. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the most wild vegetables in their bowls. This soup was simple to make, but it was very good for people's health. Regardless of whether the weather was cold or hot, drinking it while eating would replenish water. Furthermore, it was eaten with steamed buns, so there was no need for vegetables. It couldn't be compared to the soup of the rich and powerful. That kind of soup was boiled or boiled. Speaking of the soup with the best taste, the rich and powerful generally couldn't drink it. It wasn't that they didn't have the ingredients but that they didn't have the skills. Zhang Xiaobao drank a mouthful and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smacked her lips and said, "No wonder people in the south said that northerners' soup is scrubbed water. If the oil isn't boiled well, it is indeed very similar to scrubbed water. If the southerners' soup isn't boiled well, it's no different from the northerners' pig food. Let's not attack each other, okay?" Generally, only people who have never been out or people who went out and suffered losses are willing to attack each other. Whoever attacks shows that they have low self-esteem. The strong are respected wherever they go, so they are friendly to everyone. When I was abroad, I didn't attack the country. I even wanted to come back, but I knew that as long as I showed my face, I would definitely be caught. Especially beautiful geniuses, they were very willing to catch me. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the soup bowl in front of him and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took a bite of the small vegetable box and swallowed it slowly. She drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and let out a long breath. Now I don't have to worry about the excess food in my stomach. But people who have gastric problems definitely can't eat this kind of box. Eat, don't complain, it's my mission to catch you. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the beauty. Xiaobei, come, let me tell you, next time when you make this kind of soup, remember to sprinkle the chopped green onions into the oil first. If the chopped green onions don't turn black, it means that the oil temperature is not enough. Don't add water immediately. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan's eyes began to change, he hurriedly called his sister. Xiaobei also knew that the taste was not good, but this was made by them, she had to drink and eat. She picked up a black box on both sides and put it on her brother's plate. She said, "I haven't made it before, so I'm not familiar with it. Next time I won't. If it's not good, don't drink it." Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. You think it's only the soup that's not good? Then why did you pick up a black box for me? But he said, "How is it not good? It's just that it hasn't reached the highest level. If the soup is given to the people of Duo tribe to drink, they'll be happy to death. It's good enough that there's salt." I think so too. Xiaobei was very considerate, but she still looked at the soup and frowned. She asked, "Brother, is there a way to not have the smell of raw oil no matter when you add water?" "There is." Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiaobei's head. "It's fine as long as the oil is cooked before. Didn't you notice that there are many oil jars in our kitchen? It's that simple. Then what should we do now that the soup already has the smell of raw oil?" Xiaobei felt that her first time cooking was a failure. "Do you still have chopped green onions?" "Yes, there are wild onions in the mountains, a lot of them. You just need to chop the chopped green onions and sprinkle them directly on top of the soup." Zhang Xiaobao gave a remedy in a situation where there was no other way. Xiaobei was happy. Sure enough, her brother was the best. She threw down the chopsticks in her hand and ran to find Xiao Yuan and the others to make arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Eat beauty. Actually, this soup and box are not bad." The title of beauty was effective. Wang Wan did not mention what had just happened. She gently drank the soup and it seemed that it was really delicious. Then she said, "Compared to the people in the refugee area, the food in front of us is a delicacy. Yes, the damage caused by natural disasters is great, but there are also many man-made refugee areas. I wonder how many refugees will appear in Duo tribe this time." Zhang Xiaobao also carefully chewed the black box that Xiaobei had given them. It depends on the situation at sea. Wang Wan turned her head and looked to the west. Chapter 1345. Wind direction southwest. Wind speed 5. The situation under the water is unknown. It is not easy for large ships to approach the shore. Send small ships into the water. Pay attention to the tail waves. On the ship closest to the shore, someone on the lookout tower sent out a signal with a sailfish. In the fleet of large ships there were immediately 100 smaller ships. 2 small ships, each 4.5 meters long and 2 meters wide, came down from each ship. Each small ship could seat 8 people. They rowed toward the shore, and there were also things covered with canvas on the ships. About 200 li away from the 1,000 ships, there were 9,000 ships anchored there, including 2,000 gunboats. These were all the naval forces the Tang Empire could muster. Over the years they had built 3,000 gunboats. 200 were left in the country and 500 were used to patrol the seas. Wherever there were Tang merchant ships, there would be Tang gunboats. The rest were all sent here. In the future they would not build the same type of gunboats. New gunboats were rarely built. Usually they would build 2 or 3 and send them to the seas, lakes, Yellow River, and Yangtze River for training and to learn the techniques. If there was a need, the large shipyards would start construction at the same time. The other ships anchored on the sea were transport ships and supply ships. There were 200,000 soldiers on the shore this time. For a long time they would not be able to get supplies from the country. They also needed to carry livestock for transportation. 10,000 ships sounded like a number, but when looking at it, one would never compare this number with the situation on the sea. There were already merchant ships coming back from farther away. When they saw the ships on the sea, the people on the ships ran up and shouted, "Boss, boss, quick! Come out and look at the ships." A merchant ship called Longing Tang was returning to the Tang Empire along the shore. The lookout on the mast saw the scene in front of him through a telescope and shouted at the top of his lungs. As he shouted, he climbed down from the mast. "What are you shouting for? Little Dong, when can you be more steady? Ever since we left the Tang Empire, I haven't seen you rest. You shout when you see fish, you shout when you see seabirds. Look at the ship, we are already on the ship. It's not like we haven't seen ships before. Is this a merchant ship or a guard ship of the Tang Empire?" On the deck, in a small wooden hut, a person was rolling noodles. Next to him was a wooden shelf. On the paper there were 3 very small children. From their clothes it could be seen that they were 2 boys and 1 girl. When he heard the lookout shout, he quickly added some cold water into the pot and shouted back. The man he called Xiao Dong had already slipped down from the mast very deftly, and stood in the doorway. He sniffed and said, "Boss, oh I mean Captain, you made noodles for me again. There are boats, many boats. Who made it for you?" "The noodles I brought from the Tang Empire were not much to eat. I cooked and ate a few mouthfuls, but when I got home the 3 kids kept pestering me. I couldn't even eat a peaceful meal of noodles. When I came out they were less than 1 year old. When I went back they would be 3 years old. That is the time when they are naughty." The captain narrowed his eyes as he looked at the picture on the paper. Suddenly he glared at Xiao Dong and said, "Xiao Dong, I told you 100 times to hang the binoculars around your neck. You just had to take off the rope. If you really fell into the sea, I won't be your witness when we get back. Let's see how the authorities will deal with you." "Boss, don't worry. You see I have a rope tied around my waist. I can't wear it around my neck. My neck will be worn out after a long time." "Boss, oh Captain, I mean ship, if you don't believe me you can take a look with the binoculars later." So scary. Xiao Dong pulled the binoculars. Sure enough, there was a rope tied around his waist. Every big ship had 2 of these things. One was held by the captain, and the other was given to the lookout. When they came out they would file a record. When they got back, even if it was broken, they would bring the pieces to the state-level authorities for inspection. If they lost it and no one was there to prove it, they would be punished. The captain was not in a hurry. He didn't expect what kind of scene it would be. He only thought that there was a bigger trading fleet that wanted to meet with his small fleet here. After that, they would greet each other and go their separate ways. In that case, he would be able to see it in a while. It was more important to eat the noodles he brought from the Tang Empire first. It took a long time for the noodles to enter the pot, so the time it took to cook them was shorter. After a few minutes, the noodles were ready. After soaking them in cold water for a while, the captain took another can, opened it, and scooped out a few spoonfuls of bean paste. He scooped a few spoonfuls of bean paste into a bowl and ate a mouthful. Delicious. The noodles and bean paste from my hometown are still the best. Why are you looking at me? If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. Are you waiting for me to serve you? Captain, you are really too noble. Little Dong happily ran over, picked up the noodles and put in the sauce. He lowered his head and stuffed half of the noodles into the bowl. Then, he raised his head and rubbed his mouth in satisfaction. Captain, I just remembered. A month ago, Little Bean was sick and wanted to eat noodles. You took out a can of bean paste and said that it was the last one. Today could it be? I'm dreaming? Yes, now that you have woken up from your dream, go up and take a look. Are you still full? I only made this much. That bean paste, aren't you afraid of being salty? When the captain was speaking, Xiao Dong picked up 2 more chopsticks of noodles and put the bean paste on the noodles. I have woken up from my dream. Boss, I am going up now. You eat slowly. I will continue to feel the power of the Tang fleet. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Xiao Dong gulped down a mouthful of water. He wiped his mouth and ran out, leaving only one sentence. You're lying to me. I won't even look at it. I'll eat noodles. Son, daughter, wait for me to go back. I'll make noodles for you every day. The goods on the 5 ships are all yours. These are goods from Africa that Xiaobao and Cuckoo mentioned. They're very valuable. The captain continued to slurp his noodles unhurriedly, muttering as he looked at the 3 children drawn on the paper. By the time he was full, a quarter of an hour had passed. He let out a satisfied burp and looked at the noodles that hadn't been cooked yet. He gently placed the can of bean paste on the table, and wondered who would be lucky enough to run over first. That way they would be able to cook the noodles themselves. The captain rubbed his stomach and took the binoculars. He strolled outside and continued to look at the sea and blue sky. He thought of Xiao Dong's words and looked ahead with the binoculars. Ah, so many ships. Damn, this is the Tang fleet. Our Tang has so many ships? Reflected in the captain's eyes were ships after ships with dragon flags fluttering in the wind. Everywhere he looked there were only ships. There was no end in sight. At the end of the sea and the sky, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of ships. The captain was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and murmured, "What's going on? Am I dreaming? No, absolutely not. Why would the great Tang's fleet come here? Who is going to be unlucky? So beautiful, so mighty. Come out for this, captain. Look at the fleet. It is the Tang fleet." After muttering to himself, the captain began to shout to the cabin below the deck. His hands holding the binoculars turned white and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was too excited. In the past, he could only see a few gunships and supply ships of the Tang fleet. It was rare to see dozens of ships at the dock at the same time. Today he was truly satisfied. His great Tang had so many warships. When gathered together they could blot out the sky. This was the Tang fleet, the strength to protect the Tang people. The captain pursed his lips, puffed out his chest, and let the sea breeze blow. He had the urge to cry. The ship in front of him could no longer be called a ship. It was like a mountain range, continuous and unending. What could be prouder than this? More footsteps came from the deck. Hearing the captain's shout, the sailors thought that something had happened and ran out. However, they didn't find any danger. When they looked forward, they were all stunned. Even without binoculars, they could see the ships in front of them. It was just that they couldn't see the flags on them. They could see the hull of the closest ship, the sails and masts further away, and the ships further away were little dots or black lines. Big Uncle, where did these ships come from? There are so many of them that it's frightening, a sailor said to the captain with wide eyes. Ha! Where did they come from? Under the heavens, where do you think there are so many ships? Only my great Tang. I can see clearly. Gunships, those are gunships and more gunships. So many gunships? Who are Cuckoo and Xiaobao going to deal with? The captain could now see the configuration of the ships clearly. The gunships were clearly different from the ones the captain had seen. Although he couldn't see the cannons, he could see the wooden planks covering the muzzles. Those familiar with the Great Tang's gunships knew that once the wooden planks were removed, the cannons would be exposed. The other ships didn't have string cannons, but they had a gun at the bow and no gun at the stern. This meant that the warships had no intention of firing while escaping. This was a sign of absolute confidence. His nephew rolled his eyes and reminded, "Big uncle, in front of us is the strait of many cannibals. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are fighting many cannibals. When we came out it was only a small skirmish. I didn't expect that by the time we came back they were already fighting. This definitely isn't a small battle." "I know. Why would they need so many ships in a small battle? But there are too many gunships. Do the cannibals have enough ships to fight?" The captain thought hard and then suddenly understood. "I understand. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo aren't sending people to attack the ships. They are transporting soldiers. If the gunships can attack the ships, they can also attack the shore. The cannibals are finished." "How?" The captain's nephew couldn't understand. If they sent soldiers, they would still have to fight. They were deep in the shore, and the gunships couldn't go up. The captain's nephew didn't think too much about it. Instead, he admired the approaching fleet and sighed. "It's so beautiful. I've always heard people say that Cuckoo's gunships broke through the waves and formed a majestic formation. I couldn't imagine what it was like. Now I know. If I were the enemy, I would just surrender. There's no way to fight this battle. In front of us there's nothing but ships. When we cut through the fleet later it will be even more shocking. I've seen hundreds of fishing boats moving together, and I think it's spectacular. How many ships does the Great Tang fleet have? It's invincible." Hearing his words, the other crew members on the deck felt the same. The closer they got, the more they felt the oppression of the motherland's invincible fleet. They belonged to the Great Tang. Usually they didn't need to send many. 1 or 2 gunships and 3 to 5 supply ships were enough to protect the safety of the people outside. When there was a real problem, the Great Tang would gather so many ships and form a boundless fleet. With the protection of the armed forces on the sea, they could go anywhere in the world. "Captain, when we go back, if we see ships from other small countries, such as Junlao or Japan, we'll stick to them and see if they dare to provoke us. The invincible fleet of the Great Tang will crush them." A crew member shouted excitedly. "You're the one who sticks to them and you dare to provoke them? Isn't it a provocation? The Great Tang fleet is powerful, but it's not for you to provoke them. Don't you need to spend money? Are you stupid? Or are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo stupid? Or is it the emperor?" The captain followed the voice and glared at him. "Isn't it said that the Great Tang is willing to do all it can for one person? I'm also a person of the Great Tang," the man retorted. He was immediately met with all sorts of criticism. "I say, Chan Clan's second son, I told you not to come. You're such a fool, but you insisted on coming. Next time, no matter what you say, I won't agree to bring you along. Idiot, in the future I'll call you that. And you dare to say that you'll do all it can? That's only because you're in a special situation, like when you're at war with multiple countries at the same time. It's not because you've been bitten by a fish and the entire Great Tang has to take turns rubbing your face. You're truly lacking compared to your brother and brother. If you run into 2 other ships, the Great Tang has to send you this fleet? And they have to cooperate with you? 1 patrol ship is enough. Chen Erboy, you're sick. You need to be treated." "Old 2, I'm confused. Why do you have to provoke others? If their ships are filled with valuable goods, then after you provoke them, the Great Tang's armed ships will go and help you steal the goods. But if their ships are filled with rotten fish and shrimps, then after you've provoked them, our Great Tang ships will go and help you fight. We won't get any benefits. Isn't that just making trouble for the Great Tang army? Brother Chun, you're not young anymore." "Shut up. What Brother Chun? You're my younger brother, so just call me brother. You're also talking about me. Do you want to put righteousness before family?" The younger brother reacted and hurriedly defended his older brother. "That's right, you're my older brother. You all of you stop talking about my older brother. Look at the ships." After having their fill, the crowd stopped mocking the second son of the Chan clan and turned their gazes to the Great Tang fleet. Bong! 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 Suddenly, the sound of drums and horns came from the fleet in front of them. All sorts of small flags began to move. and the ships with sails began to lower their sails. "Big Uncle, what are they doing?" the captain's nephew asked curiously. The captain was also puzzled. As he watched, he suddenly realized that the clouds in the sky were moving faster and faster. Immediately, he shouted to the surrounding crew, "Quick, lower the horizontal sail and raise the jib. A gale is coming from the side. Don't look at the ship, or else it'll be blown away." Only then did the crew react. They hurriedly got into position and began to do their work. Soon, the horizontal sail was lowered and the jib was raised to a separate position. The speed of the ship began to decrease. The people on the observation deck did not continue to stay and slipped out to the deck. After a while, the crowd gathered at the front deck. Only the people controlling the sail and the helm were unable to leave their positions. Normally, when encountering such a situation at sea, one would be very nervous. Each time they would be worried that something would happen, and that they wouldn't be able to return home. However, the people on the ship were very relaxed. In front of them was the fleet of their motherland. If the wind was so strong that it was dangerous, the fleet would definitely send a ship to inform their merchant ships. Since no one had come to inform them, it meant that the wind wasn't out of the control of the fleet. Since this was the case, the 5 ships on their side would enter the fleet in a short while, and the fleet would protect them. The wind began to pick up, and the sails of the 5 merchant ships formed a large angle with the ship. If one only looked at the sails, they would feel like the ship was moving at an angle. As the wind howled and the waves battered the sides of the ship, the people on the ship weren't worried in the slightest. All of them steadied themselves and experienced the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Although the wind was blowing from the side, the ships were actually moving faster. 30 minutes later, the 5 merchant ships finally brushed past the closest Tang warship. The flags on the ships fluttered in the wind. Soldiers wearing different types of Navy uniforms were saluting the merchant ships. Their standard standing posture and neat movements made the people on the merchant ships tear up. They all returned the salutes that were out of shape. As they went deeper and deeper into the fleet, they couldn't see the outside anymore. There were only ships, countless ships, and the orderly salutes of the soldiers on the ships they passed. These orderly movements made the blood of the people on the merchant ships boil. They saw the majestic warships, the resolute soldiers, the rolling dark clouds, and the flapping war banners. For a moment they felt very reassured. There was nothing in the world that could fight against this army. It was too strong, and the eyes of the soldiers showed no sign of retreat or weakness. "Good soldiers, once we return and sell the goods, I will take out 10% of the net profit and send it to the barracks. The soldiers of my great Tang can't be wronged. Our dignity in the outside world depends on them," the captain solemnly said. Chapter 1346. The 5 merchant ships passed through the fleet in a daze. They didn't know how much time had passed, but when they came out they found that the gale had already passed. The people on the ships were all very excited, occasionally turning their heads to look at the seemingly endless fleet. After looking around for a while, the captain returned to his cabin, picked up a pen and wrote, "We're still in a land of many cannibals in that part of the sea. I know that it won't be long before we get home." On the way, I saw patrolling armored ships and merchant ships like mine. Whether it was whales or dolphins, they were all very ordinary on the surface of the sea where the sun constantly rose and set. Even Africa didn't shock me. After all, someone else had been there before me. I knew that the last part of the journey would go very smoothly, that no country would come to make trouble. I have always firmly believed that the Great Tang's gunships were the most awe-inspiring. But I must say that the fleet I saw today can no longer be described as awe-inspiring. Without seeing it with one's own eyes, one would never be able to imagine such a scale. This is a sight that should not exist in this world. Warships much larger than merchant ships were anchored on the surface of the sea in rows and groups. When I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't see the end of them. They simply floated there, doing nothing, but my heart was filled with boundless pride. I truly didn't dare to guess what I would do if I were an enemy of the Great Tang. Perhaps surrendering would have been a good idea, but I would have to kneel on the deck before the gunships could open fire. But I wasn't. I kept telling myself that I wasn't an enemy, that I was a citizen of the Great Tang, and I was proud to be a citizen of the Great Tang. Thus, I decided to take out 10% of the profits and use it on the Great Tang's fleet. They were worth it and I had no regrets. The soldiers of the fleet were in no mood to consider the thoughts of the people on the merchant ships that had just passed by. They simply expressed their welcome. According to Cuckoo's request, whenever a Great Tang army left Great Tang territory and encountered a non-combatant of the Great Tang, they had to give them a salute. It was these people who paid the taxes that supported them. Thus, as soldiers, he naturally needed to provide them with sufficient assistance. Since they didn't need him and the others to help them fight for the time being, showing them some goodwill was also a form of assistance. Cuckoo had said that the salute of a soldier was the most beautiful scene, and it would make the people of the Great Tang feel at ease. Now that they were at ease, all that was left was to continue the assault on the Duo Eater. The Duo Eater would never have imagined that a group of Tang soldiers would appear in such an important place. At the narrowest point of the straits, the people who were beginning to approach the shore were very excited. They had already seen the ships of the man-eaters anchored one by one at the rudimentary docks. Actually, it was not quite correct to call it a dock. It was a pity that in such a good natural deep water place, those boats were too small. Moreover, they were dragged to the shore, where the water was not deep. There aren't any reefs down there. If I had known, I would have just let the big boats come over. It's really a good natural harbor, but the scenery is a little lacking. I thought that I would be able to see a cluster of buildings and all kinds of tropical plants. A sailor who had just docked his boat looked at the scenery in front of him and felt a little disappointed. He had always imagined that other people's docks would be like Lu Zhou's. When he entered the dock from the outside, he would see a cluster of buildings and a pleasant greenery. However, this was not the case at all. There were no buildings, only a dozen or so boats stranded on the shore. Then what entered his eyes were mountains, rocks, and yellow hills. The first impression it gave was that it was a barren place. Moreover, there were no lush forests on the mountains. They were all bare. Only when he looked carefully would he see specks of green grass growing with difficulty and tenacity. Why didn't the Duo Eater build up such an important place? What a pity. Zhang Deqiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the things ashore. Just as this person was lost in his thoughts, the captain's voice rang in his ears. He was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped off the boat and began to cooperate with the others to move the things on the boat ashore. The first batch of things carried by the small boats were machine guns and ammunition. They thought that they would be blocked by the enemy if they came over, so they were prepared to force their way ashore. In the end, they found that the actual situation was different from what they had expected. There was no Duo Eater at all. What they saw was only desolation. The boats that were dragged to the shore had not been used for a long time. There was a lot of sand in the boats, and the bottom of the boats was a mixture of black and brown sand. It was obvious that the boats had not been maintained for a long time. If they were to go out to sea now, it would be easy for them to leak. They could even break the boats by gently knocking on a rock on the shore. However, the team still had to follow the previous steps. They moved the machine guns ashore, connected the ammunition, and prepared to face any possible dangers. When all the things were moved ashore, 6 of the 8 people on each boat stayed behind while the other 2 rowed back to provide support. As for sending a big boat to approach directly, they still did not dare. Sitting on a small boat and not being able to see the reefs underwater did not mean that it was equally safe to send a big boat over. Zhang Deqiang was one of the people who stayed behind. He was a very good sniper. He had received training in jungle warfare and street warfare. He had also specially gone to Fengzhou, to be precise, the southern bank of the Yellow River in Fengzhou. There was a desert there. It was very big. Zhang Deqiang had never walked from one side to the other, and no one would ask for that. However, he had survived there for 2 days. Yes, 2 days. During those 2 days he only carried a wet towel wrapped in layers of oil paper, and a single-edged serrated knife. Other things he did not carry. The experience of those 2 days was definitely a choice between life and death. Fortunately, there were many eagles circling in the sky. The 2 most beautiful ones were red and white. The red one was called the Red Luan, and the white one was called the Shuayun. If he felt that he could not stand it anymore, he would wave to the sky. There would be eagles bringing water and other supplies, but at the same time, he would be eliminated. Those who were eliminated would not be able to go ashore and continue to move forward. Zhang Deqiang also participated in other training after that, but it was still in the desert. He only came out after 4 months. Who knew how many layers of skin on his body had fallen off? Damn, it's so hot. Zhang Daqiang and the others left in a small boat. Some people stayed behind to provide cover fire, while he joined one person on each boat. There were a total of 200 people. They were very familiar with each other. They were teammates who had survived together in the desert. Yes, it's hot. A weak voice followed. Zhang Daqiang did not need to look back to know who it was. The person's real name was Tu Dong. He was the fourth child in the family. His nickname was Rabbit. Tu Si Rabbit. It was very pleasing to the ear. When Zhang Daqiang heard Tu Dong's voice, he didn't feel that Tu Dong was a very weak person. Tu Dong's voice was always so soft, and his expression was always shy. However, this kid was not weak at all. He was the most skilled at catching snakes and skinning them. He was also very bold. No matter what the desert thing was, as long as it was said to be edible, he dared to eat it raw. He ate it more delicious than anyone else. The most important thing was that he was very sensitive to water. He could always find the place with the heaviest water vapor under the sand, and then use simple tools to gather the water. Of course, his marksmanship was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have been arranged to be in the first batch of commandos. Don't talk so much when you're hot. Get ready and start adjusting your state. Today we must advance 50 miles and clear all obstacles along the way. We must circle the area where the quicksand may appear and clean up all kinds of dangerous insects and animals in the desert. The person who came down from the other boat said to Zhang Daqiang and Tu Dong unhappily. The two of them immediately shut their mouths and began to prepare. They put on their gloves, tied up their sleeves, checked if the straps on their boots were done properly, and tied up their pants. They put on their hats, tied up their collars, and covered their face masks and reflective glasses. Every part of their bodies was covered, and not a single trace of their skin was exposed. In addition to the large dual backpacks, the guns in their hands, and the knives at their waists, they felt even hotter. However, none of them changed into trousers and vests. In the past, they did not know, but after participating in the desert training for 4 months, they had a deep understanding. In the desert, one should not think that it was cool to wear less. The temperature of the sand was very high. If one's skin was exposed, it would be cracked by the sun. The most important thing was that the water in the body would be lost very quickly. Now they looked uncomfortable, but they could survive very well and save water at the same time. The pain of those 2 days was still etched in their minds. Even so, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao only passed on the surface. The real survival time was 3 days and 3 nights, 72 hours. The reason why they did not add an extra day was because the rescue team could not keep up. During those 2 days, they could not just hide in one place. They also had to complete the mission. Otherwise, it would be much simpler. They just had to dig a hole in the sand dune facing away from the sun, bury themselves in it and hold on for a while. Zhang Daqiang, who had a deep impression of this, did not say anything, but he could use sign language. He said to Tu Dong next to him, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are really amazing. When we went for the training 3 years ago, they must have thought of this moment. If we had not experienced it before, we would not have been able to walk too far. Of course, if Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are not amazing, who is? I am now wondering, how do the local polyphagous people survive? Do they also walk on the sand and be fine? Tu Dong also used sign language to say. Although it was not a desert in front of them, there was not much greenery. It was yellow whether it was the mountains or the ground. Coupled with the salty sea breeze and the big sun in the sky, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to live here. At this time, the captain made a hand gesture and jogged forward. The others lined up and cooperated with each other to follow. Only the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed in the place where the 200 people were walking. The wind was still blowing, and from time to time, the dust on the ground would rise. The clouds in the sky did not have any intention of stopping. They floated by, but not a single drop of rain fell. Chapter 1347. When the Tang army landed behind the duo people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also set off with their troops. None of the 3,000 people in Simo Domo's tribe were missing. It wasn't that they didn't want to secretly leave the group, but they considered that if they didn't follow the larger group, the rest of them wouldn't be able to survive. Simo Domo took all the food and dried meat, most of the metal tools, and the livestock of the tribe. The people who stayed behind had to find their own food and use tools made of wood and stone. If the rabbits and deer were their food, then they were also the food of the wolves, tigers, leopards, and other carnivores. They didn't think that they could easily defeat the animals that wanted to eat them, and they didn't think that they could easily catch the animals they wanted to eat, especially salt. Who would provide it? Thus everyone left. At least they didn't have to worry about starvation if they followed the Tang army. There were fewer old people in the group and none of them were sick. Simo Domo had thought of all sorts of ways to let these people end their lives early. Otherwise, a person who couldn't work and needed others to take care of them would be a burden. Fortunately, Simo Domo wasn't stupid enough to treat the children as a burden, so the children were still alive. The women weren't. Simo Domo had quite a number of women, a total of 14. Looking at each of them, it was obvious that the local aesthetic view was different from the Tang people. Duoduo felt the same way as Simo Domo. He felt that the 14 women were beautiful. Of course, even if his aesthetic view was slightly different, he still felt that Cuckoo was more beautiful. The main reason was that he felt that this person who was called Demoness Cuckoo was strong enough. Not only could she command a battle, but she also had a fighting strength. At the same time she could sing, dance and cooperate with Xiao Bao to make delicious food. Such a woman was really hard to find, especially her skin. Why was it so soft and white? She was much stronger than the women on his side. Duoduo made such comparisons, but he still liked the other beauties in front of him, even if they were inferior to Cuckoo. Cuckoo didn't belong to him. Every time he looked at her, he felt a pain in his chest. He couldn't find such a woman or he would be bullied all day. Xiao Bao, I just realized that you're really a man. Toto's eyes swept over Simo Domo's woman, and he didn't forget to talk to Zhang Xiaobao beside him. Zhang Xiaobao was a little nervous. He unconsciously covered his lower body with his hand and squeezed out a smile. How did you find out? You weren't beaten up by your woman, Cuckoo. Aren't you a man? Toto gave a reason that he thought was correct. Zhang Xiaobao began to worry about Duoduo. Could it be that after being kicked by Cuckoo, he began to change his outlook on life, the world and values? Were there only two choices in his eyes? Men can do better than women, and women can do better than men, so they have to be on opposite sides. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he should help Duoduo, so he said, in fact, she didn't hit me because she didn't want to, not because she couldn't beat me. I think you should contact more people outside, especially to see how good the life of the people outside is. In your situation, I guess you can only get in touch with the 126 people in your tribe. They have nothing to do, so they bully each other. Whoever wins will be powerful. Don't you know that there are many people outside who are more powerful than you? My wife and I don't have the leisure to play at home. There are many things outside that we need to calculate together. There are problems with our own people's lives, and there are problems with the enemy's strategy. I advise you to learn from me and think more about the outside world. Simo Domo also beat women. Duoduo found a realistic example to prove that he was right. Is he powerful? A small leader in charge of more than 3,000 people is powerful? He also has nothing to do. I never think that a man who beats women has something to do. Zhang Xiaobao was very disdainful of Simo Domo. A tribe of more than 3,000 people was considered a social group? A small place was a small place. Unfortunately, even with the large population in India, not many people took them seriously. The main thing was that their military power was not strong. And the most hateful thing was that other people were thinking of ways to make money when they encountered economic crises, but they actually sold their wives. This kind of behavior was no longer an attack on ethics and morality, but on human nature. Zhang Xiaobao had thought many times that if he had a wife when he had no money, he would take his wife to the market and sell her. Through all kinds of psychology, he would tell himself that it was right to do so. However, in the end he failed. He couldn't convince himself at all. If he sold a wife who usually cooked, ate, and suffered with him, how cold-blooded would he be? That was not a commodity, but a period of time and memories that had a close relationship with him. The most infuriating were those women who were sold. They were very honest and accompanied the men to sell themselves. This might be a kind of habit. For a race and country with such a habit, the slightly stronger countries in the world would look down on them, let alone pay attention to them. Wife, speaking of the behavior of selling wives in India, it reminds me of lions. Zhang Xiaobao thought and suddenly said to Wang Wan who was beside him. If it were someone else, they would be confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. The jump was too big. Just now he was talking to Duo and in the blink of an eye he mentioned lions. However, Wang Wan could understand. There was no need to deliberately think about it. She could empathize with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She could understand Zhang Xiaobao's psychological activities very well. So she said, "Don't mock the lions. The lions didn't take the initiative to give their wives away. They ran away because they couldn't beat them. Moreover, they have to bear the pain of losing their children. Unless there are other lionesses in the pride who don't have children, the new male lions will kill the cubs." "Oh, thank you. Please allow me to apologize to the lions. This reminds me of a documentary film from more than 100 years ago, The Adventures of the Lion King. At that time there was a little lion. It needed to be killed but it didn't want to die so it ran away. The lioness stopped the new male lion and created the conditions for it to run into the swamp. I thought it would die, but it tenaciously survived. A few years later, it became a very powerful male lion and found the former pride again. I admire the person who recorded all of this with influence. What are you two talking about?" Duo was confused. "We're talking about our own words," Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. "I don't understand." Duo felt that what he said in Tang was right. Why couldn't he understand? He couldn't figure out what the two were talking about. Zhang Xiaobao still said with a smile, "Can others understand you when you talk to your woman?" "Yes," Duo said honestly. "You're a failure." Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face. "I think so too. My woman is not as good as yours," Duo admitted. Wang Wan sneered. "It's your man who is not as good as mine. Don't put yourself so high. If Xiaobao had your woman would definitely live better than you." "Then I'll give him my woman." "Are you tired of living? I'll let Xiaonan use you for target practice. Do you believe it?" "What is target practice?" "Like the deer before, put you 200 steps away you can run and Xiaonan will shoot you." "Why?" "Forget it, your IQ is not good. It's a waste of a bullet to shoot you. Go back to the team. Look at your tribe, it's a mess. You want to compete with my man? You can't even manage a team of more than 100 people." "TSK." Wang Wan said to Duo in disdain. She took a step forward and prepared to kick. Duo hurriedly ran away, followed by his cursing voice. "Scared me to death. If he pushed the women in his tribe in front of me, won't I starve to death?" Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be frightened and sighed. "Do you really want to vomit when you see them?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "I want to die," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan smiled and lightly hit Zhang Xiaobao. "Let's go. Look at Simo Domo, he's still living well. He doesn't care about his women, does he? I think he cares about his status. Women are just a tool for him to show his status. What do you want?" Zhang Xiaobao blinked twice, looked at the 14 women belonging to Simo Domo and then looked at the other strong men in his tribe and asked, "Just as you guessed, I think those women don't care about him very much. What they have is not love but a simple social need. No one's departure will hurt anyone. It's not even comparable to the psychological impact of a pet dog's death on the owner." Wang Wan's meaning was very clear. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for him to say something supportive. Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head. "I think it's okay." "Brother, sister, are you really going to give Simo Domo his women to some of the people in his tribe who have contributed the most to us through labor evaluation?" Xiaobei jumped over like a rabbit. As she walked, she tilted her head and asked, "How do you know?" Zhang Xiaobao habitually patted his sister's head. Xiaobei was not disgusted. She enjoyed it and let her brother pat her head. She said, "Because your life is not a failure. Duo is leading his small tribe to survive, but he doesn't even have a tacit understanding with anyone. He doesn't know what his family is thinking, and his family doesn't know what he's thinking. He's so pitiful." "I think so too. He doesn't even have two sisters like our Xiaobei. Isn't that so?" Zhang Xiaobao used internet language. This kind of words sounded very cute, but he would not say it to adults. "Yes." Xiaobei nodded. "Go ahead and teach. You're messing up our Chinese culture. You're saying all kinds of things to your younger brothers and sisters. When the time comes, can you still tell who is who?" Wang Wan was really helpless against Zhang Xiaobao. He taught blindly, drew cartoons, spoke internet language, wore European princess dresses, ate Western food, and dozens of commonly used foreign languages. His teaching methods were messed up, but Zhang Xiaobao still enjoyed it. Zhang Xiaobao did not care and said, "They will know how to choose. They say it's Chinese culture, but what is China? Yanhuang? China. Many of the idioms and allusions are not from the Tang dynasty. If we really talk about things before, why is Chang'an the capital? Does the Central Plains include Chang'an?" Chapter 1348. Wang Wan did not have time to argue with Zhang Xiaobao. He could teach them however he wanted. Anyway, her younger siblings had learned well. They were not domineering when dealing with outsiders, and they were not arrogant when dealing with their own people. Moreover, they would be more down to earth when speaking to honest people. They would not be at a disadvantage when talking to treacherous people. This was very good. Teaching children was not to let them learn how to ask for guidance, nor was it to let them know how to calculate the games in other people's casinos through probability and fuzzy mathematics. There was also no need to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics. At the same time, they could understand and write the same type of articles. The ultimate goal of teaching children was to let them adapt to society and be able to survive in all kinds of complicated situations. Many people who had countless master's and doctorate degrees under them might not even finish middle school or high school. Since there was no reason to argue, there was no need to argue too much about this. It was better to do something practical. The practical thing was that the people under Seymour Domo He's management were now bald. Regardless of gender, age, they were also given a medicinal bath. The clothes were not made yet, so they had to wait. Therefore, the children were all naked now. Fortunately, the girls had a simple belly band. Xiao Bei said that he was afraid that Xiao Yuan would see something he should not see. Xiao Yuan did not say anything. He just let people tie leaves with a special smell with a rope and hang it on the little boy, saying that it could repel mosquitoes. The adults were actually the same. Before the new clothes were made, they could not wear their old clothes, except for those that had been washed and sprayed with disinfectant. However, not everyone had several sets of clothes. At noon, a more practical situation appeared. All the old people, children, and pregnant women were given dishes cooked in a large pot by the chefs. There were 2 dishes and a soup. The amount was very large and they were all meat. Xiao Bei and the others' dishes were naturally cooked by Zhang Xiaobao himself. There was braised mushrooms, fried wild celery, and a vegetarian soup. The fried potato strips inside were the children's favorite. The children of Seymour Domo He tribe did not have a share, but the children under Duodwa's command still ate. Seymour Damoka was in a bad mood when he saw this situation. He didn't care about the mushrooms and wild celery. What he cared about was Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. He was keenly aware of Zhang Xiaobao's status in the Great Tang. The Duogans and the Great Tang had already proven this point. Ordinary people would not be able to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. Normally, only the emperor and Zhang Xiaobao's family could eat them. Just like himself, he used to be able to make some food, but ever since he became the leader, he had never done it. Even when he did, it was for himself. He felt that others did not have the right to taste it, including his women and children. Then he saw the dishes cooked by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's woman Wang Wan did not eat them, which was very normal. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people ate them. He was a little confused. Perhaps it was because the children were young and should be taken care of more. There were sick people in the team, but they could also eat. How was this the behavior of a leader? Zhang Xiaobao had degraded his own status. The most infuriating thing was that Duo, a person who could be abandoned at any time, actually allowed their children to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes with Xiao Bei. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seymour Damoka's expression turned gloomy during the meal. He accompanied Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. He sat on the right side while Duo sat on the other side. Today's meal was still stew. There was no choice. There were too many people and they were marching. Regardless of whether they liked it or not, only stew could absorb nutrients the fastest, and it was also the most convenient to cook. When marching and fighting, it was already not bad to be able to eat stew. Under normal circumstances, they would eat dry rations and river water. Zhang Xiaobao did not think that the food was bad. He had once rummaged through the garbage bin to find food, so he had very low standards for food. At the same time, he had very high standards. He could eat anything, but he always liked to personally make more delicious food. He also did not think that Seymour Damoka's daily life was so extravagant that he could not eat the food made by the chefs from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. This batch of chefs was indeed not the best. Because of their physical conditions, they had to adapt to various climates before they could be brought out. But if you randomly picked one of the chefs from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families, how could they be bad? Stew was a cooking method, but it did not mean the taste. Buddha jumps over the wall was also stewed. Who said that it was not delicious? Right now, Seymour Damoka did not put his mind on the food. Instead, he kept looking at where Xiaobei and the rest were. Zhang Xiaobao was unhappy. Damn it, why are you looking at my younger brother and sister for no reason? So Zhang Xiaobao was angry. He glared at him. With a bang, he was shocked. He looked carefully. Wang Wan, who was beside him, threw the bowl at Seymour Damoka. It was so hot that Seymour Damoka jumped up and hit the bowl while screaming. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. I haven't done anything yet. Why did you throw the bowl first? Seymour Damoka stopped screaming. Let me ask you. If you don't eat the food, why are you staring at my younger brother and sister? Tell me, do you want to kidnap them to threaten us? Wang Wan held her chopsticks tightly and questioned. She looked like she was going to stab him with her chopsticks if he did not agree with her. The people nearby who could hear the commotion stopped what they were doing and looked over. Xiaobei, who was eating at a table, threw his bowl on the table. He stood up and took out a small pistol. He pointed it at Seymour Damoka and said angrily, "So you are targeting us?" Seymour Damoka did not feel that the stew on his body was hot. He recognized the thing in Xiaobei's hand. It was called a gun. It was a very beautiful gun. It had a pink surface, a smooth shape, a straight line and a black muzzle. Especially when the one holding it was a child. A child always carried a gun. If he was in a bad mood or happy mood, how many people would die? No, I am not. I am not looking at you. I am looking at Duodwa's child. I am not convinced. Why can their child eat with you but my child can't? Seymour Damoka had to tell the truth. He was afraid. He was not afraid of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, but of Xiaobei who was holding a gun. It was the same reason why the Tang Empire's officials were afraid. Children had the biggest advantage. They were impulsive and unreasonable. They were not as rational as adults. It was normal for them to do things that they should not do. Xiaobei looked at his sister. Wang Wan and Weiwei turned sideways. He made a few gestures with his hands and blinked his eyes. Xiaobei understood. So it was to trick people to seize power. Seymour Damoka was really sad. Knowing that he had to find an excuse to deal with people, Xiaobei was very cooperative. He said to Seymour Damoka with a cold face, "What does me inviting Uncle Duodwa's child to eat have to do with you? I understand now. You did not follow us willingly because you lost the bet. You want to steal our power while you follow us. You are so ambitious. You even want to control me? Don't you want to know who I am? In the whole world, other than my parents, Xiao Yuan's parents, our grandparents, and my brothers and sisters, who dares to control me? I, Xiaobei, came to this world to enjoy life. I am not to be controlled by a person who lost the bet, a leader of a tribe with only 3,000 people. Are you unhappy? There are many things that make you unhappy. Do I need to care about you? You don't eat when you are eating. When you stare at me, I feel uncomfortable. Who asked me to? What did I say? Oh, right. Whoever makes me feel uncomfortable for a while, I will make them feel uncomfortable for life. Tell me, how do you want to die? Are you bullying me because I am a child? Let me tell you, many people have died in my hands. Have I ever blinked? In my eyes, human lives are like grass. Humph. Xiao Nan, kill him. Bang. Xiao Nan opened fire and shattered the bowl in Seymour Damoka's hand. Bang. Another sound was heard as the wind blew a hole in Seymour Damoka's sleeve. Then Xiao Nan frowned and looked at his gun. He said, "Why is it wrong? I was aiming at the head." Again, shoot a few more times. I don't believe that it won't hurt at least once, Xiaobei said. Seymour Damoka immediately knelt down and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He shouted, "Help Xiaobao Cuckoo, I won't dare to look blindly anymore." That's not right. Who allowed you to shoot so casually? Pistols also have recoil. What if you hurt your wrist? Pay attention to your status. You have to kill people personally. Zhang Xiaobao scolded Xiaobei and the others. Wang Wan also glared at the little guys in front of Seymour Damoka and said, Xiaobao, I think Seymour Damoka didn't mean it. Why don't you give him a chance? Yes, give me a chance. I definitely won't dare to look blindly in the future. I won't be jealous either. Seymour Damoka realized that Cuckoo was a good person. She was better than Xiaobao. Xiaobao wanted to shoot to shock his wrists. How can my younger brothers and sisters be wronged? This time I definitely can't. Enough. Seymour Damoka already knows that he was wrong. Why force him to death? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at Seymour Damoka and continued, Chief Seymour Damoka, although this matter doesn't matter much, children are different from adults. I can't tie them up. How about this? You stay away from them and don't let them see you. What if the little guy shoots accurately again? Don't you think so? Yes. I'll stay away. I won't be near them. Seymour Damoka agreed readily. Someone come and take Seymour Damoka to a safe place. Wang Wan ordered. Immediately, someone came and took Seymour Damoka to a safe place. Seymour Damoka felt very wronged. He didn't mean that. How did it become like this? He didn't know that he actually didn't feel wronged at all. If he could let the elders in the tribe accompany him to eat, or let his women accompany him to eat, Wang Wan would temporarily tolerate him. But he only cared about himself. He was too selfish. This kind of selfishness reflected in the process of surrendering. He didn't have any weaknesses. Even if you used his family to threaten him, it would be useless. This kind of person could be used but could not be trusted. The problem was that Wang Wan felt that Seymour Damoka didn't even have any value to be used. He didn't look like a traitor who could be used to help the team and their own people. After using him, they would get rid of him. In this world, no enemy would be good to a traitor. It only depended on how much the traitor could contribute. Therefore, Wang Wan decided to follow the plan. She didn't kill Seymour Damoka but tied him up. Chapter 1349. Seymour Domo was sent to a place where he could not interact with his own tribe. Wang Wan was still angry and coldly ordered, Didn't you see my food spilled? Give me another portion. Immediately, someone brought a new bowl of stew over and begged for forgiveness. Wang Wan waved her hand and chased him away. Duo was dumbfounded. He had been watching and listening from the beginning, but he could not figure out what was going on. It was a very normal situation. Why was Seymour Domo being escorted away? And that young man's marksmanship. Previously, he had shot the deer more than 300 meters away and directly pierced through the eyes. Now he was less than 10 steps away and both shots were off. Wasn't Cuckoo very good to her subordinates? Why did she treat them so coldly? Previously, she did not eat special food and ate with everyone. She seemed to be very protective of her subordinates. Now that she acted like this, wasn't she afraid that her subordinates would be disappointed? Madam, don't be angry. It's a small matter. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and comforted her. Shut up. Seeing you annoys me. You can't do anything well. Look at Xiaobei and the others. How much grievance did they suffer just now? Don't talk to me today. Wang Wan scolded Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao's smile was even more flattering. Yes. Madam is right. Duo began to feel depressed. He realized that he could not keep up with other people's thoughts. Cuckoo was too domineering. Zhang Xiaobao was not like a man at all. The others returned to their previous state, but Wang Wan kept a cold face. Xiaobei quietly nudged the young man and gave him a thumbs up, meaning that he was really good at shooting. The young man was very embarrassed and said softly, It's okay. The cook who was scolded by Wang Wan just now was also very happy when he returned. He even took out a small mirror and tried to imitate the expression from before. Then he boasted, I'm also a good actor. Stop bragging. Just now when I saw you cooperate, your hands were shaking. A woman beside him snatched the mirror and rolled her eyes at the chef. Chef chuckled. Madam, you can't expose me right in front of my face. Even if you bully me, you won't be able to show off your abilities. Be careful, if the young master and young lady find out, they'll teach you a lesson. Don't think that you're powerful and take advantage of them. Just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean that I really don't know how to resist. You only know how to use the young master and young lady to pressure me. When did you become the second master? The woman continued to roll her eyes at Chef. How could I bear to? It's fine if you bully me when you have nothing to do. Look at our family's little young master. He always gives in to his wife. You have to learn more from your wife. It's fine if you bully me when you have nothing to do, but when you have something to do, you have to support me. I know. I always listen to you, especially at night. What about tonight? Idiot. Duo didn't know how the chef who delivered the dishes communicated with the woman just now. He was still using his little experience and wisdom to analyze Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's behavior. Wang Wan had an "I'm very angry" look, but she didn't eat less. It was lunch, so she had to eat more. Otherwise, it would be difficult to cope with the exhaustion of her body. Zhang Xiaobao also ate a lot. The only difference was that there was no staple food at noon today. There was only meat and wild vegetables in the stew, so he ate very slowly and chewed very carefully so that his stomach could digest faster and replenish the nutrients before he finished eating. Wang Wan was the same. She chewed fast and ate slowly. The more broken the food in her stomach, the more the stomach acid would come in contact with. Moreover, she drank some white wine, a tail, to stimulate the gastric acid secretion. Duo didn't think that it was bad. Eating vegetables seemed to be the same as eating rice. It was fine as long as he could eat until he was full. After eating 3 bowls in a row, he couldn't eat anymore. He sat there and looked at the tail of wine in the wine cup in front of him, reluctant to drink. Come, find the warriors in the tribe. Wang Wan found that she couldn't eat anymore, but there was still some food in the second bowl in front of her. She put down her chopsticks and ordered. There were many warriors in the Shima Duomo tribe. Wang Wan called for the warriors, but in fact they were all leaders of small tribes. They might not be the best hunters, but they were the smartest in the tribe. A group of people gathered and looked at Wang Wan. They were all full. One was because the dishes were really good, and the other was because there was enough salt. It was not like before, when there was little salt they didn't put it in the food. Instead they took out a little and put it in the water to drink, or put the food there and then dipped it in the salt to eat. Now that they could eat casually, they naturally wanted to eat more. Therefore they didn't chew and directly swallowed it. Even the soup of the stew was not wasted. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao could also understand. That was why they didn't let people cook the staple food at noon. Otherwise it was easy to make the people in the tribe eat too much and get sick. The digestion of staple food was very slow. Of course it was easy to delay the digestion. Drink water. After eating, keep drinking water. The concentration of stomach acid was low, so the digestion of food could be slowed down. The disadvantage was that drinking too much water would cause diarrhea. Wang Wan didn't care about how others ate. Seeing that everyone was here, she said, "Now I will announce a new rule. Women in the tribe who don't have a man can choose a man by themselves. Women who already have a man can also choose a new man. But a woman can only choose one man, and a man can only choose one woman. In the past, a man who had many women could still have many women as long as the woman didn't leave him. From tomorrow onwards, the resource point system will be implemented. It means that how much game a man can get, he will get the same amount of points. The same goes for the wild vegetables a woman picks. Go back and tell them, if I find any man threatening a woman, I will kill him directly." After speaking, Wang Wan waved her hand like she was shooing away flies. She lowered her head and continued to eat slowly. In the end, there was only 1/3 of the bowl left. She pushed it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao took it and continued to eat. As he ate, he said, "Fortunately, I am prepared. You usually don't eat this much, but you insist on eating more. Do you think your digestive system can change immediately according to your situation? That's why I say you are a good husband. You usually look like you don't pay attention to anything, but in fact you are very careful. Don't worry, I won't leave you and choose another man." Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "I really don't care. I can't keep you because I don't have the ability, but if you leave, don't think about coming back. I have done everything I can. If I can't keep the woman I love by my side and let her go with someone else, it means we are not fated. You should tell those leaders that a man can have more than one woman just like us. Men who don't have women should not complain about society, but should be self-reliant. The status of women has never improved. Their improvement is relative because they find men who can get more living resources. So there is a phenomenon. Men who earn more money also have more women. For men who earn less money, the status of women has improved. But for men who earn more money, the status of women is lower. Zhang Xiaobao said with a nonchalant expression as he ate. Wang Wan continued to beat Zhang Xiaobao. Male chauvinism. You care about the woman who loves you, but you never compromise with the woman who wants to leave. For the woman you love and love, you can give up everything. But you will never be sad because of a woman's betrayal. You will not wrong the woman who loves you, but you will not wrong yourself because of the woman who wants to leave you. Unfortunately, there are few people like you. Many men want to find more women when they have the chance. When a woman wants to leave them, they feel uncomfortable. That's because they don't treat women as lovers, and they don't treat themselves as human beings. A person's life is only a few decades. Who cares about your life? If you've seen through everything and think that men and women are the same, then you can find 10,000 women. If you've seen through everything and think that you only love one person in your life, then you'd better not find a second woman, because you can't get past yourself. You are the latter. I never measure my success or failure by the number of women, so what you said just now made me very angry. You are needlessly provoking my view of love. As for me now, you are gentle enough, right? What are you doing? I just said it accidentally. Don't be angry, honey. I know you are a good man, at least a good man in the eyes of women like me. Of course, many women may not have the same position as me. Eat quickly. Others have finished eating and are waiting for you. At first, Wang Wan gave in, but later on, she felt uncomfortable and glared at him. Zhang Xiaobao immediately lowered his head and ate fiercely. Who asked him to care about his only wife? If he spoke too deeply, it would hurt their feelings. The two of them had a debate and psychological analysis, but the Shimadomo tribe was in chaos. Many men felt the crisis and many women felt that there was new hope. Then the struggle between women and between men and men began. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan held hands and watched coldly from the sidelines. They felt that there was no right or wrong in the struggle between men and women. There was only choice. Of course, such a choice could be regretted and chosen again. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, once you made a choice, even if you regretted it, you had to admit that time had passed. There was also the rejection in the depths of your heart. A mistake was a mistake, and you would not be given another chance to start over. The two of them had such personalities. So when they watched the people of the Shimadomo tribe make another round of choice, they felt both blessed and disappointed. It's too cruel. Originally they were together, but many of them left. Little Yuan, will you do it in the future? Little Bei did not know about love, let alone sex. But she knew that it was a very painful thing when the people she usually played with suddenly became strangers. Little Yuan also frowned as he watched. He really could not understand and was as sad as Little Bei. When he heard Little Bei's question, he thought for a while and said, when a man rides a bamboo horse, he uses a tripping rope. Watering orchids and flowers together, they both look forward to blooming. Little Yuan, I know you're the best. I won't put a tripping rope for you in the future. Brother Ilong, what do you think of the jingle-like nursery rhyme that Little Yuan just sang? Little Bei happily pinched Little Yuan and asked Su Ilong. Su Ilong, who thought that she had gotten over the shadow, suddenly remembered what happened 2 days ago. Jingles and nursery rhymes? You can't scold people like that. You can't kill people like that. Chapter 1350. Now that Seymour Duomo's authority had been taken away, the women in the tribe were redistributed. The men in the tribe did not show any sense of collective honor. They were happy and worked harder to hunt wild beasts. The women in the tribe were more excited than the men. For the first time, they felt that their status had been elevated. They could freely choose a man instead of being assigned to a specific person. Therefore, they dug up all kinds of wild herbs seriously and took good care of the children in the tribe. It was like the simplest animal courtship. Regardless of whether it was a female or a male, they had to show their strengths to attract a better partner. This was natural selection. It was the most tragic for the males. They had to defeat their own kind to get the opposite sex. This was how the tribe survived. The old men that Seymour Duomo did not kill were taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like treasures. Seymour Duomo did not kill them not because he did not want to, but because he did not dare to. For people who depended on the weather for their livelihood, it was too difficult for the young to survive. When to plant the crops, when to harvest them, and how to take care of them were all knowledge or experience. If they killed all the old men, the tribe would be ruined. That was why Seymour Duomo left a small group of strong old men to do the work when there was no danger. When there was a problem that could not be solved, he would ask them for help. Just like how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan loved the local old men when they went to Luzhou, the experienced old men could predict the weather more accurately than satellite cloud maps. Of course, weather prediction was also an accumulation of experience. It was not enough to just have equipment. There must be a corresponding module and a calculation formula. It's going to rain. It's going to rain heavily. It will rain for at least 5 days. I was wondering why the weather was so stuffy. Zhang Xiaobao had just received information from the old men in the tribe that there would be 5 days of continuous heavy rain. Wang Wan did not doubt this at all. There had always been a lot of rain in the area, otherwise there would not be floods every year. However, it had rained for 5 days in a row. How could the team cross the river? The Brahmaputra River was not a small ditch. It was impossible to swim across the river unless they threw away all their supplies. With this thought in mind, Wang Wan began to fret. I kind of hate Zhang Shogui and Yang Xixuan. They had many ships before, but they destroyed all of them after attacking the man-eaters. There's no time to cut wood now. Are we really going to have to run all the way to the Bay of Bengal and then cross the sea? It's mainly because the locals are too poor and backward. Can't you just build a bridge? Using chains or bamboo ropes with boards on top will make it much more convenient. We can't afford to be delayed for 5 days. I'll get someone to ask when they'll get off the boat. If they can spare 10 hours, we'll cross the river now. Zhang Xiaobao had a deeper understanding of the battle for bridges in war. It was no wonder that in every major war, there would be countless bridge explosions and bridge defenses. Building a ship was truly not an easy and relaxing job. Speed was the most important thing in war. The old men in the tribe ate pretty good food, and new clothes were made for them first. Similarly, they did not have much of a sense of belonging to their tribe. When they were questioned again, they discussed it with each other and came to a rough and accurate conclusion. It would take no more than 6 hours, at most 4 hours. Moreover, there would be light rain in front of them. Sending more than 15,000 people across the river in 4 hours, including livestock and other supplies, was a terrifying task. If it were a war, perhaps they would first force a portion of the people and weapons across and then stand guard on the other side of the river. Once the situation on the river improved, they would then provide cover for the others to cross. Duoduo clearly did not think that they could cross now. He did not care about the delay, as long as he and his tribe had a good life. Seymour Domo, who was being controlled, rejoiced in his misfortune. He was not stupid. How could he not guess that his authority had been taken away by someone else? Furthermore, it was the most despicable scheme and means. His woman was no longer his. He even hoped that there would be a flood that would drown all the Tang people, or that there would be a landslide on the mountain where they were camping. But it was clear that the Tang army, whether they were marching or resting, was extremely meticulous in surveying their surroundings. There was simply no danger like this unless there was a sudden earthquake that caused the entire area to collapse. Since he could not count on a flood or a landslide to pose a threat to the Tang people, it was not bad to slow them down. Seeing the Tang people unhappy would make him feel better. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have extra time to think about whether there were people with dirty thoughts. The two of them were calculating what they could do in 4 hours. Build the boats and cross the river. It's time to test us. We don't have 10 hours of preparation time, only 4 hours. Who is the elite will be shown at this moment. Wang Wan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. An ordinary Tang army would need 10 hours to complete the task, but her family's team was not an ordinary Tang army. They had to be different. I think it will work. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was time for him to go out and help with the planning. For hours. Cutting trees, setting up boats, crossing the river. Everyone had to move. With an order, the entire team began to move at full speed. Xiaobei and the others stayed together, not moving around or making a sound. They also called all the children to their sides and took turns singing, dancing, and telling stories. Su Ilong was watching and learning. She knew that the 9 little guys were usually very steady, but they were always surprised when telling stories. The plot of the story deeply attracted the children of the tribe, and the environment and culture in the story were also in line with the local situation. The 9 little guys told the story in the form of relay. One person would talk for a few minutes and the next person would change. The plot was continuous. This made Su Ilong confused. She pulled Xiaobei, who had just finished telling the story, and asked, "Where did you hear the story from?" "Here. We made it up ourselves, okay? Do we need to learn this kind of story without any connotation from others? We have succeeded in dealing with the past few hours. The adults are all busy, and the children can't run around. It just so happens that you have nothing to do. Do you know how to play a musical instrument? Any one of you, we will improvise a song, and you will be responsible for the accompaniment. Everyone in the team has their own position and value. It's time for you to show your value." When Xiaobei was explaining to Su Ilong, she suddenly remembered that the other party had nothing to do, so she quickly arranged a job for her. Su Ilong showed a troubled expression. He knew how to play musical instruments and he knew quite a few of them. Puchin, pipa, flute and guqin, he could play a lot of songs. But when it came to improvising accompaniment, he was confused. He knew what it meant. It was that the other party randomly found a tune to sing, and he had to use an instrument to match it. There was no practice during the process and there was no fixed tune. The requirements for the performer were extraordinarily high. Even the women in the brothel didn't have such means, unless they found a professional band in the Pear Garden. I'm afraid that I can't cooperate well," Su Ilong said with a blush. "You can't even play a tune? Then tell me, what's the use of you? I only know now that brother's words are very reasonable." Xiaobei was very dissatisfied. She always felt that it was fine to play as much as she wanted, but she had to be able to take it out at the critical moment. Since she couldn't do it, why did she play along and not learn? Su Ilong didn't have any confidence to refute, and asked with a red face, "What did your brother say?" "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate," Xiaobei said mercilessly. "I'm a pig?" Su Ilong's face was even redder. Xiaobei curled her lips. "Don't belittle other people's pigs. Pigs can swim over, but can you swim? You still need us to help you. Look at you, you can't shoot accurately, you don't have the strength to move things, you don't even know how to use a knife when cooking, your drawing isn't as vivid as Sister Xiaoju's, your poetry isn't as good as Xiao Yuan's, and your calculation isn't as good as Brother Xiaohai's. You didn't discover your organizational ability at all, and you still refuse to accompany the accompaniment. I don't even know what words to use to describe you." Su Ilong only felt her face burning. She admitted that Xiaobei was right. She didn't have any advantages in such a team, and all the strengths she could show were ruthlessly suppressed by others. "How about this, you don't need to accompany, you can be a prop, okay?" Xiaobei was not thinking about how to attack people but to use them, so she could only rearrange. "What prop?" Su Ilong asked, but she had already nodded. It was not good for her to not agree. If she was useless, she might as well die. "You've seen our toys, right? There are a lot of big-headed people in it. It looks very simple, but if you want to show it completely, you have to coordinate the actions. We'll tell a story and you'll wear the big-headed people. You can think of your own actions according to the plot of our story. Okay?" Xiaobei thought about it and chose the simplest thing for Su Ilong to do. "You mean I'll be ordered around by you?" Su Ilong obviously didn't want to do this. "You tell the story and we'll wear the big-headed people to coordinate with you, okay?" Xiaobei asked. Let me wear it, I'll do my best." Su Ilong had nothing to say, because she didn't know how to tell stories. She had already decided to change herself, but there wasn't enough time. Now that she had encountered a situation, she had to cooperate. Otherwise, she would lose her last bit of use. Xiaobei and the others took care of the children, and the adults were very fast. Those who were chopping trees did not stop, and those who were weaving ropes did not stop. Some people had thin threads on their bodies and first swam over, and then used the thin threads to pull the thick threads bit by bit. After waiting for 2 hours, rows of lattices like swimming lanes appeared on the river surface. The logs were placed down and walked along the lattices, one after another. Soon a pontoon bridge was formed, and after a simple fixing, a large group of people and horses could pass through. Before the rain fell from the sky, the heavy weapons were first transported over. After waiting for 3.5 hours, the rain began to fall. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the other supplies began to be transported. After 4 hours, the rain became heavier. Only then did the others leave, and the river surface did not rise much for the time being. After 4.5 hours, the ropes that no one continued to reinforce were broken by the rushing of the river. The tribesmen who crossed the river looked back and let the rain fall on their bodies, as if they were in a dream. Chapter 1351. The people in the tribe knew what kind of river this was. It flooded every year. If the weather was bad, they might spend half a year in the water. The plains where the river rushed out were the plantation they relied on for survival. The mountains were where they hid from the flood. They were powerless to resist and could only obey. They also knew how fierce and merciless this river was. They had seen the Tang army before. They were fierce and powerful, especially with weapons that they had never seen before. They could kill people from afar, and they could even kill a large number of people. The leader had already said that this was the most powerful army of the Tang Empire. It was even more powerful than their own army. That army also crossed the river. With boats they crossed the river very quickly. They were much faster than the people in the tribe. In the past there were about the same number of people now, but they did not even need to use the boats for a day. The leader said that they were the most powerful, but that was the most powerful. What were they doing now? When they cut down trees, they did not use handheld saws. They used a buzzing thing. In a short while, one person cut down the tree. Then he used the useless tree branch to gently cut that thing off. Although the sound was unpleasant to hear, the speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. In the end, in a little more than 2 hourglasses, they all crossed the river. They had the same number of people, but they were twice as fast as the most powerful Tang army. What kind of army was this? There was a relatively older child who was not a coward. Seeing that no one was restricting him, he ran to the side of the protected Seymour Domo and asked, "Chief, their army is more powerful than the ones that came before. Didn't you say that the ones that came before were the best?" Seymour Domo, he liked this child very much because this was his son, his biological son. It was just that he never had the chance to admit it. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare. This son was born to one of the king's women. He met her when he went to the royal city. Then, he tried his best to bring this woman to the tribe. However, she was not his woman, but the king's woman. Therefore, this child's status had always been very high, and he was doted on. However, he could not and did not dare to say such things. The child grew up, and the king seemed to have forgotten that he had a woman. Every time he saw the child looking at him with a condescending and unfamiliar gaze, Seymour Domo felt his heart ache. He felt that he owed the child a lot. Hearing the child's question, Seymour Domo thought for a while and said to the child, "The Tang army that came before was indeed the best. However, what you see now is not the Tang army. It is the army of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They are in the Tang, but their army is not under the control of the Tang. It is said that there are two similar armies in the Tang Empire. One is under the command of the emperor of the Tang Empire, and the other is under the command of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. So when we lost the bet, we could only submit. We can't beat them." Then why didn't they rebel? The child's thinking was very simple. He thought that with the power of the army, he could be the emperor. Seymour Domo looked around vigilantly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Don't say such things in the future. I also want them to rebel, but they won't." What do they use to cut down trees? The child was also worried. Although he was young, he also knew that as long as this kind of army rebelled, the Tang Empire would not have time to bully his own country. Seymour Domo shook his head. "I don't know. Go and ask Xiaobei and the rest. They should know. They can bring you along to play." Yes. They sing well, dance well, and can tell stories. I will go and ask them now." When the child thought of Xiaobei and the rest, he immediately became happy. After saying this, he jumped and ran to look for them. Xiaobei did not hide anything from the child about the technology. She told the child everything she knew about the diesel-powered chainsaw. Anyway, she understood that she only knew how to do it but not why. The principle was very simple, but it was very difficult to make it. The team brought the advanced chainsaw with the results of scientific research. One was to be used at critical times, and the other was to collect data for the Ministry of Works. At the same time, they also had to help the agriculture temple cut down some uncommon trees and collect seeds when conditions permitted. Xiaobei did not believe that the people in the tribe could make a chainsaw just by looking at it and listening to the principal. If they really had that kind of level, Xiaobei did not mind teaching them more theoretical knowledge. The child who asked for information was indeed not a genius. Even if Xiaobei explained the theory in a very simple way, he still could not understand. Knowledge needs to be accumulated. Just like a newborn child, you can't even stand properly, so how can you know what is running? So for the next few days you have to stay by our side and learn. Call the other children together. In a month's time I'm going to take an exam. Whoever does well will get an electric toy. It's more fun than a chainsaw. Xiaobei saw that the child really could not understand, so she gave up on the idea of finding a genius. She began to use this matter to tempt the child. Giving out an electric toy a month was not a big deal. The learning that Xiaobei mentioned was actually learning the Tang language and the Tang language. Every day, she would teach the child to pronounce 10 words and write 2 words. In a month, she would be able to pronounce 300 words and write 60 words. Teaching a child to learn the Tang language was difficult, but teaching a group of children was easier. They would definitely communicate with each other, repeatedly speaking and listening. Even if a child forgot, the others would be able to recall it with a reminder. The 9 children were very clear that they were engaging in a cultural invasion. However, the children and adults in the tribe did not understand. They were happy to learn, and they were happy to see the children learn. After crossing the river, they walked in the heavy rain for 3 days. Before the rain stopped, the group arrived at a plain. The plain was not as flat as one would expect. It could not be compared to the iconic plains of the Tang Empire. At a glance there were no protrusions. Instead, there were small hills and hills. In the autumn season, there were still various colors accompanying them. It lacked the most charming red and yellow leaves. It was also because of this that the group dared to move at a normal speed. Otherwise, in such heavy rain, they would really suspect that there was a swamp ahead. Xiaobei and the others didn't discover any swamps. Instead, they felt that the grass here was very tall, and the trees were very dense. Seeing that the people walking around had all changed into high-waisted boots and leather pants, they could imagine how dangerous it was. Thus, Xiaobei and the others kept their heads down as they walked, afraid that some snake that had escaped detection would jump up. From time to time, the sound of gunshots would echo in the air, accompanied by the cries of some animal. Another 2 days passed, and the group left the place where it was constantly raining. Only then did they come to a riverside to rest. They had to wash their clothes and bathe. They also had to eat the animals that they had hunted a few days ago and simply prepared. There were elephants, tigers, wolves, deer, and other animals. These animals did not enjoy the benefits of crossbows and were directly shot down by guns. When dealing with a small elephant herd, they had no choice but to use grenade launchers and mortars. The group really did not have the time to waste on these animals. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete their strategic objective. There were already 2,000 people pushing forward lightly. When they reached the place, they would hide and guide the path for the large group behind. Brother, didn't you say that people are resistant to cultural invasion? Why is it that when I teach them to speak the Tang language they like to learn it? Xiaobei took a bath, changed her clothes and became beautiful and clean again. She found her brother who was cooking and asked. Zhang Xiaobao was cooking the elephant's ears. The 2 big ears were placed in a pot and braised with seasonings. The elephant's tail and trunk were left to others to handle. The rest of the meat was cut into pieces and boiled in very salty water. Wang Wan was helping at the side. She was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She did not like to eat the elephant's trunk, and it was not like the geoduck clam. However, the elephant's ears were not bad. There were crispy bones inside, and they were bigger and thicker than pig's ears. They tasted good. Of course, one could not eat too much of them. If one ate too much, one would get sick of the taste. Xiaobei also knew which part was delicious. After asking, she stared at the pointy part of the elephant's ears and swallowed twice. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and guarded the pot. From time to time, he would use a spoon to push the elephant's ears or add some water. The ears were big and the pot was small. He was afraid that they would stick to the bottom and dry up. When he saw Xiaobei come over and ask, he took the spoon and stirred the pot twice. He answered, "This is the terrifying part of cultural invasion. Because there is no war, it will not cause any harm to the body. When a strong country transmits its culture to a weak country, Only a small portion of the weak country's people will be worried. The rest will support it. Learning the language of a strong country is not very useful, unless you want to go to a strong country or have close contact with people from a strong country. Xiaobei nodded. Just as she was about to continue asking, Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Then why do you want to learn it?" There are a few factors that cannot be ignored. First, you are not sure if you will have to deal with people from a strong country in the future. Second, there are many technical and literary things that require you to know the language of a strong country. Third, the fear and yearning of the weak for the strong. Fourth, this is more sinister. Sinister in what way? Xiaobei was very interested in this. A weak country has a large population, but the people are smart and willing to work hard. Most importantly, the majority of people have their own thoughts that belong to the soul of their people. At the same time, they have a strong ability to integrate. At this time, learning the language of a strong country is very useful. Today, a portion of them will migrate to a strong country, and tomorrow another portion will migrate. Everyone will live together without language barriers. When the population reaches a certain level, the strong country will not be able to ignore this group of people. In the process of mutual influence and change, the race with a strong integration will definitely gradually gain the advantage. This may take a long time, but according to the theory of racial survival, this is reasonable. Zhang Xiaobao explained with a smile. Then will the people who go to a strong country protect their original country when there is a conflict? Xiaobei did not believe it. Zhang Xiaobao also did not believe it. He shook his head. Not necessarily. A person's mind is the most difficult to understand. Unless a weak country becomes a strong country, it will be possible for the majority of the people who went to a strong country to support it. But if that is the case, what is the use of those who went to a strong country? Why should they learn other people's language? Xiaobei imagined that the people of the Great Tang would become people of other countries after going to other countries. She felt very uncomfortable. Because they have to interact and learn. In fact, there is still a small portion of people who can be useful to their original country. This is very good. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too profound to talk about such things with his sister. For a moment it was difficult to understand, so he immediately ended the topic. He immediately scooped up some soup from the pot and put it to his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and said to his sister, "I think it's too bland. Try it." "No, it's all seasoning." Xiaobei took a step back. She knew that the braised soup was delicious, but it did not mean that the braised soup was delicious. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "Then go and see if there is anything else you can help with. When the braised soup is ready, I will call you." "Okay, I will continue to teach the children the language of the Great Tang. In fact, I am also learning their language. It is not that I have any yearning for a lousy country like theirs. I just hope that when I interact with them in the future, I can do it myself and not be deceived by them." Xiaobei looked at the two big ears in the pot. She clasped her hands behind her back and walked away like a teacher. Chapter 1352. Cultural invasion had always been a long and arduous task. Wanting to carry out cultural invasion without large-scale slaughter was basically no different from a dream. Xiaobei did not expect that the tribe's children would immediately abandon their own ethnic traditions after she taught them. However, Xiaobei had an absolute advantage. She was a child herself, and there were 8 other children supporting her from behind. After some research, to Su Yilong's surprise, Xiaobei began to introduce the situation of Tang dynasty to the children in the tribe through an interpreter. She didn't mention anything about boundless fields, towering mountains, or surging rivers. She was talking about the endless amount of honey that could be eaten, the fatty but not greasy braised pork, the sleigh that could run hundreds of steps in the snow with a gentle slide, the maze that could not find a way out after turning around, and the mirror that could change into various shapes. In addition, there were beautiful clothes, water guns that could shoot very far, and all kinds of huge animals in cages that could jump into lakes that would not sink. The children in the tribe listened to Xiaobei's introduction and imagined a dreamy fairy tale world. They were all full of yearning for Tang dynasty. Su Yilong felt that this was a lie. She admitted that Tang dynasty did have everything that Xiaobei said, especially the braised pork. This thing was also a kind of extravagant hope for the adults. They could not eat it every day. It was a good life to eat it every 3 to 5 days. The children could eat it because they were in the school and had the support of countless merchants. The merchants' thoughts were very simple. and could be classified into 4 categories. First, they felt that the local children were indebted to them because they had paid for it. Then, in the future, the local adults would have to help them. Su Ilong felt that this kind of people were too direct, but she could not criticize them. They had simple thoughts and really did it. Second, they wanted a reputation. At the same time, it was also for their own family's business. Under normal circumstances, they were merchants who did daily necessities. If they did not take money, people would not go to their shop to buy things. Third, their business was big. They needed more loans from banks to complete the operation of the funds. If they did not take money, the examination would be stricter than the merchants who took money. Especially when there was no physical collateral, credit loans were impossible. What credibility did a merchant who was not willing to take risks for Tang dynasty's children have? A sense of social responsibility was not just for show. Fourth, their family was rich and they simply liked children. They just wanted to see their children's smiling faces. There was no end to the complexity of human nature, but Su Ilong knew that in such a complicated society, it was no different from a dream for someone who was not from the Great Tang to enjoy the same benefits. This group of children had been filled with hope by Xiaobei's words, and all of them worked even harder to learn the language and characters of the Great Tang. However, the result that awaited them was that even if they entered the Great Tang, they would still need to pay if they wanted to go to school. This was because many outsiders had already begun to do so. For example, the wealthy families of Xinhua and Japan took the initiative to come to the Great Tang without being invited by the Great Tang. They exchanged the money they earned in their own country with the Great Tang Bank in their own country for the money of the Great Tang. They brought their children to the Great Tang just to let their children have a better future. Su Ilong felt that as a powerful country, it was wrong to bully a small tribe. They should show more magnanimity, and Xiaobei and the others were too utilitarian. He planned to have a good talk with Xiaobei and the others. At the very least, he would stop lying to them. Otherwise, his conscience wouldn't be able to live with it. Snow-white paper is very precious. It's even more precious than the leather and cloth you use to write. Let me show you what the children of the Great Tang use. Just as Su Ilong was about to have a good talk with Xiaobei and the others, Xiaobei took out a book. It was a very simple book with large white characters. The cover was an ink painting with linen patterns. There were 2 lines of words on it. Without a chill to the bone, how can there be the fragrance of plum blossoms? The words were written like plum blossoms, proud and unyielding. Su Ilong had never heard of anyone who wrote this sentence, and he didn't know that the words were called thin gold. The only thing he admitted was that what it said made sense, and the writing was not bad, whether it was the content or the words. But now all of this was not the main point. The main point was Xiaobei's publicity. As long as you come to the Great Tang, you will have the chance to use such beautiful paper. Is it white? Come, let our sister Xiaozhu write a few words. Xiaobei passed a pencil to Xiaozhu who was beside him. Xiaozhu was very shy and didn't like to talk, just like Xiaohai. When the 2 of them were together, they had a common language. Xiaozhu often helped Xiaohai to draw pictures. Xiaozhu could always draw a line that Xiaohai needed to use when calculating very accurately, so Xiaohai recognized this future wife. He also always helped Xiaozhu to calculate the scale of a picture, especially the golden section line. He calculated that very quickly. With a few strokes, with Xiao Yuan's cooperation, Xiaozhu wrote the words on the white paper. The content was simple. It was a children's song that Xiao Yuan wrote at the last minute. But when he was talking about the children's song, Xiao Yuan looked at Su Ilong. Isn't it beautiful? Xiaobei continued with his cultural invasion. Xiao Sister Bei what? A child in the tribe who was younger than Xiaobei asked with the language he just learned. Normally he should ask, Sister Xiaobei, what did you write? But he was not familiar with the culture of the Great Tang. Once the word sister overlapped, it would be distant. People who were close to each other would usually only call one word brother, sister, and master. If the overlapping usage was used together, it would be called brother and sister. If the brother was placed in front, it would be brother followed by sister. If the sister was placed in front, it would be sister followed by brother. How would the children in the tribe know the depth of Chinese culture? They could only understand according to what they learned. Su Ilong also did not correct the other people's way of addressing. He was now thinking about what Xiao Yuan wrote. In fact, even if Xiao Yuan wrote, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Su Ilong would not laugh at it. He did not dare to. He did not want to be lectured by Xiao Yuan again. Su Ilong knew that people were so strange. When a person with a few million strings of coins wore a set of hemp clothes, others would praise him. When a person had a few strings of coins but insisted on wearing silk, others would laugh at him. It was the same when it came to writing articles. A person who could write classical literature, even if he used common language in the process of writing, people who read it would not belittle him because they would know what kind of foundation he had. But if he could not even write classical literature and insisted on pretending to write, even if he used a few decent-looking words in the article, people would look down on him. It could be seen from the writing. It was very simple. Different contexts used different words. It would only make people laugh. Su Ilong knew about Xiao Yuan's background. Even if it was a children's song, he still had to treat it seriously. Xiao Bei looked at the children's song written by Xiao Yuan and gave Xiao Chong a look. Xiao Chong immediately took out a harmonica from his bag. Sister wrote Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon. Start. Xiao Bei nodded and gestured. Miso miso do 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 do. Xiao Chong followed up with a short prelude and immediately entered the main spin. Xiao Bei began to recite the nursery rhyme when the first note of Sola Duo Lai Mi Sola rang out. We just met and played by the river. The sand was piled high, and the mud was smeared on his face. You said I was naughty, and I said you were silly. A lollipop was bitten into two halves. She smiled at him, and his mouth was as sweet as hers. One day you said you wanted to go far. Our fingers hooked and we missed the mountains and rivers. I don't know what time it was or what year it was. Beside the unforgettable beach, there was still water gurgling. It was already late at night, and the moon was hidden from view. The rosy clouds chased the bright moon, separated by a single heart. Suaduo duo duo suaduo duo duo sula duo lai mi sola la duo lai mi sola. Xiao Chong's harmonica also entered the next section at this time. It was the same beginning, but the difference was that the harmonica was added to the accompaniment. It sounded like there were some other chords that were like blues and tango rhythms at the end. The children in the tribe did not know what song it was. They only felt that it was very sad, especially the content of the interpretation. Many of the children pouted and their eyes turned red when they thought of leaving. Su Ilong was stunned and speechless. He had heard this song before. It was Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon. There were many people who played and hummed this song in many places in the Tang dynasty. Some even wrote lyrics. He always felt that this song written by Wang Wan was very beautiful. Whether it was the beginning or the climax, it was the same. The whole song was like the waves layer upon layer. Moreover, he knew how to play it and receive the cheers of the other officials of the same generation. Especially when he was happy, he would play it twice. But it wasn't until today that she understood that this Rosy Clouds Chasing the Moon wasn't a happy song at all. It was a song of longing that was difficult to meet despite being separated by a long distance. Those layers were not waves, but the lingering feelings of the heart. And Xiao Yuan used a nursery rhyme to express the true meaning of this song. Xiao Qiang's harmonica continuously used single-note vibrato, accentuation, and accompaniment to express this feeling of longing and reluctance incisively and vividly. Did everyone hear it? Did you see it? Is this kind of paper good? Xiao Bei acted as if nothing had happened and asked the other children with a smile. Su Ilong felt that his chest was tight and his stomach was uncomfortable. He wanted to vomit blood to reduce the pressure on his body. You can't play like this. I want to die. How can you be like this? The key now is Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon, okay? If it's not a damn white paper, can you still distinguish the priority? Su Ilong felt sad for Xiao Yuan. He thought to himself, Xiao Yuan, is your role just to cooperate with the white paper? Don't you know how many people who treat this as a happy song will feel ashamed when you understand the feelings of Rainbow Clouds Chasing Moon so thoroughly? Looking at the children in the tribe, Su Ilong felt balanced in his heart. Sure enough, the children did not think about the white paper. They were also affected by the song that was accompanied by the harmonica just now. One by one, they had not recovered yet. Looking at the situation, they wanted to play together and then had no choice but to part. After that, they could only chase after the moon like the rainbow clouds, but they could not catch up. Brother Ilong, what are you doing? Help me. Tell them, is this paper good? Xiao Bei's voice suddenly came. Okay. Su Yilong's mouth moved. Chapter 1353. Look, our Tang Empire's very knowledgeable and handsome young master also admits that our Tang Empire's children use good paper. Then I want to ask, do you all want to go to Tang Empire? Do you all want to play with many children of the same age? As long as you open your eyes, there will be many children to play with you, and there will be endless good food. Do you all want to? Xiao Bei continued to sway the white paper. At least that was what Su Yilong thought. Yes. The children shouted in standard Tang Empire's language in unison. Su Yilong felt that just vomiting blood was not enough to express his feelings. He should cry bitterly, the kind that shook the 9 skies. He was really convinced. He finally understood what it meant to have telepathy. Could it be that Xiao Yuan could not write anything else? Could he only write such a simple and touching nursery rhyme? Obviously not. Xiao Yuan's literary talent was definitely not limited to this. It was very easy for him to write more profound and beautiful poems. However, little Yuan had chosen such a nursery rhyme. Its composition was so shallow that it would make countless people laugh at it. Its content, when matched with the tune of rosy clouds chasing the moon, made people unable to laugh. He did not distinguish himself. He only cooperated. What a motherfucking tacit understanding. The moment Xiao Yuan asked Xiao Zhu to write, he knew what Xiao Bei needed. The two of them did not speak, nor did they exchange glances, but Xiao Yuan knew what to do. Xiao Bei also knew how to choose the song. Their purpose was simple. It was nothing more than to let the children of the tribe feel the pain of playing together and then parting, and then tell them that they did not have to part in Tang Empire. At the last moment, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were in charge of persuading the adults of the tribe to follow them to Tang Empire, while Xiao Bei and the rest could let the children of the tribe to assist them. How the hell are they going to let people live? I finally understand what strategic thinking is. The cooperation of Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Bei is only one part of the strategy. Su Yilong felt a chill in her heart. She finally understood why the officials of the Tang Empire were so afraid of Xiao Bei and the other patrol inspectors. What was truly frightening was not the fact that they had committed 5 crimes, but the fact that there were 10 or 9 patrol inspectors. The most frightening thing was that they clearly knew everything, but pretended not to know when they were dealing with you. Thinking of this, Su Yilong no longer had any jealousy in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. When the gap was too big, there was no way to be jealous. She could only be envious and work hard to achieve this goal. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had raised this group of children. Why didn't his master and elders teach him like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did? He was also jealous of the chemistry between Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. Usually he would see Xiao Bei bullying Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan always looked like he was easy to bully. However, it was clear now that Xiao Yuan was not easy to bully. He was just coaxing Xiao Bei just like how Xiao Bao coaxed Cuckoo many times. However, if someone thought that people like Xiao Bao and Xiao Yuan who were afraid of women were easy to bully, they would instantly feel the fury of Xiao Bei and Cuckoo. They would definitely fight to the death. Definitely. Su Yilong unconsciously said the words in his heart. At this moment he also hoped that he had a girl like Xiao Bei or Cuckoo to accompany him. It was okay to give in a little. A man who could make his woman happy was definitely happier than a man who was feared by others outside. Brother Yilong definitely what? Xiao Bei had already completed her task. Now the children in the tribe were learning mathematics from Xiao Hai, so she went near Su Yilong and asked him. Definitely. Yes, you lied to them. Su Yilong woke up at the crucial moment. How did I bully them? Xiao Bei raised her head and asked. You said white paper. How many pieces of white paper does Tang have? When they arrive at Tang in the future and realize that the paper they use is not as white as the one you took out, how are you going to explain it? Su Yilong thought of what happened before and asked casually. Xiao Bei blinked her eyes. That kind of white paper can't be used to write calligraphy. After writing, you will realize that the ink soaked back and forth. When the paper was processed, lime was added and then talc was added. It can only be used to write with a pencil. In the future, I will teach them how to write with a brush. First, take out some white paper. After they write a few times, they will definitely feel that it's not good. This way I won't have to worry, right? This. Xiao Bei, you even schemed against children? You took out white paper to attract people and then used a brush to change it. I am a child. Brother Ilong, I am also a child. What are you going to do to me? Xiaobei looked at Su Ilong with a very cute look. Su Ilong squatted down and hit his head with both hands, muttering, "Long live the emperor. Your Majesty, I finally know why you put Xiaobei and the rest in the position of Tang patrol. It's too torturous. I swear if I were a local official I would do my job well. I won't be greedy at all. I want to be loyal and patriotic." "Brother Ilong, I support you," Xiaobei said in an understanding manner. Su Ilong hugged her head and fell to the ground. She rolled a few times and lay there looking at the sky. She found that the blue sky was still there, and the clouds were floating. The sky was clear, and the days could be leisurely. Everyone experienced the leisurely days on the way. Seymour Domo discovered a fact that was not good for him. As the people in the tribe changed into new clothes and could eat good food every day, his existence became less and less obvious. The people in the tribe no longer talked to him. Every day, they happily did things according to the orders of the Tang people. They were more diligent and more proactive than before. The people in the tribe that he originally controlled had a happy expression on their faces, as if it was a happy thing to be able to work for the Tang people. Regarding this, Seymour Domo only felt annoyed and regretful. He realized the reason. That hateful and terrifying Xiao Bao and Cuckoo actually adopted a new method. It was a point system. How much prey was hunted, how much firewood was collected, and how many wild herbs and mushrooms were harvested would give corresponding points. A warrior in the tribe who hunted a tiger alone was first reprimanded and deducted points. Because he did it alone with a spear, it was very dangerous. Therefore, the team deducted points from him, saying that he should have cooperated with others. Unless it was a critical moment of life and death, he could only do things on his own. 8 points were deducted. 8 points was the value of 2 taels of salt, and 8 points could be exchanged for 2 taels of salt. Of course, it could also be exchanged for other things. After the deduction of 8 points, he was immediately given 20 points. Because of his bravery and strength, the tiger that he hunted was indeed worth these points. But there was also a warning. The next time he went out to hunt a big animal, it would not be as simple as a deduction of 8 points. When this person in the tribe got his points, he exchanged them for a set of beautiful clothes for women. Then, one of his women ran to this person's side and completed the wedding in the Tang ceremony. He also received extra blessings from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who gave him a set of ceramic utensils worth more than 10 kilograms of salt. Seymour Domo knew that these things on the surface were not the most important thing. What was important was that his own people were ignoring him. His woman was taken away by someone else, and it was the kind of relationship that both parties were willing to have. Seymour Domo was very sad and helpless. He really could not compare to the person who hunted the tiger alone, whether it was in terms of strength or courage. But he was not satisfied. After traveling for another day, he found an opportunity. He said to the person who was in charge of guarding him, "I think you are more powerful than your leader." "Who?" The person came over and asked softly. "Zhang Xiaobao. Look at your body, then look at him. He does not have much strength. You can definitely kill 2 people like him, but now you are following him and listening to him. I feel sorry for you." Seymour Domo sighed and said. The person who was chosen by him thought for a while and said softly, "Did you see wrongly? The young master can fight 2 people like me. It's not a life and death battle, otherwise he can kill 5 people like me. I was chosen from the 4th generation of guards, but I'm not good at fighting. When I was chosen, the 3rd generation people could beat me like I was a toy. You are afraid, so you think he is powerful. Just like me and my tribe, I am not powerful, understand?" Seymour Domo thought that he found an opportunity and said. The person nodded. "I know. I also found that you are very weak, so there are only 6 people protecting you. If you can be like Little Master, there will be at least 20 people protecting you, and they will all be the 1st generation guards. You don't understand Little Master, so you think he is easy to bully. In this hot environment, if we were betting on Little Master, I would be dead now. You don't know Little Master's killing methods. He is more powerful than Little Lady, but he doesn't make a move." The person couldn't help but shiver as he spoke. Obviously, he had seen Little Master's actual performance. At that time he jumped on roofs and ran on walls. At that time he adapted to the terrain. At that time he used spear and knife skills. At that time he used close combat methods to exchange injuries for lives. Seymour Domo didn't know and was very puzzled. He looked at the person beside him and continued to persuade. Don't think too much of him. Even if you punch him, he will dodge. I can see that you are very strong. Little Gongzi won't dodge. When I attack him, he will block and dodge. He will stick close to me and the next moment I will fly away. And even if I fly, little Gongzi will continue to attack me. Do you think I don't know? Little Gongzi practices Bajikwan, body hardening skill, and the will to fight with his life on the line. Then go catch Cuckoo and use her to threaten him. I can see that Xiao Bao cares a lot about this woman. Seymour Domo didn't give up and continued to persuade. He thought he had a chance. I can't beat this little girl. I can think of a way to kill her, but don't even think about capturing her. In my manor, there are also some women like me who are in charge of fighting. They have a name, they are called the Overlord Flower. Perhaps because of their physical conditions they have a weaker physique, but their willpower is higher than mine. If I can't catch them, they will hurt themselves to hurt the enemy. In reality, when their arms are caught by me, they will use the method of breaking their arms to complete their attack. The little lady is such a person, so the little Gongzi has never used force to oppress the little lady. Then you think you can make me betray you? I am telling you this because the journey is too long, and I have nothing to do. At the same time, I want you to know what kind of people you are facing. You think they are the same as you? You want me to deal with my family's young master and young madam? Fuck, look at the other 5 people around you. If I had hesitated just now, I would have died. You're such an idiot. Brother Wang, why don't you believe me? The person who was talking to Seymour Domo looked at Seymour Domo with disdain, and asked the person beside him with a bitter face. It's not that I doubt you, but you know the rules. If someone is close to Seymour Domo, the rest of us will have our guns loaded. If I am close to you, are you sure you won't load your gun? The person who was called Brother Wang didn't change his expression at all. You see? Brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face and make you waste your time, but I have no choice. I also have parents and children. Then why are you telling me this? Seymour Domo didn't understand. Do you want to be with your people in the future and you can get more women? The person who was called by Seymour Domo asked. Chapter 1354. As the group continued to move forward, Seymour Domo became more well-behaved. When the group passed by a certain place to rest, he took the initiative to make contact with the locals. He said that he was sent by the king and that he could lead others to a better life. By the time they left the territory of the Kamanagbo kingdom, he had successfully recruited more than 300 people to follow behind the group. Of course, the children were still under the care of Xiao Bei and the others. Seymour Domo had finally regained his authority. The people who had been tricked by him saw that the things provided here were indeed good. They did not think about anything else and obediently followed him. They listened to Seymour Domo's lecture. Then the strong men dispersed to listen. They returned to other places and told others about this set of theories. Then they went to the agreed meeting place and waited for the person who could bring them happiness to come and pick them up. They held sharp knives in their hands, as well as dozens of kilograms of salt and canned food. Seymour Domo had agreed with them that they would get 10 jeans of salt for every person they brought. If they were able to get more people, they would get an additional jeans of salt. If they were able to get more people, they would be able to get an additional jeans of salt. If they were able to get a dozen people in a month, then they wouldn't need to get more people in half a year. If they didn't want salt, they could exchange it for other things, such as powerful and easy-to-carry crossbows or silk clothes. After the people who were recruited by him heard this, they felt that it made sense. If they put their children in the group, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else. They could put all their effort into recruiting people. While Seymour Domo was happy that his beautiful days were getting closer and closer, Xiao Bei and the others thought that they had found a new continent. When the group stopped to wait for the people and animals that they had sent out, Xiao Bei found his brother and sister. Brother, give me 10 strings of money. Xiao Bei extended his chubby hand. What? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have money on him. He spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't afford it. You can pawn something for 10 strings of money. I'll tell you a way to make a lot of money. Xiao Bei didn't withdraw his hand. Zhang Xiaobao rummaged through his body and took out 2 small copper beads. He said to his sister, "Nowadays, copper is also very valuable. All right, this time, I'll count your hidden weapon as valuable. My method is to say the same thing to the others, and then have them give you the money. Then you give me the money. Every time you succeed, you get 1/10 of the money. Then they go and say it again. What about you? I can just wait to get rich, right? Even if I say 10 successful missions today, even if I don't complete all 10 missions, I'll only say 1 a day. A month later, it'll still be 30. Their chances of success aren't high. 1 a day, 900 in the second month, and 27,000 in the third month. According to the formula, I'll definitely be a millionaire in half a year. Do you have the formula?" Zhang Xiaobao asked his sister with a smile. Xiaobei blinked and stuck out his tongue. Formula? Is it mathematics? Using a mathematical method to calculate, for example, if I go to someone else and they give me 10 strings of coins, I'll give you the money? What about me? The person I find will go to someone else. What about him? You have to make it seem reasonable for others to be willing to join. That's right, it needs to be calculated back and forth. The people below will get less than me, right? No, if they get less than me, why would they give me the money? Xiaobei thought it through very well. When it came to the specific organizational situation, she realized that it wasn't simple. She looked at her sister, hoping that she could give her an idea. Wang Wan patted her forehead. In the end, someone thought of it. Xiaobei, your method won't work. No one is willing to give you money for free. Moreover, if they can persuade others to give you money, why would they give it to you? So, I'll give you 2 methods. One is to get people to buy the new products of your precious candy house. 1 candy costs 50 strings of coins, and then get this person to help you sell the candy. First, let them brag about your candy. This is good, that is good. How much can they get from selling 1 candy? How much can they get from the next level? When they sell a certain amount, they'll be promoted. Wang Wan knew that pyramid schemes weren't good, but she was willing to explain this to her sister. She didn't believe that the little ones would be poor enough to participate in pyramid schemes. Xiaobei thought about it and shook her head. No, how much is the candy worth? People aren't fools. No matter how luxurious it is, they can't sell it at such a high price. Moreover, there are more and more people participating. Everyone will eat candy, right? Then the second method. Actually, your brother is better at this than me. You prepare some capital, not too much, and then use you as a bank. You collect deposits and give high interest. At the same time, you get this person to help you collect deposits and still have high interest. The more people he finds, the higher the interest. Your marketing concept is investment. The more money you have, the easier it is to make money. You exaggerate your funds and then others will believe you. Isn't it the same wherever the money is? You can get more interest by saving it for you. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and explained to Xiaobei. Xiaobei furrowed her brows and clenched her fists. She said with a bitter face, "What happens in the end? There are 2 outcomes. One is that you do have the ability to invest in finance and earn more profits than you give away. This way you can make money. The other is that you don't have the ability, and then the market collapses. You take the money and run away. The other people who invested later will cry." As Wang Wan spoke, she looked at the sky in the distance. She seemed to be reminiscing but also seemed to be at a loss. Isn't this cheating? If the interest is low, people won't come. If the interest is high, how can we earn? Xiaobei sighed. It's not cheating. It's just a private capital operation. Isn't it the same if the money is stored in a bank? The bank will take out loans and use the money earned to pay the interest. At the same time, they will keep a portion of the profits. It's just that the risk is too high, and it doesn't match the overall economic stability of the Tang Empire. That's why your brother and I don't allow them to take out high-interest loans in private. Instead, we try to perfect the functions of the bank, including small loans for families, as well as venture investment for the production and research of the new real economy. Not every loan will make money. Some will even lose money. Not every venture will get a corresponding return. But these are all allowed. Wang Wan introduced the inside of the bank to Xiaobei. She only mentioned it briefly and didn't go into too much detail. Even if she did, Xiaobei wouldn't understand. Xiaobei nodded, looking very depressed. So it's like this. I thought we were the first to think of it. Others probably thought of it long ago, but no one dared to do it. Are there any other loopholes to exploit? There are. Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to answer such a small question. She could easily explain it clearly. For example, shares. Our family has a cooperative relationship with many businessmen in the Tang Empire, including your precious candy house. Can this note be traded? No, you can't. If you sell the note, everyone will buy and sell. It will be chaotic, Xiao Bei said firmly. Then can I use the restaurant that belongs to me as collateral in the bank? Wang Wan asked. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded. Then let's open a restaurant together. I need money. Can I put my part of the restaurant as collateral to the bank? Wang Wan asked again. Xiao Bei was stunned. She immediately figured out what was going on and continued to frown. I know. If you say no, it's obviously unreasonable. If you say yes, then you have to put the note as collateral. And if you don't want to continue the cooperation, you're just selling the note. No matter who comes to buy it, what will you do? Set up a place to trade shares and notes. Everyone can buy and sell notes there, Wang Wan replied. Why not now? They're all doing private transactions, right? Xiao Bei thought of a problem. Wang Wan smiled and said, yes, a small number of them are doing private transactions. There will be more in the future, but not in the short term. Your brother and I don't have enough manpower, and there are few financial operators. In a few years, you'll know that when a country develops, economic problems will appear one after another. As long as people have desires, they can't stop it. Xiao Bei couldn't imagine what the future would be like. She nodded, not fully understanding. She returned the 2 copper beads to her brother and ran to the other little guys to repeat the story. Seeing his sister run away, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, our brothers and sisters are very smart. After discovering what Simo Domo was doing, they actually came up with such a good idea. No matter how good their ideas are, they can't compare to yours. Look at the idea you gave Simo Domo. So good and so insidious. Wang Wan thought of Simo Domo, who had been cheated, and felt sorry for his people. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao's plan wasn't an illegal pyramid scheme. It was very reasonable. Using people to find people and developing underlings to gain benefits. It could be settled with salt, but it could also be exchanged for other things of equal value. During this process, there was no deception. As long as people came, they would give. The more people they brought, the more things they would give out. The problem was that this was still a slave society, just like the places her team had to pass through. There, Zhang Xiaobao used salt to encourage people to catch slaves, and used slaves to exchange for salt. Now, it was another way of saying it, but it was still encouraging people to catch slaves. When the people before really did exchange for salt and weapons, what would happen to the people who couldn't be persuaded? They would definitely use force to solve the problem. Then they would form groups and gradually grow in size. They would use the money from selling slaves to continue to tempt others and arm themselves. In that case, the entire area would be included. What would happen to this place in the future? Zhang Xiaobao looked very innocent. He looked at Wang Wan with a confused expression and asked, who did I accidentally hurt again? No, you're helping others. I used the wrong word just now. Wang Wan looked back and said, thank you. I'll forgive you this time. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. Brother, there's a telegram. We've been contacted again. Look. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking and joking, a group of little guys rushed over. Xiao Bei led the way and waved the translated telegram in his hands. Zhang Xiaobao took it and glanced at it. He stuffed the telegram into Wang Wan's hands and said, someone is restless again. They think that I can't deal with them because I'm far away, right? Wang Wan also read it and handed the telegram to Xiao Bei for them to play with. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, previously I was talking to Xiao Bei about illegal pyramid schemes and stocks. This time there's futures. I remember someone from Japan was playing this game. This is just a game of warrants. Now that food futures have appeared, can't they stop? Chapter 1355. The 9 little guys and Su Yilong looked at the information on the paper very seriously. The content was not complicated. It said that there was a problem in the Hunan province. There were more than 300 land renters who did not sell the wheat after the autumn harvest in exchange for money to pay the rent. Instead, they directly took out the money to pay the rent. Then they joined forces and held a big trading party, saying that they wanted to buy wheat from people in other places. They used a broker as a guarantee. Each side took out 10% of the total price of the wheat as a deposit. A month later, the settlement would be made. If they could not pay, or did not have extra money to buy, the 10% deposit would go to the other side after deducting the broker's guarantee fee. After the imperial court learned about this, they did not know what to do for a while. They had to send a telegram to inquire about the same situation as before. That situation was that someone did not sell the grain. There was a certain connection between the two. Su Ilong and the 9 little guys did not see what was going on. It was nothing more than someone who did not sell the grain and then bought the grain. What did you learn from it? Xiaobei asked Su Ilong. Su Ilong scratched his head and carefully read the information twice. His eyes were still blank. He knew in his heart that things were not simple. Otherwise, why would the imperial court spend so much effort to contact Xiao Bao? Was it hoarding? Obviously it was not that simple. How much could 300 land renters hoard? For a small area they would have a great influence together, but it did not matter at all to the whole Tang Empire. Obviously someone in the imperial court saw the problem behind it but could not solve it. To be precise, it was not that they could not think of a way. An administrative order was passed down, and the world was peaceful. Without an order from the government, it was estimated that the imperial court did not want any risk to deal with it by such means. That would cause the order to change in a short time, which was a blow to the authority of the government. Now that the telegram was sent, it was to let Xiao Bao deal with people through economic means, playing the game of Jianghu, and using a strong foundation to deter people who were ready to make a move. After thinking for a moment, Su Ilong said to Xiaobei and the others, "The imperial court saw that this matter was not simple, so they asked your brother and sister to deal with it. The purpose is..." "We understand. The purpose is to make people with bad intentions fear my brother forever. Once the administrative order is used, although the merchants will be honest, they will have thoughts of winning. From then on, they would no longer be worried about my family, nor would they be afraid of the top-ranking list. They would constantly look for loopholes to change the policies of the imperial court, thereby influencing political power. But if my brother wins, they will have to behave for a long time. A person's fear is not how strong the enemy is, but how deep the enemy is. The unknown is the most frightening, and my brother is such an existence. But what we're asking you is not the situation I'm talking about. It's what you've analyzed from the telegram that the imperial court is worried about. Why didn't you think of it?" Xiaobei rolled her eyes at Su Ilong in dissatisfaction. She said what Su Ilong wanted to say and asked again. Su Ilong smiled embarrassedly and continued to scratch her head. "No, if I could think of it, why would the people in the imperial court ask about your brother? Have you guessed it?" "How can we ask you if we can guess it?" Xiaobei smiled slyly, then looked at her brother and sister and asked, "Sister, you were talking about futures just now. What is that?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was indifferent. It was not that he did not understand, but he felt that such a small question should not be answered by him. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao fiercely and explained to her brothers and sisters, "Futures is a term that stipulates that goods will be traded within a certain period of time, or it is expected that goods will be traded at a certain time. For example, it's my birthday and I want to buy a cake from your precious candy house. When you send it to me on my birthday, I'll give you a deposit first. If I don't want it, I'll give you the deposit. If you don't send it, you have to compensate me. Under normal circumstances, you won't give me the deposit, but in futures you have to take out the money as a guarantee and give it to a third party such as a broker. Then I can rest assured." "Oh, I understand. It's just buying and selling things. You make it so mysterious. You want to buy a cake from me, but you don't trust me. Got it, got it." Xiaobei looked like he understood and patted his chest. Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled and continued, "What's the most interesting thing about futures? When I buy a birthday cake, I don't buy it from you. I only say that I want to buy it. For example, the Glory and Splendor I-Series cake that you sell is priced at 20 strings of coins. It can be given to more than 100 people. As for me, I don't want to spend 20 strings of coins. I think it's too expensive, so I said that I want to buy it with 19 strings of coins. When your brother found out, he discussed it with me. He was willing to buy me a cake that costs 19 strings of coins on my birthday, the same as my request. I took out a part of the money as the deposit, and your brother took out a part of the money as the deposit. If the price of the cake is 19 strings of coins when your brother bought it, he will lose 1 string of coins. If it's 18 strings of coins, he will make 1 string of coins. At this time it depends on how much the deposit is. If it's 2%, then suddenly the price of the cake will be 21 strings of coins. Your brother will choose not to take the deposit, otherwise he will lose even more. If it's suddenly 17 strings of coins, then I don't want the deposit. I might as well buy a new one myself. If the price of the cake rises little by little to 19 strings of coins and 500 coins, then your brother's deposit was 380 coins. Now he has to add in the next 500 coins, which is 10 coins. If he can't take out the 10 coins, then the broker will terminate the deal between me and your brother, and give me the 380 coins. Of course, the broker will have to take out a part of the money, but I can't guarantee it for free. On the other hand, it's the same for me. If the price of the cake drops, I have to make up the money according to the decrease. Otherwise, the broker will also give my money to your brother. Xiao Bei and the others were in a daze. They looked at each other, then gathered together and whispered. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and said, "Doesn't that mean that we can make money without having anything in our hands?" Yes, this is called futures, real futures. It's not like the simple things that appear in Hunan province where both parties' deposits are unchanged. Wang Wan looked to the east and seemed to see a group of people who thought they were smart in Hunan province. They were happy there. The eyes of the 9 little guys were full of excitement. They learned a lot today and also touched the threshold of a certain industry. It turned out that money could be earned this way. Of course, it was also lost in this way. Su Yilong also seemed to see a new sky. What surprised him even more was that when the problem that the imperial court couldn't solve was passed on, Wang Wan didn't care, while Zhang Xiaobao looked disdainful. What did this mean? It meant that what the imperial court found difficult was not difficult for them. And according to what Wang Wan said, it was even better than what some people in Hunan province did. For a moment, Su Yilong began to mourn for the more than 300 people. You said that the tricks you tried so hard to come up with were like children playing house in front of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The two of them were disgusted and absolutely disgusted. Now there were still people in the country looking for trouble, but they were not afraid of them. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Su Yilong also relaxed and asked Wang Wan, "What they did is not good. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. There's no problem with the futures trading itself. What's wrong is their ideas. They purely want to seek greater benefits, and they are clearly aware of the impact that their success will have on the Tang economy. Why didn't they do it earlier or later? Why did they have to wait for me and Xiaobao to come here and do it when the war is going on? What are they thinking? Xiaobao, tell me, what are you thinking?" As Wang Wan spoke, she suddenly questioned Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing aside as if he had nothing to do with it. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and showed a confused expression. He looked very confused. "Sister, what does it have to do with brother?" Seeing that his sister was talking about his brother, Xiao Bei did not speak up for his brother, but asked very curiously, "Ask your brother." Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao again. Seeing the little guys looking over, Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly and said, "It has something to do with the national policy I mentioned before. One is the centralization of agriculture, and the other is the rent discount rules. After promoting agricultural production and reducing the excess loss in the process of direct payment of grain, it will inevitably lead to the concentration of grain in the hands of individuals. At the same time, there will be more fluctuations in the price of grain. This is the two-sided nature of the matter." "Ah? This matter was caused by you, brother?" Xiao Bei was surprised. "Don't push the responsibility to me. I didn't go back. I thought it was too late to deal with it when I went back. Who would have thought that there was a group of stupid people who think they are smart? They don't want to live a good life, but they have to find trouble." Zhang Xiaobao would never admit that he was guilty. Su Yilong didn't know what to say. She found that she couldn't keep up with the others' thoughts, so she had to ask the question that she had been thinking about before. "Xiaobao, what did they do wrong? They didn't use the normal way of futures to protect the price. They maliciously raised the price." Zhang Xiaobao didn't need Wang Wan to say it this time. "Protect the price?" Xiao Bei asked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Yes, protect the price. For example, you have a large piece of land planted with rice. The price of rice last year was 10 coins per bushel. This year there is still a month before the harvest. You don't know the price yet, but you are afraid that everyone will harvest less than last year. Then what will you do? You can sell it now and say that you want to sell it for 10 coins per bushel. You pay the deposit and then others will buy it. When it is time to harvest, the price will change. A bushel of rice will become 11 coins. At this time you will lose 1 coin per bushel of rice that you sold before, right? But you planted rice and the rice you planted became 11 copper coins, which was 1 copper coin more than the 10 copper coins you expected. You used the money you earned and the money you lost to offset the losses, ensuring that you could sell a bucket of rice for 10 copper coins. On the other hand, if it becomes 9 coins, you will earn 1 coin from the futures contract you sold before, and you will lose 1 coin per bushel of rice. In the process, you will lose some money to the broker. This is the protection price. You can hedge back and forth or you can directly sell the rice to others in the end. The premise is that they want the rice. Otherwise, they will rather pay you the deposit. Ah, you can play like this? Xiao Bei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then he remembered what happened before and asked, why didn't the 300 people from Hunan buy instead of selling? Because they are provoking. They are not preserving their value but gambling. They want to get double the profit. There are many people watching and waiting for their results. If they succeed, more people will join in, Zhang Xiaobao said angrily. He did not care about this kind of behavior. What he cared about was what those people thought. Each and every one of them had a stable life and began to look for excitement, right? Aren't the people on the list smarter than you? What does it mean that they did not move? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why flowers. Wrong, how many eyes does Ma Wangye have? The little guys were as angry as Su Yilong. They also knew what was going on. Su Yilong clenched her fists and gasped for breath. She said, everyone is busy making the Tang Empire better. You have already personally participated in the war. The people on the top list of billionaires are all cooperating. Many people spontaneously came out to help transport the war resources and repair the roads. When everyone is united, there are still people who play tricks behind their backs. They deserve to be killed. If they can be killed, there won't be this telegram. Xiao Bei was just angry, but he was not worried. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Brother, sister, should we let Chongping Song release the grain now? Kill them at a low price. Wang Wan touched Xiao Bei's head. No, Chongping Song is the intervention of the Imperial Court's administrative order. It will disappoint the people on the list. In fact, this kind of thing can be solved by you guys. Yes, it's enough for you guys to do it. Zhang Xiaobao also echoed. Xiao Bei and the others were stunned. They looked at each other and did not know how they could solve the problem. However, they knew that their brother and sister would not talk nonsense. If they said that they had a way, then they must have a way. In an instant they were excited. Xiao Bei clapped his hands. We can deal with them? Ha ha ha. I'm happy when I think about it. In that case, we will be more powerful than you two. We will let them know that their little tricks are useless and not even worth you two to do it. We will scare them to death. Let's see who dares to watch and is ready to learn from them. Su Yilong's head was full of question marks. The Imperial Court's problem fell on the 9 children? If it was really done, more than 300 people in Hunan province would be sad. So he asked, how do we do it? Yes, tell us. We will deal with them. Xiao Bei waved his fist. Wang Wan still had a calm smile on her face. She said to her younger brothers and sisters, now that your darling candy house has stopped the cake business, with the autumn harvest in various places, the cake business should also be reopened. There is a kind of cake that can be made with the method of making ice cream, but the price is more expensive. There is also a kind of cake that can be made with rice flour, and the taste and texture are not bad. As for the cake made with rice flour, it will be boring to eat too much of it, so we will send a telegram now and tell the darling candy house in the country to involve the branches in Hunan province and the surrounding areas. From now on, we will not buy any wheat and flour. At the same time, we will develop a new darling rice noodles and a cooling series of drinks. Before that, we will sign a contract with an organization of more than 300 people to sell wheat and flour. Let them lose money. It is best to get some coarse grain products. Write in the Darling Candy House's newspaper that eating noodles is not good for health. Xiao Bao should eat more other things. This time it was Xiao Yuan who said it. Chapter 1356. So simple. Su Ilong listened to the plan and couldn't believe it. It's not simple, it's the rules. In the economic field, the absolute oppression of the dominant capital over the small capital. More than 300 land renters may seem like a lot, but it depends on who they are compared to. My candy house can bully them to death. Without capital, whether it's the virtual economy or the real economy, they can only follow the trend. If they want to follow the trend, they have to be prepared to be drowned by the waves. Zhang Xiaobao said with a deep gaze. Wang Wan showed a different kind of smile and said, "But my Xiaobao is an exception. My Xiaobao plays the unconventional game. If those 300 people are under his command, I have to deal with them personally. I need to mobilize more capital, and even so, I'm not sure I can keep him." "I believe you." Su Ilong nodded. Xiao Bei and the others went to send a telegram to their precious candy house. They told the people in the candy house to inform Beijing, and then leave it be. To them, they couldn't meet in person and then fight against the other party. They could only command from afar, and didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. They were not afraid that the merchants from other roads would transport wheat to Hunan because the transportation cost was very high. After they transported the wheat over, they would find that the price had to be very high to make a profit. Moreover, there were merchants who could reduce the transportation cost on a large scale. These people in the upper echelons of the Tang Empire's economic field were not as stupid as the 300 people from Hunan who acted first. The 300 people were ignorant and fearless. If they didn't enter that circle, they would never know the rules of that circle, and it was difficult for them to personally understand the strength of Zhang Xiaobao. Just like the people at the top of the mountain and at the bottom of the mountain, they were so small when they looked at each other. The difference was that it was easy for the people at the top of the mountain to come down, but difficult for the people at the bottom of the mountain to go up. Half a month later, news came from the three fronts again. They had continued to penetrate more than 1,000 kilometers into the territory of the Duo people in three directions. The Duo people's response was to strengthen the defense and clear the field. At the same time, the main force of the Tang Empire retreated. Now, the Tang Empire's Third Front Army was resting and waiting for the follow-up supplies to arrive. The Duo people's army was also gathering and blocking the front of the Tang Empire's Third Front Army. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out the map and looked at it. Because there was no detailed information and only circles were used to represent various places, the two of them estimated that the Tang army had already passed through Afghanistan and entered Iran. Looks like we have to speed up. It's not in line with the strategic goal. Why did they fortify the walls and clear the fields? Is Chosho done? How do you deal with the food? Zhang Xiaobao clearly saw the third line of troops rushing over. But he didn't show a happy expression because his tactics couldn't be used in the current situation. He wanted to defeat the main force of the Duo cannibals and then use economic means, but now it seemed impossible. Moreover, he could imagine that many people would die during a large-scale retreat. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled would not be able to keep up with the retreating troops. In addition to the complex terrain, it would be considered good if 3 or 4 out of 10 people could make it back alive. It should be known that when the Tang Empire's army advanced, there would be non-combat casualties. They were all young adults, not old people and children. Wang Wan also frowned. She also didn't want to occupy a place where there was no human habitation, but she understood that this was the best way the Duo people could think of at the moment. Looking at the map again, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's not go anymore. Let's go back and provide support to the pyramid schemers at the top of the tower. Let's go home and not go any further. Our landing forces over there have probably already taken over a large area as well. We'll be able to complete a pincer attack with the third line of troops. Besides, we don't plan to attack all the way to Mecca in one go. Let's just stay here and find the oil first. Then we'll ship it to Xinyuan Island for processing, which is Luzon Island. There is also a lot of coal there. Don't ship it to the Tang Empire anymore. When the technology is mature, we can go back to the Tang Empire to build a factory. In the past few years, in order to develop, our local workshops have destroyed a lot of the environment. Of course, the people of the Tang Empire don't know whether the environment is good or bad. In the past, they always encouraged the destruction of forests and farmland. Let's not go back directly. Let's go through India. I think we can recruit a lot of people along the way. When we reach the coast, we can take a boat back. I believe that the fleet that goes around the sea will increase the transportation efforts when the frontline troops have the advantage. Zhang Xiaobao temporarily put aside his depressed mood and thought about the next step. As for the duo people's headquarters, let's put it aside first. As long as the fleet was there, they could control the Euphrates River. Then the duo people's region sandwiched between the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea was basically under control. They would fight when they had the time. The troops at the front line were in a war situation for a long time, which had a great impact on the morale. The main problem was adapting to the environment. Not to mention the soldiers, even he, who used to fly all over the world, couldn't withstand the wild environment of the Arabian region. After a long time, people would go crazy. The driving force that supported the Tang army's advance was the belief of the strong country. Wang Wan's mood was the same as Zhang Xiaobao's. She felt uncomfortable. She thought that she would have the opportunity to personally organize a few tactical cooperation and have fun. In the end, it turned out like this. She complained about the duo people in her heart. Didn't they say that they would rather die than surrender and kill people who didn't share the same belief? Why did they surrender now and know how to make a strategic retreat? If only they could hold on a little longer. The Tang army wouldn't have rushed in directly. What were they afraid of? In the end, they played the scorched earth strategy. Many people died, and the autumn harvest wasn't good. Why bother? After feeling depressed for a while, Wang Wan ordered, "Someone send a signal. Tell the third-line troops to look for supplies on the spot. There's no need to attack anymore. Wait for the landing troops to join up. After the last land supply arrives, there won't be any more land supplies." Someone immediately sent a telegram while they could still contact. Otherwise, there might be no signal at any time. Wang Wan then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's why people always say that in the course of war, there will always be accidents like this. We can't control them even if we want to. We only consider our own strategic arrangements, but we don't study the other party's thinking. In the future, there will be more oil. It's just that our oil extraction technology just like when China attacked India in the past, who would have thought that the Indian army would be so weak? At that time, China, India, and the United States were all dumbfounded. In the end, it was the United States that airdropped supplies to India. Once again, it proved the absolute superiority of advanced weapons over backward areas. It was hard not to be convinced. As for oil extraction, it's simple. Just dig. I don't believe that all the duo people in the war zone will be killed. There will be a large number of survivors. Now, there are already people digging oil wells. As long as they give enough benefits, they will be able to dig more. For example, in our Great Tang, other than the oil that flowed out naturally, there's also the oil that has just been dug out. This kind of technology doesn't need to be used in the duo people area for the time being. To them, oil doesn't have much use. One is used for war, the other is used for fires, and the other is used to treat skin diseases for camels. It's not worth much. Once it's dug out, it's very simple to fill it up. Just a few barrels and it'll be a ton. We can give them more valuable things in exchange, such as cooling ointment and toilet water. 10 tons. They only need 10 tons of oil to get a small box of cooling ointment. After applying a little, they won't have to worry about getting heat stroke easily. It's suitable for both young and old. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a better idea. The industrial foundation was there, and the current Great Tang was using indigenous methods. It wasn't easy to get a gasoline engine and make a plane, but until now, there was no news of it taking off successfully. Wang Wan sighed. A lot of resources have been wasted, and now you're starting to scheme against people. You didn't have a chance to carry out your previous schemes. Do you have anything to say? What should I say? I'm used to it. Not every scam will succeed. There will always be stupid people. If you put food in front of them, they won't even open their mouth. How can you trick them? Let's first occupy the line between the Euphrates River and the Persian Gulf. After that, we'll discuss with the duo people. In any case, that place wasn't theirs in the first place. While their teachings are still not stable, we should quickly change them and instill the idea of loyalty to the country in them. As for the plan to build a road that connects here, we'll continue to postpone it. However, we don't know the specific situation. If we can build a road here, it's better to build the road in our Great Tang first. Zhang Xiaobao said as he rolled up the map. He leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Wan, on the other hand, pulled a chair over and laid down, resting her head on Xiaobao's lap. During dinner, the two of them announced their decision to go back. The happiest one was Su Yilong. He felt that if he continued to follow the team, he would die in a foreign country. He admired the soldiers who came to fight. They suffered more than him, advanced faster than him, and still had to fight the enemy. Whether it was the psychological or physical pressure, it was countless times greater than him. At dawn the next day, the team set off and headed south. They had to pass through part of the Indian territory and then to the seaside. They would wait for passing ships to help deliver the news and then return home by sea. Your Majesty, eat some melon. Not far from the capital, beside an artificial saltwater lake, Gao Lishur held a plate with cut melon on it and spoke to Li Longji, who was lying under a parasol. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to eat. He said, "It's so hot this year. Is there a disaster?" Gao Lishur pondered and put the plate on the table. He answered, "A state and 2 counties in the Yangtze River Basin were flooded. A county in the Yellow River Basin also had a flood. Drought? No. Oh, it's good that there's no drought. After the flood, people will move out and wait for the water to pass before they can go home and rebuild. I'm only worried about the drought. After a few years of drought, locusts will fly everywhere. When the lives of the people are better, I'll be in a good mood. Today, when I saw the other places on the lake that are open to others and the children playing happily, I felt better than eating iced melon." Li Longji was lying there. Wei Wei raised her arm and pointed. There were indeed many children crying and splashing in the water. "Your Majesty is gracious to the world. Naturally, people will live well and know how to be grateful," Gao Lishur said. "Humph." Li Longji snorted coldly and said, "Not necessarily. There are always people who think that peace is not good and want to find something to do. How's the situation in Hunan province?" "The price of wheat is 20% lower than last year. Chongpingsong is preparing to buy grain at a premium. The price is the same as last year, but they have to wait. They have to wait for Xiaobei and the others to finish the contract with the candy house. It's estimated that those people have lost a lot of money because they negotiated with the candy house for too much grain." Gao Lishur rejoiced in his misfortune. Chapter 1357. While Li Longji and Gao Lishur were talking, Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, who were wearing swimsuits, also came to the shore. While pouring water from the bucket onto themselves, they listened to Li Longji chat. The two of them liked this lake very much. They didn't have to swim by themselves. They just had to lie down casually and they wouldn't fall in. However, there was also a disadvantage. There was too much salt. Every time they came out they had to wash it, otherwise it would hurt their skin. Hearing that the topic was about the Hunan Road, Wu Huifei, who had just finished washing up, interrupted and said, "I also heard that the candy house signed a contract with more than 300 people for 1 million strings of coins. If they can't come up with enough money when the time comes, they will lose 100,000 strings of coins. On average, each person who rents the land has to come up with 3,000 strings of coins, which is enough for them to earn in a few years." Empress Wang came over while drying her hair. Hearing Wu Huifei's words, she was worried. If they come up with the money, where are the little guys going to find food for them? It's grain for 1 million strings of coins. How high will it be? Li Longji chuckled. He looked at his empress, then at Wu Huifei and shook his head. Obviously, the empress couldn't compare to Wu Huifei in this aspect. Gao Lishur explained, "Empress, don't worry. 1 million strings of wheat is a lot, but it depends on who collects it. The Hunan Road is only near the Yellow River. Water transportation is developed, and there is a railway passing through. Even if they transfer it from other places, they can transfer the grain here." Empress Wang thought about it and felt that it was right. Although it was the little guys who did it this time, they had Xiaobao and Cuckoo behind them. At the same time, the candy house itself had cooperation with many people, such as logistics and grain companies. Even if her uncle and Cuckoo didn't care, the little guys still had a way to send the wheat to the place. Empress Wang was just happy for a while, but now she felt a little uneasy. Although she didn't care much about economic issues, she still understood some things. She asked, "What about the transportation cost? If the transportation cost is more than 1/10 of the cost, Xiaobei and the others will lose money. I don't want to see the little guys lose money." The more Empress Wang thought about it, the more she felt that her consideration was reasonable. More than 300 people in Hunan Circuit had made a mistake. As a result, the little guys went to clean them up and even paid for it. If the money was wasted on transportation, wouldn't it be a lose-lose situation? Wu Huifei picked up a piece of watermelon and was about to eat it. Hearing Empress Wang's words, she stopped eating and said with a smile, "Sister, you are thinking too simply. It doesn't cost much to transport from other places to Hunan to the area where the 300 people are. Have you forgotten who controls Hebei province? Ever since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had solved all the tribal problems in that area had always been the center of grain farming. There were early rice, late rice, spring wheat, winter wheat, rape, sugarcane, soybeans, and so on. The grain produced in Hebei province could solve the grain supply and demand problem of several provinces. That was a plain. Originally, that area was not under the actual control of our dynasty, so the grain had little impact on our country. Now it was not the same situation as before. In addition, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo controlled all kinds of crops in the northeast area. If they were not loyal to the emperor and patriotic, they could have messed up the agricultural economy of our dynasty. Especially this year, the Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple worked together to modify the diesel engine into a suitable machine for farming. Before the beginning of spring, we did not have to worry about a disaster in some part of the country. The cost of growing grain had always been very low. It was just that in order not to affect the price of grain in other parts of the country, a small part of the price was artificially raised by them. More of the grain was brewed into wine by them. Some of it was sold overseas, and some of it was stored. Without the two of them controlling that large area, how could His Majesty dare to be so casual in the court? For example, the general controlling the military power in Luoyang was not someone His Majesty wanted to hold before. It was not that His Majesty thought the other party was loyal, but that he didn't care. "Oh, please forgive me, Your Majesty, this concubine talked too much." Wu Huifei, who was talking endlessly and excitedly, suddenly realized that as a member of the harem, she had been too ostentatious today. She should have followed the empress and managed the harem well. It was not right to run out to discuss politics. Furthermore, she had dissected His Majesty's thoughts in front of others. If the ministers knew, there would be a good show to watch in the next morning court. Li Longji, who had come out to relax, did not mind. He lightly patted his leg and said, "There's no harm in talking about it today. I really do think so." With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo around, no one in the Tang Empire would dare to have other thoughts. Unless they can get rid of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first, they would all have to obediently work for me. As for the matter just now, I want to add a point. Other than the grain in the Hebei province, which can be transported after crossing the river, there is another reason. Even if those 300 people had the money to buy the grain, they would have to bear the loss of 10%. Where would they sell their wheat in the future? It doesn't matter if Xiao Bei and the others put 1,000,000 strings of coins in their hands. They have more money now. If they keep putting it in the bank, can those 300 people afford it? If they want to sell a small amount, the surrounding area will be saturated with wheat. If they ship a large amount to a distant place, who will they sell it to? Merchants who can afford to buy the goods don't dare to buy it. Therefore, their losses will be greater. After Your Majesty and Sister Huifei's words, I feel better again. After this matter, those who have other thoughts should be honest. There is no need for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to do anything. Only the little guys can deal with them. But what about the 300 people who rented the land? Empress Wang began to worry for the people who had been cheated. Although the actions of those 300 people were hateful, they were still people who had supported the lease of the land. If they really lost their capital and even owed more debts, would they be able to survive until next year? Sister, don't worry. Xiao Bei and the others won't kill them all. They just want to warn people and don't intend to take advantage of them. Sister, you will know when the time comes. Wu Huifei's understanding of human nature was much better than Empress Wang's, and she was also good at scheming. Back then, she had almost gotten rid of Empress Wang, but Wang Wan made a move later. That's good, that's good. Empress Wang was completely relieved this time. Wu Huifei also took advantage of this happy moment to say to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, go down and swim one more time. Unfortunately, it is open to the public and there are too many people." Her obvious hint was understood by Li Longji and the others. Empress Wang's face turned slightly red. Li Longji suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart and sighed. Sigh. If it is not open to the public, how can it be profitable? Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't care about this money, can I monopolize it? This is not the palace, what will the people think? I still plan to invest more money to continue expanding the unsinkable lake. I want to let the people in the capital and the people who come to the capital know that there is water and there is no lack of people. It belongs to the category of physics, so that children will have an interest in this area from a young age. Speaking of which, I can't do as well as Xiao Bei and the others. Every candy house has a swimming pool for children to play in. And it is free. This way, when the weather is hot, the children don't have to play in other water to prevent danger from happening. Didn't Your Majesty already give them tax exemption? I think it's good to expand it. There is so much salt in the sea, and it can't be used up easily. The lake doesn't need to be dug too deep, and it won't cost much to transport the salt. Wu Huifei quickly said something nice. Li Longji stood up from the recliner and stretched his arms. Let's go into the water. In a large courtyard in Hunan province that was connected by someone, the 311 people who participated in the speculation of the wheat price were all gathered here. At the same time, there were people from the broker house watching over them. They were not afraid that they would not pay, but they were worried that they would take things too hard and commit suicide. Now, everyone who knew about this understood that the 300 people who joined forces were in for a bad time. The price of wheat did not rise as expected, and instead fell a little. Their opponent was the Tang Empire's patrol inspector, who was also the cute Xiao Bei, and the other 9 people. Some people were gloating. They wanted to see what would happen to this group of people who were looking for trouble. Some people were surprised that the local incident had alarmed the Zhang family and Wang family. It seemed that their actions had angered Xiao Bao. Some people were glad that they did not participate when they were found. Otherwise, they would be one of the unlucky people. The merchants who had more money were in awe of Xiao Bao. They had long seen through the hidden meaning behind this incident. They knew that the imperial court and the Zhang family and Wang family would deal with it. However, they did not expect that the one who made the move was not Xiao Bao, but an even younger child. From the fight between the two sides, they could feel the will of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They did not need to deal with it personally. This was not only to suppress the 300 people, but also to warn others who had the same idea. It was also to deter people like them who had entered the ranking list. The meaning was very clear. Haven't you merchants been trying to test our methods all this while? Then let's see if you can find a loophole and make us unable to deal with it. Didn't some of you want to know how powerful I, Xiao Bao, am? Now you see clearly, right? I, Xiao Bao, am no longer capable, so I can only let my younger brothers and sisters take action. Who will be the next batch of people to test? The merchants in the ranking list knew that this kind of deterrence was the most powerful. The 300 people had just thought of a move, but before the spectators could increase their confidence, they were immediately dealt with. Xiao Bao did not even bother to deal with it personally. Not to mention that they did not manage to find out the truth. It made Xiao Bao seem even more profound. Perhaps in the future, when someone thought of a good move, it would still be Xiao Bei and the others who would deal with it. Xiao Bao could not be bothered with it. This was a blow to their confidence. When they thought that they had become stronger and could touch that high and mighty existence, a clap of thunder woke them up. What they had touched was a dream. The people in the broker house naturally understood the intentions of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They also understood that Xiao Bei and the others could not force 311 people to their deaths, so they had to protect them well and persuade them. At this time, someone was talking to 311 people. This time what you did was really overboard. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are waiting over there. Instead of helping them, you want to take advantage of them. Making money from war is a big crime. Do you see? They have made a move and you are about to lose all your capital and owe them a debt. But don't worry, there is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. I believe you all know that Xiao Bei and the others will not be ruthless. If you don't want their wheat, you can just pay the deposit and distribute it to you. Each of you will pay 3,000 strings of cash. That's a lot of money. I understand you understand and Xiao Bei and the others understand. You should do what you should do now. Settle down and wait for Xiao Bei and the others to save you. Okay? Don't worry, after all, you still supported Xiao Bao's national policy. You have both merits and faults. The 311 people who were listening were all silent. Chapter 1358. Our Tang Empire will get better and better in the future. Once a person dies, they will never see the future again. Live, do everything you can to live. I remember that in the past, our Tang Empire people's lives were much worse than now. Many people were thinking of ways to make their lives more comfortable. When they don't get what they want, Brother Su don't say anymore. We never plan to die. A man who looked to be in his 40s among the people being preached at interrupted the chattering of the talkers. The person who spoke choked. He looked carefully and found that some of the people who had committed did not show the slightest determination to die. He quickly said, "It's good that you don't die. It's good that you don't die. Brother Chang, since you can think things through, my mood is also better." Haha, yes, it's better. The other talkers also laughed. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about was that the people in front of them could not think things through and would go to a dead end. If that happened, they would be the unlucky ones. Although the talkers were not responsible for guaranteeing the life and death of both sides, it still depended on who was involved. They knew very well that even if one of the 311 people died because of this, it would bring trouble to the 9 little guys of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This kind of trouble did not come from the imperial court and the people. The imperial court would not deal with Xiaobei and the others, and the people would support them. The trouble came from Xiaobei and the others. The 9 little guys would definitely regret and think that they forced them to die. After all, they were still young. The person who was called Brother Su was called Su Lin. His courtesy name was Marong. It was a very nice name, but it was not given by his family. It was a name he changed last year. Now that there were more schools, there were also more scholars. He felt uncomfortable using the cheap name he had when he was young. So he found a school and asked the teacher to help him choose a name. He paid the teacher a set of pig intestines and then went to the yamen to change his name. He had a meal with a few people who had changed their names and bragged about each other's names. He was very proud of himself. Nowadays, he liked to let others call him by his name. Whether it was someone close to him or someone he met for the first time, he always told others what his name was and what his name was. At this moment, the opportunity came again. He said to Brother Chung in front of him, "Brother Chung, please call me Marong. My name is Lin." When it comes to choosing characters, one means opposite and the other means compatible. As you can see, I am compatible. Old Brother Chung didn't have a new name. It was just casually given by his father. He was called Chung Pingping, probably because he wanted to be mediocre, peaceful, or plain. It definitely didn't mean that he wanted to rule the world. He did not have a Chinese character, so Su Lin could only call him by his surname. He wanted to get closer to him as there would be another person who would call him Marong in the future. Chung Pingping didn't think too much about it. What he was thinking about now was what he had to face. 3,000 strings of cash was indeed not a small amount to him. A portion of the money he used to rent the land was borrowed. He owed a debt and had to pay it back. He could think of a way to get the money, but what would he do in the future? Without the capital, how long would it take to pay back all the money on the land that was still in his hands? Hearing what Su Lin said, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. He pursed his lips and the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. He discussed with the other party. "Marong, can you give me the money? What I mean is that we have to deal with you. Anyway, we have to pay you a part of the fees. We owe a lot of people, so it's better to only owe you one." When Su Lin, who was still smiling, heard this, his expression immediately changed. He revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Brother Chung, you think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary person in a broker house. How could I dare to guarantee you 100,000 strings of cash? Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't be able to get it. But Brother Chung, don't worry. I said before that the people you owe money to are not others but Xiaobei and others. They won't kill you when you can't get the money." The other people in the broker house nodded. Did they have such a business? Yes, but it depended on who it was. Those who had ability and money could help raise money and get benefits from it. But for the group of people in front of them, they knew that the broker house would not provide any help to them. Now they were looking at them because of Xiaobei and others. Chung Pingping sighed and said, "We don't owe Xiaobei and others money. We tried our best to borrow 10% of the deposit from others. We can't pay it back. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that others will hurt you?" How dare you? Who has such a great ability? You don't take the broker house seriously. Those who can't be provoked won't use force against you. Those who can only use force to ask for money from you are not very capable. Let's not talk about other things. Your safety is guaranteed. After we came out, the boss said that you must stay alive and wait for Xiaobei and others to come back. We will also find your family for you. You can do things under our arrangement first or stay here and direct how to sell your food. Su Lin patted his chest and guaranteed. He really had the confidence to do so. The main problem was that Xiaobei and others did not intend to let 311 people die. In the whole Tang Empire, unless the emperor personally ordered to kill, no one could do it, not even the kings and princes. Su Lin even faintly believed that even if the emperor did it himself, if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not let him, the final result was that they could still save the people. The wrinkles on Chang Pingping's face stretched a little, but there was still a kind of sadness that could not be removed. He looked at the people in the broker house and asked, "If my 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters change schools, I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt. Brother Chang, don't worry about the children. They just won't see you for a while. No, if you want to see them, you can come and see them. They can still go to school where they used to be. Let the school know and they can live there. As for food and drink, you don't have to worry about it. The school will take care of it. This is not a remote place but Hunan province. There are countless merchants. How can the children in the school lack things?" Su Lin continued to persuade. If it really did not work, the branch of the broker house would lose a little money. Every few days, they would send the children to reunite with their parents. I'm afraid that they can't find us, so they will go to find. Lend them 100 guts. Not to mention hurting the children, even if they go to the school to threaten them. Then you don't have to pay back the money because the creditor is gone, ha ha. Su Lin said and couldn't help but laugh. Many people also laughed. Indeed, as he said, if someone really did something dangerous to the children, the result would be only one word, death. As everyone talked and laughed, the mood of more than 300 people changed unconsciously. They all thought about it and found that they really did not have to worry too much. It was just owing money. They could find a way to pay it back. While they were talking, in the middle of the day, the people of the broker house began to deliver food. The dishes were not bad. There was a fried eggplant, a scrambled egg with cucumber, and a bowl of mung bean water, sorghum rice, and salted beans. However, this money had to be credited to the accounts of more than 300 people. When there was a chance in the future, they would collect it from them. The taste of the food was naturally not as good as that of the small pot, but the more than 300 people who had temporarily put down some of their worries had a good appetite. They ate very happily. Everyone ate and chatted. Su Lin was still the most active person. He held a large bowl and squatted near Chang Pingping. He ate a few times and asked Chang Pingping, "Brother Chang, I want to ask you something. They were led by you. What were you thinking at the beginning? Why did you have to pick a critical moment to find trouble?" Chang Pingping's hand movement paused. He simply held the chopsticks in his hand. His eyes looked over the bowl and stared at the ground in front of him for a while. Just when Su Lin couldn't help but ask again, he finally spoke. "I didn't want to find trouble for anyone. When Xiao Bao made the national policy, we were the first to follow. Then we found that by doing so, we could make a lot of money. So my heart became alive. Before, we didn't have the opportunity to make a lot of money. Now the opportunity was in front of us. We could reach out and touch it. Wouldn't it save us many years of work? We got together and thought about it. We had a lot of land in our hands. The wheat was also under our control. If we worked together, we could raise the price and lower the price if we wanted. Especially now that there was a war, the army used a lot of food. Our food couldn't be directly transported to the battlefield. It was too far. The imperial court's method was progressive transportation. The food would be transported from one place to another. Once the food was transported, our Hunan circuit would inevitably lack food. The grain merchants would raise the price. Since that was the case, why didn't we raise the price ourselves and then sell it? You know what happened next? We came up with a plan. If it succeeded, we could make double the money. As for failure, we really didn't think about it. We have a lot of people, a lot of land, and a lot of food. I thought about it. When doing business, whoever has the bigger capital can use this bigger capital to make more money. Those with small capital can't even qualify to join. As Chang Pingping spoke, the people around him nodded. They had really thought about it this way. 311 people, if they worked together, would have a lot of power. If the 30,000 people who were renting land worked together, they could control the price of food in several dozen provinces. Big Brother Chang said exactly what we wanted to say. Moreover, we thought about it. First, we would work together and raise the price a bit, but not too much. We knew that Xiao Bao wouldn't allow the price of the necessities of the Great Tang to fluctuate too much. 1/10 isn't much, right? But if we did this, if we succeeded, we wouldn't be earning 1/10 but 2/10 or even 2/10. In truth, we were just testing Xiao Bao to see if he would say something and tell us to behave. If he said something, we would raise the price by 5 or 3%. But who knew? Another person chimed in and then stopped talking. He lowered his head and ate sullenly. Who would have thought that Xiao Bao would act so quickly and so decisively, right? You all thought that you had a lot of money, but in the end Xiao Bei and the others used even more money to deal with you all. Su Lin also felt that the other party was unlucky. Xiao Bao wasn't like this usually, but now he didn't give them any face. Yes. Chang Pingping nodded. I figured it out. Xiao Bao doesn't care about raising the price of food a bit. He won't allow us to be distracted. Chapter 1359. After the incident, more than 300 people were very annoyed. Most of them regretted and blamed themselves. They had succeeded in testing Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. However, the result was different from what they had expected. They felt annoyed again and ate faster. They did not care about the taste at all. In a short time they put down their bowls. Some people took the initiative to help wash. This work could not be done by the people from the broker house. Otherwise they would have to pay more. The more than 300 people suddenly had nothing to do. The people from the broker house also could not find any entertainment. Their job was to accompany the other party and watch over them. They did not want to let anything happen to them. The sun began to move to the west, and the shadow on the ground grew longer. The more than 300 people waiting for their families to arrive first met the person in charge of Chongping Song. This person had a cold face, as if everyone owed him money. He glanced at the more than 300 people with a silent gaze. Everyone who was seen by him lowered their heads. They had seen people from Chongping Song before. It was not the expression of the person in front of them. Instead, he smiled when he collected the grain and when he gave out the grain. He gave people a very gentle feeling. Why was his attitude different? It was obvious that what they had done had angered him. There are still a few days until a month. You signed the contract with Xiaobei and the others for a month. Are you going to continue to wait? Or admit your failure now and pay the money? The person in charge of Chongping Song asked coldly. What's the difference? Chang Pingping stood up when he saw everyone looking at him. The person from Chongping Song glared at Chang Pingping and said, the difference is that if you pay the money now, I will collect the grain immediately. Look at what you have done. You have to raise the price of wheat. How can I, Chongping Song, collect grain? If I collect according to the normal market price, people will not sell to me because of the high price. Everyone is waiting for a month to come. Then they will consider whether to let me, Chongping Song, buy it. The person in charge was very angry. Chongping Song and other places had stored the grain they harvested last month, but he was still waiting. A lot of work was delayed. Collecting grain was not as simple as taking out money to buy the grain and sending it to the granary. They had to screen it, look at the weather, and design the mat and fence used to release the grain. If one was unlucky and the grain was bought before the enclosure was made. Moreover, the measures to prevent moisture were not appropriate. When the grain was not protected properly and there was a heavy rain, the wine could be made directly. Otherwise, the wheat would germinate and become moldy. However, Chang Pingping and the others insisted on raising the price of the wheat. The other local people were watching and did not buy at all. They were not willing to sell to Chongping Song at the normal price. Now the price had dropped because of Xiaobei and the others, but Xiaobei's contract with the other party hadn't expired yet. If they were to accept the wheat now, a portion of them would be willing to sell. That way, the price of the wheat would increase, and Xiaobei and the others would definitely suffer losses. There was also a portion of them who clearly knew that more than 300 people would lose, but they still had a little bit of hope. What if, at the last moment of the last day, the price of the wheat suddenly increased? As the person in charge of Chongping Song, How could he not be angry? The role of Chongping Song was to coordinate the price of food. If the price was low, they would buy it. When the price was high, they would sell it. When the price was low, they would sell it. When the price was low, they would sell it. When the price was low, they would not let the people spend too much money to buy food. When the price of food was stable, Chongping Song did not need to care. Usually he just needed to maintain it. However, he knew that how could it be stable now? This was the time of the autumn harvest. Moreover, this year there were the most people renting and consolidating land in Hunan. Efficiency had increased, management had kept up, and grain production had also increased. Under such circumstances, how could the food not be cheap? Maybe, he admitted, it was this group of idiots who did it. In the first few days, the price of the local wheat had increased by 20%. How could Chongping Song, who was in charge of him, buy it? He didn't want to buy it, but the problem was that when the wind blew over, the price of the wheat would definitely plummet. He still had to buy it. Otherwise, the wheat would be bought by other grain merchants when the price was low. He would be incompetent and derelict in his duty. The provincial capital of Hunan province was so close to Luoyang and the capital. How could he make a mistake under the emperor's nose? The more he thought about it, the angrier this person in charge became. He even felt that he was about to fall ill from anger. Looking at the person in front of him for a moment, he couldn't control his emotions. He took 2 steps forward, raised his arm and slapped Chongping Ping. I hate that I can't kill you. After the slap, the person in charge knew that it was wrong to hit people. He shook his hand, stared at Chongping Ping and threatened, hurry up and decide, or I'll send a report to the Zhang family and Wang family and tell them about your matter. I'll ask them if they still want to let me live. Today you've tricked me once. When Xiaobei and the others come back, I'll personally find them. Don't hit people. Let's talk nicely. Brother Tian, calm down. Don't worry, they can't make much waves. Our Tang Empire won't be in chaos. I think the imperial court knows that the matter didn't happen to you. Why bother? Are you free tonight? Brother, I'll find you to drink some wine. This year, the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion shipped a lot of wild animals. I haven't eaten this year. The wine is not expensive. Their grain is used to make wine. I bought 2 jars of the year before last. Su Lin reacted and squeezed between the person in charge of Chongping Song and Chongping Ping to persuade them. As a person of the broker house, he had a wide range of connections. He had eaten with the person in charge several times, Tian Monsong, so he could talk about small things. Tian Monsong took 2 steps back and continued to say angrily, they shouldn't have left the grain to make wine in Hebei province. They should have attacked Hunan province. How dare they raise the price to make money? The more they plant, the more they lose. Yes, Brother Tian is right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really kind and soft-hearted. They can't bear to see others suffer. Whenever there is something, they have to suffer first. Let's have a drink tonight. I'll tell you, I also got a deer penis which is very nutritious. Brother Tian, you're lucky. Su Lin followed the words and stopped Tian Monsong from continuing to hit people. Tian Monsong took a few deep breaths, barely squeezed out a smile and said to Su Lin, Brother Maorong's wine must be drunk. It just so happens that I caught 3 more snakes this morning and took them to cook. I didn't want to catch them, but the 3 snakes were unlucky and were caught by a rat trap. They were really unlucky. They just wanted to eat the mice. I don't know the details of Chongping Song, but I know that there are endless mice in there. As long as they are not poisonous snakes, the more the better. They can help to eat the mice, right, Brother Tian? Su Lin was in a better mood when he heard the other party call him Maorong. Tian Monsong nodded. Yes, you can only use clips in the grain depot. You can't put drugs in them. Otherwise, if the mice don't die immediately after eating them, they will run outside. Other people's cats and dogs will die after eating them. I want to specially raise snakes. Snakes are stronger than cats. Once the mice get into the hole, the cat needs to have a beard. If the beard is bigger than the hole, the cat can't get in. Snakes are different. Snakes are thin, and their bones are broken. Basically, all the mice can get in. Speaking of the grain depot, Tian Monsong was also happy. He was in charge of a place and he was very professional. He knew what was going on inside. Su Lin immediately said, Brother Tian, I think it's possible to raise snakes. They are not poisonous. Let them catch mice. When there are fewer mice, you can catch snakes. It's killing two birds with one stone. Brother Tian, you have to take this seriously. Maybe you will report your idea. Moreover, raising some snakes first will be useful. It will be a great merit for Brother Tian. Tian Monsong just said that he wanted to raise snakes. Now that he heard Su Lin's words, his eyes lit up. He felt that it could really be done. If this method was approved by the imperial court, he could be promoted. The most important thing was that he was not afraid of others stealing the credit. If there was credit, everyone would use it together. The snakes raised not only catch mice, but also reduce the loss of food in the grain depot. At the same time, they could eat themselves and sell them for money. Cheating in Chongping Song's account book and profiting from it would kill people. However, raising snakes would not kill people. It could also increase additional income. How big was Chongping Song? How many mice were there? How many snakes could be raised? How much could a snake be sold for? Tian Monsong pondered. His hands kept moving beside his legs. Obviously, he was in an excited situation. Seeing Tian Monsong's appearance, Su Lin knew that what he said was heard by the other party. Then he felt that it was very interesting. The two of them talked. How could they come up with a good idea? If the other party had credit, could he count himself in? He was not an official and did not need to be promoted. It was also good to give some rewards. After thinking for a while, Tian Monsong woke up and asked Ching Pingping, "Give me a straight answer. There are only a few days left. It's getting late. I will go back first. If I don't get your answer tomorrow, don't blame me for being angry. I would rather take the risk of being punished. When I collect food from you in the future, I will use my private power. Don't think that you are powerful. As long as you are on my side, as long as you are still farming, I will let you know who to listen to who." After giving the final ultimatum to 311 people, Tian Monsong looked at Su Lin with a smile. This time the smile was more sincere. "Brother Maorong, don't wait for it to get dark today. Let's go early. If it doesn't work, I will talk to your boss and say that there is something important to discuss with the broker house. What do you think?" Su Lin nodded repeatedly. He understood what the other party meant. It seemed that the other party was really going to do what he just said, and he didn't forget to remind people that he would share the benefits with him. Su Lin then said to the other colleagues in the broker house, "Everyone, I will leave early this time and go over there with Manager Tian to discuss something. When the boss comes over, remember to help me tell him. There will be benefits for all of us." In a burst of laughter, Su Lin left with Tian Monsong. The two were going to buy a few vegetables and then cook a few more. They had a good drink tonight. The place had been chosen. It was Chongping Song's grain depot. When the two figures disappeared, the people of the broker house said to Chong Pingping and others, "Did you see? There are many smart people, but it depends on where they use their minds. You are harming others without benefiting yourself. In the end, no one will get a good result. Others are benefiting the country and the people. You should think about it carefully. Don't delay it for a month. That is a problem of attitude." While the others were thinking about what had just happened, Chong Pingping was different from the others. He was thinking about whether he should also figure out a good way to benefit the country, the people, and himself. Should he also raise snakes, catch field mice, or raise owls? Chapter 1360. Night fell. The moon was not so round today, so the stars in the sky seemed to be brighter. Tian Monsong and Su Lin moved a jug of wine, 5 jeans of it, and made a few dishes. They stayed under one of the racks in Chongping Granary's granary. It was hot, so there was no need to heat the wine. They lit a few ropes made of wormwood. As the smoke lingered, there were fewer mosquitoes. However, they had to pay attention to the fire. They could not let the wormwood rope catch fire, let alone stick it to the grain pile. In fact, it was not a problem to stick it to the grain pile. As long as they did not drink too much, it was difficult for a small fire to burn the whole grain pile. If they were to burn it, they would first burn the mat on the outside. Once the mat was burned, the food inside would continuously flow out. They would directly put the fire under the mat and then let out smoke. If this pile of food was just smoking, it would not be finished in half a month unless oil was poured on it, and then flames were lit in different places around it at the same time. Because the grain was not so dry, if they did not believe it, they could find a pile of wheat or rice with shells, and then use a match to see how long it would take to light the pile of grain into a bonfire. In addition, there were people patrolling, so Su Lin and Tian Monsong were not worried at all. There was no wind tonight, so the fragrance of the wine and dishes rose straight into their noses. It smells good. Come on, brother Tian, drink a cup first. Su Lin picked up a wine cup and said to Tian Monsong. Tian Monsong also picked up the cup, touched it gently, and the two raised their heads and drank. Tian Monsong smacked his lips and slowly exhaled. He felt that his stomach immediately became warm. A part of the smell of wine came out of his nostrils, and his whole body was comfortable. Good wine, but it is a pity that it is not easy to buy. Marong, where did you buy it? Tian Monsong praised, picked up a piece of deer penis, threw it into his mouth and chewed slowly. Su Lin picked up a cucumber, dipped it in the sauce and replied, of course it's good wine. Xiaobao and Cuckoo wouldn't sell bad wine. They don't sell wine that is less than 2 years old. Drinking new wine is bad for the body. Drinking a small cup of this kind of wine a day is not bad, especially when it's soaked in medicine. They only sell hard liquor, and they don't sell anything less than 50% alcohol content. Moreover, they distribute their goods throughout the Great Tang. A portion is given to the restaurants and a portion is given to the merchants. Otherwise, if they focus on selling in one place, the local people won't need to make wine anymore. Benevolence, righteousness, kindness. Alright, don't say that they're kind. We all know that they'll only be kind if you don't make any mistakes. Tell me, did you buy your wine from a wine merchant? There wasn't any when I went there this year. Tian Monsong refilled the wine cups of the two people. When the wine was about to overflow, he stopped pouring wine and urged Su Lin to tell him where the wine came from. Su Lin drank another cup and then said, this year they didn't distribute the goods at all. When the soldiers in front were transporting the wine, I happened to be strolling on the side of the road with my brothers. I saw that their carriage was hard to move. It was raining, so I went over to help. I worked for the whole afternoon. Where did you buy the wine that they gave you? You said that you bought it before. Tian Monsong found fault with him. The people in the broker house were different from the people who worked last time. We all agreed that if someone asked, we would say that we bought it. Otherwise, wouldn't it all be taken away by others? Drink. Su Lin didn't feel embarrassed. He calmly expressed his thoughts and grabbed another braised pig to kick and gnaw on. Tian Monsong drank the wine in the cup and refilled it again. At this time he couldn't continue drinking. He had to eat. Otherwise he wouldn't want to eat in the end and would feel uncomfortable with a stomach full of wine. Moreover, when pouring the wine it had to be very full, especially when drinking from a small cup. Otherwise, when drinking it would be disgusting. Drinking wine was different from drinking tea. There was no problem with inhaling when drinking tea, but when drinking wine, one had to hold his breath and exhale after drinking. Of course, this was excluding those who ate rice mixed with white wine. No wonder. Speaking of giving wine to the soldiers, the news from the front line hasn't been coming back recently. It's not like before when there were new things in the newspaper every day. Let's talk about the situation in front. I read the newspaper today. There's no latest news at all. Just based on what happened last time, the advertisements have changed a lot. Tian Monsong said leisurely. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Su Lin sighed. I'm also very worried about the soldiers in front. I guess they've pushed too deep and can't connect with the telegraph. Think about it, the environment there is so complicated. There's thunder and rain, the signal is bad. And the person in charge of the relay has to hide. I'm already very satisfied with my life. I just hope that our Tang Empire can become more powerful. Just like what happened to Jinla a few days ago. Those who dared to bully us, what happened in the end? Our Tang Empire's meteor battle team has been mobilized. If the newspaper didn't report it, I wouldn't have known that there was such a team in Tang Empire. When there's a chance in the future, when our family has more money, I'll take my family out to see the whales and places with koalas. It's a pity that people live their whole life only in front of their own home. As Su Lin spoke, he thought of a childhood friend of his. In the end, that kid ran to the boat and came back 3 times. Each time he brought back something from the outside and showed it off in front of him. Fortunately, he still remembered to give it to him after showing off. Otherwise, he would have cut ties with him. But as long as he listened to him talk about the outside world, he yearned for it. Different sceneries, different animals and plants, and the local aboriginals over there. They sailed the boat while fishing. Life was indeed colorful. Su Lin's words made Tian Monsong yearn for it as well, but he shook his head helplessly. I can't. I'm an official. Unless I resign, I can't bear to. I can't bear to be an official either. Hey brother Tian, look, is there a snake over there? Two of them, Su Lin said as he realized that there were two long objects moving under the moonlight about 10 meters away. Tian Monsong looked over and nodded. Yes, it's a grass snake. It's probably looking for mice to eat. They also need to eat, unlike winter where they can hibernate. I wonder what if there's no winter. For example, on an island near Luzhou, I heard that it's very hot in winter. It's not hibernating. It's not cold, just like bears. The bears in the north hibernate and their paws are delicious. The bear paws in the south are much worse. Brother Tian, are you sure you want to raise a snake? If you raise it well, can you apply for a few more months of leave? Take it as a reward. You can take your family out to play. Don't go too far, just a place where you can come back in 2 or 3 months. Speaking of the snake, Su Lin began to give Tian Monsong ideas. As long as he made contributions, the imperial court would definitely reward him. There would be official positions, money and holidays. If the snake was raised well, other places could also learn from it. There were countless granaries in Great Tang. How much food could they save every year? Moreover, if they sold the snakes for money, they would not have to hand over the money. They would be left for Chongpingsong. With an additional income, they would be in a good mood. The imperial court would also be happy to see this. Tian Monsong's eyes were fixed on the moving snakes. When the two snakes turned and disappeared behind another granary, he retracted his gaze. He drank another cup of wine and said, Raise. Brother Tian, you'll definitely succeed. I congratulate you in advance. Su Lin congratulated him, but his eyes were fixed on Tian Monsong. Tian Monsong, of course, knew what Su Lin wanted. He said with a smile, Mao Rong, raising snakes is not my problem alone. I need your help. Brother Tian, I'll do my best. Su Lin smiled, knowing that his benefits were coming. We're not familiar with raising snakes in Chongpingsong. Mao Rong, you'll have to help us find an expert. Also, there aren't enough snakes in the granary. I'm worried that I'll be cheated if I buy them from outside. I'll have to trouble you. I also remember that owls eat mice, so... Brother Tian, that won't do. Owls eat mice, but they also eat snakes. The two of them can't be raised together. Su Lin quickly reminded him. If these two things were raised together, only the owls would be left. Tian Monsong suddenly understood and laughed. Yes, if we can't raise them together, we can raise them separately. Brother Tian, owls are different from snakes. They can fly while snakes can crawl. If you raise snakes in the granary, there's a ditch outside. You can control it. How big of a net do you need to pull out to raise owls? It's okay to just eat mice, but it eats a lot. What if it eats other people's domestic poultry? Su Lin had to continue to remind him. It's drunk. Look at me, I won't raise it. If I don't raise owls, I'll raise snakes. Brother, you're right. Snakes eat chickens too, but you can control them in one place and pull out the net. Brother, you have to pay attention to the matter of buying snakes. Tian Monsong smiled embarrassedly and made up his mind about raising snakes in Chongpingsong's granary. If he really raised snakes, he would be promoted and earn money. He could also take more vacations and take his family out. Not to mention going too far, even if he went to Luzhou's place, he could see the bright moon rising from the sea and the scenery from the horizon. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Coupled with the wine, Tian Monsong began to feel tipsy. However, he was not drunk, just comfortable. The food was more delicious, the wine was more mellow, and the moonlight was more charming. After eating some more food, Tian Monsong asked Su Lin, Brother, where do you think there are more snakes here? If they're not poisonous, I don't want a snake to run out and bite the child. If that happens, not only will I be promoted, but I will also be punished. Brother Tian, don't worry. I promise I'll find you all the snakes that are not poisonous, and I don't want the big ones. Otherwise, I'll be done for if the child dies. Brother Tian, if you want to talk about snakes that are not poisonous, it's Old Willow Village in Hongnong County. There are many willow trees, rivers, tree holes, and all kinds of small animals. It's also cool, so the snakes are willing to settle there. Su Lin thought of a place and told Tian Monsong that if the other party agreed, He would arrange for someone to go there and collect the snakes. At the same time, he would ask if there were any willow mushrooms. If there were, he would buy them together and cook them for his child at home. I know this place, Old Willow Village. It's amazing. The little girl is only 10 years old, but she's actually a 7th grade official. Oh, a 7th grade official. It's said to be under the control of the county, but who dares to? The willow weaver is famous, and she can grow her own doll. My family has several. My child likes it and it's not expensive, so I buy it for them. Speaking of Old Willow Village, Tian Monsong had a deep impression of it. When he thought of the dolls at home, he smiled happily. However, Su Lin shook his head and said, "Brother Tian, you're talking about the past. Now, Old Willow Village is being bullied by the new county magistrate." "Oh, why is that?" "That new county magistrate is called Lu Yen. He has the same surname as most of the people in Old Willow Village. Maybe they were from the same family 500 years ago." "Yes, Lu Yen, I remember now. He's from Qianzhongdao, the former county magistrate of Bajiang County. He rose from 7th grade official to 6th grade official, which is quite a fast jump. What happened to him?" "It's a long story. Drink." Su Lin raised his cup again. Chapter 1361. Old Willow Village, which was mentioned by Tian Monsong and Su Lin last night, had lost its usual tranquility. Early in the morning, the new county magistrate, Lu Yan, who had just been in Hongnong County for a month, came to Old Willow Village with a group of people. He brought a notebook with him so that he could write on it. Lu Yan, who came from Qianzhong, was not as rustic as people thought. After all, Qianzhongdao was too remote and poor. Any normal Tang person would have a feeling that they had a high status when they thought of that place. It was the same as the people in the capital who thought they had a high status. Of course, the people in the capital now did not think that they had the highest status. They still had Luzhou above them. Luzhou used to be a place where people were sent away, but now it had become a place where many rich people bought houses. People who came from other places would be conquered by the beauty of Luzhou, but Luzhou's people came to the capital with their chests held high. Luzhou's people would only restrain themselves when they came to Sanshui County. Could not be helped. Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and the Wang family. It was the first place in the entire Great Tang. Whether it was in terms of scenery, culture, economy, or politics, Sanshui County stood there like a benchmark that had never been surpassed. In that case, Bajiang County of Qianzhongdao was the poorest of the poor. Not to mention now, even in the era of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the development of Bajiang County was slower than other places. However, as the county magistrate from Bajiang County, Lu Yan did not look rustic at all. He looked like a person from the capital. He had fair skin, a straight nose, and a straight mouth. When he stood there, he exuded a different temperament, like a gentleman. It would be better if his eyes were not so aggressive. However, people who saw him always felt that his eyes were small and always looked at people intently. The gentlemanly aura of a gentleman was completely destroyed by his eyes. To sum it up in one word, he was domineering. Here, circle this place with lime first. We have to build an octagonal pavilion and paint it red. It will create a strong contrast with the surrounding scenery. However, a red pavilion with green willows will not make people feel awkward. Yes, it has to be like this. Lu Yan stood beside the river that passed by Old Willow Village and gave the order to the Yamen people who followed him. Immediately, someone came over with a bucket of lime and drew a circle on the ground according to Lu Yan's instructions. Lu Yan kept a straight face and continued to walk forward. As he walked, he came to the side of an iron chain bridge. Seeing the state of the iron chain bridge, Lu Yan frowned. Then he ordered, "Tell them to lay down the boards on the bridge. I want to go over." This was not his first time here, but his 4th time here. He had just arrived in Hongnong County, but he had specially come to the same village 4 times. It was obvious how much he valued this place. However, today's 4th visit was different from the previous 3. Today, the plank on the iron chain bridge had been removed. Obviously, the other party knew that he was coming and did this on purpose. Lu Yan knew that the other party didn't want to let him go, because they wanted to go against his plan. They didn't go well the first 3 times, and the 4th time the other party didn't want to talk to him anymore. Lu Yan also knew the situation in Old Willow Village, but he didn't believe it. He believed that what he did was right. As long as it was right, even the emperor should support it, let alone Xiaobei. The Zhang family and the Wang family didn't want to be reasonable. More importantly, once he succeeded, his status would be improved. Others didn't dare to provoke the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he dared. What he did was right. He wanted to tell the world that the Tang Empire didn't only have Xiaobao and Cuckoo, but also Lu Yan. Originally, he wanted to ask Lu Feifei to go to the Yamen directly. However, when he thought about it, Lu Feifei had already been ordered to go to the capital to bring some willow trees and mushrooms in Old Willow Village. At the same time, she had to bring back new seeds from the Sanongxi temple. Lu Yan didn't want to wait for a little girl, so he came here first. He thought that he could deal with the problem directly as the county magistrate. However, the customs in Old Willow Village were different. He had talked with the old guy 3 times, but the old guy didn't agree. Wasn't it just a few changes? Didn't he hear that poverty leads to change, change leads to success, and success leads to longevity? The old ways of Old Willow Village had already hindered the development of the Tang Empire. Now that he was in Hongnong County, he had to speed up the development. Before he took office, he had a thorough understanding of Hongnong County. He also made a perfect development plan according to the local situation. During the flood, the people of Old Willow Village did contribute. However, one couldn't just lie on the Book of Merit and not strive to improve. His arrival would change everything. In the future, Hongnong County would be a better place than Luzhou. It was closer to the capital and developed quickly. It would become another benchmark of Tang Empire. The more Lu Yan thought about it, the more confident he became. At the same time, he hated all those who hindered his development, and the old village chief of Old Willow Village was one of them. Lu Yan, who was immersed in his dream, felt something was wrong. Didn't he order his subordinates to call for help just now? Why didn't he hear anything? Call for help. Lu Yan ordered again. My lord, it's not that I don't want to, but it's useless. They won't lay down the bridge for us. When Xiaobei and the others came, the planks on the bridge were all pulled down. The villagers knew they were coming, but they didn't lay down the planks. In the end, the protection team had to lay down the planks with their bodies. A Yamen runner explained to Lu Yan. What he meant was that Xiaobei and the others were already famous at that time, but they still couldn't do anything. Now that Lu Yan was here, who were you? Who would care about them? You came 3 times and failed to negotiate. They wouldn't come out no matter how hard you shouted. Xiaobei? You're not 10 years old yet, right? I'm 36 years old this year. He shout. Lu Yan sneered and ordered again. Everyone who came with him retreated at the same time. When they were 10 steps away from him, they stood still and lowered their heads to look at their shoes. Lu Yan suddenly felt that his breathing was smooth and his surroundings were empty. He turned his head with a sullen face and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. How dare you disobey my orders? At most, I won't be a Yamen runner anymore. I'll go somewhere else. I'll move. What can you do? If I offend you, you can bear with it. A county magistrate, a 6th rank official, and a lower 6th rank official. I'm 36 years old. I don't dare to offend Xiaobei and the others. You're too powerful. What you said today I'll tell others. I'm not 10 years old yet, but I'm a 3rd rank official. Sir, you're busy. I'll go back to pack my things and move. The Yamen runner sneered after he finished speaking. He swaggered back and stopped serving Lu Yan. Lu Yan immediately realized that his qi and blood were floating up and his face was hot. He was probably tired from rushing over so early in the morning. Stop. How dare you disobey my orders? Lu Yan shouted at the Yamen runner who was leaving. What orders? My cheap life. If I don't work as a Yamen runner, whose orders are mine? I'll go to the restaurant between the clouds and the water in the county town later, and ask the waiter to find me a new job. If I hadn't been a Yamen runner in the county before, I wouldn't have taken this job when I saw Xiaobei and Xiaobao coming over and saying that the Hongnong society would develop better. It's only a small amount of money a month. What do I need? The Yamen runner straightened his neck and said to Lu Yan with his head tilted. I don't allow you to leave. Lu Yan stared at him like an eagle. Damn, are you the emperor? The Great Tang is not your Great Tang, and Hongnong is not your Hongnong. Don't be afraid, I promise that I will spread what you said today. Just be a good county magistrate and see if you can get out of here. Xiaobei. Humph. You're not 10 years old yet, right? I'm 36 years old this year. Haha. The Yamen runner didn't even look back this time. He directly went to find a horse. He didn't want to walk back. Lu Yan suddenly felt cold all over. He really looked down on Xiaobei and the others, but others didn't think the same as him. If the news really spread, he wouldn't be able to leave the county town, and he wouldn't even be able to go back. So he quickly stopped him. Wait, I don't care if you don't work as a Yamen runner, but I don't recognize what you said just now. That's what I meant. Xiaobei, my nose suddenly felt uncomfortable and I humphed. Then I said that it's not easy for them to follow you out when they're not even 10 years old. I'm 36 years old. I can't compare with them, understand? You really make people look down on you. You didn't even finish a few sentences and you're already scared. Don't worry, I don't want to use others to deal with you. Disappear. After the Yamen runner finished speaking, he came to the side of the horse, turned over, clamped his legs, shook the reins and rode away. Lu Yan stood there in a daze for a long time before he finally reacted. Since he didn't want to be a Yamen runner anymore, why did he ride the horse away? You guys. Lu Yan wanted to point his finger at the others, but when he saw that the others also wanted to leave, he thought about it and finally restrained himself. This was because he didn't know how to drive a carriage. How could he go back when everyone else had left? Lu Yan felt that it was unrealistic to ask others to call for him. He held the iron chain on the side of the bridge and looked down. He tentatively took half a step forward and retracted his leg. He asked, how did the people of the protection team go over in the past? They held the iron chain next to them with their hands and stepped on it. A scribe answered in a flat tone. I heard that there are many children. Where are the children? Lu Yan asked again. Sir, didn't you already know before you came? The children naturally step on the bodies of the people of the protection team to go over. The people of the protection team lie on the iron chain. The scribe answered again. Can they withstand being stepped on? Lu Yan's gaze began to sweep over the others. Everyone took another 2 steps back. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of the scribe's mouth and said, it's okay for the children to step on it, but the adults can probably step on it to death. Oh! Lu Yan didn't say anything else. In fact, he really wanted the people who followed him to lie on the ground like the people of the protection team so that he could go over. However, he found that his idea obviously didn't work. No one was a fool. Walk over by himself? What if he accidentally fell down? Who would take the position of Hongnong County Magistrate? Hello, is there anyone here? I'm here in person. What we're going to talk about today is different from before. We can change it. Lu Yan shouted to the other side. After shouting for about 10 times in a row, people finally appeared on the road across the river. There were old people and children but no adults. They were probably busy making willow weaves. A group of people stood on the other side of the bridge and looked at Lu Yan as if they were watching a monkey show. Seeing people coming over, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt very sullen. If it were other places, the boards on the suspension bridge would be removed. As the county magistrate, it was no big deal for him to send the runners again. However, if it was Hongnong County facing Old Willow Village, he couldn't do that because the runners were disobedient. Change it. It's a little different from the previous 3 talks. Lu Yan didn't say anything else. Chapter 1362. The people in front of him were still watching, but no one made a sound. It can really be changed. This county is doing this for the development of Hongnong, and for the prosperity of Old Willow Village. This county is wholeheartedly for the public, but you don't understand. It's disappointing. Lu Yan puffed out his chest and said sincerely, it would be better if his eyes weren't so aggressive. Have you seen it? Go back and eat your snacks. The snacks are almost ready. Today's snacks are cream pastries and potato strips with tomato sauce. The old villager said to the children who came to watch. He was accompanying the children in class and came out after class. He was just in time for the children to eat their snacks. When the children heard that there were potato strips and tomato sauce, they cheered and ran back. After all, Lu Yan couldn't compare to food. Lu Yan listened and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He came out in the morning and didn't eat. He thought he could eat here, but the people removed the plank and the market that was supposed to be there also didn't appear. This proved that there was a problem. When he came out today, Someone leaked the news to Old Willow Village in advance. He couldn't do anything about it. Even if he suggested it on the spot this morning, his car was not as fast as other people's horse. Old Willow Village was indeed different. It was probably because they had saved so many people during the flood and helped others raise their children. That was why they had left behind some kind of relationship. Because of this, he should start with Old Willow Village and solve the problem there. Would other problems in the county still be considered a problem? He didn't know what the potato and tomato sauce tasted like. When he came back to Beijing, he ate pig offal and chicken liver. He heard that the meat was canned and sent to the front line. The rest of the food was used to entertain the officials who came back this year. How hateful! Why can the Zhang family and Wang family eat whatever they want? Even if you found the food, you give it to others. Do you have any respect for the imperial court? Do you have any respect for the world? Lu Yan saw that the old man in front of him was standing still and didn't say anything, so he had to take the initiative. Mr. Lu, can you come over and talk? It's too tiring to make the plank. The villagers are busy. The old villager replied calmly. Can you come over and talk? Lu Yan asked again. He stood on one side and the person who wanted to talk stood on the other side. He felt uncomfortable. It wasn't like they were his brothers or sisters. Why don't you stand and talk? I'm annoyed to see you old man up close. The old villager squinted his eyes and said. You? Alright, that's fine too. Lu Yan had no other choice. He couldn't let people go over and capture the Muramesa. Otherwise, he would be easily pushed into the river. Lu Muramesa, regarding the previous 3 discussions, this county can compromise a step. Oh, yield? Don't tell me that if we don't expand the river, don't fill the current deep river into a shallow river, and don't let the people in our village migrate out? Lao Xuan stood on the other side of the river and asked. His voice was full of energy, and it reverberated throughout the river. It was much louder than Lu Yan's. Lu Yan took 2 steps back. He was afraid of being shaken off. Moreover, looking at the height made him feel dizzy. Lu Muramesa, you clearly know that these 3 points cannot be changed. Why do you still insist on saying them? This county can compromise. First, Old Willow Village can move to the county. You don't have to look for other places to build new houses. Second, the cost price of willow weaving provided by Old Willow Village can be reduced from 100 to 80. Third, Old Willow Village can collect iron chains used to tie boats from the county. The county will no longer use them for free. Instead, it will give a certain amount of compensation. Fourth, Xiao Yan, you can stop dreaming. This old man knows what you are thinking. You want to sacrifice the interests of the local people in this county to increase your political achievements. I don't know what you did when you were the county magistrate in Bajiang, but I want to tell you that if you also sacrifice the interests of the local people to obtain political achievements, you should be careful. As long as there is a report, even if you become the head of the secretariat, it will be useless. Even if the emperor doesn't punish you, will Xiao Bao and Cuckoo let you go? Before you came to Hongnong, Xiao Bao had already made a plan for Hongnong's development in the next 10 years. Your last position was done according to Xiao Bao's request. If you want to be a stable official, then don't move. Not only in Old Willow Village, but also in other places in the county. It's not that this old man is looking down on you, but you really don't have the ability. Xiao Bao's plan is a national policy in the imperial court, but it is a good policy in the local area. You should learn for another 20 years. When you look back, you will see how ignorant you are today. Without waiting for Lu Yan to finish speaking, the old villager interrupted Lu Yan's next words and gave him a fierce lecture. Lu Yan gasped for breath. He was angered by Lu Muramesa's words. How was this a kind warning? It was clearly belittling him as if he was worthless. After a while, Lu Yan took a deep breath and said to Lu Muramesa with a smile, Lu Muramesa is so powerful. Why is it that I am the county magistrate of Hongnong, and you are just a village chief? That's why you can manage a village, but when it comes to managing a county, you better work hard in your next life. This county magistrate is not here to argue with you. This county magistrate is asking you, do you understand economics? Do you understand tourism? Yet, tourism is a part of the economy, so you can't compare them. Xiao Yan, you want to talk about finance, right? You want to talk about pure capital operation, right? This old man is a scholar, so I can read. Every time Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have new books that don't involve the secrets of Tang Dynasty, they will send a set to this old man. It's not that this old man has great ability, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know how to respect the old and love the young. They also know that this old man is willing to give up his life for Old Willow Village. Go back and take a good look at the plan that Xiao Bao left behind. I also have a copy, so I have to take a look at it when I have time. Xiao Bao's plan is called a plan. Yours is a one-off deal and you don't even have a supplementary plan. Rice is eaten one bite at a time, and the road is taken one step at a time. Without so much foreign capital, and without an absolutely advantageous investment environment in the local area, how can you develop quickly? It's the plan that you said, sacrificing the interests of the local people to attract foreign tourists, and the county will get tax. You can just ask us for money directly. Why do you have to go in a big circle? You're tired and we're tired. The foundation of development is to let the local people become rich, not to let your county yamen increase the tax. Xiao Yin, do you understand? Go back. The old villager lectured Lu Yen again, but this time he didn't use casual words. Instead, he started to talk about the economy, development, and planning with Lu Yen. Our Hongnong County has developed to a certain extent, and what we need is to settle down and accumulate, not to overturn everything that has been done before. It's easy for officials to overturn a decision, but the people will suffer because of it. Xiao Bao said that local officials can't just make decisions, make promises and leave. Moreover, they can't leave now. If there's a problem, they will be punished even if they leave. Sir, let's go back. There are still many things to deal with in the county. I haven't even finished the framework for this year's autumn harvest. The deputy county magistrate who came with the old villager said, You short-sighted people, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. Let me emphasize again, I'm not discussing with you. I'm telling you what to do and you just have to do it. If something happens, it's my fault. Lu Yen decided not to talk to others anymore. He had to use tough means to achieve his goal. He had to overturn everything before, otherwise how could he show his ability? If he didn't show his ability, how could he continue to be promoted? It's not like he didn't know about the economy, it's just a small matter. It's your fault. Excuse me, who are you? A clear voice of a girl sounded behind the people from the yamen. The old villager on the other side of the river showed a kind smile. Lu Yen and the others turned around and saw a girl wearing a 7th-rank official uniform. There were 4 people standing beside her, and there was a word ban embroidered on their chests. When the deputy county magistrate saw the girl behind him, he immediately said with a smile, Yo! Our most beautiful, smartest, and most capable Feifei is back. Well, I went to the capital and took a long time. Uncle Son, why are you here? Where's the market? Lu Feifei said to the deputy county magistrate happily. Suddenly she found a problem. The market that was always there was gone. The deputy county magistrate smiled. Feifei, the county magistrate is here. Maybe everyone is afraid of meeting a senior official, so they didn't come out. He also started to target Lu Yen. Anyway, it was already like this. If he let Lu Yen continue, he would not be able to recover. Lu Yen, right? Lu Feifei knew the new county magistrate's name. Yes, it's me. Lu Yen was full of anger now. When he looked at the little girl, his eyes became sharper. Lu Feifei began to size up Lu Yen. After a while she nodded and said, I see. You look like this. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Feifei, Station Supervisor Lu of Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guo Province, Henan Province. After introducing herself, Lu Feifei asked the deputy county magistrate without waiting for Lu Yen to speak. Uncle Son, what did he say just now? It's the new development plan of Hongnong County. If there's a problem, it's the county magistrate's fault. The deputy county magistrate explained to Lu Feifei. If there's a problem in the development of such a big county, how can he bear it alone? His life is not worth this price, right? Brother Xiaobao had said before that people shouldn't think too highly of themselves. He had said it so well. If a person had harmed so many people in a county, would he be able to bear the consequences? No, we don't need anyone to bear the responsibility alone in Old Willow Village. If we are stable, then so be it. County Magistrate Lu, can you ask other places? See if they are willing to bear the responsibility after you have cheated them. Lu Feifei's words were merciless. Because she passed by the county on her way back, she already knew what kind of person the new county magistrate was. She guessed that she pretended not to know before. Lu Yan looked at the girl in front of him blankly. He really couldn't figure out how these words came out of her mouth. Now the little girl even knew how to humiliate people in a roundabout way. Feifei, what you said is so good. The registrar, who had been silent all this time, also praised. Chapter 1363. When the registrar said this, Lu Yan's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood what it felt like to have a position but no authority. He regretted that he had been transferred from Bajong County of Qianzhongdao. He thought that since he was close to the capital in Luoyang, he would have a better chance of promotion. Now he was facing a situation where he couldn't control the situation in the county. It wasn't like this when he was in Bajong County. 6 years ago, when he took office in Bajong County, he took out money to treat the people in the yamen to a meal. He bragged about the capital and said a few new words about economic construction, describing a beautiful future. At that time, he won the support of half of the people in the yamen. Most of the people in the remaining half chose to remain silent. Only a few people were not convinced, but they were dealt with later. Then he used his social connections to borrow 10,000 strings of coins. After spending 6,000 strings of coins, he won the support of most of the people in the area. The place was poor and the people were stupid. He used the money to build fishing boats, buy animals and get more tools. Then he began to develop. Relying on the geographical environment, he opened up more farmland, caught more fish, collected medicinal herbs, bought mercury from other places, and so on. 6 years later, when he left office, the living conditions of the locals were more than 10 times better than 6 years ago. More importantly, he had more money in his hands. His method was the same as that of the Zhang family and Wang family. The place was poor and couldn't take out money, so he used his own money to help build his own business. Although this was against the law, the local area developed and the people's lives were better. Moreover, there were many things that didn't conform to the law. From top to bottom, this had never changed since ancient times. He also had the support of the people there. When he left, there were also people sending him off. He also had the All People's Umbrella, although the entire county's population was less than 10,000. What did this mean? It meant that he wasn't worse than the Zhang family and Wang family, and not weaker than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. How could he not do what they did? Coming to Hongnong, he should have been able to show his strength. Why did he have to be influenced by Zhang Xiaobao, who didn't hold office here at all? Why? Lu Yan was very sullen. He was bitterly disappointed. He even had the idea of giving up everything and becoming an official in another place. However, when he saw the hateful faces of the people in the yamen, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the end. He would not give up until he had established his authority. Today, this county won't argue with you. Since you can't see the future of Hongnong, this county will let you see. When the auxiliary construction in other places is completed, if Old Willow Village still doesn't follow this county's instructions, you will be going against the imperial court and ignoring the people of Hongnong. Let's go. Lu Yan decided not to attack Old Willow Village first. Instead, he decided to adopt a new strategy. He would start from other places in Hongnong County and slowly push forward. When he finally reached Old Willow Village, he would see how they would react. Lu Yan left with a group of people from the yamen. But no matter who saw it, they would think that he left alone. As soon as the people from the yamen left, someone from the village immediately helped to lay down the wooden planks on the bridge. Lu Feifei jumped over and asked the people who escorted her back to lead the animals into the village. She began to take things out of the pouches on the animals. First, she took out the seeds and medicine provided by the Sanongsi. Then, she took out all kinds of snacks that could be brought in the capital, as well as the handicrafts that were trafficked from other places to be sold. She also took out a set of glass experimental utensils from the savant's restaurant. Finally, Lu Feifei took out a wooden box and held it in front of the old villager. She handed it to him and said, "Grandpa, this is a gift for you. It's a set of fishing tackle. When you have nothing to do, you can fish by the river. We can eat the fish you catch." Good, good, good. I'll give it to you. There are already 2 sets. The old villager smiled. He took the box and put it under his armpit with one hand and rubbed Lu Feifei's head with the other. The materials used for the new set are different from the previous ones. When I went to the savant's restaurant to ask for the glass utensils, they gave it to me. Grandpa, the capital has changed again. Except for the Imperial Palace, there are no single-story houses. The lowest one is two-story. Lu Feifei took the fried potato strips from the children who skipped class and talked about the changes in the capital while eating. The old villager still looked kind. Good. It's good that the capital has changed. There are more people going to the capital, which means that the road is better. The people have money. You went out for a month. Did you fall behind in your studies? I didn't read much in the textbooks, but I learned a lot. I also went to a place in the Ministry of Works. Grandpa, the people there are so good. They are so knowledgeable. I couldn't understand what they said. When I read, I learned from the apprentices. Those apprentices who are not allowed to work are better than me. Lu Feifei said seriously. Her eyes were full of yearning and admiration. The old villager smiled. Haha, the people in the Ministry of Works are not knowledgeable. How can they make things? It's just that they can't learn how to write there. Yes, they don't talk about those who know things. They talk about formulas, density, and so on. They are good at math. But I stayed in the savant's restaurant and learned a lot of knowledge about writing from their staff. They taught me like telling stories. I feel that they are better than the people in the Imperial College and the Imperial College. Lu Feifei said excitedly. She even gave an example. The other children around listened attentively. They were envious that Lu Feifei could go to the capital to play. Oh, you also went to the Imperial College and the Imperial College. The old villager said with emotion. He was also a scholar, so he naturally liked those circles. Lu Feifei nodded fiercely. Yes, when I was in the capital I went to most places. I could go to places that ordinary people couldn't go. Although I am only a 7th rank official, it was Xiaobei who asked me to come here. The Zhang family and the Wang family are very good to me. By the way, Grandpa, let me tell you something. Lu Feifei suddenly lowered her voice. She looked around as if she was afraid that outsiders would hear her. She said, I even had a meal with the current emperor. What? The old villager was shocked. The eyes of the people around him instantly widened. They knew that it was not difficult to see the emperor. They just had to go to the capital with their household registration. After verification, they could wait outside the palace. If the emperor came out, they could see him. But it was another thing to have a meal with the emperor. If Xiaobei and the others were there, they could lead the way. But Feifei went there by herself. How did she have a meal with the emperor? Lu Feifei didn't wait for others to ask and said, I didn't go to see the emperor. On the 9th day in the capital, when I got up in the morning, Uncle Zhang said that he was not too busy today. He took me to see the fun and broaden my knowledge. After all, as an official, I can't control people. If there is a problem in the future, I don't know how to solve it. I followed them. Uncle Zhang won't hurt me. At noon, Uncle Zhang took me to the canteen of the Ministry of Works. There were a lot of dishes. I could choose whatever I wanted to eat. As soon as I put the food on the plate, the emperor came. When I was about to kneel, I found that the others didn't kneel. They just respectfully greeted His Majesty. His Majesty also took a plate to eat and then sat at a table. During the meal, he asked me about Hongnong County and our village. The emperor was very good. He was not scary at all. He was even better than in the movies. When he talked to me and listened to me, he always smiled. The emperor also ate all the food he got. He also told me to cherish the food. In the end, I ate too much. Because it was my first time there, I got too much food. Next time I go there, I will eat a little more and get a little more. Sister Feifei, is the food in the Ministry of Works delicious? A little boy ate the potato and asked while sucking his fingers. Lu Feifei thought about it and shook her head. It's not as good as the food in the savant's restaurant. Why doesn't the emperor eat in the savant's restaurant? The little boy didn't understand. The old villager laughed and patted the little boy's head. He said, because the emperor wants to see your sister Feifei. Your sister Feifei's official position was given by the emperor himself. Oh, Sister Feifei is the best. The new county magistrate is a bad guy. The little boy understood. Speaking of the county magistrate, Lu Feifei pouted and said, when His Majesty asked me about the development of the village, I told him how to develop the village. His Majesty even praised me. Now it's the new Lu Yan who wants to change the village. Is he as capable as Brother Xiaobao? I really don't understand what he is thinking. Immediately, the surrounding people began to attack Lu Yan with words. The old villager listened to the people in the village and didn't say anything. He could understand Lu Yan's idea. Xiao Sui and Chao Sui made it sound easy, but not everyone could do it. Who didn't want to show off their ability to others? Who didn't want to be the leader when doing things? Most of the time, even if it was wrong, one had to stick to it. Not to mention adults, when children played together, there were also children's leaders, and there were also conflicts. The old villager could understand, but he didn't intend to support Lu Yan. If he let Lu Yan show his ability, it would cause great harm to Hongnong County and Old Willow Village. But how to stop it was a problem. Lu Yan didn't look like a person who would compromise easily. He had his own persistence. If a telegram was sent to the capital, the problem would be solved. It was believed that whether it was the Zhang family or the Wang family, or other officials in the capital, they all knew about Hongnong's situation. But if they really did that, who would be willing to take care of Hongnong in the future? Officials were not only responsible for governing, but also for pacifying the people, maintaining the local law and order, as well as guiding and educating the people. If Hongnong became a place that all officials were afraid of in the future, if officials came and stayed in the yamen all day without doing anything, Hongnong would be in chaos. Alas, this won't do. Fight, he still has to fight. That's fine. I have nothing to do, so I'll play with him. A 36-year-old county magistrate. Let me teach him more about life. The old villager muttered and decided not to ask for help from the higher-ups. Lu Feifei in front of him heard it clearly. She asked worriedly, "Grandpa, can we beat him?" "He is the county magistrate. Our Feifei is also an official, just a level 1 official. But our Feifei is not under his control, right?" The old villager looked at his granddaughter and said with a smile. Lu Feifei's eyes brightened and said, Yes, I always forget that I am also an official. No one in the local area can control me. I am directly in charge of the agriculture temple." Then Lu Feifei began to worry again. "Grandpa, I am an official, but my power is small. I can't control Hongnong County." "The power is not about the size but how to use it. Station Supervisor Lu, I will use your identity to fight with Lu Yan." The old villager thought of a solution. Chapter 1364. The new county magistrate of Hongnong, Lu Yan, was a very unique official, at least in the place where he was in charge of. He said that he wanted to develop tourism in Hongnong County, so he was very insistent on his idea. The county magistrate had always been in charge of making decisions in the county. The registrar was just a means to balance things out. Unless the county magistrate made a mistake, the registrar would report it to the higher-ups. The deputy county magistrate was an official who helped the county magistrate, so he had no good ideas. The only thing he could do was to be passive. Lu Yan wanted to widen the river that flowed past Old Willow Village and make the water shallower. The so-called shallower water meant that the water surface was close to the shore. After widening the river, the water surface would drop a little, but it would not reach half of the theoretical level. He thought that in this way, people who were close to the shore would feel less scared and there would be more people walking on the shore. In fact, he had a problem with height sickness. Since Old Willow Village did not agree, Lu Yan started from the upper reaches of the river. The river that flowed past Old Willow Village was not a big river, but a tributary of the Honglu River. If it was not on a military map, it would not be marked on it. The source of the river was the mountain. The water flowed out of the mountain. Some of it was accumulated by the rain, and some of it was from the underground river. The river was very deep. Every year during the rainy season, the water in the river would rise. In the past, it always washed the surrounding areas, but it did not cause much damage. In the past, there was no village in the mountain. There were only a dozen families at the foot of the mountain. They collected firewood from the mountain or hunted some wild animals and cultivated a few acres of land for themselves. Now there was no one living at the foot of the mountain. They changed to a plain and raised poultry there. Therefore, they did not care about the area at the foot of the mountain. It was the right place to start. Lu Yan came out early in the morning with a group of people to inspect the area. He looked at the streams flowing out of the mountains, converging together, and finally flowing into the river. He had the demeanor of a judge. He said to the people in the yamen, "Look at this. Here, this is the place. This is a treasure given to us by the heavens. It should be developed and used. It shouldn't be wasted here. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to the people of Hongnong and disrespectful to the heavens. Look how green the mountains are in front of us. Look how clear the water is in front of us. The mountains are clear and the water is clear. Isn't this a good place to travel? Some people travel to Luoyang, while others travel to Buxin County. We have also developed this place and connected it to form a line so the tourism resources are shared. Without such a development plan, without the idea of borrowing power, you are not qualified to be a planner. You are the sinner of Hongnong County. I don't want to be a sinner, and I hope you don't want to be a sinner either." After Lu Yen finished speaking, the surroundings were silent. No one applauded and no one cheered. It was as if everyone had put all of their hearts and minds into the beautiful scenery in front of them. "Little Tang, what do you think?" Lu Yen asked the newly promoted leader of the Yamen runners when he saw the awkward silence. The original leader had already resigned. He went to the office between the clouds and the water to discuss with the waiter at the door. The waiter helped him find a new job. He organized a group of people to train at the pier of Honglu River, and then patrolled the entire river. On one hand, he could prevent possible cases, and on the other hand, he could rescue people who accidentally fell into the water. The salary was very high, 3 times that of a yamen runner. Moreover, there was no shortage of benefits. When patrolling, there would naturally be merchant ships or fishing boats that would deliver daily necessities to them. They didn't need to take the initiative to ask for them, and the others didn't give them much. A fisherman would usually give them 2 fish or half a basket of shrimp. They would patrol a few times a day, and at night they would have more food to eat at home. They didn't need to spend their usual living expenses. It wasn't that they were unreasonable and would make trouble for the others. It was that the others felt that they were working hard and were willing to pay. If something happened, they would need their help. Lu Yen was very angry about this. He thought that the waiter from between the clouds and the water was deliberately going against him. However, he didn't dare to question him. First, the waiter had a powerful background. Second, he didn't think that he could argue with the waiter from between the clouds and the water. The waiter from between the clouds and the water was very talented and had to learn every day. If he really went to argue with them, it would be too embarrassing if he was stopped by them. Since he couldn't teach them a lesson, he could only suppress his anger and observe the yamen runners. He promoted Tong Hui, who was usually the most honest one, to the position of leader. He felt that Tong Hui would definitely lead a group of yamen runners to follow him. So now that he needed someone to help him, he asked Tong Hui. Tong Hui had only been the leader for a day, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt that he was being roasted on the fire by the county magistrate. If the yamen wasn't close to his home, he would also want to work in another place. At this time, when he heard the county magistrate ask about him, he forced a smile and said, "Sir, I really don't know much about economics. I heard that there is a coal mine under this mountain. Why don't we develop it now? It's because Hongnong doesn't need this resource now. We'll wait for future development needs. For example, some industries that need heat supply. At that time, we can just mine this place. We don't move people here now because we are worried that one day we need to use it, and the local people can't move to another place. If you want to turn this place into a tourist destination, you will have to build the infrastructure. You will have to build roads to the mountains, small dams, pavilions, and inns. After that, people will come to do other tourism-related business. What if we don't get back the money we invest? What will Hongnong do when we invest in a company that needs heat supply? And that river, you see that the bank is high because there is no water this year. Otherwise, the water would rise to the bank and even overflow. You said that we can expand it, but what if we put the excavated soil back into the sack and throw it into the river to shorten the distance between the river and the bank? What if it rains continuously?" After saying this, Tong Hui lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the county magistrate's eyes. He said that he didn't know much about economics, but he had seen the plan. He was usually honest and was always willing to think about things. The most important thing was that he patrolled the streets. Now there were newspapers every day, big and small, and people everywhere were discussing it. Because of this, there were many disputes every day. Although not all of them were right, the atmosphere of the people participating in the discussion was very good. Everyone had their own analysis and found evidence to support their own arguments. After a long time, basically everyone's knowledge increased. They could understand the various policies of the imperial court. It was in line with the saying in the Analects of Confucius: if the people can make use of it, let them. If they can't make use of it, let them know. The people who knew how to reason would be more law-abiding. The people who talked about the policies of the imperial court would be more concerned about the affairs of the country. This was how cohesion was created. Liu Yan hadn't announced his plan to expand the local economy. Otherwise, the resistance would be greater and he would be angrier. Now he was very angry. The person he promoted didn't speak for him. Instead, he said that he would give him advice. It was as if he was new and didn't know anything. The transportation of coal needs good roads. Tourism also needs good roads. Even if other companies come in the future, the roads will still be used. Therefore, the waste of investment can't be counted in. The people who mine coal need a place to live. The hotels won't be used in the future. There's nothing wrong with letting them live there. As for the foundation of the river, after the river is widened, it will be different from now. In the past, the water overflowed because the river was narrow. If the river is widened, it won't overflow. Am I right? Liu Yan refuted and looked at Tang Hui. Yes. Tang Hui didn't want to say more to the county magistrate. He was just a yamen runner. Even if he said something wrong, the county magistrate wouldn't change his decision. Liu Yan was slightly satisfied. He ordered, since you agree, find someone to start the initial stage of the excavation. Make sure that there are 2 meals a day. The monthly salary must be paid on time. Ah, sir, that you don't know. Now the workers in our county have 3 meals a day. The salary is paid every day. Tang Hui quickly reminded. Liu Yan was stunned. He thought for a while and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. They even need to provide breakfast here. That's not proper. That's not what I mean. Sir, the place you chose is far away from your home. It's impossible to let people go back and forth. The workers need to live in a simple house first. Tang Hui explained. Liu Yan suddenly understood. He was thinking about other things and forgot about the road. He said, okay, you do as you see fit. Remember to find more people. After the arrangement, he walked back with the yamen runners. When he passed by Old Willow Village, he saw that the market was open. At the same time, the boards on the bridge were laid out. He hesitated and didn't enter the village. He chose to eat in the market. He wanted to listen to what the local people said. He thought that many people didn't have a good life and needed to work. Every day they would wake up early to eat, then go to the factory or the workshop to work. They would eat at noon, work in the afternoon, go home at night, eat and sleep. There was no difference between 10 years and 1 year. It was the same for a lifetime. People with ambition should be like himself. They should always think about new things and change things through their own efforts. Only in this way can they live a better life. Old Zhang, this is the county magistrate of this county. Show him what you've got. If the county magistrate is not satisfied, you can't pay for it. Tang Hui played his role and shouted at a person who was selling boxed lunches at a stall. Most of the boxed lunches were served directly. However, there were also cases where people didn't want to eat the cooked dishes or didn't want to eat the cooked dishes. The boss of the boxed lunches looked at Liu Yan and nodded. He thought about what to do as he walked to the back. Soon 2 cold plates were served. There was also rice wine with ginger slices, longan and dates. The smell depended on the individual's taste. Some people didn't like to drink this kind of wine with other things in it. Liu Yan had suffered in Bajiang, so he didn't have high requirements for food. Moreover, he wanted to show that he was close to the people. Therefore, he didn't say anything after smelling the wine. Instead, he began to listen to others. There was a lot of noise in the market. Some people were willing to let others hear their opinions. Have you heard? The new county magistrate's surname is Liu. His name is Liu Yan. Liu Yan just started to listen when he heard someone mention him. He immediately became serious and wanted to see what the locals said about him. I know. He came from a small place. I don't know if he made some achievements there or if someone helped him. I hope he won't mess up Hong Nong. I won't allow him to mess up Hong Nong. Another voice sounded. It was a rough voice with a hint of hoarseness. Lu Yan was a little unhappy, but he didn't show it on his face. He was still a shrewd person. Your hope is probably going to turn into disappointment. He's already working on it. He wants to double the current size of the river and let the water rise. This morning, I heard from the villagers that they want to strengthen the tourism market and make Hong Nong a big tourism town. What? A big tourism county? Hong Nong's economic model is a transit and processing industry. If it is a tourism industry, how can other industries support it? The county's money is limited. If one side has more, the other side will have less. In my opinion, we should continue to support the artisanal workshops. We should use the good steel on the blade and invest the money in urgent needs. What artisanal workshops? I mean to continue to build the wharf. Now the wharf's warehouse is getting less and less. There are also fewer auxiliary tools. We have to tear down all the small houses nearby, move the people away, pave the road and build more warehouses. You are all wrong. I think we should vigorously develop the special breeding of meat products. Think about it, there are more boats coming to and from the wharf every day, and the corresponding number of people also increases. There are also people migrating from other places. The demand for meat products is getting bigger and bigger. If we don't carry out special breeding, where will we get the meat products from? There are few local people, and we will have to increase the transportation cost. It will make the meat products we eat more expensive. In my opinion, the first thing to solve must be the housing problem. Last time there was a flood and there was a construction. But obviously, with the increase of the migrant population, the existing housing can no longer meet the demand for living conditions. The best way is to expand the county's urban area. Look at you, all of you are like the county magistrate. Hurry up and eat. You have to work in the afternoon after eating. You talk about these useless things all day. Can you control the county magistrate? Someone began to pour cold water on a large number of people, making the officials who seem to have a lot of power to return to their original identity. You still can't say it? So what if he is not the county magistrate? What can the county magistrate do? I just don't agree to invest the county's money on tourism. Shouldn't we say it on the notice board first? When the time comes, we will oppose together, and the county magistrate will have to put down the tourism. No, I went to the county the day before yesterday, and the notice board was removed. You are dreaming and I still have to tell you. Do you think it is the same as before? Why is it removed? I suspect that the new county magistrate wants to pocket the county's money. Tomorrow I will go and see for myself. If he doesn't restore the notice board, I will go to the place where the telegram was sent and report him. I don't care whether he has a problem or not. I will let the higher-ups check it first. The hot dishes were served. Lu Yan, who had not eaten yet, heard the words of the people at the other table and the people at the other table, and his heart was filled with hatred. First, he hated the people for rejecting his plan. Second, he hated that someone wanted to threaten him and wanted to send a telegram. The higher-ups would definitely send someone, and he did not dare to stop them. Of course, what he hated the most was the system of the notice board. The thing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did when they went to Baoxing County affected many places in Tang. Any ambitious local magistrate would set up a notice board. It was clearly written on the board how the money came from, where it was spent, and how much the development plan needed to be adopted. Lu Yan thought that this practice seriously slowed down the development of the county, and it was a great interference to the local magistrate. Usually, the local magistrate would come up with a good plan, but because the local people jointly rejected it, the local magistrate had to make a new plan. What did the people know? If the people knew, what was the use of the officials? They could all be officials, so they could not let the people order the officials around. The most important thing for the people to do was to be obedient and act according to the requirements of the officials. Were the officials not more capable than the people? How could they harm the people? Thinking about the difficulties he was going to face, Lu Yan felt that the wine and dishes were disgusting. The meat was too fishy to chew. Why did they put so many tendons in the dishes? And the wine bowl, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look clean. Did his oily hands rub against it? After eating a few mouthfuls, Lu Yan could not eat anymore. He felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. He put down his chopsticks and signaled the yamen runner with his eyes. Tang Hui was a smart person. When he saw the county magistrate put down his chopsticks, he immediately asked, "Sir, are you done eating?" Lu Yin nodded with a sullen face. Tang Hui immediately ordered the other yamen runners, "Don't eat the dishes, drink the wine first. Lao Zhang, pack it up and put the rice in. When we are hungry we can eat together." Lu Yin took out a bill and slapped it on the table. "Today's food is not on the county's account. It's my treat, no need to pack it up." "Sir, it's a pity to throw it away." Tang Hui was reluctant. The dishes on the table had not been touched. Lu Yin stared at him. "I'm not throwing your money away. I have money and I don't need to be greedy." Humph. After he finished speaking, he got up and left. Tang Hui agreed and gave a yamen runner a look. The yamen runner nodded and waited for the county magistrate to leave in the car. The yamen runner carried the packed food and followed behind, but they could not eat it on the road, for fear of being seen by the county magistrate. When they got off work, they would gather together to buy some wine and continue to enjoy. At this moment, the other people eating also knew who the person who left was. It turned out that the new county magistrate looked like this. Rich Humph. Can he be richer than the Zhang family and the Wang family? The last time Xiaobei and the others came here to eat, they did not throw away the food after a few bites. If they have money, they can just throw away the money. Why throw away the food? Oh no, the new county magistrate turned out to be such a person. Our Hongnong is in trouble. A person looked at the county magistrate's team leaving and said to the people around him. The people around nodded. They could see that the new county magistrate did not like to eat the food in the market. He did not even pretend to eat. He was far worse than Xiaobei and the others. Speaking of good food, no one in the Tang Empire could compete with the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family. But why could he eat it and eat it very cleanly? It showed that he had a different idea. Xiaobei and the others wanted to set an example for others with their actions, but this county magistrate wanted to prove that he was rich. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we really have to send a telegram. We can't let him mess around in our Hongnong. If Xiaobei had asked Lu Feifei to be a level 5 official, it would have been better than the county magistrate. Unfortunately, it is a level 7 official. Although it is not under the management of the county, it is not under the control of the county yamen. Another person said. Many people always lived in the same situation. As Lu Yin thought, they got up in the morning and did things according to the same routine every day. There was nothing new. As for the gains, they had more deposits in the bank, more new clothes, and more comfortable houses to live in. The changes of ordinary people were always small, but they were always changing. As long as there was no problem with the policies of the imperial court, there would always be something new in the lives of ordinary people. A month passed in this way. The bulletin board of Hongnong County was set up again, and the income and expenses were the same as before. Of course, there was no introduction of using money to develop tourism. It seemed that the county magistrate didn't want to do tourism anymore. Of course, ordinary people would not send a telegram. They still lived their normal lives. Only people in the county knew that the county magistrate had not given up the idea of developing tourism, and he paid for people to work there first. The person in charge was Tang Hui. He found 100 able-bodied men and another 10 to help with the laundry and cooking. Then these people began to work. They dug the river, but they did not dig the river after the converging river as the county magistrate asked. They dug some small tributaries on the river. Those that should be widened were widened, and those that should be deepened were dredged. The excavated sand was transported to the flat ground and piled there. Several sieves were set up to separate the thickness of the sand and stones and filter the mud. This part of the sand could be sold or used to build houses. Tang Hui was happy, so were the workers. They were paid a reasonable wage and had 3 meals a day. Sometimes, when their children were on vacation, they would come here to play with their wives and catch some river snails for a change. They knew what was going on. The county magistrate asked them to dig the river, so Tang Hui had to order people to do it. But he did not want to dig the main river, so he cleaned up the tributaries first. If the county magistrate came and saw it, he would find various excuses. While they were working here, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team moved quickly. At noon, they finally crossed India and came to the seaside. After setting up the tents, only a small number of people stayed on guard. The others all went in to rest and did not eat. When they rested until the evening, they got up one by one to eat dinner. They held a campfire dinner right at the seaside. All the food was roasted from the sea. They were tired of eating the food on the mountain recently. The 9 little ones were still leading the children in the tribe, teaching them how to eat the food in the sea, which part of the food was the best, and under what circumstances and what not to eat in order to avoid being poisoned. Finally, we're at the seaside. When we meet a ship tomorrow, we can ask them to help us send a message and mobilize more ships. When we go back, we'll stay in Luzhou for a few days and see how it's developed. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. After staying outside for so long, he also felt annoyed. The team did not play a big role in the war. Let's not delay outside and go to the capital earlier. We don't know how chaotic it is in the country. The faster the development, the more unstable the other aspects. We have to take a good look along the way and find a way to balance the situation. Wang Wan was thinking about the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's national policy. You're right. I'm mainly worried about the officials. They don't have the ability, but they insist on proposing new plans in the name of development. It's easy to waste the local revenue. What's more terrible is that they'll cheat the farmers. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan while roasting the fish. Chapter 1366. Originally, they thought that they would only be able to see the passing ships at dawn and contact them so that they could help pass on the news. However, when they were having a bonfire barbecue by the sea, a few beams of light shone over from the sea, making their eyes hurt. Suddenly, 2 of the lights were missing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. What's that? Why are 2 of the lights not shining? Xiaobei asked as she rummaged through her bag for the binoculars. It's broken, Zhang Xiaobao explained to his sister. The big searchlight is not very good because of the technology. It's a military ship belonging to the Tang Empire. Merchant ships don't have this equipment. Send a telegram. We can contact them now. Wang Wan immediately determined who the ship belonged to. At this time, only the Tang Empire had such technology. There was no need to worry that it was a ship from another country. Sure enough, once the telegram was sent, they received a reply very quickly. There was a gunship and a supply ship on the other side. They were on a routine patrol. When they saw countless bonfires by the sea, they shone. If there was no signal from the radio, the ship would send a small boat to check. Now there was no need to worry about the danger of being hit by the reefs by the sea. The 2 ships received orders and sailed towards the nearest lighthouse. As long as they could contact the lighthouse, other problems would not be a problem. Soon ships would be dispatched. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan only had to wait for the ships to gather here in a few days. Then they could take a ride back together. They also had to organize the things they brought. They had passed through the territory of India, so naturally, they would not be traveling empty-handed. Instead, they would meet the locals and trade with them. The method of trade was not barter. Instead, they directly paid with money. Using the Tang Empire's money was a hard currency. Any place that had trade with the Tang Empire was willing to use the Tang Empire's money. This was because when the Tang Empire's merchants went to other places, they would use a very high exchange rate to exchange goods with the locals. The other reason was that they would slightly lower the price of their goods, so that the other party would use the Tang Empire's money to buy them. However, they would rarely use the Tang Empire's money to buy other people's goods, unless the other party's goods were very good, such as pearls, gold, and other expensive luxury goods. This had a consequence. The Tang Empire's money was very valuable outside. The Great Tang also exported many low-tech but high-quality products. As long as one used the currency of the Great Tang, one could row a boat to the Great Tang and buy things in the Great Tang. After returning to one's country or tribe, one could make a fortune. The technological and military powers were so direct in their exploitation of the weaker countries that they didn't even need to set up trade barriers. But the Great Tang still had export tariffs, not import tariffs, so there was no need to worry about the primary products or raw materials of other places affecting the industries of the Great Tang. Exports were different. The Great Tang's goods were of high quality and also contained a certain level of skill. When other countries came to buy them, they would add an export tax, but the Great Tang didn't care. They would take the goods back to their own country and put this tax into the cost of the goods so that the buyer could bear the cost. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this, and they understood it very well. For example, when they bought luxury goods overseas such as leather bags, the country added an export tax, and when they reached the domestic market, they added an import tax. It looked very expensive, but people still fought to buy it. The value of the raw materials and labor time was not very high. The high price was due to the brand effect. It seemed that with such luxury goods, one's status would also be raised. Zhang Xiaobao bought many luxury goods, including yachts and planes, which were necessary for his profession. Wang Wan didn't wear any branded goods. Her clothes were specially made for her by someone in her family, and there was no brand on her clothes. Even if she just tied a piece of cloth around her neck, others would praise her for her beautiful scarf. But not everyone could be like her. If they couldn't use their status to increase the value of the goods, they had to use the value of the goods to increase their status. The countries and regions that had dealings with the Great Tang were like this. The cost of the raw materials was not important. What was important was that it came from the Great Tang. Xiaobei rummaged through her bag, but she didn't find the binoculars. Instead, she found a fist-sized rough diamond that had not been cut or processed. She looked at the bonfire and praised. "It's so cheap. What a big diamond. It's only worth 40 strings of coins. If you take it back, you can make at least 500 glass knives." Xiao Hai next to her sighed and said, "I asked you to study mathematics, but you didn't work hard. Such a big diamond can make at least 3,000 glass knives. If the craftsmanship is good, the number can be increased." "Isn't that a fortune?" Xiao Cheng poked his head and echoed, "Let me see how much a glass knife costs." Xiao Nen also joined in the fun. Su Yilong looked envious, hesitated for a moment and negotiated. "When we go back, I will exchange 10,000 glass knives with you, okay? Are you stupid or do you think we are fools? We are just saying. Do you really think we will use this diamond to make a glass knife?" Xiaobei questioned Su Yilong discontentedly. "I heard you say that you want to make a glass knife. You believe it when you hear it? Didn't you also buy 2 pieces? When you go back, you will be rich. Remember to pay back the money, 10% interest. According to the daily calculation, you borrowed a total of 220 strings of coins from us and bought a lot of things, right?" Xiaobei mentioned that Su Yilong borrowed money. Su Yilong didn't have money with her. She followed the team and didn't spend money on food and drinks. When she was trading with others, she had to borrow money from Xiaobei. She borrowed 220 strings of coins and bought a lot of good things in the local area. After going back, the value could increase by nearly 300 times after processing. Now she just wanted to get home quickly. Yes, 10% interest. Su Yilong replied while still calculating in her heart, but she couldn't figure out how much it would be in a few dozen days. "It's good that you admit it. Let me remind you first, brother Xiao Hai. If it's 100 days, then you need to pay more than 13,780 times the 220 strings of coins," Xiaobei said to Su Yilong with a smile. Su Yilong's face was bitter and she nodded. "It won't be 100 days. It's been 15 days since I borrowed the money. As soon as I set foot on the territory of the Tang Empire, I will immediately find a bank to give you the money. It's estimated that it will take less than 50 days. How much is 50 days?" As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai frowned, found a branch and drew on the ground. After drawing twice, he shook his head and took out an abacus from his bag. After a few dozen breaths, he said to Su Yilong, 50 days, 10% interest rolling every day. It's 117. 39 times. Su Yilong couldn't say anything. She just stuck out her thumb and gestured to Xiao Hai. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also looked at their younger brother Xiao Hai with gratification. They knew how to do it, but they weren't as proficient as Xiao Hai, nor were they as fast. Of course, what made the two of them even happier was that their younger brother, Xiao Hai, was indeed very talented in mathematics. However, he was not stupid. If he only had numbers and formulas in his mind all day long, the two of them would take coercive measures. When Su Yilong heard that 50 days was more than 100 times, her heart relaxed. 100 times was bearable. At most, it would be 30,000 strings of cash, which was better than 100 days of 13,000 strings of cash. Although her family couldn't take out 30,000 strings of cash, she could immediately run to the bank after going ashore, mortgage her things, and take out the money to pay back Xiaobei and the others. If the price of the loan was very low, she could also use her family's reputation to lend, or even borrow from others. No matter how she looked at it, it was more cost-effective than owing Xiaobei and the others money. The interest was too high and it was even compounded. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the deal between Su Yilong and her younger brothers and sisters. They believed that the little guys wouldn't deliberately cheat Su Yilong. They must have calculated the time before going back. If it took 100 days, the interest would definitely not be so high. Regarding this transaction, the two were more happy and gratified. Were Xiaobei and the others short of money? Of course not. Now they were worried about how to make good use of the money, not to earn more money, but to improve the lives of the children of Tang Empire. Giving Su Yilong an interest meant that the little guys were sensible. Directly borrowing 220 strings of cash or giving the money to Su Yilong was nothing. But that way Su Yilong would lose a sense of achievement. When he returned to the country, people in his circle would look down on him, thinking that he took advantage of Xiaobei and the others, and not his own ability. According to the current situation, Su Yilong's decision to take the risk was based on his own judgment and choice. When he went back, he could pat his chest and say to the people in the circle that he took the risk with such high interest. He believed in his own judgment. In this way, the old man Su Jian would be happy. This time they didn't fight to their heart's content, but they earned a lot of money. Along the way through India, except for the tribes they took in before, the others all made deals with the Indians. The method of trading was to first take the money to buy the local good things, and then sell the unfinished canned food and other consumables to the locals who just got the money. The selling was not very expensive, half the price of the merchants. Anyway, the things couldn't be used up, and they were worthless when they returned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team waited for 6 days before they gathered the ships that could take them back. Some of them were ships that had just come out of Tang Empire for long-distance trade. They carried things on board and unloaded them. A few people were left behind to trade with the local people with the cooperation of the guards, so that the empty ship could take Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back. There were also merchant ships that had been outside for countless days and were going back to Tang Empire with goods. They also unloaded the goods and put them in the local area first. After sending Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team back, they would make a short trip. No one mentioned compensation. It was all voluntary. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also didn't mention the national compensation. They wrote down every merchant ship, and when they returned, they would specifically provide the people on the merchant ships with good methods or technologies. The people from the tribes that followed the team back to Tang Empire finally felt what it meant to be a strong country. Especially the leader of the original tribe, Simo Domo, he knew what this represented. This was the unity of a country. If it was his own tribe or country, such a situation would never happen. Unless there was a threat of force, who would be willing to give up their own interests so easily? It seems that Tang Empire will soon occupy all the surrounding areas. At least I will be able to see it when I am alive. So strong. When Simo Domo he came to the ship and saw the people on the ship looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team with happy expressions, he sighed with emotion. There is one more chapter today, and the following chapter does not count the number of words in the main text. My editor, the beautiful Starfish, posted a message in the authors group. Free Qidian coins, the opportunity to increase subscriptions is here. There are 3 ways to participate in this activity. 1. Uni SMS has a free Qidian coin activity. If you want to participate, come and read my new chapter. XXX. 2. Free Qidian coins activity. I will share this with everyone. Download Uni SMS on your phone. There is an activity where you can get up to 10,000 Qidian coins. You can try it out. 3. You can get 200 Qidian coins through Uni SMS app. If you participate, you will receive free Qidian coins. This is a good benefit. I will recommend you. The activity is about to start. You can advertise on the book review page, authors group, etc., and invite your book friends to receive free Qidian coins to subscribe to your works. Chapter 1367. When the leaves withered and turned yellow, and a light snow fell in the commander-in-chief's mansion in Bohai Sea, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought their younger siblings down from the train station in Luoyang. More than 2,000 support staff followed them. As for the rest, some of them stayed in Luzhou to rest while the rest continued to take the train back to the capital. The tribesmen they brought back were also temporarily arranged to stay in Luzhou. They would learn the culture of Tang and various work skills there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to assign these people to mining or do dangerous work. Instead, they wanted to use this time to let them learn the things of Tang. When the war against the cannibals ended in a few months, they would select qualified people from among them and send them back to their original places. When they were sent back, they would be provided with all kinds of help so that they could live comfortably in their original places. At the same time, they would be protected by military force. Their mission would be to do business there and help to contact the people there to work in Tang. The people who came later would not be treated the same as them. The work they did was tiring and dangerous, but they were paid well. After a few trips, if the local economy did not develop, these people who came to work would directly impact the local culture. After all, they could not always use force to solve problems. Force was only a guarantee for other means. Politics and the economy were the most important. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought the little ones down from Luoyang because they had received information about Hongnong County. The people of Old Willow Village did not send a telegram to Xiaobei for help, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did business in the county. When they came ashore in Luzhou, they naturally received the news. The situation in Hongnong County finally proved the situation that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed before. The two of them wanted to see for themselves what kind of impact Lu Yan's governance had on the local area in the past few months. While Xiaobei and the others were thinking about the good luck at home, they also wanted to go to Old Willow Village to take a look. In the end, they finally made up their minds to follow their brother and sister to Hongnong County first. In order to not be known by the locals, the team hid during the day and set out at night. It took them 4 days to reach their destination, and then they split up again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led a few hundred people to a mountain and set up camp. It was the mountain with coal. They even saw Tang Hui leading 100 people to work in the distance. Of course, Tang Hui did not notice that there were a few hundred people in the depths of the mountain. Upon returning to the Great Tang, Xiaobei's group of 9 was very relaxed. Even traveling was more comfortable than traveling outside. This morning, they found a secluded place and looked down with binoculars to watch others work. This is the Tang Hui mentioned in the intelligence report? It's really interesting. It's been more than 2 months, but you're still able to lead people to work there. According to the information, Lu Yan is about to go crazy, but we can't find a good solution. Tang Hui, you're really good. Lil Bei praised. Lil Yuan and the rest looked over as well. All of them revealed smiles on their faces. The information had already explained the situation clearly. Lu Yan wanted to find a breakthrough in another place, so he asked Tang Hui to find people to dig the river. Lu Yan was the one who temporarily paid for it. Tang Hui really did bring people to work. However, he did not directly dig the river. Instead, he cleaned up the other tributaries. Not only that, he also used his free time to clear a large vegetable field in the surrounding area and planted cabbages. It was October now, and the planting time was the end of July. There was no delay. According to the information, when Lu Yan came to investigate, he found out and was fooled by Tang Hui's glib tongue. Then the other people in the county cooperated with Tang Hui and found many things for Lu Yan to do every day. Ever since Lu Yan came here half a month ago, he could not leave. Every day, he had things to do from morning until night. There were all kinds of strange cases. For example, the Wang family's chickens were driven into the river by the Li family's dog on the bridge. 6 of them drowned. The Wang family sued the Li family and asked them to pay for the chickens. Lu Yan ruled and asked the Li family to pay for the chickens, and the chickens belonged to the Li family. In the afternoon, the Li family came and said that they found a problem. When their chickens were scattered, 2 of them would always lay eggs in the same place. It was like this before, but they did not find out. Just now, they heard the children at home say that the eggs were actually nested by one of the Wang family's old hens. Then, did the Wang family's hens also nested their own eggs in the past? They went to the Wang family and asked. The Wang family admitted that they did have some extra chickens 2 months ago. According to the Li family, their eggs were probably hatched by their own chickens. However, the chickens that were driven into the river by the Li family's dog belonged to the Li family, because the Li family did not use the eggs to hatch them, but sold them for money. Therefore, the Li family did not accept it. Their dog drove their own chickens into the river. Why should they pay for it? The Wang family said that they were raised by me, And I also put in a lot of effort to feed them. The Li family said that they did not ask them to raise them. The Li family can also hatch their own eggs. I will give you the feed and you have to pay back the money. The Wang family said that they were wasting time, and they did not pay for their work. A simple case became a different situation. Lu Yan was dumbfounded. How can this be? After checking many cases in the past and the Tang dynasty's laws, he realized that if a case was to be judged properly, it had to be done layer by layer. In the end, the two families were satisfied. The government even compensated a portion of the money, because there were no guardrails on the bridge. If a chicken fell, it would die. If a person fell, he could also die. So, the government had to take some responsibility. It took Lu Yan 3 days to decide on a case. Then there were other cases and each of them took a long time to decide on a case. As a result, Tang Hui, who was working at the foot of the mountain with coal, could relax. He was not disturbed by Tang Hui anymore. He cleaned up the tributaries well. The cabbages were also growing well. If the weather turned colder this year, he could cut them down and eat them. He did not know that there were people watching him from the nearby mountains. He also did not know that the people watching him had a good impression of him. He was still busy cleaning up the river. He used the money Tang Hui gave to buy a lot of lime. He looked for ant holes by the river, especially under the trees. If he found one, he would dig a few holes and scatter the lime. This was to prevent the danger of pipe flooding next year. Let's go back and put on some disguise. We will go down and take a look. Xiao Bei wanted to talk to Tang Hui. However, Xiao Yuan said, we can't go there directly after disguising ourselves. First, get someone to go to Old Willow Village and get the children there. We'll sneak in. Otherwise, when people see 9 of us, 4 boys and 5 girls, what's the first thing they think of? It will be the Tang dynasty's patrol. Alright, we will listen to you. Today, we will let the children of Old Willow Village skip school. We have to hurry. There is still some distance from Old Willow Village. We have to hurry. Xiao Bei agreed with Xiao Yuan's idea. He immediately found someone to go around and inform the people of Old Willow Village. In the afternoon, the children of Old Willow Village came. They came in a carriage and wore the same clothes. They were very excited and looked around as if they were looking for something. Lu Feifei also took the same clothes with several children. Her face was full of expectation. Tang Hui was very puzzled. What happened today? The children of Old Willow Village did not go to school? Why did they come here to play? He put down the pick in his hand and went forward to greet the old villager. Old Willow, you want to bring the children to see us work today? Don't worry, we will not listen to Lu Yan. Now the people in the yamen are dragging him. He can't come here. When he comes, it will be colder and not suitable for work. When winter is over and spring comes, it will be the spring plowing. We can't ignore the spring plowing and specially dig the river. After the spring plowing is done, we will think of other ways. Anyway, we will not let him succeed. The old villager said with a smile. Yes. We can't let him succeed. Originally, I planned to use Feifei's identity as an excuse after next year's spring plowing. But it seems that it won't be necessary. You work first. I will take the children to the other side of the mountain for a stroll, and get some river snails to eat. As the old village head was talking, he walked away with his hands behind his back. After an hour, he came back with a group of children. The children's faces were all red. From time to time they would look at a few places in the crowd. They were talking and laughing, jumping up and down. They did carry a lot of straw nets in their hands. For Old Willow Village, this kind of simple net could be done quickly by the children themselves. There were some river snails in the net. They said that they would peel them and blanch them in water. Then they would mix them and eat them. They also drank some wine. Tang Hui was very happy to see the happy children. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Lu Zhou and frowned. He gritted his teeth and said, "He is so busy, but he didn't forget to come and have a look. I admire him. I really admire him." The old villager looked over and snorted. "Little Tang, you don't have to be afraid today. Say what you want and go against him. Don't worry, he can't teach you a lesson." Chapter 1371. Lu Yan came with a dozen or so yamen runners. He came in a carriage. All the yamen's registrars, deputy magistrates, and scribes had been sent away by him with all kinds of trivial tasks. He was not a fool. Last month, he could see that everyone in the yamen was against him. They were busy with endless trivial matters and messy cases. According to the first movie he saw promoting the emperor, there were countless extras involved. The day before yesterday it was drizzling at night. He was very annoyed. Wearing a bamboo hat, he went out for a stroll and walked aimlessly to the side of the Honglu River. The dock was as busy as it was during the day. The porters unloaded the goods that were not afraid of being drenched by the rain from the ships and loaded them from the shore. Under the brightly lit lanterns, there were people drinking and making noise under the shed next to him. He could clearly see that the plaintiffs and defendants who had recently come to the yamen for a lawsuit were drinking and exchanging drinks. From time to time there were roars of laughter. The sound was so harsh. He was being ridiculed by countless people like a fool. He carefully approached them. He heard them talk about how many eggs the chickens at home had laid. The pigs they caught in March had increased by a lot. They would kill them and sell them for money during the new year and leave one for their family to eat. They also talked about how the production of fine linen had increased by at least 20% this year. There was more work in the workshops and more money to be earned. They said that the weather was good this year and that the next month the carrots would be harvested more. They were all anxious about the high number of carrots and the high price of carrots. The Sanongsi had already placed an order with the Ministry of Works for them to make manual carrot peelers. They dried the carrots, stored them, and sold them to companies that made instant noodles. This way they could maintain the price. He heard one thing after another. The common people's lives were very good. No one complained, and he did not hear any sighs. He should have been happy, but everyone understood that this had nothing to do with him, the new county magistrate. Then he heard them say that they should find someone to continue to complain to the yamen and keep the county magistrate in check. This was to buy time for Tang Hui, who was working at the source of the river in Old Willow Village. Damn it, they all deserved to die. Wicked people, they were playing with him like a monkey. Part of their happiness was directly related to his pain. He wanted to see how Tang Hui was fooling him and how he was tormenting others. Lu Yen thought so and did as he was told. He arranged for the others to go out and brought the bailiff here. What he saw was a field of well-grown cabbages. There were happy children carrying grass sacks filled with river snails in their hands, rough men who stopped what they were doing and looked at the children with gratification, and there was the face of the old village head of Old Willow Village who had a face full of years. The river that would pass through Old Willow Village was still the same river. The water was still clear, and its width had not changed. Its depth was still dizzying. Tang Hui! Lu Yen roared. Everyone knew how angry he was. Tang Hui first went to look at the old village chief and saw the certainty in his eyes. Only then did he smile and jog over to the county magistrate. "Milord, you've come? You've come at the right time. Look, the cabbages in front are growing so well. We have vegetables to eat this year's winter. When the weather gets cold, we can pluck the cabbages and soak them in vinegar. With a little wine, it will warm the heart and taste refreshing." That's right, that's right. I love eating cabbages the most. They're crispy and sweet just like fruits. Then we can find some hibiscus skin from the seaside and mix it with vinegar. When we chew it in our mouth it won't taste fishy. A fair-skinned girl in the crowd chimed in. Lu Yen first glared at Tang Hui, then turned his gaze to the little girl who spoke. He suddenly found that this little girl was slightly different from the other children around her. Her clothes were the same and so were her shoes. The straw net in her hand was not very good. When did the craftsmanship of the people in Old Willow Village become bad? The difference was her hair. The hair of the little girl in front of him was darker than the other children's hair, and it was glossy. There was also a pair of bright big eyes. Every time her long eyelashes blinked, she made people feel that she was cuter. What was especially different was the look in her eyes. She didn't hate him, the county magistrate, nor was she afraid of his identity. It seemed like she was curious, and there was a trace of indifference. Her bright eyes were as calm as a lake without wind. Facing this kind of gaze, Lu Yen couldn't stare back. He didn't know why, but he felt a little scared. He unconsciously showed a smile and said to the little girl, "Cabbages are cheap, but hibiscus skin is very expensive. Also, if you don't eat seafood well, you'll be allergic." "Oh, I'm not allergic. I'm not allergic to anything. Hibiscus skin is expensive, but hibiscus skin is not expensive." The profit of 80 willow weavers in our village is definitely enough to buy 3 pounds. 3 pounds, it's enough for the children in our village to eat. If 80 willow weavers are sold at cost price every day, the children in our village will eat less cabbages and hibiscus skin every day. As the little girl spoke, she shook her head and stretched out her hand to touch the braids on her head. Her hair was quite elastic. Lu Yan's face darkened. The little girl looked cute, but he didn't expect her to talk with a knife in her mouth. This county magistrate, this official Hong Nong, is the Hong Nong of the people of Hong Nong. The little girl corrected. This county magistrate. Lu Yan didn't know what he was thinking. He was competing with the little girl. After saying the 3 words, this county magistrate, he felt much better. Then he said, children don't need to worry about adult affairs. You should study hard. If I study hard and can be a county magistrate, then I have to come to Hong Nong and irresponsibly overturn your development plan. I have to change the order every day, right? The little girl followed his words and asked. Lu Yan's face became more and more ugly. He turned his head and ignored the little girl. Instead, he asked Tong Hui, who was standing next to him, is this how you work for this county magistrate? Tong Hui was still thinking about things. He found that the situation today was very strange. First, the children didn't go to class and came here to play. Then the old village chief supported them. Now, there was a little girl who made the county magistrate speechless. What was the problem? Tong Hui, who was puzzled, was still analyzing. Suddenly, he heard the county magistrate's voice. He quickly answered, Sir, did I not plant the cabbages well? Don't think that the soil is harder than other places when you plant it. But after watering it with the water from the mountain, it's sweet. If you don't believe me, you can choose one later. Now it's small, but it's edible. You can eat it with the river snail meat. Tong Hui, you dare to tease this county magistrate, this county magistrate. This county magistrate. Several children shouted at the same time. You guys, Tong Hui, do you really think that I can't teach you a lesson? Lu Yan didn't want to shout at a group of children. He continued to point the spearhead at Tong Hui. Sir, why do you want to teach this little one a lesson? Why do you want to kill this little one without teaching? Then the punishment will be complicated and the evil will not prevail. The children shouted again. Obviously, the school's function was reflected. The Chaoyang will be passed down for thousands of years. The old village chief said excitedly. Lu Yan was depressed. Whenever he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he felt uncomfortable. The Chaoyang movement was good, but it would be better if it wasn't the 2 of them. County Magistrate Lu, what do you think? The old village chief asked Lu Yan. Good, the children should study hard. This county magistrate is very pleased. Lu Yan forced a smile on his face and praised. He turned his head and asked Tong Hui again. You really don't know what this county magistrate is talking about? This county magistrate asked you to come here to widen the river. What did you do? Previously, you said that the upstream tributary had to be cleared first. Once it was cleared, it would be easier to dig the river. Look, is this how you cleared it? Lu Yan pointed at the cabbage field. You can clear a large field of cabbages by clearing the river? No wonder the last time I came, you guys ran to the front and pretended to dig the river. You were afraid that this county magistrate would see the cabbages you grew. I gave you the money to use. You guys grow cabbages, my money. Sir, don't be anxious. Listen to this little one. Don't be anxious. The money you took can cover your cost. After selling the cabbages, you can still have a surplus. Tong Hui hurriedly tried to persuade him. His gaze was firm as he pointed at the cabbages that still needed some time to harvest. Lu Yan looked again and nodded. Not bad. They look very good. The weather is good in this season. Can they really make money? Yes, I didn't tell you before. The cabbages we grow are from new seeds. The heart is good and has strong resistance to cold. When the weather is cold, the cabbages in other places grow slower. Our cabbages can grow faster. The longer they grow, the firmer they are. What's the benefit of being firmer? It's easy to store. You know, when storing cabbages in the winter, even if they are stored in the cellar, they will always have to be plucked from the outside. The more they are plucked, the smaller they will become. Our cabbages have a tight heart, so the more they are plucked, the less they are plucked. There will be a lot of cabbages that we can't finish. When we sell them in the spring, they will be worth a lot of money. Tang Hui gestured as he spoke. The beautiful cabbages business seemed to be right in front of him. We can also pickle the pickled cabbage. It will be less damaged. A voice sounded. Lu Yan looked and saw that it was the little girl who spoke just now. The little girl looked very serious and continued. Pickled cabbage is easy to store. It tastes good and is rich in nutrients. It can be paired with many dishes and can remove the smell of other ingredients. I will teach you a convenient and delicious cooking method for free. Steam it and put it in an aluminum container. Cut the pickled cabbage into shreds. Cut the fat from the pig into slices, the thinner the better. Put 2-star anise and a few slices of ginger. Fill it with water and steam it in the pot. When it's cooked, you will find that the pickled cabbage is not so sour. When you chew it, the fiber is easier to break than when you stir-fry it. The fat is not greasy, and the slices of ginger are also delicious. If you like to eat scallions, find clean scallions and cut them into pieces. It will be refreshing when you eat them. The steamed soup is also very delicious. Slurp it and drink it. You will feel comfortable from inside out. You can eat it. Lu Yan listened and swallowed his saliva. When the little girl finished, he asked, "Really? You know so much. It's okay just as so. Oh, remember to wash the pickled cabbage jar when you are pickling it. Use hot water to heat it a few times. You also have to brush the big stones on top of it. It's best to boil it. The water has to go over the big stones. Otherwise, the pickled cabbage will rot and be poisoned. You have to wait for more than 28 days before you can eat it." The little girl modestly told him another trick. She gestured with her small hands and made a pickled cabbage gesture. Lu Yan murmured and nodded. "When the cabbages are harvested, I will arrange for someone to make pickled cabbage. Tang Hui, you have to take care of this. Sir, just wait and see. I will get someone to buy pickled cabbage jars. We buy a lot so it's cheap. During winter I guarantee that you can eat whatever you want." Tang Hui patted his chest and promised. Lu Yan revealed a satisfied smile. Just as he was about to praise him again, he suddenly realized something. That's not right. What cabbages and hearts are good? What pickled cabbage? What steamed cabbage is delicious? I came here to see Tang Hui expand the river. He didn't dig at all. He went to plant cabbages. He was playing with me. How can this be? Do you think I am a fool? Tang Hui, I asked you to expand the river to develop the local economy. You are talking about those useless things. If I don't teach you a lesson, I will. Men, arrest the sinner Tang Hui. Lu Yan roared again. He planned to use the power in his hands to teach Tang Hui a lesson. It was not a problem to arrest him and beat him a few times. However, when he shouted, the yamen runners who came with him did not do anything. After waiting for a while, Lu Yan gritted his teeth and said, Fine. I am the county magistrate of Hongnong County, so I can't control you, right? I will dismiss all of you and change a group of people. I don't believe that I can't find people who are willing to work in the yamen. If there is no other way, I will go to Bajiang to find people. Don't think that I can't control you just because you have the secretary and deputy. When I go back, I will tell the higher-ups to dismiss the two of them. If you don't support me, you don't support the imperial court and His Majesty. Don't. The little girl's voice sounded again. Don't be angry. The main thing is that not everyone can represent the imperial court and His Majesty. Well, do you have to develop tourism in the area? Yes. Lu Yan seemed to realize that he represented too much and hummed. The little girl looked at him and told him to wait and think about it later. She pulled a few people in the group and whispered to them. Lu Yan stood there and sulked. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem at hand. If he really transferred people from Bajiang County, not to mention the problem of time, even if he could wait, his colleagues would laugh at him. The bigger problem was that if the people in the yamen were replaced by people from Bajiang County, how would they get along with the local people? If he was not careful, there would be a revolt. The surroundings quieted down for a moment. After a quarter of an hour, the children finished their conversation and the little girl returned to Lu Yan's side. She said, It is not impossible to develop tourism in Hongnong County. It is a good idea to use the water. However, the premise is that it does not affect the original development plans of the local area, especially the industrial plans that have started to show results. You must support them and develop tourism together. The development of tourism in Hongnong County is mainly based on the premise that the local natural resources and environment are not destroyed. The willow weaving in Old Willow Village is indeed an attractive project, but it is not enough. We will give you a few ideas. You can analyze them. If you think they are feasible, you can do it. If you think they are not, you can make corrections. First, take the initiative to contact the Angling Association and hold a fishing competition in late autumn or winter. Second, increase the support for the willow weaving industry in Old Willow Village. Find people to write stories about Old Willow Village and publish them in newspapers as advertisements. Third, on the basis of Hongnong County's existing foundation, build an alternative fantasy-style building complex with fairy stories as the theme. Fourth, increase the image of the local brand. We think that the pickled cabbage just now is a good idea. There are pickled cabbage in other places, but it has not become a uniform scale. The county yamen needs to organize people to develop a system of research, production, and sales. Let's talk about these first. What do you think? Lu Yan was speechless. The yamen runners who came with him and the local people who were hired to work, including Tang Hui, were all stunned. Is this something a child should say? Why does it sound like a superior official giving instructions to the local people? Lu Yan looked at the little girl in front of him again. She was still so cute, and her eyes were still bright. Did those words really come out of her mouth? After thinking for a while, Lu Yan gritted his teeth and said with determination, "Children should not blindly interfere in the affairs of adults. The development in the past was wrong, a big mistake, and we must correct it. We can't keep making mistakes. The development of our county can only have one goal, and that is the tourism industry. Everything has to be based on reality, the root of the problem, and the perfect economic theory as the support. It's not like we have to follow anyone's plan regardless of whether it is right or wrong. That is irresponsible to the people of Hongnong County, a violation of the policies of the local officials, and a harm to the overall development of Tang Empire. No matter who it is, no one can be above the reasonable local administration. No matter who it is, no one has the right to praise Hongnong County at the cost of the happy lives of the people, not even Zhang Xiaobao." Hearing Lu Yan's righteous words, the crowd fell silent again. Many people looked at Lu Yan as if they had just met him. The eyes of the children of Old Willow Village were full of resentment, and the old village chief narrowed his eyes. The people who were hired to work began to look for tools, and they all looked at Lu Yan unkindly. The runners picked up the water fire stick and aimed at their county magistrate. Tang Hui, however, pulled out the knife hanging on his waist, tilted his head and sneered. The little girl and the other children exchanged glances with each other, and then said to Lu Yan, "We understand. Lu Yan, County Magistrate Lu, what you said is very good. We won't deny you. Now, County Magistrate Lu, please take out the perfect report of Hongnong County's local administration and economic development plan." What? Lu Yan felt that something was wrong. It seemed to come from the little girl's tone, but also from the expressions and actions of the people around him. He immediately regretted saying something that he should not have said. It was mainly because he was too excited just now that he forgot that the local people supported Zhang Xiaobao. Things were troublesome. It seemed that he had to find a way to smooth over his words, otherwise he was not sure if he could go back alive. "We are going to question you. If you can't come up with a perfect plan and your answer can't satisfy us, that is to say, if your theory and data can't convince us, we will suspect that you have ulterior motives." The little girl didn't care about the change of Lu Yan's expression at all, and said to Lu Yan seriously, "Why?" Lu Yan asked with a guilty conscience. He looked at the little girl in front of him again, and wanted to see why she was so confident. How could a child be qualified to ask him such a question? If he had to answer anyone who asked him, he would not be a county magistrate. "Because my name is Zhang Xiaobei. Now I and 8 other people are talking to you as the inspector of Tang Empire. Are you ready? Let's start," the little girl said lightly. Chapter 1372. Hearing Xiaobei's words, Lu Yan didn't stare blankly. He held his head and squatted on the ground. On the other hand, the yamen runners who came to work were in a daze. The children who came to Willow Village were arrogant. The old villager sighed. He knew that Lu Yan was hopeless. The Zhang family and Wang family's style of dealing with each other had always been to give others a chance first and understand them at the same time. They didn't mean that when they encountered someone who might make a mistake, they would kill him without asking. Lu Yan, who was squatting in front of him, obviously lost this opportunity. Previously, Xiao Bei had already asked him if he had to develop the tourism economy. He had a positive attitude. Then, Xiao Bei discussed with the others and helped to come up with ideas. However, he expressed another meaning. He had completely exposed his thoughts. He didn't care about the development at all. His purpose was very simple, which was to overthrow the plan left by Zhang Xiaobao. Not to mention that Xiao Bei was Zhang Xiaobao's family. Even a superior would be angry when he heard such an answer. It was too targeted. Of course, the old villager understood that even so, it was not the main reason for Lu Yan's bad luck. The main reason was that he couldn't come up with a perfect tourism economic development plan. In recent months, the old villager had seen Lu Yan being held back by his subordinates. Not to mention that Lu Yan didn't have a perfect plan before. Even if he wanted to make a plan, he would need time. Now, Xiao Bei and the others began to ask about politics again. Although it was a group of children asking questions, it was absolutely impossible to get through with a few words. After all, the children usually followed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, and they were learning every day. Lu Yan's deceptive words could fool ordinary people who didn't read newspapers and didn't argue in tea stalls. But people who cared a little about politics wouldn't be convinced by him. County Magistrate Lu, get up and tell me. You can't hide from it. The old villager thought for a while and said to Lu Yan. Lu Yan also sighed. He was the one who knew his specific situation best. He originally wanted to change the previous administrative method as soon as he came to Hongnong County, and then develop tourism. When the basic construction was completed this year and the results could be seen next year, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. However, the idea was good, but the reality was not satisfactory. Now that he had been caught by Xiao Bei and the others, where could he go to come up with a perfect plan? Looking at the indifferent faces of the 9 children, Lu Yan felt a sense of pressure. He finally realized that his heart palpitations often didn't just appear after knowing someone's identity. He had already felt the special look and expression on the little girl's face before. County Magistrate Lu, let's talk. What specific measures do you have in mind for Hongnong County's education and economy? Xiao Bei suddenly asked Lu Yan with a smile. Lu Yan knew that this smile was not Xiao Bei's genuine smile. It was a kind of peaceful smile that a superior showed to his subordinates. He had seen it before. Before he became the county magistrate of Bajong County, the officials of the Ministry of Appointments would smile like this. Before he came to Hongnong County, the officials of the Ministry of Appointments would still smile like this. Even when he was invited to a banquet by the emperor, when he looked at the emperor and General Gao also smiled and said a few words of encouragement. There was a distance between them and their identities. Lu Yan believed that if the 9 children in front of him saw His Majesty and General Gao, their smiles would definitely be different from when they saw him. For example, when Xiao Bei smiled with the children of Old Willow Village, his eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yan thought quickly and replied, As for the education of this county, I think that first, we need to increase the literacy rate of the people. Second, we need to let the people understand the policies of the imperial court. Third, County Magistrate Lu, what specific measures have you taken to increase the literacy rate of the people? Xiao Bei didn't wait for Lu Yan to finish and asked the first question. Lu Yan paused and rolled his eyes. He said, I've decided to increase the circulation of the newspapers. If there are more newspapers, the people will be able to read. What kind of newspapers do you want to increase the circulation of? Xiao Yuan asked. I want to report to the government. As for the literacy problem, since there are more people reading newspapers, there will naturally be more people who can read. How can people read newspapers if they can't read? Do you think you can publish as many newspapers as you want? Xiao Cheng also asked. Well, Xiao Feng got Xiao Bei's signal and said, the second point you just mentioned is to prevent the people from understanding the policies of the imperial court. What should we do? What should we do? Newspapers. Lu Yan was obviously confused by the question. Let's talk about the economy. Xiao Bei nodded with a smile. Lu Yan began to sweat. He knew that he didn't answer the first question. Not to mention Xiaobei and the other 9 people in front of him, any of the officers in front of him would be dissatisfied. He raised his trembling hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Lu Yan continued, "As for the economic development, I'm thinking about using tourism to promote other industries in this county. With the increase of tourists, we can sell all kinds of local specialties in this county." "What local specialties do we have in this county?" Xiaonan pulled his sister forward and asked Lu Yan. Lu Yan was still sweating and his mouth was dry. He swallowed hard and answered, "There is Lu Yan." "Yes, Lu Yan." "Only Lu Yan? That's from Old Willow Village. You can directly develop the tourism economy of Old Willow Village. Why do you mention the county? Are there any other local specialties?" Xiaonan asked. Yes, there are cabbages. Look over there, our county has a new variety of cabbages. I plan to make them all into pickled cabbages and organize the people in the county to conduct research, production, and sales. We also want to build a group of immortals. Next question, according to your plan, how much do you think we can pay in taxes this year? How much can the average income of the 3 classes of people increase? Xiaohai also began to show his presence. Lu Yan's face was scrunched up. He thought for a while and said, "Probably, maybe. Okay, this conversation ends here. Now we ask you to come to the capital with us. Come, look at the conversation record. If there are no discrepancies, put your fingerprint." Xiaobei didn't want to ask anymore. He took the conversation record from Xiaozhu's sister and asked Lu Yan to put his fingerprint. Lu Yan withdrew his hand. He knew the consequences of putting his fingerprint. He couldn't be an official anymore and might even lose his life. "Come, help County Magistrate Lu." Xiaobei looked at Tang Hui. Tang Hui straightened his back and ordered the Yamen runners who followed Lu Yan, "Let County Magistrate Lu put his fingerprint." Yes. The Yamen runners answered in unison. They rushed over and restrained Lu Yan. They took the stamp and pressed Lu Yan's hand a few times. When they let go, Lu Yan directly sat on the ground. After 2 seconds he cried and patted the ground. "Why am I so unlucky? Why is my luck so bad? I'm so unlucky. County Magistrate Lu, please stand up. You have to believe in the imperial court and the law. We won't wrong a good person and we won't let a bad person go. We can guarantee that no one will deliberately frame you. Because what you said before involved our brother, we won't put you on trial directly. You should be prepared to be questioned a second time in the capital." Xiaobei was still smiling and said to Lu Yan with concern. Looking at Xiaobei, Lu Yan felt a chill in his heart. He finally knew what it meant to be an outstanding child raised by his family. He knew very well that the 9 smiling children in front of him wanted nothing more than to eat him alive, but they were still able to hold themselves back and even said such words. Thus more tears flowed down his face as he pleaded. "Xiaobei, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to speak ill of Xiaobao in the future." Xiaobei shook his head in disappointment. He sighed and stopped smiling. Instead, he sincerely said to Lu Yan, "You were wrong, but you weren't wrong in denying my brother. If we were satisfied with your answer when we asked you about politics, not only would we not have a bad opinion of you, but we would also find ways to support you through other means. Well, let's not talk about this. I hope you can pass the second interrogation and keep a good attitude. You can continue to work for the welfare of the people in a suitable position. You can be an honest and flexible official, and be a useful person to the Tang Empire." When he said the last words, Xiaobei regained his smile again. Seeing that the county magistrate was no longer needed, Tang Hui immediately followed the other 2 people behind Lu Yan. Each of them grabbed one of Lu Yan's arms and said as if they were very loyal, "Sir, we will protect you. Don't worry, with us here we won't let anything happen to you. Please get in the car." Lu Yan didn't say anything and didn't resist. He was escorted into the carriage. "Go and call my brother and sister here. The problem is solved. I thought it was something big, but it turned out to be such a small thing. People's hearts, why can't they be set straight? Sister Feifei, are there any mushrooms in the village? We have hundreds of people. We plan to stay in the village for the night and leave early tomorrow morning." Xiaobei sighed and jumped to Lu Feifei. He held her hand and talked to her. Lu Feifei laughed happily. The children around cheered. They liked to play with Xiaobei and others. Xiaobei, when I saw you smile at Lu Yan just now, why did I feel so scared? Lu Feifei thought of the previous situation and asked Xiaobei with a shiver. Xiaobei was still smiling, but it was different from before. It was very sweet and natural. He explained. Fear is the right thing to do. My sister taught me that. My sister is the best at this, even better than my brother. When officials talk to their subordinates, they don't have to show their authority with a gloomy face. Even if they smile, they can make people feel scared. In fact, I don't like it, but sometimes I can't help it. In order to protect the people you want to protect, Sister Feifei, you have to learn it. It's called being round on the outside but square on the inside. You just need to remember that your heart is not moved. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came down. They looked disappointed. They stayed in Old Willow Village for the night. The next morning they took Lu Yan and left for the capital. Chapter 1373. The means of transportation to the capital was still the train. Because of the freight, the train tickets were getting more and more expensive. The railway tracks were still the same as before. The speed of the train powered by the steam engine was not fast. It was slow and couldn't travel much in a day. At least that was how it looked to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They had a few hundred people, so they directly booked 10 carriages. They also took up space in the carriage to bring back the goods. Of course, they had to spend money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get money. We need to speed up the laying of the railway tracks, Xiaobei suddenly said as they were swaying in the train. Lu Yan, who was being escorted, was not locked up anywhere else. He was still with Zhang Xiaobao and the others, but his hands were tied. Zhang Xiaobao needed to ask him properly, because if he was sent back to be tried, he wouldn't be allowed to die, let alone stand on the Vermilion Bird Avenue. The county magistrate couldn't let him continue to be the county magistrate, but he had to arrange a new place for him to see how capable he was. At this time, Lu Yan still didn't know what his future fate would be. Anyway, he was caught, and the reason for being caught was very strong. He thought that he would be free for a while, so he didn't show any respect to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In fact, he didn't show any respect before, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of stepping on Zhang Xiaobao to get to the top. When he heard Xiaobei's words, he laughed and said to Xiaobei, "Do you know how much it costs to increase the railway tracks? Now, if we don't fight with the cannibals and save cannonballs and bullets, maybe we can add another railway track. War is a waste of manpower and money, and so what if the war is over? Can you personally go and occupy other people's land to farm? What do you know? You can't even come up with a plan for economic development, yet you still have the face to discuss national affairs with me. When I said that we should increase the number of railway tracks, I didn't say that we should increase them according to the current lines. I only said that we should increase the number of railway tracks at some stations. This way we can make more rational use of railway resources. In theory, this railway is actually more than enough. It can transport people and goods 24 hours a day at a speed of 800 miles per hour. It's just that there's always a problem with dispatching, so there's always some free time on the railway. By adding more tracks at the station, the loading doesn't need to occupy the normal running road. Once the people and goods are loaded, the train will immediately join the main line of railway. Xiaobei said a lot of things to Lu Yan with an "I know better than you" look. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to fight? Lu Yan asked. He was indeed a small part of the anti-war faction. The reason for the anti-war faction was that if they didn't use the soldiers for war, and instead invested all of them in the construction of the Tang Empire's infrastructure, not only would the Tang Empire become more prosperous, but they would also save a lot of war materials. Now was the critical period for the development of the domestic economy, and long-distance war was harmful to the entire Tang Empire. Most importantly, not only did war cost money, but they also had to invest a lot of money to research weapons. This wasn't right. The current weapons were good enough and other people didn't dare to attack. Why should they research more powerful weapons? What do you know? Before Xiaobei and the others could say anything, a person who came in with a cart to deliver hot water shouted at Lu Yan. In fact, there was no need for him to deliver hot water, and he wasn't an ordinary train attendant. He was the conductor of this train, but he wanted to take a closer look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he had to push a cart over. He happened to hear someone say something against war, so he couldn't help but scold. After scolding, he found that the person who was talking nonsense was tied up, so he laughed and said, "So it's the bad guy who was caught by Xiaobao and Cuckoo." No wonder you said such rude things here. You're finished. You were caught by them personally and you still want to think about it? What does it have to do with you? I'm telling the truth. If we didn't fight and used all of our resources to develop the Tang Empire, our lives would be better than now. Lu Yan looked like he had nothing to lose. He raised his chin and signaled everyone to look outside. The windows of the passenger cars were made of glass, and not every carriage and every train had glass windows. If one wanted to sit in such a place, they had to spend a lot of money. It was a kind of differentiation, and at the same time it could increase the railway's income. Whether it was Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan, they didn't want to cut everything. That was unrealistic. After all, the rich needed something to show their status. The windows of the train were very thick, and they were pulled up and down. There were buckles, but they didn't have a double-layer insulation structure. Because the speed of the train wasn't fast, they could be opened when the weather wasn't cold. Looking at the scenery outside and eating the fast food made on the train was a very good enjoyment for many people nowadays. Even those who always took the train would always talk to others about the train, the names of the places outside, and what kind of stories there were. The weather now wasn't very cold. At noon it would even feel stuffy, so the windows were opened halfway. The wind blew in from outside, causing the curtains to sway back and forth. However, no one fixed the curtains, as if feeling the wind was also a part of riding the train. Seeing Lu Yan's signal, everyone followed him. The train had just left Luoyang and was heading west. The place where the train was built was also by the river. From here they could see the Yellow River. It was indeed very yellow. Even if they didn't deliberately think that this was the Yellow River, the water wouldn't be clear. However, Lu Yan obviously didn't want them to look at the water, but at the scenery on the river. There were many boats on the Yellow River. The small boats were close to the shore, and the big boats were in the middle. There were no people swimming in the river. Every big boat had a flag flying, and the words on it represented the person or power it belonged to. Do you see it? Lu Yan spoke at the right time. This is the prosperous scene of our Tang Empire. It's not like before, when most of the boats on the river were fishing boats or ferrying boats between the two banks. The war with Duoshi, you all saw the newspaper a while ago, right? Our Tang Empire dispatched 10,000 boats of all kinds. 10,000 ships, not 10 and not 100. Do you know what kind of ships are going to be sent out? They're all big boats, and any one of them can hold hundreds of people. If we don't send them and put them on the river, there won't be a need for those small boats to be busy. Not to mention that they take up a lot of space in the river, they're slow, and they carry as little goods as people. This is called a waste of resources. And there's also the supply team. Isn't it good to transport some supplies that are needed in various places? Plus, the production of cannons consumed a lot of metal, and the investment in technology is tilted towards military. What is this called? This is called not being able to distinguish the priorities. The more Lu Yan spoke, the more agitated he became. When he finished, he looked up at the sky and sighed, as if he was the only one who was sober. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the scene on the river outside and nodded with satisfaction. The development is really good. As a big river for water transportation, the transformation and maintenance of the Yellow River must be further strengthened. I don't want to see it lose its water transportation function. Wang Wan nodded. She knew very well what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. In their time, the Yellow River was always cut off. Some places were affected by heavy rain, while others could be crossed in the middle of the river. The dry season and the flood season were not so regular. As a result, they wanted to not have this river. No, they wanted to make good use of it. No, they couldn't. The conductor also sighed. It's really good. Thinking back to the past, I didn't even dare to dream that there would be a day like this. Who could dream that we don't have to carry rations when we go out, and we don't have to hire donkey carts and spend a lot of money? With this thing called a train, one cart can carry a lot of people. Although the tickets seem expensive, it saves time. If you really think about it, it's cheaper than carrying rations. The most important thing is that it's safer. It's much more comfortable than doing it yourself and running to the wilderness at night. This shows that everyone's lives are better. I've been the conductor for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone who's not wearing enough clothes. Because there's no need to flee, the government has already made arrangements. The people have jobs to do and the children have schools. Every day before I go to sleep, I think about it and feel happy for a while. Look at that boat. That one with the green flag. Someone is flying a kite. It's a child. Don't get pulled by the kite and fall. I won't be able to save him in time. Xiao Bei was also looking. Suddenly, he pointed at the boat on the river. There was a child standing on the deck flying a kite. There was smoke rising from somewhere else. Probably wasn't a fire but someone eating barbecue. Their life was pretty good. Lu Yan wasn't satisfied with their conversation. He snorted and said, "What I'm saying is that if we don't go to war and invest all the money here, the people's lives will be better than now. I heard that the Ministry of Works has made some good things again. Other than the officials in the capital, the Tang Empire's army is also using them. Why don't they use them on the merchant ships if they're better than the steam engine? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Do you think that if brother and sister want to go to war, we can just not go to war?" Xiao Hai, who didn't like to talk, finally couldn't help but speak up. "You only know that there's a new machine. Then do you know what the new machine uses to work? It's oil. It's made from oil. The Duo Eater has a lot of oil. If they don't fight, how can they send us oil? Look at the oil in the Tang Empire. It's not easy to dig. My brother and sister also said that the quality of the oil in the Tang Empire is worse than that of the Duo Eater. Also, war is also to divert domestic conflicts. You only see the prosperity of the Tang Empire. Don't you see the hidden dangers behind the prosperity? You're a hidden danger. You use the slogan of economic development to do dirty things. Humph! Isn't the new machine burning coal?" Lu Yan didn't know the secret of the Ministry of Works. He asked doubtfully. His voice was much lower, and he lacked confidence. "Burning coal? Other than the steam engine burning coal, what else can use coal? Coal doesn't have much use." Xiao Hai gave Lu Yan a disdainful look. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said, "Xiao Hai, in fact, this coal can be used on other machines. First, we have to process the coal. Wait for the technology of the Tang Empire. You'll see it." "Oh, it can be used." Xiao Hai seemed a little embarrassed. He had just taught Lu Yan a lesson, but now he realized that he had taught the wrong thing. Zhang Xiaobao said to Lu Yan, "Your rank is not high enough, so I won't explain many things to you. There's no need to. You just need to know that Cuckoo and I are thinking further than you. The economic development of the country is a game of chess. We are the players, and there's no chance for us to go back. What Cuckoo and I need is support and trust, not backstabbing. We rushed back precisely because of the appearance of local officials like you. Compared to the war with the outside world, you are the ones that we are most worried about. We never thought that we would lose the war, but the people of the country will have a big problem in the future. After all, this is a society ruled by people. The most helpless thing is that the order from the top can't be followed. Each and every local official has his own little calculations and finds all kinds of excuses to harm the people. In the end, even if we kill him, it's useless. So, your thoughts are the most hateful." There were many things that couldn't be stopped. They could only think of ways to minimize losses as much as possible. The official's salary had to be increased, and the patrolmen had to be sent out continuously. Yes, the most hateful. Anyone caught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo is hateful, the conductor said in agreement. To him, it didn't matter what the official in front of him had done wrong. What was important was who had caught him. How could Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have caught the wrong person? After a pause, the conductor said, "You're an official. Don't pretend that you understand. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are much more powerful than you. You're much older than them, so why aren't you the one taking the lead to improve the lives of the people? You think that the current weapons are good, but what if someone else makes them? I can't talk to you, so don't be angry." After teaching Lu Yan a lesson, the conductor, who had already seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, happily left. He still had to take care of the people in the other carriages. The other carriages weren't like this one, which was full of people. Even the aisles were crowded with people. Some people even hid under the seats. When it was time to eat, the entire carriage was filled with all kinds of smells. Even so, there were still many people taking the train. Compared to walking, it was faster to travel from Luoyang to the capital by train. It only took a day to reach the destination, but it would take a month to walk. The conductor in charge of a train was very satisfied with his job. Every day, he could see people from all over the world and listen to them talk about various things. He had gained a lot of knowledge. The most important thing was that he had a little bit of authority. He could arrange good seats for his acquaintances, and he didn't even need to buy tickets. When there were empty seats, he could sell some goods from the two places, which was an extra income. The more the conductor thought about it, the happier he became. He hummed a tune that had changed who knew how many times as he pushed his water trolley. He planned to personally serve the other passengers today. What he didn't know was that his actions were exactly what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were helpless about. Normally speaking, they shouldn't have done what he did, but they couldn't do anything about it even if they wanted to. Everyone in society would think of ways to make good use of their power, even if it was just a gatekeeper. There was no need to talk about officials, but the danger of an official was greater than that of a conductor. After eating 2 meals on the train finally arrived at the capital in the middle of the night. It could have been faster, but other carriages came in and stopped at stations, so time was wasted. The capital's train station wasn't in the main area of the capital. It had a total of 6 lanes, 4 for loading and unloading goods, and 2 for people. The reason why the train station wasn't in the innermost area was because there were too many goods. They had to be unloaded and moved to other places. If the carriages were placed in the main area, they would either bump into people or be delayed by pedestrians. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's train, the current train station was also brightly lit. There were people working and people waiting to go out. They didn't care whether it was day or night. Almost everyone who was waiting to board the train had prepared one or several large packages with food inside. After all, the food on the train was too expensive, or the things that they had to bring to other places. Everyone was chatting with different accents, which made the train station very lively. The difference was that there were no thieves here. To be precise, thieves were an occupation that was almost extinct in the Tang Empire. Those who were caught stealing or robbing were directly sent to the mines to work without having their hands chopped off or beaten. If they were caught stealing, there was no one who directly took out a knife. Otherwise, they would be beaten to death. Even if they survived, they would be sent to the authorities to be beaten until they surrendered. It felt that this new law was very inhumane, but the effect was very good. After all, not everyone had nothing to do and wanted to be a thief or robber. Once a group of people were caught working, there would be fewer thieves in the market. Today, the people waiting at the train station in the capital found that the situation was different. There were obviously more security officers around. They could even see the capital's army, patrolling back and forth in groups. In the middle of the night, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. It was similar to the rumbling of a train. With the help of the lights, the literate people immediately knew which team was coming. Tibetan underground cavalry camp? Who are they arresting? Who came here by train? A person carrying a large package saw the flag of the cavalry team and said to a person who was chatting with him. It was obvious that he wanted to show off. He knew the Tibetan underground cavalry camp. The person who listened to him was very cooperative. He looked at the team curiously and asked, "Is this the legendary Iron Cavalry camp?" "Yes." The man nodded and continued. "The Iron Cavalry Battalion is Xiaobao's wedding gift to Yaowen. There are 8 battalions, a total of 8,000 men. Each of them is good at war, and any one of them has at least 3 lives on their hands. Usually, they take turns going to the northeast of the grassland to fight with the local people, so that they are not rusty. You can't easily see them in the capital, and even if you see them, you can't recognize them. They don't usually use flags, and their clothes have no symbols." "But," I said, "but once they wear clothes with symbols and raise the flag of the Iron Cavalry camp, something will definitely happen." "Oh, so that's it. Big brother, you know so much," the obedient person said enviously. He really didn't know that he was not from the capital. He came to the capital to send his child to participate in the imperial examination next spring. He had to leave his child here. He had to go back and bring some special products from other places to the capital to show his hometown. "I'm from the capital. 3 generations of my ancestors have lived in the capital. I'm also going to West Lake to visit my relatives. I'll talk to you on the way." "That's great. Big brother, look, there's another group of people with words on their chests. Who are they?" "Ah, there are words, let me see. Oh my heavens, the Jinwu Guards? Brother, that's the Jinwu Guards. They protect the emperor." "I was wrong. The Iron Cavalry camp is not here to arrest people. They should be here to pick people up." The person was so surprised that his voice trembled. The other person also opened his mouth. After a while he swallowed his saliva and asked, "Pick who up? The emperor is here?" "Absolutely. Otherwise why would the Jinwu guards come out? Pick up the Miao protection team? I know who to pick up. Did you read the newspaper a few days ago? It said that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are back. They should arrive in the capital today. Maybe the emperor is anxious to wait, so he came here personally. It's midnight. When will I come back? Just send a 7th rank official to pick me up. Big brother, we can't count on it. Do you think I can see Xiaobao and Cuckoo with my own eyes later? I've never seen them in person. I saw the emperor in the movie. It would be great if Xiaobao and Cuckoo can be filmed. You have to see which lane to take. There are 2 lanes. If you're lucky, you might be able to see them from afar. It's not good to be too close. There are many people at the station. If someone has bad intentions and hurts Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it won't be good. I know. Even if you ask me to go closer, I won't go. Li Longji really came. He was idle and had nothing to do. When he heard the news that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming, he couldn't sleep, so he asked Gao Lisher to organize people to go to the train station to welcome them and ask about the situation outside. At the same time, he showed that he valued Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As a result, when he came out, the other officials also heard the news. Whether they were sleeping or doing other things, they all got up, dressed, and came to the train station. Since the emperor valued them, who dared to stay at home? Of course, the officials who came were all 5th rank and above. They all wanted to see if there were any changes in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had been running around outside for a long time. The benefits of war had already been shown. First of all, there were slaves. The war hadn't ended yet, but there were already 160,000 slaves sent to various dangerous mining areas. Then there was the meat and fur of various animals. The meat was salty, very salty. Usually no one liked to eat it, but it was hunted from far away, so it tasted different. The first batch had already been shipped to the capital, and each family was given some. In fact, it was those who were qualified to participate in the imperial court that deeply felt the speed of economic development in the country, especially the statistics from last month. In many places, the people who had participated in the labor training in the early stages had begun to play a role. Their work efficiency was clearly different from before. In some places it had even doubled. The grain output had also increased, and the autumn harvest data was there for all to see. Not to mention the distant capital, just the nearby workshops, docks, and train stations were all bustling with activity. There was almost no idle person in sight. Originally, they thought that during the war period, the domestic economy would stagnate or temporarily regress. Unexpectedly, as the war continued, the domestic economy increased by a large margin. It was different from previous wars. It seemed that the war was consuming the domestic resources, but in the end, it increased the domestic production capacity. It was very miraculous. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said, an active and controlled war could promote the domestic economy. In the process of war, not only did it consume resources, it also increased the number of new jobs and accelerated the transformation of production technology into productivity. That's right, just as the two of them had said, the domestic production efficiency was indeed low before. It wasn't fully developed. There was production only when there was consumption, and only when there was production would people be forced to search for technology. It seems very simple, right? Li Longji said to the person next to him as he waited for the train to arrive. The person standing next to him was Yu Wenrong, who didn't return home tonight. He was working in the secretariat, and it just so happened that they were together when they came out. Yu Wenrong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not simple. The timing is too good. The moment the war broke out, the domestic policies were passed. There are 12 policies, and if they were issued too early, there wouldn't be any effect. If they were issued too late, there would be chaos. Using war as a means to stimulate demand and divert the new contradictions in the domestic economic development. If Xiaobao hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have been able to think of it no matter what. Right now, all the industries in Great Tang seem to have been sorted out. As long as they want to do something, everyone has something to do. It's easier for the local officials to manage the local areas. As long as they don't make any stupid moves and deal with it according to the normal economic development, They can wait for the fiscal revenue to increase this year. At the same time, they can enter the military and serve as conscripts for a period of time. There are fewer idlers in their daily lives. And with the promotion of Your Majesty's movie, the hearts of the people are more stable. Li Longji's eyes narrowed as he listened. He knew that the national treasury would be more abundant this year, and when the time came, he would be able to use the money to carry out infrastructure projects such as building roads and bridges. A portion of it would be used for medical treatment and a portion for education. Who would dare to say that he wasn't a wise ruler? Had there been anyone in the past who had done what he did? Was there? The more he thought about it, the happier Li Longji became. He then asked Yu Wenrong, "What should we do now?" "The policy of raising honest people with high salaries has to be carried out. We need to send more patrol inspectors, and those who are caught will be severely punished. This subject and my colleagues have discussed this matter. Right now, the most dangerous thing isn't the corruption of the officials. Instead, it's for the sake of political achievements, not considering the local situation. In the end, when the money is invested and the people are mobilized, in the end, there are no corresponding benefits. Instead, the unreasonable projects will use up all the money. The people will suffer for nothing. What they lose is not only the money of the imperial court and the people, but also the hearts of the people. If the people are cheated a few more times in the future, when the officials want to organize them to do things, they will definitely not trust them." Another thing is the telegram that Xiao Bao sent back when he was in Hongnong. Lu Yan is a person who is anxious to show off and get results. He even dared to overturn Xiao Bao's plan. If this isn't crazy, then what is? Since there are people who want to overturn Xiao Bao's plan, then what about the other officials? Thus, this subject and my colleagues feel that the evaluation rules should be changed. It shouldn't be about how much the local government's finances have increased, or how fast the currency has circulated. It should be about how much of the local resources have been used when you were a local government official. How much of the income of the people have increased? How many people can't find a job? You just want to use data to prove that your results are good. We don't agree. Yu Wenrong said a lot. He knew that this was his problem. If he waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to mention it, then he would be neglecting his duty. The two of them had already built up a good foundation. Did he have to leave everything else to the two of them? Then what's the point of him being the head of the secretariat? Li Longji was satisfied with Yu Wenrong's answer. A new era has begun. In this new era there will be new problems. You all need to think about it carefully. If you manage people well, then the world will be peaceful. Your Majesty's words are extremely correct. Normally, I must study and analyze with my colleagues. If this subject had sat in this position 10 years ago, and the current development of the Great Tang suddenly occurred, this subject would have immediately resigned. This subject does not understand the complex relationship between industry and policy. For example, this subject would want to make some changes to the land, allowing the escapees to return to the country and give them land to farm. This subject would also reduce the rent of the new land. However, if this subject were to speak now, this subject wouldn't just focus on the land issue. Instead, this subject would work on other aspects at the same time, just like Xiao Bao's 12 national policies. This subject's way of thinking has changed. At the same time, the way of thinking of the people in the various industries has changed as well. If we can't keep up with the speed of change and make preparations in advance, once a problem appears, it will be difficult to solve it. Thus, the new era is good, but the problems we face are more complicated. We, as officials, need to improve our abilities and standards. We need to learn well. Yu Wenrong once again analyzed the current situation, his expression grim. Li Longji also stopped smiling. He also understood that the current Great Tang was developing too quickly. This was especially so when a portion of the technology was converted to civilian use. All sorts of problems would appear. Sometimes one would suddenly wake up from one's sleep, thinking that it was all a dream. Gao Lisher suddenly spoke up, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Your Majesty, actually there's no need to be too worried. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are still young. Right, Lisher is right. With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo around, we realize that they aren't tired of controlling the situation at all. Every step has been calculated. What should we arrange for the two of them to do this time? Li Longji was relieved. However, he began to worry about the positions for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It wasn't just him. All of the officials in the royal court felt the same. Amidst the silence, the rumbling of a train could be heard in the distance. Chapter 1374. The train entered the station with a rumbling sound. The wooden door opened and Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others came out first, followed by the other ordinary passengers. Although the ordinary passengers were in a crowded carriage, privilege was privilege. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything, and the ordinary passengers naturally didn't say anything either. After knowing that the people on the same train as them were Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they immediately showed absolute understanding. This was a special era, or rather a normal era. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan only knew that when they were just liberated, there was a leader who had reached this level for a period of time. Although the end result wasn't good, and the process in the middle caused a lot of long-term harm to many people, it was undeniable that the people of that era worshipped them. Now that there was no such person, it was naturally the two of them. Moreover, their political positions were very stable, and there was no need to use other methods to attack others. Since the people trust us so much, we really should do more. Otherwise, we'll be letting down this trust and support. When Wang Wan stood on the platform, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was also scanning the surrounding situation, "Rest in the capital and hold the wedding. When the time comes, we'll travel everywhere and go from place to place. Moreover, we won't inform the local people in advance. Wherever we go, we'll investigate that place. As long as we find it, we'll follow the same rules as the current patrol. When we go to a place in July, we'll find that the local officials started to have problems in April. Then from April or from May to July, the patrol will be the same as the local officials. If we can avoid killing them, then we won't kill them. All of them will be dragged to the mines. Whichever mine is the most dangerous, which mine is the most harmful to the body, let them work in that mine. In the future, before sending officials abroad every year, we'll take the officials there for a visit. Although it won't make the government completely clear, we know that it can scare a large number of officials." Zhang Xiaobao said very casually. Wang Wan, who understood him, knew that he wasn't joking. In the future, they would probably really travel everywhere. This was also good. If they couldn't formulate a perfect system that could last for a long time, then they would just take care of the generation in front of them. Naturally, they would leave the rest to their descendants. When Lu Yan heard the conversation between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he finally understood the difference between him and the two of them. If he had the same amount of power, how could he be beaten up like this? Lu Yan thought so. Until now, he didn't feel that he was inferior to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in other aspects. He had to admit that he was very confident. The platform was not an exit. Zhang Xiaobao occupied a spot, so the ordinary people on the train could not continue to use this exit. They would rather walk a bit more and leave from the other side. However, they were reluctant to leave. After getting off the train, they all stood there. Even if they couldn't see Zhang Xiaobao and the others, they still looked forward to seeing them. Only after they were persuaded by someone did they slowly leave. At this time, Li Longji led a group of officials to welcome them. As soon as they met, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to greet him. He first said, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the two of you are so ruthless. You left us alone in the capital while you ran out to enjoy life. Tell me, how can you bear to do this?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. They never thought that Li Longji would be like this. "Uncle Emperor, I miss you. Living outside is not good at all. Really hug me. Look, I've lost weight." Xiao Bei ran to the front and pounced on Li Longji. Li Longji wasn't young anymore, but his stamina wasn't bad. Not only did he not lose weight along the way, he even grew stronger after eating so much. He was still able to carry the 70 gene Xiao Bei. "Oh, our Xiao Bei has grown taller again. Let me take a look. You've lost at least 10 gene. In another 2 years, you won't be able to move anymore." "How could that be? It looks like I've gained weight, but it's actually because I haven't been eating well and sleeping well. Uncle Emperor, you might not know this, but when we were outside, we had to travel a long distance every day. When it rained, we didn't have a place to hide, so we could only hide in a tent. Sometimes we even had to walk in the rain." Xiao Bei refused to admit that he had gained weight no matter what. He kissed Li Longji on the face and complained. Li Longji quickly echoed, "It's tough, it's really tough. Xiao Bei, you've worked hard. You've contributed greatly to Great Tang." "It's nothing much. I'm only doing what I should do. Everyone in Great Tang is working hard. The reason why Great Tang is able to prosper today is because of the contributions of countless heroes in various positions in Great Tang. Just like what Uncle Emperor said in the telegram, it's because of the countless citizens of Great Tang working hard every day like ants that we have the glory of the Great Tang Empire today. Xiao Bei stretched out her small hand and covered Li Longji's ear. Then she shouted loudly. Her voice had a strong penetrating power. She deliberately said it for the people on the platform to hear. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, the citizens were delighted. The officials who came with Li Longji were convinced. The officials couldn't help but admit that Xiao Bei's words weren't ordinary flattery. After all, she wasn't speaking to His Majesty, but to the other citizens. It was no wonder Xiao Bei was so favored. She knew how to test the poison for His Majesty, and now she obediently cooperated. Most importantly, she was still young, so others would believe her words. Lu Yen, who was tied up, felt his heart pounding. He was afraid that Xiao Bei would complain about him at this moment. When His Majesty was in a good mood, he would definitely die. Fortunately, that lass said a few words and slipped away from His Majesty. She didn't say anything bad about him. Lu Yen slowly exhaled. Just as he was about to take a deep breath, something that made him afraid occurred. Yu Wenrong walked forward. He didn't first greet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, he looked Lu Yen up and down. After a few breaths, he nodded and gave him a thumbs up. You're Lu Yen? Not bad at all. I heard that you wanted to overturn Xiao Bao's development plan in Hongnong County. Fine, according to Xiao Bao's words, you're a man, a true man. You did what we didn't dare to do. For this you should raise your head. Today, as the Prime Minister, I have to say that I'm not as good as you, whether it's in courage or ability. A few months ago, when Xiao Bao proposed the 12 Principles of State Policy, all the officials were present at the morning court. They didn't oppose it to the death, only discussing and analyzing it. It was because we knew that we weren't as good as Xiao Bao, so we didn't have the confidence to oppose Xiao Bao's policies. You opened a new path for us. Only now did we know that if we didn't want to accept Xiao Bao's policies and plans, we didn't need the same principles to support them. We just needed to use the banner of righteousness to attack from other angles. Amazing, truly amazing. As soon as Yu Wenrong finished speaking, the other officials immediately gathered around and praised Lu Yen. Li Longji also nodded with a smile. When Lu Yen heard everyone praising him, his heart turned cold. Once again he realized what kind of mistake he made. He did what the other officials didn't dare to do. He didn't just belittle Zhang Xiaobao. He belittled everyone who had the qualifications to participate in the morning court. Will I die? Will my 9 generations be executed? Lu Yen asked with a trembling voice. How is that possible? Don't worry, put your heart back into your stomach. Yu Wenrong smiled and comforted him. We even held a special meeting for you because we really couldn't figure out how you dared to deny Xiao Bao's targeted administrative and economic plans for a place. After discussion, we guessed that you must be someone with great ability. However, you were born at the wrong time and your talent was displayed too late. Actually, we can't blame you. Who would have thought that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would be so formidable at such a young age? They even knew how to show off. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't exist, we believe that because of your existence, Great Tang would also be prosperous and powerful. Those people on the top of the list of tycoons would be more afraid of you than Xiao Bao, and the name on the longevity tablet of every citizen in Great Tang would be you, Lu Yen. Therefore, after careful discussion and careful inference, we believe that you should have a broader stage and not stay in a place with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's influence. Congratulations, you've been promoted. Yu Wenrong was still smiling as he spoke to Lu Yen. It was the same smile as Xiao Bei's. It was a basic skill of an official. Lu Yen felt his whole body go numb, and sweat kept pouring out. He felt cold from head to toe. Your Majesty, this subject is wronged. This subject is really wronged. This subject wants to use the development plan to improve the living standards of the local people. Lu Yen didn't want to be exiled. If he was sent to a place like Luzhou or a place like Wing Province, he would be finished. Li Longji didn't laugh. It wasn't that he didn't know how to laugh, but that he didn't want to laugh. The anger in his heart wasn't small at all. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Bao's planning route couldn't be overturned by anyone, even if someone wanted to overturn it, they had to use a practical analysis report to back it up and not just spout nonsense. Hongnong was the place where people started the flood. He first sent Xiao Bei and the others to take control of the situation, and then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo went to clean up the mess. Xiao Bei and the others contributed more than 1.3 million string of cash to compensate the local people and to build the infrastructure. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo took their younger brother and sister's money, so how could they not make a plan for the local people? For the sake of that plan, the two of them had engaged in countless verbal sparring and arguments. Looking at the development of Hongnong County in the past 2 years, it was clear that Hongnong County was different from the Hongnong County of the past. Every year, the Hongnong County increased at a rate of 60%. This was due to the tax exemption policy. Compared to the past, Hongnong County was exempt from taxes for 3 years. Under the situation of not collecting taxes, compared to when they were collecting taxes, a 60% annual growth rate would be additional income. Wasn't this a good planning measure? If the growth rate was still 60% next year, how much would it be compared to before? After 3 years, when the tax collection started, how much would it increase? The most important thing was not the problem of money, but the lives of the local people. About 20,000 people from Hongnong County came to the capital for a vacation this summer. Traveling was not an investment. It was just spending money without any direct economic returns. It was pure consumption. Would they come to visit if they didn't have money? Would they leave if the people were unstable? Fortunately, Liu Yan's methods were not good enough. Otherwise, if he succeeded in overturning Xiao Bao's 10-year plan, the local people would definitely be in chaos. A person like this deserved to be killed, but not now. Since he wanted to cause trouble, he should go somewhere else to cause trouble. When he could no longer be controlled, he would be killed to quell the anger of the local people. The root of Li Longji's hatred for Liu Yan was this, but he would not show it. He did not smile, nor did he stare. He only said calmly, "Lu Qing, you have to believe in your own ability." Just as Yu Wenqing said, "I'll give you a promotion and give you a space to display all your abilities. The place you're going to is a little far, but compared to Luzhou where Yongchang brought his family, the situation is much better. It's also easier than Wing Province. I believe in you, the officials believe in you, and the local people will certainly look forward to your arrival." When Liu Yan heard the emperor's words, he was temporarily relieved. At least, he would not die immediately, and his family would not be wiped out. He began to think about where else in Great Tang would be suitable for him to be sent to. Luzhou was obviously not suitable. He would not be sent to Luzhou, but to enjoy life there. The Zhang family and Wang family had already built the foundation of the local people. It was also impossible for him to go to Wing Province. Although it was in the land of Sichuan, the Zhang family and Wang family had still straightened out the local relations. So where else could he go? Feng Province? Feng Province was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family's animal husbandry, so it was still not difficult. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion in the north of Hebei Province? What a joke! How could he go there? Dang Province in the easternmost part of Hunan Province? The one with Penglai Island? There was a military port there. The local people were not easy to control in the past, but after the earthquake, the local Zhang family and Wang family's construction group had built a school building. After that kind of earthquake, the local people were very supportive of the imperial court. He reckoned that he would not be allowed to go to such a good place. Not in Jiangxi Province, not in Hunan Province, not in Hedong Province, not in Guanyi Province, not in Shannan Province, not in Huainan Province, not in Jiangnan Province, not in Lingnan Province, not in Qianzhong Province, and not in Lingnan Province. He had been to Qianzhong Province. Lingnan Province and Jiannan Province? These two places were remote. If he went there, it was fine because the sea route was there. No matter how difficult it was to govern the place, he believed that they would not dare to make trouble. There were always cruisers and gunboats at sea. Your Majesty, I think we can go to the area west of Lingnan Province. Liu Yan thought that the imperial court would arrange for him to go there. You can't go there. It's too chaotic. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have just dealt with Zhenla and stabilized the local people's support of the imperial court. Your safety is not guaranteed there. There are places that need you more. Li Longji made it very clear that the place Liu Yan wanted to go was no longer needed. Uncle and Cuckoo had not gone there personally, but they had already solved the local problems. So don't think about such a wonderful thing. Then what other places are there? Lu Yen was confused. Yu Wenrong continued, there are. For example, Japan. The Tang Empire is preparing to carry out actual management there. So we have set up a new Commander-in-Chief's office called Fusong Commander-in-Chief's Office. You can go there and be the provincial governor. It's hereditary. Huh? Japan? I'm not going. Your Majesty, please show mercy. I don't want to go. I can't manage there. Lu Yen begged. Lu Qing, don't be anxious. There's another option. Xinlua also has a commander-in-chief's office. Li Longji gave another place. I'm not going to Xinlua either. I don't know how to speak Xinlua's language. Who would be so free to learn that? It's a waste of time to learn a language. It's better to learn economic knowledge. Lu Yen still shook his head. Xiaobao. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Without waiting for the two to speak, Xiaobei spoke first. I'm speaking Xinlua's language now. It's very easy to learn. I also know Japanese. My brother and sister usually teach me. County Magistrate Liu, do you understand? Xiaobei spoke Xinlua's language. She could not write, but it was not a problem for her to speak some everyday language. For example, the 9 of them knew at least 4 foreign languages. Xiao Yuan's writing skills were even better. Yu Wenrong smiled and said to Lu Yen, did you hear that? You can learn if you don't know. Even Xiaobei knows, so how can you say you don't know? You said you went to a place that Xinlua and Japan couldn't govern. Let me ask you, if it were Xiaobao and Cuckoo, would they be able to govern the place well? Lu Yen was stumped. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that if he were in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's place, it wouldn't take long for the two of them to straighten out the local people's hearts when they went to Xinlua and Japan. The two of them were too capable. Back then, Jili province in the north of Hebei province didn't have the support of the imperial court. There was no population, no developed land, and no ready-made ports. There were many tribes and races there. The Tang Empire's imperial court couldn't control them at all. They were also affected by Xinlua's interference and influence. When the two of them went there, the army soldiers under their control were also changed. They were changed to the soldiers of Yuezhou. It could be said that they were fighting with their backs against the river. They were surrounded by enemies. If it were an individual, there was no other way to die except to commit suicide. However, they rose up strongly in that kind of situation. On one hand, they gathered the population of various places. On the other hand, they restrained Xinlua. On the other hand, they fought with the local tribes and races. Even so, they still had the leisure to develop the industrial base and control the main economic operations of the Tang Empire. They used the shortest time to recover the soldiers of Yuezhou and sent them to distant places to collect seeds. Right now, Hebei province was completely under the control of the two of them. None of the agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing were bad. If they thought about it a little, at least 6 provinces of the Tang Empire would be directly affected. If they were sent to Xinlua and Japan now, the situation wouldn't be as difficult as when they were sent to Jili province. The most important thing was that no one in the imperial court dared to play tricks behind their backs. They definitely had a way to make the local people support them. Lu Yen finally began to admit that he couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He could say that he had a way to improve the economy of a place in the Tang Empire where the political environment was good. However, he had to admit that he couldn't do what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. He could do it everywhere. As he thought about it, his eyes lit up. He said, since Jidushi Zhang and Deputy Jidushi Wang can govern the place well, why don't we send one of them to Japan and the other to Xinlu? The problems of both places will be solved. Bah, you are so shameless. Xiaobei said angrily. I will give you a loudspeaker. Do you dare to shout out what you just said? No need to shout. I heard it. Lu Yen, right? I remember what you look like. Don't let me see you anywhere else. Otherwise I will kill you. On the platform opposite the train tracks, there were people watching and listening. They couldn't hear anything when the voices were low, but they still managed to understand what was going on from the conversation just now. They knew that this person called Lu Yen went to Hongnon County to make trouble for Xiaobao. Now that he was punished by the imperial court and wanted to find Xiaobao and Cuckoo to take the blame, some people couldn't help but curse. In an instant after a short transmission of the news, The surrounding people all knew what was going on. Different kinds of curses began to sound. The meaning was the same. They knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful and could be placed anywhere. However, they didn't want Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be sent out just because of a small matter. The two of them should be in the capital. When others couldn't handle it and the consequences threatened the Tang Empire, they would be sent out. The two of them were like sharp swords. Usually, they should be kept in the sheath and taken out at the critical moment to slash everything. They shouldn't be drawn out to slash people when they encountered a small problem. This was a unique cultural characteristic of China. If there was something good, they would hide it first. Whatever was exposed on the surface was not the final trump card. Even if they couldn't kill you, they could still fight to the death with you. They regarded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as the final trump cards of the Tang Empire. They shouldn't be sent out just because of a small matter. Could it be that the rest of the people in the Tang Empire were all dead? This was a kind of self-protection. The strongest person would stay and the others would be sent out. As long as the strongest person hadn't been used, there was no need to worry. Did you hear that? So you have to go. Choose Silla or Japan. Xiaobei turned around and said to Lu Yan, Silla, Japan whatever. It's the same anyway, Lu Yan replied with a sad face. Chapter 1375. Lu Yan agreed helplessly. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that sending Lu Yan to Japan or Xinlua was a form of protection for both of them. Speaking of which, Lu Yan's crime was indeed not small. Managing Hongnong according to his idea would definitely cause the people of Hongnong to suffer a lot. However, they couldn't kill him through the government. His matter involved Zhang Xiaobao. It was easy to kill him, but others would think that he died because he offended Zhang Xiaobao, not because his actions would negatively affect the people of Hongnong. Since they didn't want to kill him, they naturally had to send him out. Otherwise, once the news spread, there would probably be impulsive people looking for an opportunity to kill him. He would be safe once he went out. The meaning behind this was very big. Being able to set up commander-in-chief offices in Japan and Xinlua meant that Great Tang's control over these two places had reached a certain level. First, there was a commander-in-chief office. Next, they could continue to send officials to these two places and become officials at the county level. This was much stronger than the commander-in-chief offices or protectorates that Great Tang had previously placed in various places. In the past, such places were filled by locals and had strong local ethnic characteristics, including regional commanders. The main problem was the independence of each ethnic group or tribe. The factors were naturally the simplest four aspects of Great Tang: economy, military, transportation, and welfare. Now that Great Tang was strong enough in these four aspects, the people in the surrounding areas that were difficult to govern were willing to sincerely submit. For example, the meteor squad sent out by the local people of the Annan Protectorate directly went to Jinla to capture people. Along the way they killed countless people. When they brought back the people alive and the heads, the local people naturally supported Great Tang. From another perspective, it was also a form of deterrence. Today, the meteor squad could chase after you for thousands of miles. Tomorrow, if you cause trouble, the meteor squad could still target you. Therefore, the places that were difficult to govern in the past were very obedient. Even if the people sent were not local, the local people would support them. Now that Great Tang was stable internally, they started to take action against Japan and Xinlua. When all the conditions were met, they would send people to govern the places, and Japan and Xinlua would be considered to be under Great Tang's control. After that, there would be a continuation of the immigration policy, giving the nobles of Great Tang the right to buy property in these two places. In other words, these two places had truly been taken over. As for the remaining small ethnic conflicts, was that still a problem? Men, take Lu Yan away. Li Longji really wanted to kill Lu Yan, but for the sake of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had no choice but to suppress his killing intent. Go to Japan. Japan is relatively more difficult to govern than Xinlua. The method I want to tell you is to win the support of the local Japanese people. That is, give them benefits directly. Don't touch the upper class of Japan. The upper class has existed for many years, so naturally, there is a reason for their existence. If you think of all ways to deal with them, it will be more beneficial than providing convenience to the people below. After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and ordered Lu Yan to be taken away. When the civil and military officials who came with Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao's sincere expression, They all felt that Xiao Bao was a good person. He actually repaid evil with good. How rare was that? Only 3 people's expressions didn't change. One was Zhang Zhong, who wanted to see his children, one was Gao Lishir, and the last was Li Longji. Zhang Zhong knew his son too well. Ever since he was young, his son and daughter-in-law were always shrouded in fog when doing things, especially when it came to his own son, Xiao Bao. The more he said something inadvertently, the more you couldn't take it as a gust of wind. Fortunately, his daughter-in-law, Cuckoo, was able to maintain a bit of an upright character. Xiao Bao was bad to the bone. Gao Lishir and Li Longji also had a habit, or rather, it was an experience formed from many years of failed struggles. Xiao Bao had a bellyful of evil tricks. Hoping that he would show mercy when you still had a bad plan in your heart was better than dreaming. Everything was beautiful before you woke up. Thus, Li Longji patted Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. His dignified face suddenly revealed a wretched expression. He asked, "Xiao Bao, tell me, how did you scheme against Lu Yan? Why do you say that, Your Majesty?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyelashes were similar to his sister, Xiao Bei. They were both very long. If he was a man, he would be somewhat handsome. Now he was imitating his sister and blinking his eyes, acting cute. "I'll get your father and let him ask him." Li Longji directly ignored Zhang Xiaobao's cute appearance and threatened him. Furthermore, he also brought up all kinds of past memories. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at his father, who was continuously kissing the 9 little fellows. He sighed helplessly and said, "There are too many restraints in life. Even if you don't have any desires, you still have to consider your family. It's fine to say it out loud. I'm afraid that Lu Yan will take the wrong path, so I'm just reminding him. That's all. Do you think he'll listen to you?" Li Longji wasn't fooled by Zhang Xiaobao's expression and words. He wouldn't use such underhanded methods to threaten other officials. However, when it came to Xiao Bao, he felt that using all kinds of methods was the right way to go. Thus he looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao thought that Li Longji was a rascal, but according to the rules of the game, he couldn't say that he wasn't afraid that Li Longji would ask his father to come. He had to give in at this time. He had to explain, "I don't think he'll listen to me. I told him to start from the bottom of the Japanese people. If he's still not convinced, he'll go the other way and start from the top of the Japanese people. But so what? Originally, he could start from any direction. Now, the top of the Japanese people have lost their fighting spirit. All they think about all day is enjoyment. If the top enjoys, the middle class will inevitably follow suit. The bottom class will suffer. If he takes care of the top class, the bottom class will applaud and praise him. They have the same goal and the same goal. The purpose of talking to him is to let him focus on this aspect, not to let him think about developing the local economy after he goes there. This is called thinking guidance and psychological suggestion. When he arrives in Japan, he will miss home. When he misses home, he will think about how he left and think about me. No matter if he changes his mind and admires me and listens to me, or if he continues to walk the same path and hates me, the final result will be the same." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He smiled and said, "With Xiao Bao here, I can rest assured. He's really good at scheming. Poor Lu Yan. But what if he doesn't do what you want? What will you do?" There will be businessmen in the past who will look for him to coordinate the relationship with the local government. For example, the problem of bribes from the top and the problem of remuneration from the bottom. He will find that he is facing people and not problems. In fact, businessmen are already doing this kind of thing. For example, hiring laborers. The Japanese people are hired for 10 copper coins per day. Compared to the Tang Empire's money, this amount of money is too little. However, for the Japanese it is too much. The labor trade between developed countries and underdeveloped countries is the best way to reflect the overall strength of the two countries. This is inevitable, and no one can stop it. What is inevitable is reasonable, but what is unreasonable is the specific operation. If the Japanese people are given 10 copper coins per person, they will be very, very happy. The problem is that the money is not given to them directly, but to their local officials. For example, I want to build a glass greenhouse in Wanyan County. The cost of 1 mu is 300 strings of coins, and the total cost is 300,000 strings of coins. I have 3 operating methods. The first is that I directly take out the money and give it to the local people who own the land by their land, and hire them to help me build the greenhouse. The second is that I don't buy their land, but I let them use their land to buy shares, and they help me build the greenhouse for free. The third is that I send 250,000 strings of coins to the Yamen of Wanyan County, and tell them to figure out the matter of the land and let people help me build the greenhouse. Your Majesty, what do you think the result will be? Zhang Xiaobao gave a simple example. It was really simple. In the end, he said that he would give 250,000 strings of coins to the local government, which was very generous. Otherwise, he would have given 200,000 strings of coins. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. She thought that Zhang Xiaobao was criticizing something. Madam, you think too much. I didn't mean that. Zhang Xiaobao still had to explain to his wife. He didn't want to criticize anyone now. He was thinking about how to build the current Tang dynasty well, and live a happy life with Wang Wan. What do you mean? Li Longji was puzzled. It's meaningless. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Li Longji nodded. That's what I meant. The various meanings between the two of you are indeed very meaningless in my eyes. Does your Majesty mean that we shouldn't have such meaningless meanings? We are really sorry to offend your Majesty. We understand what you mean. It's enough that we understand. There's no need to explain to us what you mean. We don't mean anything else. Then what this subject said just now, the meaning behind it. We know what you mean. We feel that the second method is better. It can continue to drive the development of Wanyan County, especially the people. It is a choice that a socially responsible businessman would make. The first choice is to take advantage of the local people. The last choice is to die. Li Longji immediately understood what was going on after Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking. The last option was to spend less money and get the local government to solve the problem through administrative orders. This way, the cost of the merchants would be reduced, and the government would be able to reap the benefits while the commoners would suffer. Xiaobao, you mean to say that the Great Tang's businessmen have already done this in Japan? Your Majesty, you should continue to expand the intelligence system. Just as you said, when the Great Tang's businessmen hired the local people, 10 copper coins would be very cheap, but they went to the local government and gave them 20% of the benefits. Then they took out 50% of the money and asked the local government to help them hire people. In the end, the local government would use various methods to keep a portion of this 50% money, giving them 3 copper coins or 2 copper coins. But it is not so easy for the Japanese people to get these two types of money. They have to use connections and find ways to send gifts to the local government to get the job. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at Li Longji in surprise. Li Longji said bluntly, "We did not send any intelligence personnel over. We were afraid that they would clash with your intelligence personnel. After all, our people are too arrogant and have no ability. If we wanted to know something, we could just ask your family. How could your family not tell us?" That's true. In any case, the situation in Japan is the same as what I just said. There's already a huge gap between the local people, their neighbors, and their officials. The beautiful local women would rather come to the Great Tang to be concubines than marry the locals. Anyone with a bit of money would want to come to Great Tang to settle down. Many officials have already sent their children to Great Tang. When they find that it is not easy to live in Great Tang, they will pack up and come to Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao spoke truthfully. It might seem uncomfortable, but this was the truth. Regardless of country, region, or race, all individuals hoped for a better life. They would all seek benefits and avoid harm. If the blame had to be pinned on a certain group of people, then it would be the will and ability of the upper echelons. Li Longji felt a chill that came from his heart. Even the clamor of the platform could not dispel this chill. "Xiaobao, let's go back." Li Longji extended his arm to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao immediately came over to support him. He did not say anything. He could understand Li Longji's thoughts at this moment. Wang Wan also supported Li Longji from the other side and silently walked out. Of the two sides, one was Xiaobao, who was adept at calculating and economic matters, while the other was Zhang Hu, who was adept at war and leading the Great Tang Military Academy. Only then did Li Longji feel better. Everything in front of him became real and not a dream. "Xiaobao Cuckoo, the two of you are not young anymore. You should choose a time to get married. It is not good to have no descendants. If you want to have children, you have to have more children. It would be best if you have a group of children so that they can run around the palace every day. We have many children. Except for Junior and Panner, all of them are afraid of us. We don't eat people. Junior and Panner are not afraid. However, they are not willing to play in the palace. They always stay in your house and play with Ji Xiangrui and Hung. We found a teacher for them and let Huanji be their teacher. In the end, we confused Huanji in one lesson. After Li Longji's heart calmed down, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaobao cooperated and asked, "Nothing, it's just that the child's question is not easy to answer." Huanji said that a gentleman's heart should be like a mountain, and his actions should be like water. In the end, Panner asked what kind of water? Huanji explained that water is soft and surging, moistening things silently. It is a mirror in normal times and overflowing in anger. It is very well said, right? Who knew that Panner said that water is little by little, whether it is clear or turbid, whether it is clear or turbid. Huanji said that the clear is clear and the turbid is turbid. That is correct. However, Panner said that it is not as good as normal saline, can be used to live. Huanji said that it is neither clear nor turbid. Panner asked again, what about glucose? Huanji asked for leave. This is like a chicken talking to a duck. As Li Longji talked about his children, he started to laugh. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also laughed. They couldn't blame Pei Yaoqing for not being able to teach. The things that they were exposed to were different. The things that the little guys learned were very complicated and they still didn't know how to organize them. That kind of jumping thinking was not something that ordinary people could understand. You two are still laughing, I can't teach them. Li Longji also knew what was going on. But knowing and finding a solution were different. Yes, it can be taught. The main problem is that the current masters are still lacking in knowledge. If you want to teach children well, you need to know astronomy, geography, arithmetic, language, medicine, physics, chemistry, politics, humanities, biology, as well as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and cooking. Children's desire for knowledge is the strongest. They won't follow the path you've drawn. You may think that you are teaching them literature, but they don't think so. They see you as someone who can do anything. You have to answer all their questions even if the question is childish. To be a good teacher, other than quality, you also need to have ability. This has exposed the lack of teachers now. Wang Wan could understand Pei Yaoqing's pain. She also knew that being a teacher wasn't easy. Depending on the age, your performance would be different. You don't need to be a master of everything, but you need to learn a lot of things. Most importantly, you need to know how to tell stories. Any teacher who doesn't know how to tell stories isn't a good teacher. Regardless of kindergarten or university, as long as you look carefully, you will find that all good teachers have the same characteristic. They are able to quote from many sources. How to solve it? Li Longji didn't ask what other problems could there be. He directly asked for the solution. Specialized realm. Zhang Xiaobao continued. No one is perfect. It is impossible to learn all the subjects. The more the children learn, the harder it is for the teacher to answer the questions. Therefore, those who teach language and mathematics should teach language and mathematics. When the level of the students rises, the level of the teacher will rise as well. Oh, that is indeed the case. That is to say, the higher the level, the harder it will be. Li Longji understood. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ability to teach all the subjects, he didn't expect all the teachers in Tang Dynasty to have that ability. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. The hardest part isn't the later part but the earlier part. Early childhood education is more difficult than any other education. A qualified early childhood teacher is more powerful than the people in Jixin courtyard. The responsibility he bears is too heavy. Wang Wan nodded. That was indeed the case. Early childhood teachers didn't only have to teach the children mathematics and other normal knowledge. They also had to guide the children's moral development and health. They had to accompany the children to play, eat, and sleep. They had to communicate with the children from the children's point of view. A busy parent couldn't be compared to a good early childhood teacher. In the children's hearts, the teacher was the sky. When there was no one to play with them, they would look for the teacher. When they were injured, they would look for the teacher. When they were happy, they would look for the teacher. When they were sad, they would look for the teacher. When they were sweating, they would look for the teacher. They were omnipotent. That was why it was required for early childhood teachers to have the above abilities. However, this was very, very difficult. Teachers were also humans. Li Longji didn't think too much, but he understood the logic. He said, I understand. In the future, we will strengthen early childhood education and build a good foundation. How about this? I will take out a portion of the money, you guys will also take out a portion of the money, and we will also take out a portion of the money. We will also use it on nurturing early childhood teachers. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. We agree. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. It wasn't difficult to nurture early childhood teachers. The main thing was their moral character. As for the basic knowledge, it was relatively simple. Then, when will you guys get married? Li Longji didn't forget about this matter. Next month. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and asked with uncertainty, Is 1 month enough time for you to arrange it? Wang Wan asked in a very understanding manner. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. He knew what Wang Wan meant. To organize a wedding in 1 month? How careless would that be? Li Longji suggested, Let's do it before the Spring Festival. I think the 22nd of December is a good time. It will give the others some time to prepare. Otherwise, it will be after the Lunar New Year. Zhang Xiaobao started to calculate. After a while, he said, All right, the 26th of the Lunar New Year. There will be enough time to get married. When the time comes to give birth, it will be during the cold season. It won't be uncomfortable. Chapter 1376. Zhang Xiaobao did not enter the palace with Li Longji as he had to return home. There were definitely many people waiting for them back at home, and he wondered if his younger siblings had fallen asleep yet. With the expansion of Chang'an, it would take some time to return home from the train station. In the future, if we want to build another train station or two, we can build a few more tracks in the capital. This way we don't have to travel far to start the train. It's more convenient to travel short distances. Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji chatted casually. Speaking of short distances, all short distances were relative. After all, the capital was simply too big. Wang Wan also had the same thoughts. In the past, Beijing was not just a single train station. In fact, some of the provincial capitals also had bad train stations. Furthermore, the two of them had already discussed that the capital would remain in Chang'an in the future. There was no need to think about moving to Luoyang or the original location of Beijing. The location of Chang'an back then was not good, and it was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Although it was called a natural disaster, it was actually due to the destruction of forests and farmland. For example, the previous national policy encouraged the people to burn down forests and convert them into farmland. In the past, the two of them did not have high statuses, so they could only bear with it. But now, who would dare to not listen to them? Not only were the forests not burned, they were going to plant more trees and transplant better plants to the yellow plains to fight against nature. It was impossible to say that there was not enough food. How many people did the country have? How much land did they have? There was still enough food to grow. It was not because the land was not good enough, but because many people who had land did not grow food. Instead, they grew vegetables. The price of vegetables was higher than grains, but they did not plan properly before planting. As a result, the crops they grew were too large, and they could not sell them. How many people did Great Tang have? It was just that their crops were not good enough, and they did not know how to open up a large plantation overseas. Li Longji did not know that his capital had been decided by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he smiled and looked at Pei Yaoqing and the other civil officials. All the civil officials revealed helpless expressions. Gao Lishir chuckled and said, Xiaobao, during the morning court yesterday, we just discussed the matter of building an additional station. The discussion was about whether it was worth it to carry out short-distance transportation from one side of the capital to the other. They also said that after you know about it, you will oppose it because it will affect the other people in the transportation industry in the capital. In the end, many people used this as an excuse to reject the idea of building a station. It seems that many people didn't see through your thoughts. Since you've brought it up today, then tell me, how can it not have a bad impact on the original transportation industry? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He used the light of the lantern to examine the faces of all the civil officials. He wanted to see who exactly had used his name to overrule the matters of the imperial court. Those who felt guilty when Zhang Xiaobao looked at them lowered their heads. After sweeping his gaze around, Zhang Xiaobao roughly understood the situation. How can you prove that building more train stations will have a negative impact on the local transportation industry? The current train station is in the southeast of the capital. If we build one in the west, it will only take 20 minutes to get there. Whether it's people or goods, it will be convenient for both loading and unloading. Zhang Xiaobao felt that many of the civil officials were still not qualified. They considered the problem too simply. Xiaobao. Minister Wang, please call me Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the person who spoke was the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, so he impolitely corrected him. He wasn't that familiar with him. In public it was normal. They didn't have that kind of friendship in private. Wang Bei choked for a moment, but he didn't care at all. He smiled and said, Zhang Xiaobao, I want to ask you a question. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Wang Bei asked the question himself. If there is a normal train station, will the people in charge of transportation in the capital earn more money? From the southeast to the west, the asking price will be very high. If you add a train station in the west, the price will definitely not increase. Their income will decrease. Don't tell me they have to use the profits of the train station in the west to subsidize it? Many people nodded, thinking that what the minister said made sense. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for his answer. This is the capital. Zhang Xiaobao replied with 5 words. Shouldn't the transportation industry in the capital earn more money? Wang Bei asked. Wang Wan took over the question at this time and replied. The throughput in the capital is very large. It's people and goods that wait for the train, not the train that waits for people or goods. Although we haven't come back yet, our family has a lot of business here. With our family's influence, sometimes we can't transport out a day's worth of goods, let alone other people. Adding a train station will definitely increase the speed of transportation. With 2 train stations in charge of the entire capital, the people in the transportation industry will have to travel at least half of the distance. This will increase the ability to transport people and goods from other places to the train station. How can the money earned be little? Now the asking price is high. For example, from the train station to the west, an animal-drawn carriage costs 20 copper coins, and it takes 1.5 hours to travel. From the west it costs 3 copper coins, and it takes half an hour to travel. The most important thing is that with only 1 train station, many people in the transportation industry have to wait. They can't get a job even if they wait for 2 hours. The unloading speed of the train is so fast. If they get a job, they can earn a sum of money. Then they wait for 2 hours and get a job back. Obviously, they have wasted 2 hours. From the current train station to the west, the journey will take 3 hours. If they waste 2 hours, how many trips can they make in a day? If it's a short journey, they can earn 3 copper coins in half an hour, 6 copper coins in 1 hour, 12 copper coins in 2 hours, and 18 copper coins in 3 hours. Compared to before, it's 2 copper coins less, but it saves 2 hours of time. They can earn another 12 copper coins in 2 hours. It's the same for the carriages pulled by people. That's not the most important thing. It's the use of rest time. I understand, Li Longji suddenly said. From the current train station to the west, 1 round trip takes 8 hours. You can't make 2 rounds. Otherwise, you can work for 16 hours and rest for the remaining 8 hours. Unless your home is in the west, you still have to go home. If it's a short journey, you don't have to. You can work for 12 hours and then go home. With the flow of people and goods in the capital, they are earning money every second. Using 12 hours, they can earn 72 copper coins. It's more worth it compared to using 16 hours to earn 80 copper coins. If it's a short journey, you can work for another 2 hours. That's 14 hours and 84 copper coins. Moreover, both the animals and the people need to rest. If you want to rest for a long journey, the customers won't allow it. If you want to rest for a short journey, the animals and the people won't be so tired. It's good for health. When Li Longji said this, the officials didn't need to think further. They immediately understood the situation. It was really like that. One by one, they began to flatter Li Longji. All kinds of praises were thrown at him as if they didn't cost money. However, Li Longji was very angry. He didn't sit in his carriage. As he walked, he said, "It's different now. In the past, the reforms proposed by the capable people of the various dynasties were all directed at a certain area. Usually it was agriculture, water conservancy, merchants, officials, and so on. Furthermore, it was very general. It could be called governing by doing nothing. What they did wasn't wrong. They started from the big picture. However, the current Great Tang is different from them. We have to consider the relationships between the various industries. When the rain continues to fall in Hangzhou, we have to consider whether there will be a shortage of Suzhou bamboo products in the capital. Why? Because Suzhou is close to Hangzhou and produces bamboo. When the rain in Hangzhou doesn't stop, when the speed of transportation is fast, there will definitely be merchants who make bamboo umbrellas in Suzhou and send them to Hangzhou to sell. In that case, how can the merchants who specialize in selling Suzhou bamboo products in the capital not be affected by the lack of supply? This should be the thinking of the Great Tang's officials. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Distant water may not be able to quench the immediate thirst, but the immediate thirst can affect distant water. A mantis's arm can't stop a carriage, but it can push a stone to a good position in front of the carriage wheels and flip the carriage over. In the political economy that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wrote for you, the macroscopic, microscopic, planned economy, and market economy aren't independent. We can't always rely on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to do everything, right? Didn't you see? The commoners all understand that we have to hide something. It's not that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are weak. It's that we have to push them to the front whenever there's a small matter. What's the use of having you? Don't tell me that you have to use the last of your family's resources when there's a small matter. You should at least leave a backup plan for us. Our gun can't easily fire the last bullet, even though that bullet is very powerful. Your Majesty, please calm down. This subject is guilty. This subject will definitely learn from you in the future. After Li Longji finished speaking, these words could be heard from the crowd of civil and military officials. Li Longji waved his hand, sighed and said, "Actually, all of you have already done very well. Based on your current abilities, if you were placed in the previous dynasties, you would be the backbone of the officials. You're already several streets ahead of the people who carried out the reform. However, the current Great Tang isn't like the previous dynasties. Our Great Tang has guns that can take lives in an instant, sharp cannons, invincible fleets that can protect the ocean, telegrams that can deliver news in the blink of an eye, hot air balloons and airships that fly in the sky, high-yielding crops, advanced factories, education and medical systems for the entire population. Shouldn't we keep up with the pace? We know that some of you have always felt that the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County have too much power, and that no one can control Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Then you should work hard and become more capable than them, or at least be on par with them. We can guarantee that there are 20 people who can match up to even half of them, and this subject will send them to the most remote, poorest and most difficult place to make you happy. Wang Bei, do you think that with this arrangement they will lament the accumulation of illnesses and die early?" As Li Longji spoke, he suddenly turned to Wang Bei and asked. Wang Bei was very vexed. He was indeed one of the people who opposed the construction of the new train station. Furthermore, his position was so high that he was practically the leader. He hadn't considered the problem of the capital's logistics. What he considered was the fact that his family had given up their land in exchange for the right to use the carriages. There were already enough carriages now. Who could have known that this would happen back then? He had already fallen for the trap and wanted to add another train station. If that was the case, the number of carriages would increase, and he would have less and less control over the carriages. That was why he objected. That damn Zhang Xiaobao, how many people had he fooled? In the beginning there were only a few trains. When they were exchanging benefits with the imperial court, they could only control 2/3 of the carriages. Now they didn't even control 1/10 of the carriages. Furthermore, the lost land had started to increase in value, and the production of crops had increased year by year. There were also new crops that could be used. Comparing the two sides, they were at a disadvantage, a huge disadvantage. They had all been tricked by Zhang Xiaobao. He said that the merchants on the list of top billionaires were loyal and patriotic. Were they really? They didn't dare. They were afraid of Zhang Xiaobao, but they were even more afraid of him. They, who were exchanging benefits with the imperial court, were not afraid, but what was the result? They had become the chickens that were being slaughtered by those monkey-like profiteers. Wang Bei, I'm asking you, will you be relieved if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are sent to a faraway place? For example, the Strait of Malacca that they mentioned, or even Africa. Seeing that Wang Bei was silent, Li Longji continued to ask. Wang Bei recovered and thought about it as quickly as possible. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Why should I be relieved? I'm worried that if they go to Africa, the Great Tang won't be able to control them. They'll organize their forces there and carry out a better industrial revolution. What if they come back and attack the Great Tang? We have to keep them. It's best if they stay in the capital every day, right under our noses." I concur. Many officials voiced their agreement at the same time. Haha, it's good that you know. You can't kill them and you can't send them to a faraway place either. I can only pamper them. In the future, when you feel uncomfortable, think about what I said today. If anyone disagrees, kill them and their entire family. I'm grateful to you. Who's next? Wang Bei, you have some private soldiers in your hands, right? What do you think? Li Longji chuckled and asked Wang Bei. Wang Bei lowered his head and said, "This subject doesn't dare. Putting aside whether or not this subject's private soldiers can succeed in killing them, if we really manage to wipe them out while they're in the capital, our Great Tang will fall into chaos. The economic system will collapse, and we'll have to constantly hunt down the people who are revolting in the various prefectures. This subject doesn't dare to think about the consequences." Wang Bei was very solemn when he spoke, and so were the other officials. They all understood how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at the moment. They simply didn't want to vie for the throne. There had been such people in history who had the ability to seize the throne but didn't do so, but in comparison those people were still far from Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Not to mention harming them, just standing on the street and cursing them would make one a hero. If the person who threatened Lu Yan on the platform really left Lu Yan behind, no matter where he was, there would only be one result: death. If he wasn't beaten to death, he would starve to death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew what was going on. Just like those great people who had made many mistakes, when they passed away, how many people cried? How many people didn't have the heart to work? How many people committed suicide? Of course, this last point was suppressed and not reported, but it was true, and it wasn't a small number. Besides, the two of them hadn't done anything wrong to the people of Great Tang yet. This responsibility was too heavy. Your Majesty, my fellow officials, please be at ease. No one will be able to assassinate us. Throughout the world, no assassin has ever succeeded. The two of us will live well, but we won't stay in the capital every day. Tell the local officials who are in contact with you that if they want to do something bad for their own interests, they should think twice. Who knows, we might be by their side when they're bored and want to go on a trip. Zhang Xiaobao threatened. He and Wang Wan both understood that everyone who had the right to participate in the morning court had their own little faction. The two of them didn't care, but as long as they were caught, they would investigate, and they would show no mercy. Other than Emperor Li Longji, the rest of the members of the imperial household were useless. They would arrest all the princes and crown princes, and even if they didn't kill them, they would lock them up so that they wouldn't be able to leave for the rest of their lives. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the officials were indeed nervous. They were considering whether they should clean up their subordinates before Xiaobao and Cuckoo made a move. By then they wouldn't have a chance. Li Longji was very happy with what had happened tonight. He knew that the governance of the officials would be clear for a while. He continued to be supported by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on both sides. He said, "The new train station has been decided? Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you think the train speed can be increased?" "Yes, it's very simple." Wang Wan spoke, and the officials were attracted again. "How can it be increased?" Zhang Zhong asked. "Father, doesn't the Ministry of Works have diesel engines and gasoline engines? We can just use them to replace the steam engine. Moreover, it's not just a single engine, it can also be distributed among the carriages. The number of carriages on a train is small now, but in the future it won't be a problem even if there are dozens of carriages. Put one engine in every carriage, and it will start moving at the same time. Naturally, the train speed will be faster." Zhang Xiaobao replied to his father. "How much? 3,000 miles a day? Fly?" Zhang Zhong couldn't believe it himself. It can fly faster than this, but it hasn't been successful yet. The planes that were sent over have already fallen twice. Fortunately, it didn't fly too high, so there won't be any problems with the people. It can still fly. Zhang Xiaobao said casually, "So that's how it is." Many people thought in their hearts. Previously, they didn't know the purpose of the diesel engines and gasoline engines developed by the Ministry of Works. They thought that they would only be used to carry them to work. They didn't expect that they would be able to increase the speed of the train and even make it fly. Everyone talked and walked all the way until the wee hours of the morning. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore and got on their respective cars. They closed their eyes and returned home. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reached home, the sun in the east had already jumped out of the horizon. There were a few sheds at the entrance of the usually quiet house. The cooks in the house were busy preparing breakfast. Under the sheds, there were a few temporary beds. Although they were called beds, there were actually very thick curtains around them. Probably wouldn't be cold at night. There was also something very familiar to Xiaobei and the others. It was a house that they used to play in and live in. The 2 children slept on the first floor, and the 5 children slept on the second floor. Xiaobei, who had fallen asleep before, was very awake now. He looked forward to going in, but found that the sheds were too short, so he had to give up. If it was just sleeping, it wouldn't be a problem. At least it was better than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bunkhouse. A 3-story house was higher than an ordinary 2-story house. It was fine even if the adults were sleeping. The ones sleeping on the first floor were naturally Junior and Panner. There was no one on the 3rd floor. That was the entertainment room. The ones sleeping on the 2nd floor were the earless Honger and Ji Xiang Rui. Honger was the oldest, so she slept in the middle. On her left was Ji Xiang, and on her right was Rui. Through the window, one could see how they looked when they were sleeping. Chapter 1377. Like all children with normal nutrition and no illness, Ji Xiangrui and their sister Xiaohong were chubby. Their arms and legs were like lotus roots, white and tender as they slept. Junior and Panner, who were much older than them, slept on their sides. Panner was hugging a cartoon pig pillow that was slightly bigger than her. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned with their younger siblings, people began to come out of their beds. The 2 people's grandparents, Wang Wan's parents, and Zhang Xiaobao's mother were all dressed neatly. Their gazes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then focused on Xiaobei and the others. "You're all back." Zhang Xiaobao's grandmother was the first to speak. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly brought their younger siblings to kneel down and kowtow. The old men and women waited for them to finish kowtowing, then came over and pinched them one by one, afraid that they would be injured. This time, 6 direct relatives suddenly came out of the family, and they were worried sick. They were afraid that Xiaobei and the other 3 wouldn't be able to endure the hardships outside, and even more afraid that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would be in danger. As for the other 5, after all, they weren't blood-related, so it was only natural. Wang Wan's father grinned at the side. He hadn't shown his feelings like this for a long time, and was no longer like before when he felt like a rich man. After all these years he had learned well. No matter what, he was still a rank 1 official. Although it was a rank 1 official in name, he was still a rank 4 official in reality. When he saw his daughter and son-in-law return, he immediately took out a letter of appointment from the imperial court and opened it for them to see. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaned over to take a look. Sure enough, it wasn't a small official. He was in charge of military equipment, a rank 4 official. Furthermore, his name had been changed to Wang Yu Ho Zai. The 2 looked at each other and understood what this meant. As their status in Tang rose, their father planned to be more tolerant in the future. Dad, did His Majesty change his name? Wang Wan looked at her grandparents and asked. It was not necessary for one's parents to come up with a name. Those who were not capable would usually find someone with knowledge to come up with a name, and then give them money or things. However, once the name was given, it was not easy to change it. The person who changed the name would have a lower status, just like how one's road to riches in the future would not be easy. Wang Yuqing nodded. That's right. A few days ago, when you were fighting in the west, I wanted to go back and take a look at the land in Zhuangzi. Traveling by boat was slow, and I could see the scenery on both sides. Behind me, there were a few boats shouting that they were high-ranking officials. They asked me to move aside, so I did. Father, who is so bold? High official, tell your daughter, how high is his rank? Wang Wan didn't wait for her father to finish speaking. Her eyes widened and her eyebrows began to rise. She didn't like to bully others, but she would not allow her family to be bullied. If someone shouted from behind and asked her to move aside, she would smile and move aside. Her family was not allowed. In Tang, there was someone who dared to ask her father to move aside. How bold was the other party? It wasn't a high official, just a secondary class 3 official. He was a provincial governor of some province. I only found out after he kowtowed to me and apologized. He went to Sanshui County to learn advanced administrative experience and was anxious. It's my fault I didn't use our family's flag. When we met again in the county, he found out that I was your father and then asked for forgiveness. I told him that it was fine, but he was still worried and accompanied me around Zhuangzi for 2 days. Everything was fine. The land at home was fine, and the villagers were fine. However, a few of the older ones had passed away. I had already sent people to help with the burial. When I went to take a look, the people at home were all good. However, when I saw that the familiar faces were gone, I felt a little disappointed. Their corpses were first sent to the medical school for future generations to study. After that, they were cremated according to your request, placed in small boxes and buried in coffins. Zhuangzi was still so beautiful. This year, 11 people were stripped of their lowly status, but more people refused to do so. Even if their families were rich, they were willing to continue being villagers with our 2 families. Those who were stripped of their status would become officials. It was against the rules to keep a lowly status. After 2 days, that provincial governor also followed and ran to His Majesty to ask for forgiveness. I also went to help plead for leniency. What was the point? Oh, the palace was also different. His Majesty renovated the palace very beautifully. Then, His Majesty gave me a new name and punished that provincial governor with half a year's salary. Now, half a year's salary was not small. He also heard that I was not busy, so he arranged for me to be in charge of the weapons and told me to watch over the weapons. I am busy all day. I only got better in the past few days. The war in the beginning was too successful, so he stopped providing weapons and couldn't ship them over. Usually I go to the Ministry of Works to eat with Yongcheng. Otherwise he would come over. Now, he is researching some semiconductor. He has a box and says that he wants to make a radio station. Every day, he will play music for the people who have the box and tell them what to do. He is very busy. Wang Yu rambled on to his daughter for a long time. Only then did Wang Wan return to her previous expression. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. Just now he had narrowed his eyes. Daring to ask his father-in-law to make way was not giving face to the Zhang family and Wang family. Not to mention a provincial governor, even if it was a prince chasing after them, he would only have one choice, and that was to invite his father-in-law to follow him and not overtake him. Unless there was a special emergency, he would still have to give a proper greeting. It seemed that the provincial governor really didn't know. After he found out, he was frightened. Li Longji had to give an explanation. Half a year's worth of salary was a light punishment. If he didn't, people would think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't around and that they had fallen out of favor. Then, he gave him the name and courtesy name to tell people that it wasn't that Wang Wan's father was a coward, but that he was magnanimous and didn't pursue the matter. He promoted him to the position of the military weapons supervisor. This proved that even if Xiaobao and Cuckoo weren't around, the Zhang family and Wang family were still standing strong. It's been hard on Uncle Emperor. Xiaobei, who had also analyzed the situation, said. Then she began to go into the room. She woke up Junior and Panner on the first floor and told them that it was time to eat. How could the 2 little ones be in the mood to eat? They surrounded Xiaobei and began to talk happily. They talked about how they missed them, how they told the 4 babies Honger Jixiang and Rui stories, what games they played with them, and complained that the babies didn't like to listen to stories. They didn't cooperate well when playing games, and they always liked to sleep. You were the same when you were young, so you must know how to be grateful. Quickly go and wash up. I'll go up and see them. Xiaobei acted like an adult and rubbed Junior and Panner's heads. Then she began to climb in circles to the 2nd floor. There was no other way. There were no stairs. Xiaobao's babies could climb up or down. Xiaobei hadn't used this room for many years, so she really missed it. Although she couldn't remember the things that happened when she was younger. The temperature in the room hovered between 23 and 25 degrees. In the summer it was 23 degrees, and in the winter it was 25 degrees. It was neither too hot nor too cold, making people feel very comfortable. When Xiaobei came up, Xiaoheng woke up first. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the person who suddenly came in. She was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile and shouting, "Big sister Xiaobei?" Yes, it's me. How is our family's Hong? Xiao Bei was very happy. It was good that Xiao Hong could recognize her. Good, my ears. Xiao Hong reached out and pulled out 2 ears from under the pillow. Then she skillfully put them on her head. This made it easier for her to listen. Ah, our family's hunger is beautiful again. Xiao Bei squatted down and pinched Xiao Hong's face. Big sister is beautiful too. Xiao Hong replied with a smile. She couldn't remember many things from the past. She just knew the person in front of her and felt at ease and cordial. While the two of them were talking, the 4 Xiao Bao's babies woke up almost at the same time. They were woken up by the sound and cried together with one of the children. After crying a few times without waiting for Xiao Bei to coax them, they all stopped crying and made various poses. They opened their eyes wide and curiously looked at the person who appeared in their house. Their expressions were both dazed and cute. Xiao Bei sighed helplessly. I knew you wouldn't remember who I am. I'm your big sister Xiao Bei. Big sis. A little guy followed and turned to look at Xiao Hong. Obviously they who could speak knew to call Xiao Hong big sister. Yes, Xiao Hong is also a big sister. I'm your big sister Xiao Bei Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei pointed at herself. Oh no. The baby who spoke just now followed suit. Xiao Bei slapped her forehead. I knew it was like this. After she finished slapping her forehead, the baby who spoke also came over and slapped her forehead. The other 3 little guys rolled over, stood up, walked over, crawled over and slapped Xiao Bei's forehead. Alright, I'm scared of you guys. Your little hands are really strong. Ha ha ha. Let's go down and eat with big sister. Xiao Bei covered his eyes and endured a few pats. He chuckled and climbed down. The babies followed behind her, laughing. They somersaulted from time to time and were as cute as they could be. The height of the adults allowed them to see the situation on the 2nd floor. They were all laughing. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 could only feel anxious. They wanted to go in but were afraid that they wouldn't be able to come out because of the crowd. After waiting for a while, the babies followed Xiao Bei to the 1st floor. Immediately, a maid carried them out to bathe and change their clothes. It didn't take long before Xiao Hong and Ji Xiangrui were carried back. They had changed their clothes and looked more energetic. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went forward and each of them carried a baby. There were words on the chest of their clothes. Zhang Xiaobao was carrying Xiao Ru while Wang Wan was carrying Xiao Yi. Both of them were little girls. Xiao Ru was born to Wang Wan's mother while Xiao Yi was born to Zhang Xiaobao's mother. The 2 little guys were white and tender. They didn't make a fuss even when they were being carried. However, there was a curious look in their eyes. They turned their heads and moved their bodies. They found everything interesting. When the elders of the Zhang family and Wang family saw all the children in front of them, they smiled until their wrinkles squeezed together. Xiao Hong's mother also rushed over. She was also happy to see her daughter. Xiao Bao's baby still needed to drink milk, but Xiao Hong was weaned off milk first. She drank from Zhou and could eat some small buns. The 2 families ate at the entrance of the mansion and didn't go in. Xiao Bei told them what happened along the way. After eating for half an hour, the streets began to fill up and everyone entered the mansion again. Xiao Bei and the others wanted to rest and stay at home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go out and see the situation in the capital. After sleeping for the whole morning, they rode out after lunch to see where the other train station was. Chapter 1378. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were strolling on horseback. There was a special horse path next to a short flower bed. Between the 2 horse paths was a road, and on the other side of the flower bed was a sidewalk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were unable to eliminate the transportation force of livestock. There were very few tractors, and they were only used to transport those who were qualified to attend court to and from work. Bicycles could be used, but the problem was that they could not bear to use steel in this aspect. Animal power must exist. The 2 of them were riding on military horses, and there were other pedestrians as well. There were horses, donkeys, mules and mules. Under normal circumstances, there were very few people who were riding on horseback like the 2 of them. Usually, they would carry extra things, such as a sack of dung at the front and a sack of manure at the back. The 2 of them didn't know that while they were strolling, the entire Great Tang's telegraph system hadn't been idle since this morning. Last night, Zhang Xiaobao had agreed to Li Longji's marriage on the 26th of the 1st month, and this news had already spread. Anyone who received this news in the capital, no matter how many connections they had, immediately spread the news of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's marriage. The entire Great Tang went crazy. When the two of them left in the afternoon, all of the major cities in Great Tang had posted this news on the bulletin boards. Soon after, people began to spread the news to even more remote places. Some wealthy people were already busy preparing congratulatory gifts. Regardless of how long the journey was, they were prepared to ship the goods immediately. They would definitely be able to ship the goods to the capital by the time of the wedding. Some of the ordinary citizens of the county had already begun to discuss whether they should gather money to buy gifts for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to congratulate them. After more than 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the western side of the capital. This place used to be outside the city, but now it was also a place where people who didn't have much property lived. However, there were no single-story houses. The capital's land resources were too scarce, and the shortest house was 2 stories tall. It wasn't that the upper and lower floors were separated, but that there was a staircase at the bottom of each house. This way, it would reduce the noise and fighting between neighbors. Today's weather was not bad. It was not as cold as the northeast. The sun hung up without any shelter. A little to the west, there were not many people wearing thin clothes on the streets. Otherwise, it would be too cool when the breeze blew past. At this moment, it was the west wind around level 3. It could blow up the signboards of the nearby shops and taverns. There was also the flag of the Great Tang. In the past, there was no such flag, but now almost every family had one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had specially designed a jigsaw dragon. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome to make. There were some places that specialized in selling them, some that had their own embroidery, and some that had been painted with dyes. Quite a few of these flags were not standardized, but this did not affect the Great Tang's love and support for the Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw with their own eyes a baby wrapped in such a cotton flag, carried by his mother and standing beside a wine shop, chatting with another woman while waiting for the wine to be served. The two of them did not believe that the woman's actions were blasphemy against the flag. If the weather was too cold and they couldn't find anything to warm themselves with, burning the flag was fine. Why did they have to say that such actions violated the law? There was no need, and the Great Tang currently did not have such laws. The two of them did not put on much disguise, and there were many guards around them. They held guns and brazenly protected them. Whenever the common folk of the capital saw the two of them, they would excitedly wave and nod. The two of them would return the greeting without even saying anything. Zhang Xiaobao dismounted from his horse and said to Wang Wan, "This kind of casual peace is the most intimate form of love. Who in the world doesn't know you? That restaurant's minced meat noodles are not bad. Smells good. Let's go and eat a few bites. It's a pity that there's no smell of chili oil. Wait for another 2 years and there will be more chili." Wang Wan sniffed and looked at a 3-story noodle restaurant that was emitting hot steam. The signboard clearly had the word hot written on it, but they were selling minced meat noodles. It was probably because the weather was not cold yet, and the hot pot was not selling. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and felt that he could still eat a little. He followed Wang Wan and walked over. Naturally, someone was in charge of their horses. "Yo, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. What do you want to eat?" The waiter was very enthusiastic and greeted the two of them with a smile. If it were someone who did not know the situation, they would think that the waiter had met a regular customer, but in fact it was the two of them's first time here. The waiter did not cry bitterly, nor did he shout and hug them. It was a very simple greeting, but the waiter's legs were shaking uncontrollably. His eyes were shining and he kept swallowing. Obviously, he was trying not to make Xiao Bao and Cuckoo feel uncomfortable. If he did not let go, the two of them would probably find an excuse to leave. There were not many people on the first floor. After lunchtime, only 2 tables were occupied. They turned their heads at the same time and took a deep breath, but did not stand up. 2 bowls of noodles. I want mutton soup, preferably clear soup. Don't add mutton. I want a single portion. Don't put too much noodles on it. Don't put too much noodles on it. Don't put any side dishes. I already ate with my wife at noon. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed very comfortable. The waiter took a cloth and wiped the table next to the window. "Okay, you two sit here." After saying that, he did not shout back. Instead, he turned around and ran in to arrange it personally. Another waiter immediately came over to check the vinegar on the table. He shook it and found that there was not much left. He exchanged it with the vinegar bottle on the table next to him. He stood by the side, ready to serve at any time. He did not forget to explain. There are not many people on the first floor. I have to stand anywhere. Do they eat? The question was asked by the bodyguards who walked in openly. The bodyguards did not hide their purpose at all. They held their guns and looked around. Whether it was the waiter or the people at the two tables, they did not think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were putting on airs. If there were no bodyguards, they would be worried. Just as the bodyguards chose a place to sit down, two people came in from outside. Just as they were about to speak to the waiter, they suddenly froze. They looked at the bodyguards with guns and then turned their heads. They met the eyes of a man and a woman. One of them opened his mouth, took a deep breath and finally spoke. Xiaobao Cuckoo, you two are here too? Yes, we came because of the smell. We still have some space in our stomachs. What do you want to eat? Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. 2 bowls of mutton noodles. Put more chopped green onions and coriander. More oil. 1 dish of fennel beans and 1 dish of sweet garlic. The man shouted to the waiter and then nodded at Zhang Xiaobao. Let's eat at that table. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and gestured, meaning that they would go ahead. The two sat down. In less than 3 minutes, the noodles were served. There were fennel beans and sweet garlic, as well as 4 small plates. The smallest plate had a serving of garlic cucumber, a salted eggplant, a pickle and a boiled salt bean. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan waited for another 5 minutes before the noodles were brought out by the waiter who just went in. He explained while putting the noodles on the table. The master was resting just now. He was woken up by me and made the noodles himself. That's what I meant. If you want to eat, let's eat what the master made. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his understanding. He picked up the chopsticks and stirred the noodles in the bowl. The bowl was big, but there was not much noodles. Although it was clear soup, there was still oil floating on the surface. The chopped green onions were only white, and the coriander foam was also emerald green. There was a shirtless man 2 tables ago. He craned his neck to see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing with. He said to the waiter with a smile, I'm not being picky, but look at the chopped green onions and coriander in my bowl. Compared to what Xiaobao and Cuckoo are eating, it's obvious that I'm older. The coriander stalk is hard, so I put it in my bowl. Oh, that's not what I meant. I was thinking that your teeth are good, so it's chewy. The waiter replied with a smile. You dare to say that Xiaobao and Cuckoo have bad teeth, so you should be punished. Xiaobao, where are you two going? The man teased the waiter and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao held the noodles in his mouth and slurped a lot. After biting it off, he swallowed it with the soup. He let out a long sigh of relief and said to the man, Go to the west and look at the terrain. There's a suitable place to build a new train station. There's not enough train stations in the capital. Where do you work? Zhang Xiaobao introduced his purpose and asked about the other party's work. He didn't need to say what he did, as he believed that the other party would definitely know. When the man heard this, he became happy. Really? That's great. I'm someone who can directly benefit from it. I pull feet. Look at the mark on my shoulder. My family lives in the west, and it's too far away to travel. At night, I don't see any goods coming from the east, so it's an empty trip. It's tiring and my heart is tired. The road is not close, and there's no money to be made. It's so frustrating. We should have built a train station in the west a long time ago. Fortunately, you're here. The imperial court is already making plans. The 2 of us came back to speed up the process. The emperor is very supportive. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't say bad things about others, so he could only explain it this way. Yes, I understand. The man wasn't stupid and understood what he meant. He nodded and turned back to continue eating. They ordered a lot of noodles, wine, and 6 cold plates. There were no hot dishes, no side dishes, and only a plate of bones with little meat. The waiter probably exchanged them for the side dishes. It seemed that they didn't plan to work in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and sighed. There were still rules in the food industry today. Restaurants would definitely have side dishes. Even if it was a roadside tea stall, if you didn't have money, You could go and ask for a bowl of water and the stall would give you a bowl of tea foam for free. However, if you brought the tea leaves yourself, you had to pay for the water. There were rules in the industry. Could also be said that it was a moral tradition. The two ate a bowl of noodles very quickly and drank half a bowl of soup. They couldn't finish a big bowl. They stood up and paid the bill. The waiter said that it was 2 copper coins per bowl. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask and let the guard pay. He said to the waiter, "In the future, when the bone marrow is knocked out, put it on a separate plate. Otherwise, if you put it in the soup, it will be boiled away and you won't be able to taste it. Mix ginger juice and salt into a half-dry, half-wet mixture and eat it. You can sell it for money or give it to people who ordered a lot of dishes." "Oh, you can eat it like that? Our Xiaobao is really awesome. I'll listen to you. I'll tell the boss later." Benevolence and righteousness. The waiter knew that he undercharged them. Xiaobao and Cuckoo understood, but they didn't pay more. Instead, they gave them a dish, which was much more expensive than the one they undercharged. Seeing the two walking out, the waiter asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, are you two really going to get married on the 26th of the first month of the new year?" "How do you know?" Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. "Everyone is spreading the news. The telegraph office hasn't been idle since this morning. We want to get a share. I guess other people are also preparing." The waiter confirmed from Zhang Xiaobao's words that they were really going to get married on the 26th of the first month. "Yes, that's the day." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say much. He went out with Wang Wan and showed a worried look. "Let's publish it in the newspaper. Tomorrow's newspaper will be sent out early in the morning. Don't let them buy things and send them here. It's not cost-effective." Wang Wan could imagine what the final result would be if they didn't mention it in the newspaper. "If there's no other way, tell them that we'll charge them 10 copper coins per person. We'll treat all the people of the Tang Empire to a banquet with 10 copper coins per person. It's almost enough for our capital. Then we'll take out a few million strings of coins and add 2 good dishes for each table," Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1379. After their discussion, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent someone to pass on the message, while they continued to ride their horses. On the road they seemed to know everyone. They even saw the original Tubo and Turkic people. The Tubo did not show any hostility. Like the other people, the original Turkic people did not rush up to fight with the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao did not even see any intention of revenge in the eyes of the original Turkic people. The weak always like to rely on the strong. Even if there is a direct injury, under the gradual erosion of time and the yearning for a better life, they will actively or passively accept reality. Under the management of the same political system, no matter what kind of pain they had in the past, ordinary people will adapt well to the new environment. Only people who lost their previous power and could not adjust their mood can possibly be depressed for life. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan beside him after realizing that the people who were annexed did not want to seek revenge on him and Wang Wan. "Are you telling me about the animal world?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. "No, the animal world requires the efforts of a large number of people. Those who run around in the wild all year round to record the details of all kinds of animals and plants are heroes. What I want to say is that in the future, the Japanese and Xinhua people will not hate us. This is probably what the Japanese regret and sullenness. Just as you said, if there is no hatred, the prerequisite is that under the management of the same political system, the Japanese did not achieve this goal when they invaded back then, so they have so many right-wing people. With a little instigation, they can even turn the entire population into a right-wing right. Because they hate us just like how we hate them. Don't look at me like that, I really hate them. But I can't put this hatred on the innocent Japanese people now. We have to manage their place well as soon as possible, help them, and let them live a good life with the same amount of labor, but only a little less income than us." As Wang Wan spoke, she waved at the Japanese woman who was standing by the street teaching children to speak the Tang language. The woman also smiled and greeted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their heads and sighed. "A woman's heart is the most poisonous. When these words come out of your mouth, I find that even the days of heavy snow on the grassland in winter have become warmer." "Thank you." Wang Wan smiled. The two of them chatted and laughed. After a while, they finally arrived at the west side of Chang. Although it was called a city, there were no concrete walls. Those things were in the way. But no matter what, the capital was still a city. Therefore, there was a clear dividing line between the inside and outside of the city. The dividing line was not a drawn line, but a wide road. The east side of the road belonged to the Beijing area, and the west side of the road was still the Beijing area. However, the people who lived on the west side of the road always thought that they were not from the Beijing area, and they had not transferred their household registration. Even though Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not personally ask about the reason for not changing their household registration, they could still analyze it. This had nothing to do with the welfare of the capital. Other than the officials, the welfare of the Great Tang was the same for everyone else. Looking at the people on the west side of the road who seemed to be very familiar with the capital but also strange and wanted to adapt as soon as possible, it was easy to understand why they did not enter the capital. Sometimes it is not easy for the local officials. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. He dismounted from the horse and asked the old man who had just finished sweeping the garbage on the road, "Uncle, have you been here for a year?" "Yo, Xiaobao. It's really Xiaobao. I was busy with work and didn't see you too." The old man, who was less than 50 years old, had traces of age on his face. Hearing the noise, he looked up and looked at the person who spoke. Then he recognized who it was. He seemed very happy and excited. Zhang Xiaobao took out a handful of dates from his sling bag and gave half to the old man. He rubbed the rest in his hand with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. He said, "This shows that you are serious about your work. Eat dates." On the way here, a date seller forced me to eat them. Well, for some people the dates they plant are sweet. For others, the dates they don't need to spend money taste like honey. When you eat them, you will taste more than just dates. The old man did not back down. He took the dates and rubbed them with his hand like Zhang Xiaobao. He threw them into his mouth and said, if the old man's words were said to the children in the school, they would not understand. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. The two looked at the old man differently. To be able to say such words, the old man was not ordinary. Wang Wan came over and said, "It is sweet, sweeter than honey. Not everyone can get things forced by others. Xiaobao and I are satisfied. In the future, we will work harder to do what we can do. We will not dare to slack off. Otherwise, we will not be able to eat sweet-free dates. And the things we lose are more precious than dates. Uncle, why do you want to do this work?" The old man's eyes narrowed. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then looked at Wang Wan. He repeated this several times and said with a smile, "You are really a pair. You are pleasing to the eye. Sweeping the road gives me a lot of money. Looking at the many cars and people on the road, the more prosperous it is, the more comfortable I feel. My family has been here for 9 months. The government is busy and has not sent the certificate of origin. If there are only a few people, the capital can send a telegram to confirm. If there are too many people, I am afraid that the certificate of origin will be falsified. We have to wait for the local government to send the certificate together. In winter, it will be sent no matter what. When this group of people leaves, another group will come and continue to live on the west side of the road and wait for the government to send the certificate." The old man's words were simple, but there was no lack of deep meaning in them. After saying this, the old man finished eating the dates. He clapped his hands and picked up the broom again. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "I am going to work. You two go. I heard that a train station is going to be built. The people on the west side of the road will have to move." Seeing the old man walk away with the broom, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and put the uneaten dates back into the bag. He said, "Unexpectedly, people are so open-minded now. Uncle is a person with a story. Don't worry. When his hometown comes to the capital, he will slowly show his ability. There are more and more people in the capital." Wang Wan was thinking about another problem. Everyone was squeezing into the capital. Would they expand the city after a period of time? Zhang Xiaobao said, "It seems that the station has to be built far to the west. Otherwise, it will be stuck in the city. The people are concentrated in the central city, which means that our productivity has not kept up. We still have a long way to go to guide the use of resources and give the Tang people a happy life. Isn't it good to live in the countryside? If I have my own direct power line, combined with a seeding harvester and a full set of household appliances, I am willing to live in the countryside." Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as she squinted her eyes. "Now the task is to make the best use of the steam engine. Let's go. Zhang Xiaobao did not dare to think about the things Wang Wan said. They still needed to work hard. The two remounted their horses and continued to head west. Originally, they had planned to put the new station not far from the current road. It was just right for them to use the transportation function of the lower road. After listening to the old man's words, they had to give up this convenience and build the station far away. As for the loading and unloading of goods from the station, the two were not worried. They believed that there would soon be a large number of people in the area between this road and the new station to carry out planning and construction. This was the difficulty of city planning and construction. The city was divided into blocks by streets. If it was not enough for people to live in, they would expand outward. The previous big project had to be expanded far away. Otherwise, in a short period of time this block would be filled, and the big project would be wrapped in the middle of the city. But if it was placed too far away, it would become a new city area. The people doing the work in the big project would not be able to travel for a few hours. As a result, due to the distance between the new small city area and the normal city area, the promotion effect of the big project on the city area would not be obvious. Therefore, city planning and construction were planning, construction, prosperity, relocation, and replanning. The two rode their horses through this area that was still filled with bungalows. After traveling for 5 li to the west and avoiding a small hill, they finally determined the location. The soil structure and other things looked good. When they sent someone to inspect and verify the specific details, they would know whether or not it was possible to build a station. When it snowed a foot thick in the capital area, all the places that were working had already stopped. A group of people who went to Duoshi to fight also returned. They were the third-line troops who fought on land from the Tang Empire. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the capital, they successfully met up with the people who went ashore to fight on the sea. After half a month of clearing out, they came back by boat. The task of clearing out was left to the people who went ashore to fight. At the same time, another group of troops was sent over to fight for 2 or 3 months. The people who went ashore to fight before came back. Along with the combat team came a large number of gems, gold, furs, and barrels of oil. The first batch of things was looted directly from the war. The quantity was the largest, and the local families had all robbed them. Just this batch of things, according to the pure economic value of money, was enough to cover the cost of the war. Reclamation was like playing a game. One could always get a little advantage. However, the account could not be calculated like this. The metal consumed in the war could indeed be offset by the things harvested. Moreover, the things looted even exceeded the price of the metal consumed. However, if the metal was not used in the war, but in the construction of infrastructure, the money earned and the foundation built would be more than the things looted. Speaking of which, the money directly obtained from the war was not as good as using the metal for construction. However, they defeated Duoshi and created the conditions for long-term economic plunder in the future. It was very interesting to calculate over and over again. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was still a good deal. They had gained military, political, and economic benefits. In the blink of an eye, it's already the 21st of December. In 2 days it will be the little new year, then the big new year the first month. Counting with my fingers, there's still a month to our wedding day. In fact, it should be in March at the beginning of summer. Zhang Xiaobao calculated for a long time, patted the thick pile of paper on the table, and said to Wang Wan, who was writing and drawing next to him. Wang Wan stopped. What? You think it's too early to marry me? No, this half-month is really hard to bear. There are more than 8 months to go, and nearly 9 months to go. Pregnant women are really temperamental. What I mean is that when we get married on the 26th of the first month, our business in various places, and the businessmen in the food industry who cooperate with us will be even busier. The new year is already very busy, but we still have to prepare for the banquet in advance. I'm afraid that many people will not be in the mood to celebrate the new year, and will wait for our wedding day. Let's take it as an older one. The children will be happier. Wang Wan touched her stomach and said. She had confirmed that she was pregnant for 1.5 months 20 days ago. Since they were going to get married, naturally there was no need for other measures. She had planned to do it later, but the adults of the two families urged her to do it earlier. Chapter 1380. With the arrival of the new year, every household was busy. Those with stalls were busy selling their own goods, while those who were not in business were busy cleaning up. At the same time, they bought all the things they needed for the new year. The prices of goods in various places suddenly increased. Usually, the villages and small counties would increase their prices by 10% to 20%. The counties where the prefectures were located would increase their prices by 20% to 30%. Cities like the capital and Luoyang would all increase their prices by more than 30%. There was also a 50% increase in the prices of other goods, but there was no more, and there was no 100% increase. Of course, luxury goods and antiques were an exception. This was a habit that had been formed in recent years. Under the macro adjustment, the market economy would fluctuate normally. Merchants without strength could not increase their prices, and those with strength did not dare to do so. The economy in the Tang Empire had always maintained stable growth. It was not that the people did not have money, but that the people who had money to spare no longer stared at the necessities for survival. Instead, they began to buy goods that could improve their quality of life. Good clothes, beautiful jewelry, and comfortable houses were all things that the people yearned for. There were also people who liked traveling. As long as they had more savings, they were willing to go out for a stroll and see what other places were like. There was not much of a burden in terms of survival. The biggest burden was comparing with their neighbors. The people in the village compared with each other to see whose family had a better life, whose wife was virtuous and beautiful, whose children had good academic results, and even began to play more musical instruments. Everything involved in life was compared to each other. The strong people in the village began to compare with the people in the county. Competition was everywhere. However, the people did not have the pressure to survive. There was no expenditure on education and medical care. In theory, there was no expenditure, but in reality, there was still a part of the expenditure. For example, if they felt that a school was good, the adults in the family would want to move. If they moved their family there, the children would naturally go to the local school. Also, the local medical center's medical standards were not good enough. If they fell ill, the family would have to think of ways to bring the patient to a better place to seek treatment. There was no expenditure on medical care and education. The money was used on support. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about such things. In fact, they could not do anything about it. It was the most basic desire of human survival. As for the social unrest caused by the increase in the production of goods in the process of economic development, it had always been balanced by shifting the crisis. For example, if the production of oranges in Huainan province increased by 3 times, there would also be a lot of fruits in other places. In the face of a backlog, there would be people organizing large ships to process the oranges and ship them overseas. Although the oranges would not be able to maintain the original price, their income would increase. At the very least, it would be faster than inflation. Then the extra money would naturally be used to improve their lives, or be deposited in a bank for future generations to use. Luxury goods were particularly important in such a social environment. Production technology had also begun to be used on a large scale, such as hand-crank juicers and soy milk makers, ovens that used coal or firewood as fuel, and glass windows that had begun to decrease in price. These were middle-grade consumer goods that the people of the Great Tang, who already had enough to eat and wear, were willing to pursue. Once wages, grain, and animal husbandry increased again, the middle-grade consumer goods would become low-grade daily products, and the high-end consumer goods would become middle-grade consumer goods. For the Great Tang, this was a virtuous cycle. As long as the production technology could keep up and the speed of production was controlled, the Great Tang would not face any problems. But for the countries and tribes outside, this was an enormous threat. Their basic production capacity could not keep up, and when they bought things from the Great Tang merchants with great difficulty, they would not be able to use them for more than a few years before new and better things appeared. There was always competition between people. Whether or not to buy new things was a problem. If one did not have enough money to buy them, what would one do if others saved up enough money to buy them? Thus, without the help of basic technology from outside, the weak countries that depend on the products of the strong countries will never be able to develop. Their human resources have always been used to buy the daily necessities of the strong countries, but these daily necessities are luxuries to them. In order to enjoy more of the things of the Great Tang, they will inevitably use all sorts of methods within their own countries, or rather, use any means necessary. There will be fierce internal struggles, even wars, and they will not be able to free up their hands to develop their country's economy. Thus, we must limit the export of technology and not allow them to obtain better technology. While we are researching the 7th-generation technology, the common people are using the 4th-generation technology, and the army is using the 5th-generation technology. Their technology cannot surpass our 2nd-generation technology. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, there was still one day before the new year. Zhang Xiaobao was not idle. He was giving a lecture to Li Longji, the members of the imperial household, and those who specialized in national strategy. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give a lecture today, but there were some people whose minds were beginning to become unstable. In a place near the Strait of Malacca, or to be more precise, a local tribe in Singapore, an extremely intelligent tribal chief had suddenly appeared. This tribal chief had told the merchants that he was willing to submit to the Great Tang, to truly submit. He would even allow the Great Tang to send officials to govern the area and build factories there. They would provide large amounts of land and cheap labor, and they would even be able to provide no money, as long as they provided 2 meals. At the same time, they wanted to be educated by the Great Tang. They would use the local jewels to hire Great Tang teachers to give lectures to their people. The news spread as the merchants returned home. Many people were overjoyed. They felt that this was what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting, and it showed the Great Tang style of being a powerful country. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao could only call them over and give them a lecture to prevent them from really agreeing to the tribal chief's proposal. Wang Wan was also listening. After Zhang Xiaobao finished, she continued, "They will learn our technology and apply it. They will indeed not use this technology to attack us, but they will attack others. They will take great risks to occupy other people's land and head to unknown and distant places in the sea. This is a competition for resources, a motivation to promote the development of their civilization. If you want to leave some enemies for your descendants, then agree to their proposal. Enjoy the new year, everyone," Li Longji said and stood up to leave. His meaning was clear. He asked the people present not to agree, and they had to be careful in the future. "Madam, let's go as well." Zhang Xiaobao went to support Wang Wan as if he was protecting a treasure. The others also stood up to send them off. Let's go, let's go. To think that we would encounter such a situation after coming back for the new year. It's vexing. Don't put your thoughts on the outside world. Develop properly within the Great Tang. There's no need for you to change the strategies of the outside world. Rather than helping 100 outsiders, it's better to raise the standard of living of one Great Tang citizen. Li Suan, who had rushed back from outside, complained to the crowd before walking away. The remaining members of the imperial family had ugly expressions. What right did Li Sun have to speak like that? It was just that he was close to Zhang Xiaobao. The crown prince didn't even say anything. The firecrackers of the new year rang out one after another. Quite a few people had come to the residences of the Zhang family and Wang family. There were farmers, Li Longji, and other members of the imperial family. Instead of celebrating the new year with the common people, they had run over to the Zhang family and Wang family to have a reunion dinner. Any other family would have already been unable to celebrate the new year. With the emperor present, they would have to wait on him. Fortunately, the Zhang family and Wang family often met with Li Longji, so they were not as cautious as before. Li Longji even went to pay his New Year greetings to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's grandparents. Although he didn't kneel, he still bowed. The other princes also had to pay their New Year greetings. People like Xiao Bei and the crown prince had to kneel and kowtow. Although the old man and old lady didn't have much authority, and they had only received a title and name, they had a grandson and a granddaughter. Both of them had to kneel. What about you? Of course they didn't kneel for nothing. The old man and his wife gave each of them a large red packet. In addition to more than 10,000 strings of cash, there was also a plan for the development of the Great Tang that they were currently busy developing. This plan had been specially drawn up by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To them, the plan was more useful than money. The amount of each dish on the table wasn't large, but there was a variety of dishes and they could all be tried. In truth, they couldn't eat much at all. The adults were chatting, while the children were being led by Xiao Bei to set off firecrackers. Their own family and the children from Zhuangzi all listened to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei was so busy that she didn't have much time to play. She was constantly organizing and coordinating. When Xiaobei grows up, she'll also be a prime minister. Li Longji said with a smile as he watched Xiaobei run in and get the children to grab some sunflower seeds. Then he led them out in a hurry. When the members of the imperial family heard this, they had other thoughts. Before anyone could say anything, Zhang Xiaobao's voice rang out. Xiaobei won't do. Being the prime minister is too tiring. It's better for her to play happily all day. Only someone who has the ability and can put their thoughts on the country and the people can be the prime minister. What a pity. Li Longji shook his head and said. However, he was still thinking about whether or not he should get someone from the Zhang family and Wang family into the Hall of Governmental Affairs in the future. Otherwise, it would be easy for bad things to happen. For example, when others saw that no one from the Zhang family and Wang family was an official in the imperial court, they would think that the power of the two families had decreased. Then they wouldn't care and would bully them when they had conflicts. The consequences of that would be very serious. It would easily send a bad signal to the people. Even if the people who provoked them were dealt with, the people would think that the imperial family didn't value the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji thought about it like this. For a moment, he didn't know who to pull into the Hall of Governmental Affairs, so he could only put it aside for the time being. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "When are you leaving?" "After the second day of the first month, we'll leave immediately to get married. We have to go back to Zhuangzi. That's where our real home is," Zhang Xiaobao replied. He and Wang Wan had to go to Sanshui County Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi to complete the wedding. Li Longji frowned. Will we make it in time? Cuckoo can't bear the bumps. He knew that Wang Wan was pregnant and wanted to congratulate her. Unlike the women in the village, it was shameful for them to get pregnant before marriage. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it wasn't a big deal. Logically speaking, they couldn't sleep together before marriage. However, after the two of them got engaged, it was no different from getting married. This was actually discrimination against women. However, even if Xiaobao and Cuckoo had given birth to a child a year ago and hadn't gotten married, no one in the Tang dynasty would think that Cuckoo was bad. Instead, they would give the child a lot of blessings. However, there would probably be people who would talk about Xiaobao and ask why he didn't get married earlier and had a child. As Li Longji thought about this, a smile appeared on his face. He believed that the people of the Tang dynasty would really talk about Xiaobao in front of him. It was fine now. Coming a month earlier was just right. Their parents would probably be anxious. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Li Longji was thinking. He replied, "It's fine. The ice on the river that we passed through this year is not broken yet. If we walk on the ice, we have a diesel-powered snowmobile. We can even go back a few days earlier to make arrangements and rest." Really? When Li Longji asked this question, he already knew that the truth wouldn't change. It had to be true. He thought in his heart that the best technology had always been used on his family. Back then, Xiaobei's house was the same. Now it was the same. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with certainty. Li Longji smiled again. Just nice. I'll go too and join in the fun. Chapter 1381. The sound of firecrackers gradually died down. Li Longji and the others had already returned before dawn. The little ones who said they were going to keep watch until dawn couldn't hold on. They were arranged to take a bath. Yawning, they said they would continue to play the next day and fell asleep one after another. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed their family into the small hall. They drank tea and ate dried fruit as they talked. The servants in the family had changed. The people who took over were all very energetic. Unfortunately, because they were sleeping, they didn't make it in time for the New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Xiaobao drove them out to eat with the others. There were no longer any servants in the small hall. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, after you get married, where do you want to be an official?" Zhang Zhong held a glass of wine in his hand and asked his son and daughter-in-law. He was very happy today and didn't drink tea. He was very energetic, so he planned to drink a few more glasses of wine. Today the emperor came. Although the emperor would occasionally come to the house for a meal, it was different today. Today was New Year's Eve. What kind of favor could make the emperor not worship heaven and come to the house for a meal? Naturally, it had nothing to do with him. The emperor came for his son and daughter-in-law. He didn't worship heaven and came to the house for a meal. Clearly, the emperor meant that instead of praying to heaven, it was better to entrust people to him. The people he could entrust to were Xiaobao and Cuckoo. With the two of them, the emperor didn't even care about heaven's prestige. Even the previous state scholars weren't like this, right? Since the emperor valued Xiao Bao and Cuckoo so much, he should listen to their plans. He couldn't run back to the Bohai commander-in-chief's manor. It was too far from the capital. If something happened, it would be inconvenient to send a telegram. Zhang Xiaobao was peeling sunflower seeds. He peeled out about 20 and stuffed them into Wang Wan's mouth. There was an outsider here. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would eat them with his mouth and hold them in his mouth. When there was more, he would feed them to Wang Wan because it was faster that way. Zhang Xiaobao had just fed a handful of sunflower seeds to Wang Wan when he heard his father's question. He smiled casually and said, "After we get married, we'll go back to the capital and stay there. We won't go anywhere until the child is born." "What about your official position?" Zhang Zhong asked again. "I'll continue to be a provincial commander, but I won't go back. It's not good for me and Cuckoo to enter the imperial court, and we can't be local officials. I plan to open a company with Cuckoo and help others to make money. Anyway, we have nothing to do. The north of Hebei province is full of our trusted aides, and I don't believe that there will be any trouble." Zhang Xiaobao took a sip of tea and said as he peeled the sunflower seeds. Fortunately, Wang Wan didn't feed him a big almond, so he had something to chew on in his mouth. No, Wang Yu finally couldn't take it anymore and stopped him. He said to his son-in-law, "Xiaobao, why are you giving others ideas? We have both manpower and capital in our family. Isn't it good for you to give us some ideas?" "Oh, my father-in-law, we have enough money. We can't only do business with one family. Are you planning to make the Tang Empire ours?" Zhang Xiaobao explained to his father-in-law. That's right. That's right." As soon as Wang Yu talked about his family's situation, he straightened his back and laughed proudly. He said, "Indeed, we have to leave some soup for others. We're all from the Tang Empire, so we can't be too selfish. We should help as much as we can. It's not easy for everyone. If one day all the places in the Tang Empire can be like our Sanshui County, that would be great." Wang Wan took another bite of the melon seeds Zhang Xiaobao handed over and said to her father, "It's not for free. There are 3 kinds of people who receive money. One is to receive money after giving the idea. The other is to receive money after others use the idea to make money or something is successful. And the other is to receive shares. Usually, you choose the second kind because no one will trust your idea. If you have power, others will choose the third kind and ask you to do it together with them. You can be considered a backer. However, if it's me and Xiaobao giving ideas, others will give money even if we receive it first. It's a matter of reputation." "You still want to receive money? Our family doesn't lack money." Wang Yu felt that it was not good for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to take money after giving ideas to the Tang people. In the past, they gave ideas to the people for free. "Father, of course we have to take money. If there's no reward, who would be willing to do things? For example, in Zhuangzi, no matter how much work the farmers did, the master gave them the same benefits. What do you think?" Wang Wan asked her father. Wang Yu was stunned and said, "How much do you charge Xiaobao for giving you an idea but not putting in the effort?" "It depends on what the other party wants to do. If they want to go to the moon, no matter how much money they pay, they won't accept. If they want to ask how to find a job, I'll charge them 2 copper coins and give them a map. Let them follow it to the local government and the government will arrange it." Wang Wan said with a smile. "The map of the capital is 2 copper coins." Wang Yu said, "That's right, sell it to them. Xiaobao and I will make a profit from the difference." "Ha ha ha ha, my daughter, you're so funny." Wang Yu was amused by his daughter's words. He felt that it was a good idea for his daughter to stay in the capital with his son-in-law and not go out. Zhang Zhong was a little worried and asked, "Will it be very tiring?" "No, it's open 2 hours a day. 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The rest of the time it's not open. Xiaobao and I still have to teach Xiaobei and the others. There's also the younger Jiziangrui, which is left to the servant girls to take care of. Me and Xiaobao are worried. Xiaobao always says that raising children is a systematic and big project. It's more difficult than making a name for oneself and running a place well. Children are the continuation of life, but not the continuation of one's ideals. Children are born and raised by oneself, but they also belong to the child." Wang Wan rubbed her belly and said. The Zhang family and Wang family both understood that Cuckoo's words meant that she was worried about leaving the children to them to teach. Thinking about it, it made sense. If it was just them, they definitely wouldn't be able to teach Xiao Bei and the others. If they had to say that Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Hai, and Xiao Zhu were born well, then how would they explain the other 5? It was impossible that the children would immediately become smart after meeting a child and recognizing them as family. It must be the work of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was really tiring to see them teach the children. It was as if they were watching them all the time. However, the effect was very good. The children had their own happiness, but they were also very sensible. When these two contradictory things were put together, they were actually unified. Well, it's daybreak. Let's rest. Zhang Zhong looked at the sky outside and instructed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the two of them were going to rest. To be more precise, it was the pregnant woman who was going to rest. After staying up all night, it was fortunate that she was in good health. If it were someone with a weak body, after staying up all night, the child would be gone. Madam, this way. Zhang Xiaobao immediately went over to support her. The two of them walked out step by step. My son-in-law is really good. Wang Yu praised. He's just pretending. Zhang Zhong naturally said the opposite. He's not pretending. I can see it. In-law, I'll drink with you and eat some dishes. Wang Yu was as energetic as Zhang Zhong and didn't want to sleep. After sending both parents away, the two families of 4 began to drink. The second day of the new year arrived in the blink of an eye. At around 10 o'clock, which was less than noon, Zhang Zhong and Wang families set out. Following them were Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Wu Huifei's teams. In total, there were more than 5,000 people. This was still a lot of simplification. Otherwise, there would be at least 20,000 people. The place they were going to was Sanshui County, which was not very far from the capital. Along the way, they had to pass by the place where Zhang Zhong used to be an official. The danger was very small. The two sides only brought 5,000 people. In the sky, Shuiyun's family was flying, so they could detect some dangers in advance. Shuiyun and Hong Luan had children again. To be precise, they had unborn children. This time there were 15 of them. In the middle of winter, they insisted on nesting, which was different from other eagles. As a result, Hong Luan couldn't put all 15 eggs under her and was very anxious. Shuiyun discussed with Zhang Ying and decided to incubate them in Zhuangzi by using electricity at a constant temperature. This was the first time that eagle eggs were incubated by artificial incubation. Shuiyun was very relieved. He had seen how poultry eggs were incubated many times. The chicks and ducklings came out and were even willing to run with the hen and duck. It was unknown how he managed to convince Hong Luan, but in any case, Hong Luan didn't object. After 1 or 2 days, the two of them would fly to the manor with the 11 children and look at the hatching eggs through the glass. As a result, their 15 unborn children were coveted by others. Someone offered 800,000 strings of cash to buy one and promised to treat it as his own son. As a result, as soon as this person expressed his attitude, someone offered 2 million strings of cash to buy one and also promised to treat it well. The price began to rise and stopped when it reached 5 million strings of cash. This was the price offered by a person on the top ranking list of billionaires. He was ranked 19th. 5 million strings of cash was 5 billion copper coins. It was once the annual income of the Great Tang's national treasury to buy one eagle home. Xiao Bei and the others were angry. They selfishly felt that the Shuiyun family's children were their own. What kind of crime was it to spend money to buy a general's child? Was 5 million strings of cash a lot? As a result, no one mentioned the purchase again. They understood that the new baby eagles were kept by Xiao Bei and the others. Who would dare to compete with them? Sitting in the ice sleigh, Li Longji looked at Shuiyun's family enviously. After a while he said, "Freedom soaring in the blue sky. Xiao Bao, don't you agree? Your Majesty, you want the baby eagles, don't you?" Zhang Xiaobao sat outside in thick clothes and controlled the sleigh. He asked Li Longji bluntly, "How do you raise them? All the good things go to your family. Look at your dog bringing you newspapers every day. Most importantly, your family doesn't subscribe to any newspapers." Li Longji pointed out the key point. Of course, he wouldn't say that Zhang Xiaobao's dog stole things. He guessed that the dog went to the printing press to get the papers. Would the printing press accept money from it? Moreover, the most important thing wasn't the number of dogs. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Shuangzi geese with furry, all the poultry in Zhuangzi were obedient. It was the same for dogs. According to Xiaobao's words, dogs were superior to cats. Some said that dogs would rush to their deaths when their owners were in danger, but none said that cats would rush to their deaths when their owners were in danger. Therefore, his family's dog could always lead thousands of other dogs to the second line of rescue. This was because the first line was the eagle. It was the fastest and the aid it threw was accurate. This year there was still heavy snow that crushed the house and blocked the road, but there were no deaths. As long as they ran out of the house before it collapsed in the middle of the night and persevered until dawn, there would be a flock of eagles to deliver things that could sustain their lives. They were almost unaffected by the weather. Even if the snow was still falling, Shui Yun's family could lead the flock of eagles and fly together with the snow. There's no other way. They're good people. There are even swallows at home that don't fly south. Zhang Xiaobao said proudly. In fact, he didn't know what was going on. He had never seen such smart animals before. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at Sanshui County. Sanshui County didn't seem to have changed at all. It was the same as before, but only people who knew the local people knew what kind of existence Sanshui County was. Good production techniques were always in Sanshui County because the people here were the most supportive. No one dared to guess how rich the people of Sanshui County were. The scenery of Sanshui County was still praised by others. When they arrived at Sanshui County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao said in their hearts almost at the same time, "We're home. It's really a paradise on earth," Li Longji said with emotion. The scenery in front of them was really beautiful. The snow didn't destroy the ethereal appearance of Sanshui County. It was said that Sanshui County was ethereal all year round, but it was real to live in it. "Your Majesty, please take a look first. We have to prepare for the wedding." Zhang Xiaobao said a few words to Li Longji before he got back to work. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was restrained by Zhang Xiaobao to not tire herself out. The 26th day of the first month finally came under the anticipation of all the people of the Great Tang. For the people of the Great Tang, every day was like a year. Except for the children, everyone paid 10 copper coins. Even if there was a rich family in the village or county who said that they would pay all of it, no one wanted others to pay. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao's restaurant business and business partners finally waited for this day. Before they were so busy. If they had to find a phrase to describe it, it would be tired but happy. This was a wedding held by the entire Great Tang for these two people. Most people wanted to marry the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in Sanshui County, but they were indeed two families. The two families were next to each other, so when Zhang Xiaobao went home, he couldn't bring Wang Wan back. Wang Wan stayed at her own home. The two families had already prepared according to the etiquette, and were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to pick up the bride. There were etiquette for official ranks such as how many people, how many banners, how many horses, and what the carriage looked like. Moreover, the maternal family had prepared everything and were waiting for the son-in-law to come over so that they could make things difficult for him. At the very least, they couldn't let the son-in-law go over so easily. The servants in the family were all knowledgeable and had studied for more than 10 years. Even if they had been taught by Zhang Xiaobao, they didn't plan to give the son-in-law any face at this time. Who asked the son-in-law to be the top scorer in the imperial examinations? Back then, his song had shocked the capital. If they didn't match 3 to 5 poems, they definitely wouldn't let him through the door. While everyone was waiting, they suddenly discovered a problem. Whether it was the maternal family or the mother-in-law's family, they all discovered that Zhang Xiaobao was gone. Big brother couldn't have fooled around and gone in first, right? Xiao Bei stood at the door of the maternal family and asked Xiao Yuan, who was beside him. "Then didn't I prepare the poem for nothing?" Xiao Yuan felt very hurt. Just as Xiao Bei was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted, it's coming. Damn, it's coming from the sky." Everyone raised their heads to look. First it was a small black dot. Then they heard a buzzing sound. In the sky above the reed lake between the clouds and the water restaurant, something appeared in the south. It wasn't an eagle, nor was it a bird. When it got closer, they discovered that there was a person standing on that thing. Someone took out a pair of binoculars and saw that it was the young master. He had actually run up to that thing. Wang Wan, who was in the attic, heard the sound and pushed open the window to take a look. Her eyes immediately turned round and she used her fastest speed to grab the binoculars. She saw that thing fly over her head and circle in a circle. Then she saw Zhang Xiaobao make a hand gesture and quickly ran towards the roof of the attic. After another circle, the thing returned to the top of the lake. Someone saw the young master jump down. Then a flower appeared on his body. It looked like a parachute, but it was different from the one they had seen before. Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to the bystanders. He controlled the automatic glider, estimated the wind speed and direction, and flew towards the attic of the Wang family. The moment he passed by the roof, he suddenly hung upside down and extended his hands. Wang Wan, who was in the attic, also extended her hands. The two of them grasped each other tightly in less than a second. Zhang Xiaobao carried Wang Wan and flew into the distance. What was left behind were the depressed people and their depressed expressions. "When was the plane ready?" asked Wang Wan, who was sitting on Zhang Xiaobao. "It flew back last month. Along the way, we passed by several refueling stations. I intercepted the news. You also know that no matter how powerful the woman is, the man is the master of the family. They have to listen to me," replied Zhang Xiaobao. "So you're saying that you're the most powerful?" "Wrong. They think that I'm the most powerful. I know that. I have to listen to my wife. My wife is an existence that listens to thunder in silence," replied Zhang Xiaobao. "From today onwards you have to tell me everything about your past, especially the pending cases. I have to know how many people you killed and how they died," said Wang Wan with a pout. "Okay. You scared me to death. I thought you were asking about the 65 women." Zhang Xiaobao let out a long breath. "He's 65. Don't you know? When you went to the brothel to scheme against someone told me that when you saw a woman approaching you, your legs would tremble. Haha, 65. No wonder you can leap onto roofs and vault over walls. So it's because you're trembling. Don't let me know who he or she is. I'll make his heart tremble. He dares to expose my shortcomings." Some people were depressed at the wedding, while others simply didn't know the actual situation. In any case, the entire Great Tang was celebrating the new year, with the sound of firecrackers and then the eating and drinking. Previously, when Zhang Xiaobao was receiving gifts, it was already enough of a sensation. The gifts that he gave were something that no one dared to even think about. However, there were still people who wanted to give it a try if they had the chance. This was especially so for those on the top rankings. When their grandson got married, perhaps they could learn from Xiaobao with money. But when they saw the wedding, they were all discouraged. No matter how much money they had, they couldn't buy the congratulations of the entire Great Tang. Even the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, had to set off firecrackers to celebrate. They knew that if they didn't give them face at this time, they would become mortal enemies, and the people of the Great Tang would take action.